18-year-olds to wear explosives and blow themselves up in a wayward look at Allah and kill other people in the process. This is not a state that we should encourage. Please, StewartForLiberty.com mentions only 2 places where international I talk about. One is Israel and one is Nigeria. And our policy about both countries really says more about us than about the countries as well. I believe in exporting American values. And the way to do it best is not through military. It's through our cultural relations, our students in schools, our tourists in hotels, and our businesses that peacefully make commerce happen so that wars don't.
Thank you. Ben Zion.
Yes. I've heard some incredible insights from all of these panelists on this subject. You know, I was particularly interested in what Arvin had to say. I think that this approach is perhaps a good one, but more or less severing diplomacy with a large portion of the world. That's a difficult thing to do in the first 100 days of an administration. And I think that some of these approaches don't necessarily speak truly to the problems. Palestine has a $15 billion gross domestic product. Israel has one pushing up to $500 billion. And there's a similar lack of political and economic stability in Palestine and the surrounding region relative to Israel. We cannot understate the role that the United States has had historically in destabilizing and contributing to some of these problems. And those folks who have pointed this out, I would support you. But there is other issues to describe here in political and economic stability, technological progress, the very things that the futurist New Deal embodies in domestic policy, e-governance, blockchain voting, the federal land dividend, now known as the middle class freedom dividend, is a basic income funded through federal lands, which are held in great number in the United States, providing $1,000 a week to all 18 to 63-year-olds. This is the kind of initiative that we need to see the world around to see increased political and economic stability from which it derives. Thank you.
All right, would anybody like to use a rebuttal or extension? All right, on to the, and I kind of went with the flow. If you're speaking and really passionate on one topic, you're welcome to use your rebuttal or extension rather than wait till the end. So I think that flows well for this debate today, if everybody's okay with that. So, okay, so our fourth question, Dan Berman will be the first to answer. Do you believe that Julian Assange, Chelsea Manning, Edward Snowden, Ross Ulbricht, and Leonard Peltier have committed crimes against the United States government and deserve their sentence, or do you support their complete pardon and release from prison? Please, Dan.
Absolutely, they should get a complete pardon and release from prison, and actually a few of those names that you mentioned should get Congressional Medal of Honors or Presidential Medal of Peace. What they've done is absolutely in no way a crime. What they've done is they've exposed our government and their crimes, and they should be rewarded for that, not punished.
Thank you. Please, Arvin, Bora.
Eric said that the government, that people who work in the government should be held to the same standards as everyone else. If anybody else engaged in what the NSA has done to other people, they would be arrested. In the past, when presidents did that, this is exactly what happened in Watergate, they were borderline arrested. They needed presidential pardons to get out of it. Today, you're asking, should heroes be imprisoned? No, they're heroes. They have shared with us the truth about what the government has been doing. They have shared with us information that was denied to the press. Think about this. During the Iraq and Afghanistan war, how many pictures of dead soldiers did you see?
Yes, teach.
Probably very, very few. I saw none. It's not because there weren't dead soldiers, and it's not because the casualties have stopped. Today, there's an epidemic of veteran suicides that is taking the lives of thousands of people who have tried to do their best, that were tricked by the government into doing their worst, but who tried to do their best. And so when we have heroes like Edward Snowden, like Chelsea Manning, like Ross Ulbricht, people who can do so much good for America, either because of their courage or because of their technical ability, that's people like Ross Ulbricht, then our job as individuals on a jury or as partners in chief in the White House is to set them free and thank them for what they've done.
J.R. Myers.
Sure. Well, we should release prisoners of all political persuasions. So I would take this opportunity to call for the freedom of Schaefer Cox, who was arrested several years ago in Alaska as part of the Alaska militia movement. So, you know, we have political prisoners of all stripes out there, and people probably don't realize. But I guess it just goes with the fact that we are the most heavily incarcerated nation in history altogether. So, no, we should have a transparent, open government. And it's the whistleblowers that help us to understand what's going on. We should protect them, not punish them. Those in government that are covering their own, you-know-whats, those are the ones that must be punished. So we need to follow up on these revelations that are given to us by these whistleblowers, and we need to act on them, and people need to be arrested and tried and incarcerated, leaders that have betrayed the trust of the people, that have denigrated our society and our government, and have trampled on our Constitution. Thank you.
Eric,
totally
Eric
agree.
Gerhardt. If you can lean into the mic too.
No, I totally agree that we should free the people who speak the truth. I mean, it's the whole basis of my immunity law is if you can't be integral, you should be charged for the crimes that you commit. And people with integrity should not be charged just the same. And that goes broad spectrum for everywhere across our country. And if the thing about liberty and having justice for all is it needs to be liberty and justice for all. You can't have the separation of the two. I know that they wrote it into the Constitution a long time ago that politicians need their political immunity so they can't be coerced into taking bribes and stuff, but they're doing it anyway. They're just using the back door. And it's the reason why we need to change some of these laws, and not for the people, but for only our politicians, so that the people get the power back. Yeah, that's it.
All right, thanks. Charles Kraut.
It is said that if Facebook had not been invented by Mark Zuckerberg, that the CIA would have had to do it themselves. So we're talking about two different issues here. We're talking about privacy violations or threats to national security. Since I may be the only person on this panel who has had extensive access to highly classified documents, I can tell you that part of my oath, my two oaths, one to my support and defend the Constitution, my other one to maintain the secrecy of the documents that came into my hands, is one which must be held inviolate, regardless of the source, regardless of who it involves, regardless of the security of the country. I took an oath, and either I am worthy and do uphold that oath, or I am not worthy of my position and should be removed. That's true of our elected officials as well. So the question, the other side of the question is, did these people have access through their employment? Did they have a high security clearance which enabled them to gain access to these documents which they later released? If so, they absolutely positively must be punished for what they have done. If not, or if they coerced someone to obtain information for them, that too is a danger to national security, but it is in some respects protected by our First Amendment rights, in some respects only. Are we concerned about privacy rights or are we concerned about national security? We need to make a differentiation between the two. Thank you.
Suriname, Moya Wasife Curry.
Hear, hear. They are heroes in every positive thing that has been said. I am in complete agreement, so hear, hear, my brothers. I'd like to take the time to list 19 black folk that are political prisoners still. I'll put the link, so I'll just do a couple. Mumia Abu Jamar, a.k.a. Wesley Cook, former Black Panther. Dabert O. Africa Move Organizer, Eddie Goodman, Africa Move Organizer, Janet Holloway, Africa Move Organizer, Janet Phillips, Africa Move Organizer, incarcerated, Jamal Mawakwik, Anthony Bottoms, Matula Shaka, Black Panther Party and other organizations, Russell Maroon Shatuzi, since 1977, Sakada Akho, aka Charles Square, 19, Chuck Simmons, Africa Move Organization, Michael David, Africa Move Organization, Joseph Bowen, former Black Liberation Army member since 1971, Verons Browns Jr., former Black Panthers since 1973, Fred Mohammed Baran, former Black Liberation Army, Roman Chip Frysdale, former Black Panther, Rakhan Yik Magi, since 1963, 1 year after I was born, so he's been in there 59 years. Ed Poindexter, former Black Panther since 1970. Cujo Subarutica, former Black Liberation Army. Freddie Hilton since 2002. So those are 19 Black folks that I'd like to add to the list of folks who all need to be free. And we all know Leonard. So there's many people still in our prisons that don't deserve to be there. So here, and I congratulate all of us for saying their names. Okay, sorry.
Thank you, Student. Mark Stewart.
Let me try to bridge the sentiments of everybody to my left and to my right in 1 2-minute block. The presidential candidates here are absolutely right. Those people should be free. I am a vice presidential candidate, and let me drop to a level that may be more important. Maybe you'll consider it lower.
Sorry. I blew it. I blew it, y'all.
You got it?
I'm just trying to turn it off.
Thank you, student. Mark Stewart. Let me try to bridge the sentiments.
Okay, I am now. I'm so sorry.
Can we turn it off, please?
Can you turn it off?
We need to turn the phone off. Thank you so much. Wow, Mark Stewart, you just heard yourself on live. How was that, huh? Look, Mark Stewart.
Let me address, because I am the vice presidential candidate here, another ongoing crime by government, and it is far more widespread. The incarcerations of these men are horrible to them. Guess what's horrible to about 80 million people under 30? It is the Social Security trustees' just blatant abuse, and it should be criminal, of what we know is a bankrupt system that will never pay back the promises that you who are under 30 have been told. It is false, and they know it, and they perpetuate it in the name of who? Well, older people vote. You who are under 30 don't vote as often, so they pay more attention to you. Another near crime, Charles, pay attention, because it's constitutional disrespect every time that our Congress is in session, because they do spending that is not constitutional. Obamacare is not constitutional. Medicare is not constitutional. Virtually everything they do does not conform with Article 1, Section 8. We should be people who rein things in. You want to change the Constitution? It's doable. But until then, it's a very wise document that guides us well. And those in government service now who are abrogating those wise provisions should be considered criminals. Thanks for listening.
Ben Zion.
Yes. Snowden, Assange, Ross Albright, Leonard Peltier, all of these people will receive clemency in the Ben Zion administration. That's an important point that many here have made. Let's look at some other ideas. What are the most populous countries in the world? India, Pakistan, Nigeria, China, Indonesia, Brazil, Bangladesh, Russia. What separates them from the United States? The United States has more people in jail than those countries do, and in the first 100 days of the Benzine administration, the prison industrial complex and the for-profit prison system will come to an end, and these kind of situations will not be occurring anymore. Thank you. It's also a feature of the futurist New Deal that we will legalize sex work and decriminalize controlled substances. This is an important set of initiatives that has important parallels to these concerns. But the police state of these United States is not the only concern here. I believe that the truly reliable form of justice is economic justice. And that is why the Futurist New Deal is an economic policy reform ticket, and we will advance our basic income, which is a middle-class freedom dividend, and make all of these concerns a thing of the past. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you.
Brian, Carol.
All good points, but looking at it as a bigger picture, we do have military secrets that we want to protect, and we don't want people just willy-nilly selling them off. So a key thing is motive. And I think in the case, we'll take Snowden, his motive was to report to the American people what was going on. And that's an appropriate motive. If somebody else had done a similar thing for money, no, I'm not going to allow that at all. We have a tradition of freedom of the press in our country going back to the John Peter Zenger trial that basically said, you can report anything if it's true. You know, your defense is it true? And today we have many areas where people have been imprisoned because they offended powerful organizations. And that's where we need to step in and say, no, we protect everybody, and especially if it's true, that's your protection. One case right now in San Francisco, David Dalladin, who did the undercover films on Planned Parenthood. And the California law says, and it was designed to protect people going into slaughterhouses to report misuse there, and the law protects them. They have the right to go in and report on that. And yet when the same thing was done to Planned Parenthood, David Dalladin and Sandra Merritt were put on trial, and they're facing some very stiff fines.
Thank you.
Christina, I would like to respond.
Oh, please. Go
I
ahead.
want to respond to something that the gentleman from the Constitution Party said, which is the national security argument. Let's put this in some real perspective. The Patriot Act, which I have openly opposed since its inception, has been used about 100 times as often for drugs and sex work as it has been used for anything even tangentially related to terrorism. When you wrap yourself in that, when you take an oath that this is for national security, then there is a burden on you to use it for that and nothing else. And in my view, the United States government failed in that. They pushed the boundaries far past the agreement. The agreement that they made with the American people was that we're going to use this for terrorism, and they did not hold to that at all. So when that side has completely breached that contract, when somebody tries to bring forth that truth, which is what Snowden did, yes, he broke one promise, but after the government had broken a far bigger one, which is why I will absolutely pardon him on my first day.
Thank you. Any others? All right, we're going to move on to our fifth question. Arvin, you'll start off with answering this question. And regarding Julian and Manning and Snowden, I do foresee one day candidates being elected on all levels, federal, state, local, sort of candidates that are not beholden to powers that be and big money, but that are beholden to the people. And I foresee those candidates supporting releasing clemency of people who truly should be free and have really done nothing wrong. Just had to, very personal to me. Fifth question, we're going to move on into the world of electoral reform. A world-renowned election law expert and really a mentor and hero to myself, Richard Winger of Ballot Access News, submitted that as a question. And he has been an individual who has testified in well over 300 cases or more to better our election laws throughout the United States. And because of him, our ballot access laws, restricted ballot access laws, have reduced by over 1/3. His question is, have you ever personally done any political activism to improve the nation's unjust ballot access laws? And you're welcome to elaborate if there's other electoral reform issues as well beyond ballot access. Feel free if that's something you would like to add into that question. But I wanted to recognize Richard Winger of Ballot Access News being a huge supporter and helping reform our electoral system. So respect to him. This is his question. Arvin Vora, please.
While on the Libertarian National Committee, and also before, I campaigned tirelessly against current ballot access laws. And I want to illustrate some of the absurdities that we have today. In my home state in Maryland, we have to get thousands of petitions. I believe it's something like 10 or 20,000 petitions. But we actually need to collect more than double that number to get approval. In Maryland, if when you registered to vote, you included your middle name, and then when you signed the ballot, you don't include your middle name because you just don't remember what you wrote, that ballot doesn't count. And there's a whole slew of other kinds of just horrific ballot access abuses. I want to take us back to what ballots used to look like and what I believe they should look like today. They look like a blank sheet of paper. You wrote on your ballot who you were voting for. Now, some of us might say, but people won't know who to vote for. They won't know the names. They'll be checked out. Indifference is the most powerful tool of any authoritarian repressive regime. And the fact that they've created a ballot designed to make us ignorant, designed to make us indifferent, designed to create a world where most people can't name their state senators or congressmen or anything like that, their thing is working. So when it comes to ballot access, here's what I believe. I believe there should be no state ballot. I believe it should be a blank sheet of paper, and you write on that paper who you support. It should be an active, engaged, intelligent, informed process. And if we can get ourselves there, we can absolutely use our own power to set ourselves free in our lifetimes.
J.R. Myers.
Well, I've in the past lobbied the Montana legislature and the Alaska legislature to try to lower the ballot access requirements for political parties. But most of my work has been in gathering signatures and just in activism of that sort. I helped to get the Libertarian Party on the ballot in Montana initially back in the 80s and then kept it on the ballot as an officer on the executive committee and eventually as the chairman. They were about to disband the party, and I stepped in to be chairman to prevent it from being disbanded back in the 80s, actually. So, and then I also was involved with the Reform Party and had to go to court to secure some of the rights for the Reform Party in the year 2000 in Montana. There are a lot of issues that intersect with ballot access, and yeah, it's just a complex thing. But I've spent, gosh, since I was 17, I've been working on it, just getting people. The biggest problem is apathy, the apathy of the public. That's actually the biggest problem. And the media has been complicit in that because they've convinced people that either their voice doesn't matter or that somebody else is going to represent them better. And yeah, so that's about all I have to say on that. Thank you.
Thank you for your efforts and your work with ballot access. Eric Gerhardt.
I have no experience in anything with the ballot access, but we're talking about it now. So today is the first day. And the fact that they can change the requirements during election cycles and even after, it just shouldn't be allowed, because they're just going to raise the bar so that you keep the little people out, the people with the voices and the people with the heart to do the right thing. And the system's been changed like that for decades, and it's going to be an uphill battle to take that power away because you give them an inch and they take a mile, and they're going to continue to do that on every aspect of every part of the government until we get somebody in office and the people around them that will agree and fight to take it back. And we just got to continue on what we got to do, and the more people we get involved by speaking about it and bringing the topics to the light, like I said, we got our small little soapboxes. Everybody's watching online. There's not all everybody here is watching this. There's thousands of other people probably watching this right now. And put a little idea in their head, and you don't even know where it'll go. And that's the reason why we come up here. It don't matter if we're not going to succeed, because as long as we spark an idea, eventually something's going to come of it.
Thank you. Thank you, Eric, for being here today and learning from these individuals who have been throughout this political process, and with ballot access, we'll have a lot to teach you, and all of us, I can tell. Charles Kraut, please.
Well, living in Virginia as I do, Virginia is a two-party state only and refuses to acknowledge that there is any other party. That makes it a little bit difficult, but I have had a little bit of experience working with some friends in the Republican Party to do away with what's their opponents, their people who would be running against them in the same party would be chosen through a convention or a primary. That has been fixed, but it was the result of a great deal of effort. Now, it's appropriate for all of us to have an opinion and to be involved in this, but as presidents, of course, we would not be involved in in ballot access laws, because those are up to the states. And that's part of the genius of the Constitution in allowing the states under the 10th Amendment the freedom to choose many things on their own, and to make each of the states an experimental laboratory whose results other states could emulate if they found those things to be worthwhile. And the combination of the various states working together and forming various organizations, alliances, and such to reform and to improve their own systems of governing is very, very beneficial. And as I say, it's part of the genius of the Constitution, so I'm very grateful for it.
Thank you. Sudinan Moya Wasifa Curry.
The Green Party absolutely adores and loves Richard Winger. And being a Green for 18 years, he was one of the first person I connected with because of his immense knowledge and commitment to build a more perfect union. So as a Green Party member, one of the things you do is gather petitions. So I've been around our nation talking to folks, asking them to sign. So it's a part of my book and pick, I call it, showing up, asking folks to get us on. The second thing is that, third thing is that our campaign, Suriname 2020, conducted every Sunday in December an open book read. I don't know if you all are familiar with How to Become an Anti-Racist by Ibrahim Kendi. We all know our nation is not anti-racist. So one of the big challenges with redlining, voter ID, all the things that Black folks and other folks have had to deal with is racism. So we are pushing our party to become the first anti-racist political party. The next thing is I've been a placeholder so we can keep ballot access for the state of Pennsylvania Green Party. Next one is I refer people always to Richard to quote him in articles and to get solid information. I share ballot access on my Facebook pages, on my social media to keep people supported, and I support the Green Party's ballot access initiative, help raise money, and I encourage you all to help get money so the Green Party can retain ballot access and then get other ballot access. So we're on every state in the union.
Wow.
So today
Mark
is...
Stewart.
Thank you, sorry. Today is March 4th. Yesterday, March 3rd, Super Tuesday, I was on 2 primary ballots. I am still a Democrat. And I got 2,000 votes in California.
Awesome.
To their great credit, this is something good coming from the California legislature. The only reason I could be on the ballot this year was because it didn't require signatures or a hefty fee. Now, I was aware of it. Who knows what turn out to, because 35 million people might engender 200 candidates on the ballot. But as Arvin says, so what? If you know who you want to vote for, you find that name just as you used to in an old phone book. It is not hard. It is not deleterious. Now, my preference would be to eliminate that petitioning system. Instead of 10,000 people that might be required, how about 10 who say something good about you? Because the reality of getting these petitions, and I got 8,500 over the last 2 years myself. So I've had a lot of experiences, and people don't really like being accosted in a parking lot, or even worse, a strange guy coming up to their homes. And look, when they sign, a lot of them don't really know you. You might be a creep, but they like open access. So it is a silly process. Being a placeholder is an unfortunate but necessary and silly process for small parties to do. We would be better off to take this California model. By the way, to, again, their credit, why did I get even 2,000 votes without even visiting California? Because California let position statements be in front of any curious voter. So I'm a libertarian within the Democrat Party, but it was a sign that there were a decent number of people within even that big bad party who had a liberty mindset and would vote out of the box for little Mark Stewart. Thanks to California.
You're welcome.
Ben Zion.
Yes. Ballot Access News, Richard Winger, the Free and Equal Election Foundation, they've done incredible work on behalf of electoral reform. But as a techno-progressive, I'd like to maybe point to some other considerations. Is there anyone here who hasn't bought anything on Amazon in the last month? Anybody?
Don't purchase.
No, indeed. The state of cybersecurity today is such that we could have a blockchain voting system in every country, in every state as well, in these United States. We are held captive by a tyrannical duopoly that is holding us hundreds of years in the past relative to the state of technology and a better ordering of the civil society. And that is truly, truly unfortunate. I was raised in a family full of computer programmers. I have been BBSing longer than there's been a World Wide Web. I can't remember a time when I didn't know some hackers. And it's accurate to say that I've been a libertarian longer than I've been a capitalist. I want to remind all of the right libertarians here that e-governance is a stepping stone to this voluntarist or minarchist society that you envision. And if you don't support this kind of digitalization, I would say shame on you. You're living in the wrong century. We should imagine what the world looks like in 2100 and begin to create institutions that reflect what the world will be very soon. Thank you. Please go to benzion2020.com. Please go to transhumanist-party.org /membership and sign up today. Learn more about the future.
Thank you. Brian Carroll.
A key part of ballot access is increasing voter participation in any way we can. And as a school teacher for over 40 years, I taught over 4,000 students history and civics, and I preached voting. I remember back about 1980, there was a student named Martin who asked me in class, why had there never been a Mexican president or even a Mexican on our school board? And I told him it was on him. His generation had to grow up. They had to vote in larger numbers, and I lived to see him president of our school board. So that would be the first thing I would say. Secondly, as a journalist, mostly writing for the kind of paper you get at the market on the counter, but I have written over and over again through the years on topics of importance of voting and civics and participation, and always preached participation. That's the key thing. Everybody needs to get involved, and we need to open the system up so everybody can get involved. Then in 2016, I helped bring the American Solidarity Party to California. I was on the first committee to organize and pass bylaws, and obviously every third party up here is involved in getting better access. And then in 2018, I ran for Congress against Devin Nunes. He beat me, but we got our story in front of people, and it brought some people back in that maybe hadn't voted in a while.
Very inspiring. Thank you very much. Dan Berman.
I have to say, a lot of this is kind of irrelevant. It's been said that the president should have so little power that it doesn't matter who he is. We're talking about changing election systems, which might change the results and the outcome, but ultimately it's up to us, the people, to recognize that we are free and we are individuals and we have rights that supersede any government power to take those rights away. We elect leaders and they pass laws, and we sit here when the police knock on our doors or pull us over while we're driving and say, oh, you didn't use your blinker when you made that turn, therefore we're going to extort hundreds of dollars from you. It doesn't matter how you voted. If we're sitting here and willing to accept that the government can extort us for these arbitrary rules that cause no harm to anybody else, consumption of drugs, sex work, all these other issues that people are bringing up here today, why is the government making these decisions for us? Why is the government telling us you're not allowed to do this? And why are we sitting here arguing over who we're going to pick to decide those rules, instead of saying nobody that we pick should be able to decide these rules? The government has a very limited purpose. It's supposed to protect our rights and resolve disputes between us. That's not what it's doing. And it's because the people are not asking it to do that. So we need to change what we're asking from government. And only then will government change. It doesn't matter what kind of election system we have. It doesn't matter who we elect. We need to change and recognize that we are free people. We don't have the right to tell other people how to live. We don't have the right to control other people's lives. And they don't have the right to do the same to us.
Ballot access is a near and dear topic to me. In 1998, my father, who's here in the audience in the front row here, Jim Tobin,
Hey, Chuck.
my dad, of Taxpayers United of America, president, founder, he ran for governor as a libertarian candidate. And I saw firsthand what the system did to wrongfully keep a candidate, accountable candidate, off the ballot. I've since seen that happen to many more. I learned that in Illinois, you have to have 25,000 signatures to get on the ballot for governors, a third-party or independent candidate, while it's only 5,000 for Democrats and Republicans.
Yes.
And on a presidential level, you have to get 800,000 signatures to run as an independent for president. That costs 7 to 10 million, maybe upwards of 20 million if you file last minute. It's only 25,000 signatures, give or take, to run as a Democrat or Republican. These are numbers I've gotten from Richard Winger of Ballot Access
Yes.
News. So I am so grateful to have all of you, because it really does stem from Ballot Access, having organized and gathered millions of signatures to get candidates on ballot across the political spectrum. I knew there'd come one day where there would be a need for a platform like free and equal elections, more than ever, a platform that's for the people, to help give more voices, more choices to the people. So thank you. It's nice to know candidates like that are out there, like you, because that's what keeps me going, that's what keeps the people going, and for the people on the live stream to see that there are so many more choices than what the two-party system shows us on their Commission on Presidential Debates platform, their DNC debate platforms, and and so on. So I just thank you so much for all of your great work. Candidates. Sixth question, J.R. Myers, real time we got on social media here. In light of the coronavirus crisis, quote, crisis, please share your opinion on mandated vaccinations and or other mandated medical procedures. So J.R. Myers, please.
I'm against any mandated, any mandated medical procedures. I believe in informed consent and free willed consent. So mandatory vaccinations are anathema to civil liberty, I believe. Why should the government have that power? I believe that they may try to use this fear to gain more control. That's what I fear, that they're going to use this coronavirus crisis. Let no crisis go to waste, remember? So I'm kind of apprehensive about some of the repercussions we may see from this pandemic that's just being realized in our midst now. So.
Thank you, JR. Eric Gerhardt, excuse me.
Well, with the coronavirus, I mean, how are we really supposed to know what the actual numbers are? I mean, multiple people die of the flu every year. Are they adding those numbers into there? Are the tests truthful? I mean, from what I heard, the tests are false negatives, so they don't even know if they have the right results. They don't know how many people there are. I mean, China's not releasing the actual numbers either. I mean, it could be like he's saying. It could be a national security thing. It could be just a big democratic scheme to tank the economy so that Trump doesn't get reelected. I mean, they could be playing a global scale game. I mean, that's probably what it's going to pan out to. I mean, but you address the issue as a president of the United States. You stand up, say there is a threat. You tell the people to be aware. Wash your hands, perform the proper procedure to keep yourself clean and not infect other people. Keep the threats down. Granted, hopefully there's no great quarantines like they're doing across the seas, because you're never going to lock Americans down. And people are going to move around and do what they need to do. But who says it needs to flare up? With the knowledge that they give you and just being aware, we can handle this ourselves. I mean, the government's not going to step in if something goes haywire completely anyway. I mean, it's going to be 12 months out before they have a vaccine, supposedly. So it's up to us to handle the situation. That's what we're going to do.
Thank you. And so do you support mandated vaccines or not?
No, you shouldn't have mandated
Okay, just wanna
vaccines,
make
because,
sure.
I mean, it just creates more I'm getting choked up. It doesn't actually stop viruses from coming in. The body has its natural immune system. I mean, that defends against it. You put antibodies in through the vaccines that they don't have. But if you get the virus, if it works itself out.
Thank you. Okay. Charles Kraut.
This is a troubling issue for me. I have a very good friend who had a perfectly normal and healthy son who they took to the doctor for his vaccinations and 2 weeks later developed severe autism. This despite the fact that our government insists that there is no danger to vaccinations. I watched a report from a conference on vaccination just the other day, and it was admitted that because of the many different types of vaccines in use today, the live, the dead, the so on and so forth, and the different preservatives and other compounds that are added into them to make them active at a certain period of time, there are substantial risks associated with them. So on that basis, on those two bases, I say that mandated vaccines and such are not appropriate. They're not within the province of government. Now, let's look at the coronavirus or any other thing which is labeled a pandemic. Now that the death rate has been raised on the coronavirus from 2% to 3.5%, this now exceeds SARS in its fatality rate. And the government is going to do something. And when the government does something, it's often the wrong thing. We got the Spanish influenza in 1918, 1919 because we brought the troops home from Europe, which killed millions of people. We can't trust the government to do it right. Look at the Diamond Princess. Look at the incident there. The first thing they should have done, not our government, but the Japanese, would be to remove all those people and isolate them instead of making that a petri dish for the spread of the disease. The other part of the question is, will the power that the government takes in addressing this crisis be sunsetted after the crisis is over? And that's always a threat. That's the problem with the Patriot Act as well. I totally agree. The Patriot Act is a disaster. And not because of the reasons mentioned, but also because of asset forfeiture. And that's a different topic, which I hope we'll address later on. Thank you.
Thank you. Suriname, Moyo Wasife, Curry.
Yes, please. Curry, All 50 states require that children be vaccinated in order to attend public school. I am one of those Head Start children that got every vaccination, and as an adult, I take every one, but nothing should be forced on anyone. People have a right to their philosophical and religious preferences, so I'm against forced vaccinations. That said, I take every one. It has not affected me, but I have experienced close relatives and friends, children have very bad reactions and consequences. So I was mentioning to Mark that polio vaccination has been very powerful and positive. So this is one of those honest conversations we just have to have. So if people have informed consent, and people have a right not to. But there's a lot of science and technology that we can use now to advance our understanding about disease and issues. We cannot pretend that this will not hurt people. So what do we do as Americans? We should have this honest discussion about the good, the bad, and what we do know and what we don't. Transparency.
Thank you. Mark Stewart.
Ms. Tobin, your question is yet another reason for choice. I am pro-choice for any adult activity that people want to do. And if it's a cloistered situation with maybe kids going to school and parents say, I don't want my kids to maybe be exposed to somebody who hasn't been vaccinated. Public schools can't handle that because they can't handle the variety of opinions. Best argument for choice in schools, yes. I'm part of a party that doesn't allow choice. The leaders of the Democrat Party restrict choice horribly. And you know who it hurts the worst? African Americans. Look at how many stupid policies the leaders have made. They big on drug laws that create mass incarcerations and a military, really a prison industrial complex that keeps incarcerated, often black people in prison for no good reason for far too long. They perpetuate a social security system. You should be able to choose out of it. But no, we are stuck with it. And who's the worst? African Americans should be irate. On the whole, they pay in longer, and because of life expectancy tables, not taken out as much. If life expectancy for African American males only 67, and you've paid in till 65, you're getting ripped off. It is such an injustice, and white liberals don't listen. You know, others that my party unfortunately does, they don't give you choice in labor relations. There shouldn't be a minimum wage. The high minimum wage is what keeps kids, often again black kids who could use a job more than an extra couple bucks an hour. A job is an opportunity. A job is a stepladder. And Bernie and those leaders won't help kids on the first rung of a ladder that's more important than a few more bucks an hour. Thank you.
Ben Zion.
Yes. Well, I disagree with the framing of this question to some degree. I would say Charles Kraut mentioned some comparison to the USA Patriot Act, and some other similar concerns were voiced. Public health is a different matter. You do not want to live in a world without an NIH, without public health standards of this kind. It's not a world where you're going to be living very long. And the United States is the only country in the world that is a developed country that does not have a fully realized public health service. And we've seen a significant drop-off in life expectancy of Americans over the last 3 decades, in part because of this lack of will. And this is owing, to some degree, to folks, when asked this kind of question, standing up here and whistling Dixie about freedom and liberty and not actually thinking practically about solving grand human challenges. This is why we need the futurist New Deal's Medicare for All Plus program. It is a program that treats aging as a disease, but more importantly, it's a program that sees that 68,000 people do not die every year because they do not have basic public health needs being met. It's been observed that prior to the Enlightenment era, in the Middle Ages, it was cheaper to buy a human being than it was to buy a horse. And to some degree, we still live in that horse flesh world. We do not value human life, and we craft institutions that devalue human life. And then we praise ourselves for the boldness of criticizing these basic safeguards that keep us healthy and help us live a long time. Longevity for all, Medicare for all plus, benzion.com, the futurist New Deal. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll have to finish everybody responding to questions, and then we can have an extension or rebuttal if we would like. So,
I would like to say something.
and we'll let everybody finish the question first.
All right.
And all right. So Brian Carroll, please.
I am currently caught up on all my vaccinations. And when I was in Israel and cholera broke out, I went and got my vaccination. And I travel a lot, and I always go see what is on the recommended list before I travel. However, I think we have too many vaccinations forced on kids too young, oftentimes in collection of several different recipes at the same time or too close together, and that is a serious problem. I would trust the system more if we didn't have administrators at the CDC who were heavily invested in the pharmaceutical companies. I think we need to have separation between any administrator and the business that they are administrating or looking over. With the coronavirus, we also have a very different public health problem because 80% of the poor people in our country do not have a single paid day of sick leave. And you're looking at people who are already struggling to make ends meet. They do not have adequate health care in many cases if they're just above the level where they wouldn't have Medicaid. But you're asking them to take a day off from work, go get a $3,500 test to see if they have coronavirus, and then you are asking them to self-quarantine for 2 weeks. They just lost their house.
Dan Berman.
So I actually want to add to that. We've got huge issues with cost of living and cost of healthcare in this country, and that's because of the government, the same government that wants to mandate vaccines. So what this means is you look at the cost of healthcare, and it's extremely expensive because while they manufacture drugs in the United States, export them to other countries where they have to sell them for a fraction of the cost because they have much more competition there, like insulin, for example, $100 in the US, $10 in Mexico. It's illegal to import it from Mexico back into the United States. Why is that? You could save 90% if you could purchase what was already manufactured in the United States from another country. They say it's to protect us, but it was manufactured in the United States under the FDA's rules. So is it really that unsafe? And is this the government that's really out to protect us, or are they out to protect pharmaceutical profits? So when they say mandatory vaccines, do we even really need them? Are they just trying to fund pharmaceuticals and put money in their pocket by selling hundreds of millions of vaccines that we don't really need? And here's another issue that's been brought up is with quarantines. Should we have the right to quarantine people who might potentially have a disease that can hurt us? And I say no. Because if you think about it, you can go anywhere in the world, and there are all kinds of dangers, all kinds of things that can hurt you. In some place in the world, you're not worried about people carrying diseases, you're worried about mosquitoes. So do you pass a law requiring that mosquitoes have mandatory injections to prevent a disease from spreading? Or do you put up mosquito nets and do whatever you can to protect yourself from the dangers that there are in the world without having to go through some legislative process?
Arvin Bora.
How in the world does a measles vaccine protect you from coronavirus? What vaccine that exists right now would possibly protect us from this current issue? Fear makes people irrational. When we were attacked by agents in Afghanistan, the government's first step was to attack Iraq. And we're seeing right now the medically stupid equivalent of doing exactly that. When it comes to mandatory vaccines, first of all, that's just a violation of a person. You're injecting a person with a dangerous agent. Now, I choose to accept that risk. I've studied it, I take the risk. I understand that there's a risk. But today, agents of the government will tell you that there is no risk. You can look online. There is an organization run by the government, a government agency that's specifically designed to basically pay out when there is a vaccine-related injury. It's not a zero-risk proposition at all. And to force somebody else to take on a health risk is absolutely unconscionable. Here's the thing about vaccines. Either they work or they don't. I believe they do. So I take them because I know that a functioning vaccine will keep me safe from whatever disease that I might face. That's how a vaccine works. If Dan takes a vaccine, that doesn't make me safe. Now, it's true that if everybody in the whole world except for myself took a vaccine, then I would be shielded. But it is not their responsibility to protect me. It is my responsibility to protect myself. So I absolutely oppose every form of mandatory vaccine, every vaccine mandate of any kind. The government, in pushing this, is absolutely violating your natural self-ownership and your sovereignty, and I absolutely stand against it.
Thank you. And now we may elaborate if anybody has. I guess, JR, go ahead.
My question is, what will be the penalty for failing to comply with the vaccinations? And what are they going to do when it starts spreading amongst the homeless in California? Are they going to round them up and put them in incarceration camps? I mean, that would be the pattern of the historical pattern, wouldn't it, for that kind of perceived threat? So I really am concerned that they're going to use this so-called crisis to further erode our civil liberties and to start mass roundups of people if it increases, if it escalates. And I think that the advent of a vaccination will just embolden those government officials to do that. So that's my greatest fear, honestly.
Anyone else? Yeah, please.
I do.
If anybody.
Yeah, I wanted to say some things.
Please, I think Mark was next. And then
Yeah, I twice heard Medicare for all. And I have to say, if you care about people's health, you do not want big government involved. What has big government done well? They mess up almost everything. Medicare for all cannot last long. Now, many people think it's almost a plot to move us to single payer. Okay, as doctors leave, as people get in longer and longer lines for needed care, we're going to say, oh, I guess single payer will do it. Single payer is horrible, and we have it now. Charles, Adam, any other veterans here? You have the VA, which you know to be ones whose motives are not to necessarily care for you. They let people die. They let people be on way too long wait lists. When big government is involved, it doesn't work well. Once again, choice. And when Bernie says, but it's good for everyone, it should be good for those who want it and otherwise opt out.
Want to be alive.
Thank you.
Welfare can care for it. Private
Please,
welfare.
Brian.
He asked if anybody liked their Medicare. I'm on Medicare, and I like it.
I believe in single payer.
No, I had good health insurance all the years I was teaching, and when I retired, I went on to Medicare. I have the Medicare A that I have because I paid into it all those years, and I like it. I purchased the B because it's required by law to purchase it, and it's served me well. I have elected to buy D and F, which I think even when we get into Medicare for all, there will still be the need for better policies for those who can afford it. But when we have 80% of the people can't take time off from work, and those are our food service people mostly, that's public health. Do you want somebody making your sandwich who's got coronavirus? No, it is public health to take care of all of us at a certain level.
But your very good plan, which you funded well, is partly
Mark,
funded
would
by
this
younger
be-
people.
Mark, this would be your third rebuttal?
Is that allowed?
Just your third and final one.
Fine.
Okay.
It's important. You might have paid for what you're getting, but right now, younger people are no way going to get what they have been paying for because they've been supporting a baby boom generation that it cannot pay for itself. Even if we didn't have a Warren or a Sanders boosting us by 90 trillion over 10 years, the current as we go policy is going to put people who right now are 25, got some in the audience, by the time you're 55, you're going to be looking at a 65% tax rate to cover all the debts we've incurred. Just make it Medicare for those who want it. If you really trust your government to get you through, and you clearly do, fine. But allowing people to opt out is the epitome of the choice we should have, and it gets us better plans. It gets more possibilities of what is good for that woman who's different from that man, who's different from that person who's not going to be pregnant ever. These should be curtailed, made by individuals and that lovely, spontaneous almost workings of care for what is needed, not what some big government planners force on you.
I like to.
Suriname, please.
We, the Green Party, has a healthcare section of our platform, and we say this statement: we support single-payer, universal health care and preventative care for all. We believe that healthcare is a human right, not a privilege. It got to be paid for. I agree with you. Our current health system lets tens of thousands of people die every year by not providing adequate care. That's real. The United States is the only industrial nation without a national healthcare system. I happen to have lived abroad for the majority of my adult life, and until the Affordable Act, I struggled, but anytime I'm out of the U.S., I'm doing good. So I must say that no, single payer is a good thing, and I'm glad it exists, and we push it on our platform. I'll post it so folks can read it on the debate page.
Thank you.
I have one thing to
I think
say.
Dan or Brian, but you were.
I thought I said it first.
Yeah,
I'd
I
like
think
to
you've
just
been
say my
waiting for
piece
a
and
while.
then
Go
you
ahead,
can
Eric.
finish.
He has. Please.
So,
Thank you.
my cousin also became autistic when he was 3 years old, and my doctor is a neurosurgeon, and he believes it was down to him getting the MMR vaccine, which MMR is measles, mumps, and rubella.
6.
And rubella, it was a disease that people got in the 60s and 70s that caused them to lose their child. It was only about 60 to 100 people a year would lose their child to it. It's almost a non-needed vaccine. Plus, they give them in the threes. So there's been studies that if you take them one at a time over a few weeks, the effects aren't so much because you're not putting so many heavy chemicals right into your body that you get the lead poisoning that causes autism in the brain. Mercury. It was close. But there's simple steps that could be taken to spread it out a little bit farther. Granted, the only reason they're bundled together is so that the pharmaceutical companies get to charge 3-4 times the amount that it actually costs.
Thank you so much for that. Anyone else? Let's see, I think we were probably Dan, then Brian. That works? Okay.
So I want to address two things. One is healthcare. Healthcare, yes, it's a human right. That doesn't mean that somebody else has to pay for it. It doesn't mean zero cost of acquisition. It means if there's a doctor here in the United States and they came from Japan and they're not licensed in the United States, you should have the right to go to them for treatment. But it's the government who tells you, no, you can't see that doctor. It doesn't matter how qualified they are in another country. Then I also want to address that the cost of
Her turn.
Just a moment.
The cost of living. We talked about having to take a couple days off of work and losing your house because you have to take a couple weeks off of work if you're sick. That's not part of the human condition. That's not part of the human experience. That's something new. Go back a couple thousand years where people really worried about, oh my God, I'm going to have to take a week off of work. I'm going to lose my house. No, this is all a system that's put in place by taxes and regulation. You look at your rent, if you're just renting a home, 20 to 50% of your rent is going to taxes. It's going to the government, and we complain about the rent being too high. This is why we don't have a system. We shouldn't depend on our jobs 24/7 to work so hard, especially when all of these jobs are being replaced by so much automation. We should be working less and afford a higher cost of living.
Thank you. And Brian, thank you for waiting.
Yeah, we have just uncovered the major difference between the American Solidarity Party and the Libertarian Party. Because the American Solidarity Party believes that there is a proper role for government.
Yes.
That some things are done better by government, some things are done better by private industry, some things are done better under individual initiative. But public health is public. And you don't want the people who are serving your sandwich to have the flu, any kind of flu. And when we have the only industrialized country in the world that doesn't have government health care, and somehow Germany has been able to keep it solvent since Bismarck, I think we can do the same thing.
Please, Arvin, this is your third and final rebuttal.
First of all, Germany and France can do that because we are paying for their military. We are giving them military welfare. The second thing is, right now, the government is massively driving up the cost of healthcare. Today, the best doctors from Japan, Switzerland, and Germany are not allowed to practice medicine in the United States, thanks to your government. Today, a drug, after it has already been completed, is often left on the bench because it's not worth the drug company effort to actually go through those final trials. These are drugs that work, they just don't have the money, and they don't think they're going to recoup their losses. Right now, thanks to your government, you cannot buy medicines from overseas. In the 1950s, when the government was a little bit smaller, normal people had doctors come to their house. Where the government has gotten involved, the price has gone up. Where the government has been involved, for example, with EpiPen, the price has gone up from about $100 to a few $100s. Where the government's a little less involved, like with LASIK, the price has gone down from tens of thousands of dollars to a few $100s. Getting the government out of healthcare will make it lower cost and actually affordable to all Americans.
Thank you. Charles, you're feeling a little left out there, huh?
Just a little.
Please.
Now, I thought I'd mention a couple of books that I have read recently. We talked about, a long time ago, about mortality rates declining in the United States. There's an excellent book that came out about a year ago called The Hacking of the American Mind. And it talks about metabolic disorder, which is a new condition which is dramatically shortening lifespan in the United States. And it came about because in the 40s and 50s, the United States has this great discussion about, is sugar better for you than fat? And the sugar lobby won. So we now have millions and millions of Americans suffering from metabolic disorder. The other book is about DDT, and this is a classic example of every government in the world agreeing and being wrong at the same time. If you remember, Rachel Carson, 50 years ago, Silent Spring. There's a book out now, it's been out about 3 or 4 years, Silent Spring at 50. DDT was banned worldwide because it was considered dangerous to human health. 50 years later, research has proven conclusively not one human being has ever been harmed by DDT, but tens of millions of people have died horribly because there's no substitute for DDT. Thank you, governments.
Anyone else? All right. Go ahead, Ben.
Yeah.
Thought there might be one more. Please,
I
Ben
mean,
Zion.
Dan, Arvin, we've spoken before. We're friends. But you're pointing out that a few Swiss doctors are not practicing medicine at the highest level. And this is an argument for why 68,000 people in the United States should be dying every year. I mean, there's 2 or 3 people on this stage who seem to be making any arguments at all for what we as a civilization can accomplish. Why are you guys running for president talking about all the things that we could never possibly do? This is something that every developed country in the world has been able to accomplish. And there's not a lot of right libertarian tears in the beer in those countries. This is a product of some serious brainwashing that we think that we cannot have Medicare for all. And the futurist New Deal, Medicare for All Plus, goes well beyond that, using emerging technology to create greater efficiency in those systems and see that no one falls through the cracks. People are dying, folks. This is not a joke. It is not something where we talk about abstractions like freedom and liberty and ignore the real problems at hand.
Thank you. All right, well, isn't this beautiful? We have such differences in viewpoints, but everybody respects each other's time and space. Isn't this refreshing? I think it's beautiful. So thank you for your kindness to one another, no matter how diverse your thoughts are. We had a moderator, our moderator in 2016 for our presidential debate was Ed Asner of the Mary Tyler Moore Show, Lou Grant. And his son, Matthew, has been diagnosed with autism. And he has created the Ed Asner Family Center.org. You can go on Ed Asner's FamilyCenter.org and support those that have autism. He is a strong advocate against vaccines as well. So very interesting to learn a lot from you. I'll be sure to share this clip with him as well on this question. We're going to go into one more question. I can squeeze it in, and then we'll have closing statements. And I wanted to remind our online audience, our audience here in person, candidates, I mean, if you want to vote for yourself, I won't stop you, but at the conclusion of the debate, we will ask our audience to vote for their favorite candidate on this panel. We're going to do it for both of our debates today, but here, using an alternative voting method known as approval voting. This poll is sponsored by the Center for Election Science. We have Aaron Hamlin somewhere in the audience, or maybe stepped out for a moment, and it's available at freeandequal.org, so you can go on there and vote through approval voting, an alternative voting method, right? Decide which candidate you feel won this round of debates. So going on to our final question, we're going to go with Eric Gerhardt. You're going to start on this one. Are you aware of what blockchain voting is? And do you see it as a valuable tool for reforming our electoral system? Thank you.
No, I am not. Like I said before, I believe that having more transparency and fixing the fundamental issues that we have already that we face need to be addressed first before any type of new voting is actually implemented and actually used to be accurate and get the results that everyone intends. Everybody has the great ideas to add something new. When you fix the flaws in the first part and then just try other things, and if it comes out to be better, like we were going to do this new voting here, say the results come out in the favor of that would be beneficial to everyone, then it could be looked into.
Thank you very much. Charles Kraut.
I'm familiar with blockchains because I, myself and my clients, trade cryptocurrencies. It is a very valid method of doing certain things, but I believe not nearly as many things as people claim they can. Again, it's something where the technology will settle itself over time. My other concern, though, is that, all right, if we have blockchain voting, that means that we're still going to have polling places where your ID has to be verified so that you're only voting on the blockchain once, because there are so many people in the cemeteries who, as soon as they die, turn Democrat. We need to fix that somehow, and that's been a very, very long history. Or there's the vote early and often movement, which is really coming about in Virginia right now. Or the no photo ID required to vote. It's nice to have the security of the blockchain. That would be a dramatic improvement in the quality of election tallies, but it does not necessarily address, and I'm sure they've got an answer for that over there, not necessarily address the other problem, which is the security of the voting place itself or the means in which the votes take place. In other words, if you haven't been able to physically verify who that person is and then preclude him from voting again in the same election under another name or under some other means, then the blockchain is not going to necessarily provide any additional benefits. And Virginia has just done away with all of that as well. The new law that they just passed says that if somebody votes in your name before you get to the polling place, their vote counts, and yours, when you show up, is only provisional because there's already a valid vote in place, so you've just been robbed of your vote. And I wish that the blockchain could prevent that. I don't know that it can.
Thank you. Suriname, Moyawasife Curry.
Thank you. Blockchain has right now a lot of vulnerabilities. Doesn't mean we should discount it, but let's just be honest about it. With e-voting, it's contextual and structural. Also, source coding is vulnerable. There's a lack of security, someone mentioned. And then infringements. I don't want to dismiss it, but right now I take a step back because of the vulnerability. I just mentioned like 4 or 5 of them, but there's more to come. My first degree is in criminology, so I don't want to dismiss it, but I think we need to keep working on it. Naples, Italy, Switzerland. There's a lot of information going on, but we can solve the problems. But right now, I can't step right into it, but I believe we should keep working it to work out the vulnerabilities. I've mentioned 2, 4, 5 of them, but there's a few more.
Thank you, Suriname. Mark Stewart.
I'm a Bitcoin guy. I am an Airbnb guy. I'm a SurveyMonkey guy. And what I know of blockchain, it is an improvement. I'd like to talk about an even bigger improvement to our electoral system. It would be the destruction of the 2 old parties only. That a lifting of all the other parties you see represented here as major, because our thoughts are just as good. Our energy level is probably even better than Joe Biden's. Our accomplishments, published authors, farmers, all the stuff that you guys have done are probably far more worthy than what your average elected congressperson has. What's the congressperson who served 20 years done? Compromised, twisted, maybe taken money from outsiders, certainly taken money for just public speaking when they don't really worth anything except to bribe you. Elevation inside the traditional 2-party system is based somewhat on selling out the rest of us. Yeah. And oh yeah, when there's compromise, there's bipartisanship. You know what that means? Democrats and Republicans have sold us out. And the biggest interest can take the most advantage of that. Greens, libertarians, transhumanists, constitutional party members, they're more principled to be sellouts. They're not going to do that because that's what we have going for us. And it makes a better vote, even if it's not yet a winning vote. But let me tell you where it would win. At the state legislative level and even at the congressional level. Their party is not as big of a deal. Please encourage your reps or your average citizens, the mom who's raised 3 good kids well. She should be in Congress compared to your average representative in Congress now. Thank you very much. StewartForLiberty.com.
Ben Zion.
Yes. Well, you're hearing a lot of folks. Mark has pointed out that we have a 2-party system that is deeply invested in voter suppression. A blockchain voting across the United States solves many of those problems. This is a point that seems to be ignored. I'm hearing an awful lot of people who say out of one side of their mouth on this stage that they are against voter suppression, and then they're all echoing Republican voter suppression talking points and Democratic voter suppression talking points. We need to be a little bit better, aim a little bit higher, and the futurist New Deal for America and a blockchain voting system. We've had some incredible successes with our organization internally, but this is not the only people who have embarked upon this project. The entire government of Estonia has operated a blockchain voting system successfully for 12 years. And they started to invest in that infrastructure in the early 1990s, when other people were not even considering these prospects, and they've been able to operate this. This is something that everyone in the world can be doing. We just have to have the political will and not fool ourselves into thinking that technology cannot possibly do what we do in every other sector except for public policy. Thank you.
Brian, Carol.
I'm open to adding technology to our voting system, but I think that the most important thing we can do is go back to paper ballots that can be traced. The other areas where we can be working on improving our elections, there is systematic suppression. I think it was North Dakota that recently said you couldn't vote if you didn't have a mailing address, a physical mailing address. You couldn't vote with a post office box or anything. And that specifically is targeted against those who live on reservations where they don't have addresses. You know, we need to get rid of those kinds of things that are ruling a lot of people out from voting. I think we can go to clustering congressional districts, you know, put 3 together and have 3 candidates and elect, or 3 positions, and if you have 20 candidates, at least a minor party is going to have 1 of the 3 if they can get up to a certain threshold. So there's a lot of different kinds of things we can do, and technology is a part of it, but I sure like paper ballots.
Thank you. Dan Berman.
So blockchain is an interesting buzzword that everyone loves, but what does it really mean, and how would it affect a voting system? With a blockchain, you could still have somebody register multiple votes unless you have a system in place to check that. With blockchain voting, if you walk into a voting booth and you press Libertarian and the machine registers Democrat instead, how would anybody ever know? So this is where the paper ballot comes in, but paper is, of course, really difficult to count. There's a solution to that. When you register on a voting machine, it gives you a digitally signed piece of information that you can save in your phone, and you can go verify it later on. It's the equivalent of a paper ballot, but using blockchain. So blockchain alone, it's just a buzzword. It's just a single piece of technology. It's not the solution to everything, but it can be incorporated into a much bigger system. But even more important than all of this, I want to go back to the same thing I've said a few times during this debate. Why would anyone want to rig an election? Why? Just so that they can say, oh, I was elected, I'm the person who gets to sit in the chair. No, it's because they want power that they shouldn't have. They want power to steal from us through taxation. They want power to control us. They want power to sell to one corporation that they will ban the sale of another corporation's products. They're creating monopolies. They have the power to create monopolies and steal from us and oppress us and abuse our rights and take away our freedom and our choices. And this is the most important thing. We need to reject that idea of authority that we're giving to these politicians with the trust that they're going to do the right thing, because they have a terrible track record of doing that.
Well said. Arvin Vohra.
I first want to address something really quick that Ben said. We're not talking about a few Swiss doctors, Ben. We're talking about thousands of doctors from many different countries. We're talking about lower cost drugs re-imported from many different countries. We're talking about making things that right now are only available to the ultra rich available to everybody. So it's not a very small thing we're talking about when we talk about opening medical borders. But when it comes to blockchain, one of the greatest applications that I can see for it is through voter referendums. Voter referendums have helped rewrite the political map. They have been what has allowed us to legalize marijuana and now legalize even mushrooms in different areas. It's allowing us to scale back the war on drugs, one of the most heinous and evil actions in human history. To lock somebody up in a cage because they are struggling with a sickness is barbaric in the extreme. Yes. And thanks to voter referendums, we've been able to scale that back. And that's what I want to see more of. And so blockchain technology, it's not going to fix the problems. And Dan's right. We do need government to be so small that it can no longer sell any special favors to anybody. That's how you get corruption out of government. But blockchain has the ability to increase our ability to vote directly through voter referendums. So what I'd like to see us work on are ways that we can have the will of the people more accurately represented. At the state level, that is going to be through repealing laws, through voter referendums, through ending heinous things like the war on drugs through voter referendums, to getting rid of unnecessary, bizarre property taxes through voter referendums, to ending civil asset forfeiture through voter referendums. And if blockchain can help that, I absolutely support it.
J.R. Myers.
Well, honestly, I'm not that familiar with blockchain, so I understand the basics of it, so it could be helpful. I'm all for utilizing technology to advance our electoral system, but we still have to have the paper ballots. I agree with that as well. So maybe a merger or marriage between the old technologies and the new. I don't know, maybe that's ignorant because I don't understand the blockchain technology, but something about the paper ballots just seems so
Real.
essential. So I really am loath to give them up. Or, well, I want to bring them back, actually. But I don't know what the question is. Ultimately, is it to increase voter participation? We could do that with mandatory voter laws, like the Australians do. I don't know if that would work either. Most people aren't voting because they don't think their vote matters, as we've talked about before, where they're frustrated they're not able to cast the vote for who they want or what they want. Maybe this blockchain thing would be good for referendums and things like that. But the people have to be convinced that their votes actually do matter and that, you know, they're going to elect leaders that are going to represent them with fidelity. And that's what we're lacking, is that confidence. We've lost confidence in our institutions, all of our institutions really, but certainly our election system and our political system. So we elect people, then they govern the opposite of what they promised during the election campaign. So, yeah, it's a deeper problem than just technology and access to the voting system. It's about the heart and motivating people with the right motives and getting them out there to actually reclaim, as we've talked about tonight, reclaim the system. Thanks.
Thank you, JR. I certainly sense utmost fidelity and heart from every single candidate on this panel here today. So thank you for that. Eric, please, Gerhardt. Oh, you already went. So I finally made an error on that, so it's going to happen after 3.5 hours. So we're going to go into our closing statements, and there'll be 2 minutes each, and then I'll do a closing statement. And again, urging people to go to freeanequal.org for that approval voting poll if you have a candidate here in mind that you want to vote for, and also in the audience as well. So please, Charles Kraut with a 2-minute closing statement for each candidate.
May I
Thank
use
you.
one of my rebuttals for an extra minute? Okay, never mind. Well,
Yes, actually you
get our
can.
additional
That's, I already went with that flow, so
Okay.
yes, you may.
Thank you,
We have the
all of
time.
you who have participated, those who have invited us here, those who are involved in this. This is a very important format, an important venue. I appreciate the enthusiasm, the ideas of all those who have participated in the debate today. All of them are worth considering. I will mention that what has not been said in this debate so far is that, contrary to popular opinion, the United States is not and never has been a democracy. It is a constitutional republic, and I will speak in its defense. And I will ask you, again, I have lots of information on my table on the table outside. Please help yourself to it. Also, if you would, please visit cwk2020.com. That's my website for the campaign. I believe in America's potential. I believe that our Constitution made possible the greatest, freest nation in the history of mankind. The founders left it up to us to decide whether we would be grateful for the blessings of freedom and work to preserve and protect them, or whether we would succumb to human nature and allow freedom to fall through our apathy and indifference. The United States has abandoned the constitutional path and pursued instead of the path of progressivism. Since the progressive movement began to gain traction a century ago, many of our freedoms have been lost. Our natural rights given to us by God have been replaced by human rights given by government and subject to repeal. I am certain that there is still time to regain our freedoms if we will work together to save our constitutional republic. For this to happen, all Americans must become better educated in the principles embodied in the Declaration of Independence and in the Constitution, as well as those underlying those documents. We must rediscover our faith in God. We must become a nation of honest, moral, upright citizens who willingly fulfill their obligations to our families, our communities, and our nations. We must live worthy of citizenship in this great republic. We must also recognize the evils of progressivism and all the other false and counterfeit philosophies being forced upon us as a means of robbing us of our freedom. You and I are in a unique position in the history of mankind. We can continue to witness the demise of the finest government the world has ever seen, or we can become responsible citizens doing our best to accomplish a magnificent goal. If we fail, or if we do not try, what will you tell your children and grandchildren when they ask you what it used to be like to be free? Thank you.
Thank you, Charles. Suriname?
I'd like to thank the timekeeper. You did really good. Thank you, because I was getting a little confused. I appreciate the gentleman that helped me get on the stage. March 12th marks ADA, the American Disability Rights enactment. There's a classic picture of folks disabled like myself, left wheelchairs and walkers and all kind of stuff, and crawled up the stage. Laws help Americans be better. So I believe that laws can help us all be better to move toward that perfect union. I also want to show appreciation for the organizers. I got scared a couple of times up here, but it's a safe place to be scared and to disagree. I didn't know I could do all of this. Thank you. But the Green Party in Germany allowed everybody to be at the table. Some folks, fortunately, thank God, the pedophile people, dropped off. But in building a better world and a better nation, we have to listen to everybody. And that's what's not being done in our democracy right now. Truth, knowledge, and reconciliation must happen. I can't sing the song of goodness about our Constitution because I was not considered a human being. So some of this stuff, let's just get real. It could have been okay if everybody was presented as equal. So we have to be honest about the doctrine of discovery, about the take of the indigenous people's land and the use of black labor. Reparations is critical. I look forward to you all joining the Green Party so you can vote for me to get the 15% to be on that debate stage, begin with and against pushing the corporate-funded folks. Suriname 2020. Thank you, Americans.
Mark Stewart.
I especially want to address progressives because I want progressives to realize that every policy that you would like to see is done better by libertarians and conservatives. And on this domestic policy, I equate the two. I am pro-gay marriage, in part because I want the government out of the marriage business. I am pro-choice on letting people go to the schools that they want. The government is in the way. I am pro-environment. But the best way to protect the environment is not, as Elizabeth Warren says, go big. When the government can't go big very well, it's to go small. Let small towns, which know what rivers get blocked up, what kind of emissions can handle the groundwater, what farms do. Small is more effective. And libertarians are more attuned to small. I am hopeful. So why am I still a Democrat? Because the Democrats need the most help. And I'd like to see a whole lot of us campaigning wherever possible within big parties to break them up and have our own parties show the good people. Among the good people that if I were VP, I would want on my staff, Camille Foster, Nick Gillespie, Brandon Straka, Michelle Malkin, Larry Elder, Walter Williams, Veronique DeRougy. These are principled people, and every one of your conventions, Green in Detroit, in St. Louis, Constitution, in Austin, Libertarians, you guys should break out of that convention with a massive number of people who would be in charge of doing government better, whether that's expanding it or, as most of you'd like to see, condensing it. Let the Americans see that. That's what little parties can do far better than the Democrats or the Republicans. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ben Zion.
Yes. These are incredible insights that we've heard tonight. And something that we've heard time and again is we should do more with less. But the future belongs to those who see it coming. I don't hear policy initiatives attached to these ideas of whistling dog whistling about freedom and liberty. The Futurist New Deal was designed to help all of us survive and thrive throughout the 21st century. And blockchain governance itself would advance that functioning, representative governance in a real way. The world has never really seen that sort of sophistication, and we can do it with ease. There's so many things that we could do. We have to think in terms of policy initiatives and not talk about the things that we don't want in a worst-case scenario. I turned 40 years old a few weeks back, and I still have 4 natural grandparents living. Needless to say, they're not young people. The grandfather that I actually knew, he wasn't biologically related to me, and he died 5 years ago, and it happened very quickly. I'd like you to take a moment, if you would, and close your eyes and think about an idea of everyone on Earth living just as long and as healthily as they might ever want to. All of us have felt these losses, and for each passing generation, it's not just being unable to say goodbye. It's all of the new ideas and all of the excellent undertakings that those folks would have gone on to do. The United States Transhumanist Party is here to tell you that that is not always going to be the case, this loss. Now, we've been here for a while, and we're going to be here for a little bit longer, so I won't get into the weeds talking about emerging biotechnology breakthroughs. But I will say again, in the next 8 years, during a Ben Zion administration, aging will be treated as a disease. Everyone will be receiving health care. 68,000 people a year will not die without public health. Do I get my additional 2 minutes?
You have an additional minute.
Yes.
It'll be off.
Can we turn that off, please?
Yeah, it just
Entirely?
hit the wrong thing.
Can I turn it off?
Yeah, it will.
Listen
Could
to
you help,
that,
Mark?
that's
Can
good.
you turn that off? Thank you.
I hit the wrong button.
Excuse me. Go ahead, Ben.
Yes.
Take another full minute.
My friend Gennady Stolyarov, he wrote a book. It's called Death is Wrong. I suggest that you read it. Death is Wrong. 110,000 people die every day because of what will be in the course of a Ben Zion administration, preventable conditions of aging. And we can go beyond the 20th century ideas expressed on this panel and go beyond the 20th century methods of medicine as well. And we can put an end to death by being a little bit smarter, by using advanced technology, by putting on the big boy pants and using all of the new things that we have to build a better world and not bickering about what we can't do and talking forever. The United States, we sent people to the moon. And all of the years before, people said we could never do such a thing, and we did it. And we did it. We touched the face of God. We're going to do it again. The Futurist New Deal is a path to surviving and thriving in the 21st century. Please go to benzion2020.com. Please visit transhumanist-party.org, and thank you for your support.
Thank you. Brian Carroll.
I want to thank everyone who is here and everyone who is participating through the web. The key word for the American Solidarity Party is life. Life begins at conception, but it does not end at the border, nor should it end living on the street. There are a variety of threats to life. Climate change is a life issue. Aggressive militarism is a life issue. The American Solidarity Party values justice, racial justice, economic justice, environmental justice. Social justice, by my definition, is people who have voice and privilege, using their voice and privilege for the benefit of those who don't have voice and privilege. And in our society, nobody has less voice or privilege than the preborn. Justice only exists where laws are just, and justice never allows a few people to be privileged to the detriment of others. Justice does not benefit some while putting others in misery. Examples: private prisons, price gouging for pharmaceuticals or health insurance, debt bondage for students, arms manufacturers, big abortion, and any activity that warms our climate. In the United States, both major parties defend the continuation of these injustices because they depend on the patronage of those who benefit. We can do better. My website is briancarroll.life. The keyword is life. It's also the domain name.
Thank you. Dan Berman.
So this idea that government policies are going to make everything better for us. Imagine a car. You're sitting in a car and you're driving and you've got the parking brake on. That parking brake is government policy. Now the idea here is, well, the car can go faster if you press the gas harder, but that's going to have some cost to society. It will also go faster if you take the parking brake off. That's the idea of freedom. It works. We've seen it work. We've seen it demonstrated around the world many times. The government keeps track of how much money it has in circulation. In the United States, it's $3.5 trillion. That's a lot of money. Every year, the local, state, and federal governments will steal from us $7.5 trillion. More than twice the amount of money that's in circulation. On top of that, they've got a $24 trillion debt, which is more than 7 times the amount of money in circulation. They claim that we owe this money to the banks that they borrowed it from, even though they borrowed it for programs we will never get to use. We have to understand, these are our lives to live. And when government comes in and tells us how to live our lives, we're not living our lives anymore. We should live our own lives. We have a lot of policies here talking about healthcare and extending life. Would you rather die young and happy or old and miserable, knowing that everything that you worked for has been taken away from you all along the way? Knowing that you've had to work so hard your entire life, you never had time to spend it with your family. We have to consider that this is what freedom is really about. We have to go back to the idea that in a free world, we are free to live our lives without government interference.
Thank you. Arvin Bora.
As an educator, I've seen the most damage done to children in this country comes from government schools. And when I encourage people to homeschool, as an educator, when I work with them, they express their fears. Their number one fear is, I can't do it. I can't teach my kid at home. When the reality is that with 15, 20 hours of homework a week, you already are teaching your kid at home. You're just doing it with somebody else's broken, backwards curriculum. And when it comes to voting for third parties, the number one fear is, I might waste my vote. You already have been. Whether you voted Democrat or Republican, you've been sending our young men and women to pointless, endless wars that do nothing but create enemies. I'll end those wars, shut down foreign military bases, and bring the troops home. Whether you voted Democrat or Republican, you voted for the immoral and heinous war on drugs. You voted to lock people struggling with a health issue into government cages. I will end that practice. I will use pardons to end the war on drugs. Whether you voted Democrat or Republican, you voted for the FDA, which has made medicine more expensive, more unaffordable, and put us 10, 11 years behind. Because that's how long it takes to get something through FDA approval. We are literally, to speak to Ben's point, right now living in the past thanks to the FDA. I want to speak briefly to the Bernie supporters. You want the same thing that I want. You want college to be affordable. You want to end student debt. Your way has been tried. Government involvement in education has raised the price of college. My goal is to end government involvement in higher education and force colleges to go to lower prices so that student debt will be a thing of the past. We can keep on trusting government out of fear, or we can trust in individuals out of hope and out of our belief in liberty. My website is votevora.com. If you support us there, you'll be getting this message out to many people across the country. And if you want to learn more about our platform, it's lp.org.
Thank you, Arvin. J.R. Myers?
So I believe neither government nor technology is going to be the answer for all of our problems. I think it's the height of hubris to believe that we can conquer death through technology. For the scriptures do say it's appointed unto man once to die, and I do believe that to be true. So I don't see anything coming down that path, but I think that we can align ourselves according to issues, and so that no matter which party we belong to, we can certainly, I find tonight from the expression of the views, that we can align on different issues as needed. Political parties are really tools, or should only be tools. They should not be other idols, I guess. That's what I'm talking about here. We should cast down all the idols, shouldn't we?
Yes.
And free our minds from these tricks. But, if we don't do it, no one's going to do it for us. So we need more of these types of debates. We need free and open elections. Yes. We need to keep squawking, keep making noise. Do not be silent. Do not sit back. Do not fall asleep. Don't give in. Don't give up. We have to keep going. What else is there to do unless we're to be slaves? I say, I don't want to be a slave. I will never be a slave. I will keep fighting. I will keep speaking out. After all, our strongest weapon is our voice. So I just would encourage everyone to keep speaking to each other, speaking truth to power. Do not remain silent. Do not fall into silence. Do not fall into despair. We need hope, and we need vision. And that vision will come through these types of public debates. This is where we will refine our ideas. We don't have to assassinate each other's characters or impugn each other's intelligence or demonize each other. I want to restore civility and to restore the republic, and that's the lifeandlibertyparty.com, johnrichardmyers.com, M-Y-E-R-S, johnrichardmyers.com. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Never give up, right? Never submit. All right, Eric Gerhardt.
I believe in the Constitution wholeheartedly. I believe our forefathers bled and created something very beautiful that multiple people, millions, have fought for and died for, that shouldn't be given up, ever. Because we will never have a most perfect agreement of men of both sides to drive us forward. It's not perfect. Nothing's perfect. But just like I came up here scared, I had mistakes, I'd rather come up here and make mistakes and fail and be better tomorrow, as everybody across America should. Try and fail. You'll be better for it. As long as you want to do better, that's all that matters. And that's what America should be, and that's how I feel. God bless America. Come on.
Well, thank you. What an honor to have all of you here today in this room. And first and foremost, I want to thank the Free and Equal Elections team all out there. Please. for their tireless efforts to make this debate happen. Without you, Free and Equal and Open the Debate's vision would be just a dream. I'm sorry, a vision would be just that, a dream, untouchable. Never, I got a little teary, so it was hard to read for a moment, and never brought to fruition. Because of you, history is being made today, right here in this room. Secondly, I thank the audience. Thank you, all of you, by choosing to tune in and open your minds to the idea presented by this diverse set of candidates who are actively breaking the toxic status quo and casting aside the veil which seeks to divide us. No words could ever express the gratitude that I feel. My intention is to show you through my actions. I promise that I will fight for our freedom by your sides tirelessly and never back down, even in the face of the fiercest of opposition. Thank you, candidates, for participating in our open presidential debate. We are so grateful to our co-host, Eli Beckerman, the founder of Open the Debates. Please. And all of our sponsors here today, watching today, supporting us. This is the kickoff for our series of presidential debates. That's our goal. And our 2020 United We Stand Tour, which is sponsored by Thrive Fest Hawaii, Heartland Communities, Earth Week, Sister Winds Festival, Freedom Rising Convergence, and Tribal Vision. For updates on our events and upcoming information, also our upcoming, that is, blockchain election assistant app, which will transform our voting system and bring about political transparency. You can sign up to freeandequal.org or follow us on social media. I follow this musician by the name of Nako Bear, and one of his words that really resonates with me is saying in his song, "I believe in the good things coming." And boy, do I. We will see through this illusion that the system has created that we will rise above and shape our future for the greatest good of the American people. The moment you give up, you become a part of the problem.
Yes.
That is what the corrupt system wants. People who will comply no matter the cost. This is not an option. We must refuse. We must fight. It's time to put our differences aside and unite, that we can agree on far more issues than not. The whole world is watching us. And when we rise together here in the United States, everyone will follow. It is time to come together and bring about peaceful, compassionate solutions throughout the United States of America. So, on that note, that is the end of my speech. I guess it's, yeah. Following the second debate tonight that we have from 6:30 to 10, there will be an after party at Kitty O'Shea's Irish Pub and Restaurant downstairs here at the Hilton, so you're all welcome to go there. We'll have some live music from Dakota Mucky, one of our United We Stand artists, Josiah Helland. And so that'll be beautiful, and we invite you to come down there and let the networking and conversations continue. The approval voting poll, please go to freeandequal.org. I've been told the approval voting poll is there. Go, I've been kind of doing that in the debate and making sure it's a lot going on, but go there and vote for your favorite candidate or your favorite candidates, because you can actually vote for multiple ones under approval voting. And those votes count up, and the one that's count together, and the highest one wins. So please go to freeandequal.org and be a part of that approval voting poll that's sponsored by Center for Election Science. Thanks for your support. Finally, a heartfelt request. If you want to see more debates, you want to see this evolve into a tour, have I turned down big money? Yes, over and over and over and over again, because this movement is not for sale. And sure, it has been, right? Thank you. It is not for sale. And so if you're able to help support this debate, we've had a lot of as it can be in Chicago, unexpected costs that have hit us, but we're here. The debate has happened. I think the candidates that have personally and their donors and individuals of various parties that have helped to support this debate, if you as an individual can give 100, 200, a couple, or even more, that'll help us really cross the finish line and roll into a flow of a debate tour. So for all of our individuals out there on freenequal.org, I tell you that, again, the people-powered movement, we cannot do this without you. We want to and plan to evolve this into a presidential tour, potentially collaborating with our United We Stand tour, of which the final stop will present. That is, the final stop of the United We Stand tour will present our presidential debate, which is where we will launch our blockchain election assistant app. Thank you. So if you want more, thank you. So if you want more information, please go to freenequal.org. And I really appreciate, again, Hilton Chicago, the team, thank you so much for all of you, the cameramen, going really beyond, out of your way to really help make this a reality. Our production team as well, Adam Moreau, Jared Pesci. So thanks to the whole team here that's here on the ground today. Have a great evening. We will have a break now. It's just at 5:30. At 6 o'clock, all of the candidates from this debate and the next one, we're going to squeeze up on this stage and we're going to have one question. Everybody has 1 minute to answer that question together in unity, all 18 questions. See you at 6 p.m.
and the Secretary of State of the United States, Mr. Michael R. Pompeo.
Well, welcome, everyone. I want to thank Ambassador Curry for your leadership in the Office of Global Women's Issues here at State Department, for helping us to execute President Trump's Women's Global Development and Prosperity Initiative. Thank you, Madam First Lady, for joining us here today. Your presence here shines a brighter light on our honorees and gives tremendous lift to our collective effort to encourage, support, and honor women all around the globe who are doing good things. We're here today to meet and congratulate the women who are on stage with us, the 2020 International Women of Courage Award winners. It's my honor to host all of you here and to be with you. Thank you for joining us. Last month, I took my first trip as Secretary of State to Sub-Saharan Africa. Susan joined me on the trip. We visited Senegal, Angola, and Ethiopia. In each country, we had a real privilege, an opportunity to meet with women who were launching businesses and community initiatives within their countries that were aimed at addressing challenges that the people of their nation face. Challenges such as global instability, sporadic internet service, lacking a skilled workforce. One young woman in Ethiopia shared how her enthusiasm for fledgling business growth was dashed. It was proving nearly impossible for her to find land and a structure to relocate her manufacturing operation, things that included basics like electricity and water, things that we take for granted in other places in the world. She persevered and now employs 40 people and exports artisanal products all across Europe. Another young woman taught herself how to code at the age of 9 by watching YouTube videos. Today, she's a partner at an investment firm, helping to empower and train entrepreneurs all across the world. Look, she's clearly intellectually gifted, but her successful start meant that she had to also aggressively pursue her own path forward. We also had the opportunity when we were in Riyadh to meet with women business leaders. These are women in business. They are starting businesses, and they are involved in their community in amazing new ways. And they're doing this all the while advocating and implementing fundamental changes to their societies. Women are integrating into the workforce and holding positions that were not imaginable even a few years ago. Women are driving, women are attending leisure time events, and this change has come swiftly. When we asked one of the businesswomen how the men in her family were responding to these changes, she said, "It's great, my brother told me he was sick of driving me around." They all are rooting for great things. We're rooting for great things. We know these women will accomplish them. Look, these are a series of stories that have plain truth contained within them. First, that women are enjoying the freedom of trying, failing, and succeeding in greater numbers in many, many corners of the world. Second, women want to be less of a discussion issue or a trend, and instead want more real opportunities to lead business and to be involved in their communities as leaders. And finally, the world needs women who continue to be willing to take risks and summon courage. And unquestionably, today's awardees are doing just that. This morning, you're going to get to meet some amazing people. Attorneys protecting basic rights in difficult places, journalists exposing corruption, activists ending the horror of female genital mutilation. We will also meet fighters for religious freedom and peacemakers in some of the most dangerous parts of the world. The women up here are all different, no two the same, but they share a deep belief in the fundamental dignity of every human being. Amin Akuliani is a survivor of the Assad regime's torture campaign. She was imprisoned for 6 months in Syria for a simple act of being engaged in peaceful activism, forced from her home and then her country Living under constant threat as a refugee, she continues to actively be engaged in advocating for human rights, for democracy, and for peace in her country. Today we also honor Sare Saoutabai, formerly a medical doctor. She was separated from her family, tortured, imprisoned, and faced execution because of her courage to simply speak the truth. She was one of the first victims to speak publicly about the Chinese Communist Party's repression of Muslim minorities. She bravely provided accounts of Xinjiang's internment camps and continues to inspire other former detainees and family members to come forward and tell their stories to the world. These two women and 10 others on this stage are faces of courage who humble and inspire us all. Now, not all women go through the same hardships we'll hear about this morning, but my wife Susan and I, Susan's with me here this morning, she reminds me of the courageous women that we all know. They're our neighbors, they're our friends, they're our colleagues. Every time I talk about this, Susan reminds me of the fact that my grandma, Grace, who grew up helping her dad tend cattle and doing farm chores in Beloit, Kansas, married my grandpa on October 14th, 1914 at 6:30 a.m. in the morning because he wanted to be at work on time. I did not pull that stunt on Susan. Grandma Grace cooked. She did laundry. She tended a huge garden. She was the PTA president 4 times. She led multiple Girl Scout troops. She was a precinct committee woman. She made almost all of her children's clothing. And when Grandpa won his campaign for sheriff, she worried. She took a paying job so that the kids were all able to go to school and have clothes, and began taking care of many of her grandchildren before all 10 kids were out of the house. And during World War II, she and Grandpa took airmen into the home who were working at a nearby airstrip. She did all this and more with no heat, no plumbing, no indoor plumbing, not much money. Undoubtedly, there were days she couldn't put one foot in front of the other. This kind of courage is exemplified in families all across the world by women who are leading and who are taking on difficult challenges. We all know women like this, women who overcome adversity each day, who have faced fears and confronted wrongs. We need to honor these women every day, women of courage who are on the stage, and all of the women around the world who are engaged in this excellent activity that is so important for our families, for our governments, and for our world. And now I want you to meet someone who isn't an everyday woman, but rather someone that is known in all corners of the world. The first event she hosted at the White House after her husband's inauguration was for International Women's Day. She traveled solo to 4 countries in Africa, meeting with children and families. 2 years ago, she launched the Be Best Awareness Campaign, an effort to support the well-being of our youth. She represents our country with enormous warmth and elegance and grace to hundreds of world leaders abroad and at the White House. We've seen her at the president's side, consoling Americans at times of tremendous loss and tragedy. We spotted her on the tarmac at 2 a.m. to welcome home returning American hostages. And we've seen her face light up when she's hugging children around the world and here at home. And while I'm guessing that she is happiest being called Barron's mom, please join me in welcoming the First Lady of the United States of America, Melania Trump.
Good morning. Thank you, Secretary Poppea. It is an honor to be here again to celebrate these inspiring women and the incredible impacts they are making through the work they have dedicated themselves to all over the world. In my 4th year attending this ceremony, I continue to be inspired by the personal stories that accompany each of these extraordinary women. Some demonstrate raw courage in fact of true terror, and all of them speak to the strength and determination of a brave women everywhere. As First Lady of the United States, I'm proud of what this country continues to do for women. And I'm honored to represent a nation that not only recognizes women around the world who are making a difference internationally, but empowers and support them in their endeavors so they can affect positive change for others. A few weeks ago, I was awarded the Women of Distinction Award at Palm Beach Atlantic University for the efforts surrounding my Be Best initiative. The event brought together students and women leaders who have dedicated themselves to helping others and making a positive impact in their communities. While my initiative is guarded towards children, I believe it ties nicely into the accomplishments of women who share the stage with me today. Without positive support, guidance, and well-being, which are just some of the attributes today's children need, they will not enter adulthood with the empathy and strength needed to help others as selflessly as these women here today. Throughout history, women have made lasting impacts on society, and these women represent the strength of the female spirit. Each of them have demonstrated acts of courage and leadership, often at risk to their own personal safety. These are the faces of the true heroism. This Sunday, we will celebrate International Women's Day, another opportunity to recognize the work of women throughout history and the world. In the United States, women are playing vital roles in society. They are mothers, wives, doctors, CEOs, and elected officials, to name just a few. Under this administration, we have seen the unemployment rate for women reach the lowest level in almost 70 years. And last year, women filled over 70% of all the new jobs added. This is a big step forward for women and their vital contributions to the workplace. We are here to honor a quality that all of the women on stage possess, and that is courage. Courage is something that is not easily taught and is closely tied with bravery, humility, and sacrifice. Throughout history, individuals who make the greatest impact on society and create the most change are all remembered for their acts of courage, and it is these acts that leave people inspired. Today is my great privilege to recognize women who have achieved remarkable success. They are human rights advocates in some of the most dangerous of parts of the world, and they have pushed through gender-based stereotypes to serve the greater good. These courageous women nurture and serve the lives of the powerless and forgotten within their communities. They are role models to the next generation. Through their work, they empower women everywhere, and I'm grateful for their work and dedication to positive change. I want to thank the State Department and the Office of Global Women's Issues for all the work they are doing in the pursuit of a world that is more free and prosperous. I look forward to today's celebration. God bless you, your families, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Thank you to Secretary Pompeo and First Lady Melania Trump for their wonderful remarks. We will now move on to the awards portion of the ceremony. The Secretary and First Lady will present the award to each of the women as I call their name and read a brief overview of their impressive accomplishments. We would appreciate if you could hold your applause until I finish reading the citation for each individual. Zarifa Ghaffari of Afghanistan. After successfully launching and operating a women-focused radio station, Zarifa became the first mayor of Medan Shar in conservative Wardak province in Afghanistan, and at the age of 26. She is being honored for defying death, threats, and showing that a woman can lead, even in conservative and conflict-affected Afghanistan, and for inspiring women and girls across the country. Zarifa, please join the Secretary and First Lady. Thank you. Lucy Kacharian of Armenia. As a dedicated journalist, Lucy is being honored for raising awareness and leading a movement against gender-based violence, championing the rights of children with mental health issues, and emerging as a leading voice fighting discrimination against women and children. Lucy, please join the Secretary and the First Lady. Shala Humbatova of Azerbaijan. A dedicated human rights lawyer, Shala is being honored for her work defending fundamental freedoms in Azerbaijan, including for marginalized groups, and being a strong advocate for her clients in politically sensitive cases, despite significant personal and professional risk. Jimena Galarza of Bolivia. A journalist with over 25 years of experience, Jimena risked her career and her freedom to expose election fraud. She is being honored for her work to support democracy and expose corruption, electoral fraud, and violations of democratic freedoms in her country. Claire Ouadrago of Burkina Faso. Claire is the president of Sangma Association for Women's Development. She is being honored for her visionary efforts and leadership to promote positive solutions to eliminate female genital mutilation and cutting, and her role in empowering women in rural areas, even as Burkina Faso has descended into a state of ongoing insecurity. Sergil Sopbai. Born in the Ala Kazakh Autonomous Prefecture of Xinjiang and now living in Sweden, Sergil is being honored for her bravery in standing up against the oppression of the Chinese Communist regime and not backing down from her commitment to others. Sergil became one of the first victims in the world to speak publicly about the repressive campaign against Muslims and ethnic minorities in Xinjiang, and her testimony was among the first evidence to reach and spark an international response. Susanna Liu of Malaysia. Susanna is being honored for her selfless dedication to fight on behalf of members of religious minorities who've disappeared in Malaysia or face persecution for their beliefs. She has endured police harassment and death threats, but has never stopped actively pursuing justice, including on behalf of her husband, Christian pastor Raymond Koh, who was abducted in 2017. Amaya Copens of Nicaragua. Amaya is one of the leaders of the 19th of April student movement in Nicaragua. She was abducted by Nicaraguan police from her residence after participating in a peaceful protest. We honor her today for her strength and tenacity in standing up for justice and against the Sandinista government and the violent repressive tactics of its security forces, as well as her acts of kindness and generosity on behalf of mothers of political prisoners who were on hunger strike. Jalila Haider of Pakistan. Known as the Iron Lady of Balochistan, Jalila is a human rights attorney who is being honored for not only strengthening opportunities for women and children, but also for taking up the cause of other vulnerable communities in Pakistan. Amina Kulani of Syria. A survivor of the Assad regime's detention and torture centers, Amina is being honored for her fearless dedication to helping the families of forcibly disappeared Syrians and as a founding member of Families for Freedom, a women-led organization launched in 2017 by families whose loved ones had been detained and disappeared in Syria. Yasmin Al-Qadi of Yemen. Yasmin is being honored for her work fostering support for women displaced by conflict and to change social norms to empower women's meaningful participation in civil society and the UN-led peace process in Yemen. She and her sister established the Marib Girls Foundation in 2017, which advances efforts to combat the recruitment of child soldiers and foster support for women displaced by the ongoing conflict in Yemen. Dr. Rita Nyampinga of Zimbabwe. A steadfast human rights defender and activist, Rita is being honored for her protection of and respect for the rights of prisoners, especially women in detention, and for fighting for a fair and just legal system in Zimbabwe. Please join me in again congratulating all of our award winners today. Zarifa Ghaffari of Afghanistan to the lectern to deliver brief remarks on behalf of our group of awardees.
Madam First Lady, dear Ms. Trump, dear Mr. Secretary Pompeo, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear citizens of United States of America and the world, dear brave women of Afghanistan and brave women of the world, wherever you are fighting for the rights of women at this every time. It's truly an honor to be with you today and the presence of so many amazing women leaders from Bolivia to Burkina Faso and from Syria to Malaysia. Before I even begin, I want to thank everyone around the world who have fought for women's empowerment. It was not so long ago that most women were considered property, and sadly, in some part of the world, it's still the same. Throughout the modern era, there has been one global leader in the fight for women's rights, and that's the United States of America. To the American people, to the American government, let me say thank you. Thank you for all of you have done to improve conditions for women around the world. Thank you for the honor to speak to you today on behalf of my fellow awardees. It's humbling to be honored today alongside heroes like Amina Kulani, Rita Nyampinga, and Emea Coppens, whom were imprisoned for their activism. Heroes like Lucy Kochorian, and who launched a movement against sexual harassment in Armenia. Heroes like Jalila Haidar, who despite threats has worked tirelessly to protect ethnic minorities in Pakistan. My name is Zarifa Ghaffari. Actually, I'm not a hero. I'm just the mayor of Maidan Shahr, a city in southern side of capital. It's a conservative place, a place where men aren't used to seeing women in possession of authority, a place where some men resist women in authority. When I start my job, the men at the municipal office refused to acknowledge me and my authority. A mob came and chased me away. They thought that was the end of that. But I came back. I came back and I stood my ground. A few years ago, I would not have expected that they would ever hear me and my voice. Now, I'm ever listened and to be treated with full of respect. In the news, the women of Afghanistan are often seen as victims, and it is true that women have been bearing the brunt of war. But we have other stories to tell about women who fought and fighting for their rights and do not give up. Like example, in the 1920s, Soraya Tarzi became the Queen Consort of Afghanistan. It was about the time when women here in the United States achieved an amendment of the Constitution that granted them the right to vote. Soraya campaigned for women's rights and education. I have no nostalgia for monarchy, but Soraya was a role model. I think of her whenever I'm frustrated and when people tell me, give up, Zarifa, leave this office, stay at home, take care of your family matters. Whatever we women of worth may have already achieved, let us not take it for granted. It could be taken back from if we are not vigilant and strong. When I walk around in Wardak province, I know that other girls and women look at me and definitely will say, I am smart, why I can do whatever Zarifa is doing. I'm sure they will definitely say. I would like to thank the United States of America and the Afghan government, especially respected President Dr. Mohammad Ashraf Ghani and his wife, respected Ms. Rula Ghani, for standing with our women and for taking women empowerment seriously. It can contribute to peace and stability. Women of my generation have not forgotten the reign of the Taliban, and we are, as always, worried for the future. Therefore, let me ask for your continued support to ensure that Afghan peace process does not erase the gains that have been made since the dark days of the Taliban regime. Good luck, love, and respect to all of you. Remember us, and God bless you all.
I have the best job. Thank you. Zarifa, and thank you. As I've gotten to know these women, every day this week, I'm just in awe of them. They keep us going here in our office. And so I really thank you for delivering those courageous remarks on behalf of our group of awardees this year. I hope that we'll all take those words as a call to action to redouble our own efforts to promote women's empowerment around the world. Now, I would like to invite my wonderful colleague, Assistant Secretary Marie Royce, to the lectern.
Good morning, esteemed guests. Thank you, Mrs. Trump, Secretary Pompeo, and Ambassador Curry for your leadership and support of the International Women of Courage. On behalf of the Bureau of Educational and Cultural Affairs, or ECA, I have the great pleasure of joining you to celebrate this year's remarkable awardees. The International Women of Courage not only received this prestigious award, but they also participate in an ECA exchange program called the International Visitor Leadership Program, or IVLP, which is celebrating its 80th anniversary this year. After this week in Washington, the awardees will travel across the United States to meet with their American counterparts. At ECA, we move people to move ideas. From Jackson, Mississippi, to Tulsa, Oklahoma, to my hometown of Los Angeles, California, these outstanding women of courage will engage with Americans to move ideas and develop innovative solutions to our shared global challenges. I'd like to share a story regarding an alumna, Melaboho Molefe of Botswana. A rising professional basketball player, Melaboho became a wheelchair user after a brutal attack. She has since dedicated her life to advocating for survivors of gender-based violence. During her IVLP, she traveled to Denver, Colorado, where she met with local lawmakers and the police department, and they discussed state and federal laws protecting victims of gender-based violence. Inspired by her IVLP, Melaboho continues her work in Botswana, where she now works with her government to strengthen laws that protect other victims. And this is just one story of how ECA empowers women both in the United States and also abroad. Now to the awardees. As you prepare to travel to 14 cities in all regions across the United States, know that the people of the United States, American people, share your vision for positive change. We support your continued efforts. And after you return to your countries, you will be a member of a global network of over 2 million ECA alumni who have participated, yes, thank you. 2 million ECA alumni who have participated in our exchange programs and support you. Congratulations again to each of you. And now I'd like to invite the participants, the awardees, to take a class photo with Secretary Pompeo and Mrs. Trump. Thank you.
Thank you all for coming. It concludes our ceremony. Please, can everyone please remain seated until the Secretary and the First Lady have departed?
I can't say it more forcefully. We really need a clear understanding as to what is going on, what our president is agreeing to, and what our strategy is on a number of issues. Last week, President Trump held a summit with Vladimir Putin, someone who has violated the most fundamental international norms through his efforts to annex Crimea, has interfered with elections, including our own, has supported the brutal Assad regime in Syria, has used chemical weapons to poison a Russian agent and his daughter in the United Kingdom, has occupied portions of Georgia, continues to violate the INF Treaty, has reportedly hacked U.S. utilities. The list goes on, and you know the list. In the face of these hostilities, in the summit's aftermath, we saw an American president who appeared submissive and deferential. We've heard that some agreements were reached, but as of yet have little idea what those might be, even though the president has already extended an invitation to Putin to come to Washington to discuss the implementation, quote, quote, of these undefined agreements. The president also recently met with North Korean leader Kim Jong-un, one of the most ruthless leaders on the planet, who has continued to develop nuclear weapons and ballistic missiles that could hit the United States, has executed his half-brother with poison in Malaysia, and reportedly killed his uncle back home, has essentially murdered an American college student, and has enslaved millions of his own people. 1 in 10 North Koreans are living in slavery today, and 1 in 5 children are stunted due to malnutrition. In the face of these realities, the president has called him very talented and that he loves his people. Really? At the recent NATO summit, the president not only pushed NATO member countries to dedicate more of their budgets to defense, a goal we all share. He went on to berate them, question the very premise of NATO, and in my opinion, use false information to turn public opinion in the United States against the alliance. He even went so far as to cast doubt on the United States' willingness to enforce Article 5 of the NATO treaty. We want to know if this is real or just another off-the-cuff statement. And the confronting of our partners goes beyond traditional security and extends to the economic space as well. I know you're aware of my strong feelings about the administration's abuse of its authorities in using Section 232 to implement tariffs in the name of national security. So far, we have zero clarity from the administration as to what the end game is on the Trump-Pence tariffs, which in reality are a massive tax increase on American consumers and businesses. And now the administration appears ready to offer welfare to farmers who would rather have trade than aid. As you know, senators have gone to the White House in groups to discuss these actions, and not a single person that I'm aware of has left those meetings with the sense that there's a coherent strategy driving these policies. The administration tells us, don't worry, be patient, there's a strategy here, but from where we sit, it appears that in a ready, fire, aim fashion, the White House is waking up every morning and making it up as they go. This is the first in a series of hearings we will hold in coming weeks dealing with the troubling dynamic I've described, one in which we are antagonizing our friends and placating those who clearly wish us ill. This series will deal specifically with Russia as perhaps the most troubling example of this emerging reality. I hope that in your position you will do all in your power to provide us with the answers we need today, and as we move forward in our future hearings. I look forward to your testimony, and I want to thank you again for being with us and for the many outstanding people you're bringing on to the State Department to work with you. With that, I'll turn to Senator Menendez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me start by saying I applaud you for making this the first of a series of rigorous oversight hearings on Russia. The committee's gone for about a year without a full committee hearing on either Russia or North Korea, so I appreciate your leadership in this regard. And now it seems to have taken a three-ring circus of a debacle of a meeting with President Putin, a walk back of whether the president trusts his own intelligence officials, the suggestion that it might be even okay for a U.S. diplomat to be interrogated by Russian intelligence, and a reality TV summit that was little more than a photo op with a brutal dictator to merit one hearing with the Secretary of State. Having said that, Mr. Secretary, welcome and thank you for your service to our country. The members of this committee are strongly supportive of strategic, well-crafted diplomacy to advance America's foreign policy interests. Unfortunately, all we've come to expect is a saber-rattling president who embraces and provides legitimacies to some of the world's most notorious bad actors, and who denigrates our closest allies whose sons and daughters have gone to war alongside Americans. We've not seen any substantive deals or strategies that put Americans or American national security first. We've seen our president look weak as he stands beside our adversaries and intends to roll out the red carpet at the White House. I hear that's postponed till January, but nonetheless, to invite Putin to the White House, a thug who is actively trying to undermine our elections. Well, Mr. Secretary, we in this body are taking heed of our intelligence and law enforcement officials and working to protect our country from the flashing red lights of ongoing Russian aggression. Senator Graham and I and others plan to introduce legislation in the coming days to ensure we have the toughest tools to go after Russian bad actors. As of this moment, we find ourselves in an unimaginable situation. The American people, elected officials in this body, and members of the President's own cabinet have heard more about the meeting in Helsinki from Putin and his associates than from our President. We know that the Kremlin state-run media operations have a dubious commitment to the truth, but we don't know what the truth is because nobody else was in the room where it happened. The American people expect, and I believe they deserve to know, what happened. I also have serious questions about the summit in Singapore that took place nearly 2 months ago. In that time, we have yet to hear or see anything that provides us with real confidence that North Korea, as the President gloated, quote, no longer poses a threat to the United States, or that we have a coherent strategy to achieve a verifiable denuclearization agreement. We've only seen a vague agreement of promises to make more promises, but of weaker commitments than North Korea has previously made. The United States and North Korea seem to remain far apart on even basic issues such as the definition of denuclearization. In fact, over the past 18 months under this administration's watch, North Korea has perfected its intercontinental ballistic missiles and tested its largest nuclear detonation rather than any verifiable steps to dismantle their program. It seems Kim Jong-un got everything he wanted in Singapore, including international recognition and the suspension of U.S. military exercises. Now, this week's reports of dismantlement at a launching station may be good news, but it may simply be a signal that North Korea has completed all the testing it needs to. Frankly, the Singapore agreement seems more the art of concessions than the art of the deal, and we are weaker for it. Last week, Russia and China blocked a U.S. request to impose penalties on sanctions violations, calling our maximum pressure posture into question. As you know, I've introduced bipartisan oversight legislation along with Senator Gardner to provide the sort of support and guidance that this diplomatic effort needs and exercise the oversight responsibility Congress owes to the American people. Goals that you previously laid out before this committee are incorporated. Finally, let me raise one more deeply alarming issue that broke this week. I understand that despite its ability to stop this ridiculous notion, the State Department is about to allow internet posting of do-it-yourself 3D printable firearm blueprints. Why on earth would the Trump administration make it easier for terrorists and gunmen to produce undetectable plastic guns? I remain deeply concerned by the administration's incoherent and contradictory views. We need comprehensive strategies across the world because the result of the lack thereof is chaos and confusion, or even worse. I recognize the President considers himself to be a masterful deal maker and a very stable genius. But we need to call the President's statements out for what they are. At this point, I find them to be misleading and untruthful. So I look forward to your testimony to find out what the truth really is. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Secretary, we welcome you again. And if you could summarize your comments. If you have any written materials you'd like to enter the record, we will do so. And with that, we look forward to your testimony.
Good afternoon, Chairman Corker, Ranking Member Menendez, and distinguished members. Thank you for the opportunity to be with you today. During my confirmation hearing, you asked me to work on a host of world problems. And for 12 weeks, I've been doing just that. I hope we'll get a chance to talk about each of those today. In the last few weeks, I've engaged in 3 areas of particular interest to this committee: North Korea, NATO, and Russia. On the subject of Russia, I want to bring something to your attention right off the bat today. Today, the Trump administration is releasing what we're calling the Crimea Declaration. I won't read the whole thing. I will submit it for the record. It's been publicly released as well. But one part reads as follows, quote, "The United States calls on Russia to respect the principles to which it has long claimed to adhere and to end its occupation of Crimea," end of quote. I want to assure this committee that the United States does not and will not recognize the Kremlin's purported annexation of Crimea. We stand together with allies, partners, and the international community in our commitment to Ukraine and its territorial integrity. There will be no relief of Crimea-related sanctions until Russia returns control of the Crimean Peninsula to Ukraine. This Crimea Declaration formalizes United States policy of non-recognition. There's another indicator of diplomatic progress I want to mention. This morning, Pastor Andrew Brunson, who was in prison in Turkey for nearly 2 years, has been let out of jail at Bucha. He's still under house arrest, so our work is not done. But it's welcome progress, one that many of you have been engaged in, something the State Department has been working on diligently as well. We will continue to work for the speedy return of all Americans unjustly held captive abroad. President Trump will never forget about our own. Our diplomacy on these issues is advancing the goals of President Trump's national security strategy, which laid down guiding principles for American foreign policy in December. In late April, I started executing on the strategy as Secretary of State, and today, on July 1st, here we are, and I want to present you some progress. The national security strategy established protecting the American people, the homeland, and the American way of life as the pillars of our national security. On July 17th, President Trump stated his firm conviction that diplomacy and engagement are preferable to conflict and hostility. These principles have guided our actions on North Korea. President Trump's diplomacy de-escalated a situation in which the prospect for conflict was rising daily. Americans are safer because of his actions. As far as the Trump administration's goals on North Korea are concerned, nothing's changed. Our objective remains the final, fully verified denuclearization of North Korea as agreed to by Chairman Kim Jong-un. As a follow-up to President's successful summit with Chairman Kim, on July 5th, I traveled to North Korea to make progress on the commitments that were made in Singapore. We're engaged in patient diplomacy, but we will not let this drag out to no end. I emphasize this position in the productive discussions I had with Vice Chairman Kim Young-chol. President Trump remains upbeat about the prospects for North Korean denuclearization. Progress is happening. We need Chairman Kim Jong-un to follow through on his commitments that he made in Singapore. Until North Korea eliminates its weapons of mass destruction, our sanctions and those at the United Nations will remain in effect. Multiple UN Security Council resolutions require North Korea to eliminate all of its weapons of mass destruction and ballistic missile programs. Those resolutions were passed unanimously, and they remain binding. We absolutely need every single nation to maintain the enforcement of those sanctions to which every nation is committed. The path ahead is not easy, but our hopes for a safer world and a brighter future for North Korea endure. The national security strategy also calls for peace through strength. President Trump's engagement on NATO has resulted in greater burden sharing that will strengthen the entire alliance against myriad conventional and unconventional threats. Allies have spent more than $40 billion in increased defense spending since 2016, and there will be hundreds of billions of dollars more in the years ahead. Last year's $14.4 billion in new spending was a 5.1% increase. It was the largest in a generation. 8 allies will meet the 2% this year. 18 are on track to do so by 24. The Trump administration is demanding that every country make its own commitment. NATO will remain an indispensable pillar of American national security. We know weakness provokes our enemies, but strength and cohesion protect us. The more every NATO member contributes, the better the alliance can fulfill its mission of deterring threats to each of our nations. This is the increased commitment that the President wants. From the outset of this administration, the National Defense Strategy and the Russia Integrated Strategy, our approach has been the same: to steadily raise the cost of aggression until Vladimir Putin chooses a less confrontational foreign policy while keeping the door open for dialogue in our national interest. Between our two nations, the United States and Russia possess over 90% of the world's nuclear weapons. President Trump believes that two great nuclear powers should not have a contentious relationship. This is not just in our interest, but in the interest of the whole world. He strongly believes that now is the time for direct communication in our relationship in order to make clear to President Putin that there is the possibility, however remote it might be, to reverse the negative course of our relationship. Otherwise, the administration will continue imposing tough actions against Russia in response to its malign activities. We can't make progress on issues of mutual concern unless we're talking about them. I've heard many of you on this panel say that for years and years. I'm referring to key issues like stopping terrorism, obtaining peace in Ukraine, stopping the civil war in Syria and delivering humanitarian assistance, ensuring security for Israel, and shutting down all of Iran's malign activity. And on the subject of Iran, President Trump has said that Iran is not the same country it was 5 months ago. That's because our campaign of financial pressure, our withdrawal from the nuclear deal, and our full-throated support for the Iranian people, which I articulated in a speech this past Sunday, are having an impact. In Helsinki, we sought to explore whether Russia was interested in improving our relationship, but made clear that the ball is in Russia's court. We defended America's fundamental strategic interests in Syria and Ukraine, and I personally made clear to the Russians that there will be severe consequences for interference in our democratic processes. I would also add that President Trump is well aware of the challenges that Russia poses to the United States and our partners and allies. He's taken a staggering number of actions to protect our interests. As just a few pieces of proof, I'd like to cite the following: 213 sanctions on Russian entities and individuals in the Trump administration, 60 Russian spies expelled from the United States of America, and the closure of Russia's consulate in Seattle in response to Russia's chemical weapons use in the United Kingdom, the closure of Russia's consulate in San Francisco, cutting U.S. diplomatic staffing by Russia by almost 70%. 150 military exercises have been led or participated in Europe this year alone. More than $11 billion have been put forward for the European Defense Initiative. We made defensive weapons available to Ukraine and to Georgia. And just last week, the Department of Defense, this is after Helsinki, added an additional $200 million in security cooperation funds to Ukraine. None of this happened for the 8 years that preceded President Trump. It's not enough for you. There's a long list. I'm happy to go through them. I'm guessing sometime today I'll get that opportunity. I look forward to it. Finally, I want you to know President Trump has stated that he accepts our intelligence community's conclusion that Russia meddled in the 2016 election. He has a complete and proper understanding of what happened. I know. I briefed him on it for over a year. This is perfectly clear to me personally. I am also certain he deeply respects the difficult and dangerous work that our patriots in the intelligence community do every single day, and I know that he feels the same way about the amazing people that work at the United States Department of State. Thank you, Chairman Corker.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The Secretary of Staff has asked that we absolutely stay to the 7-minute deal, so if we could not ask 5-part questions and end at 6:58, if you could give the respondent time to answer within the 7 minutes too, I'd appreciate it. With that, I'll defer to Senator Menendez. I'll withhold my time for interjections along the way. Senator Menendez.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary, when the President meets alone with President Putin, it allows the Kremlin-sponsored state media and the Russian Ministry of Defense to provide more information, at least from their perspective, not only to the American people, but sometimes it seems to the members of the President's own cabinet. So I'd like to ask you some questions to get to understand what actually happened. Has the President told you what he and President Putin discussed in their 2-hour closed-door meeting in Helsinki? You could put your microphone on.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. The presidents have a prerogative to choose who's in meetings or not. I'm confident you've had private one-on-one meetings in your life as well. You've chosen that setting as the most efficient way to...
I just asked you a simple question. Did you...
You
can't eat up my 7 minutes, Mr. Secretary. Did he tell you whether or not what happened in those 2 hours?
Yes, Senator. The predicate of your question implied some notion that there was something improper about having a one-on-one meeting. I completely disagree with the premise of your question.
I didn't ask you a predicate. I asked you a simple question. I hope we're going to get through it. Did he tell you what transpired in the 2-hour meeting?
I've had a number of conversations with President Trump about what transpired in the meeting. I was also present when he and President Putin both gave us a sense of what they discussed in the meeting that followed immediately after.
Did you have
I've also
access-
had the chance to speak with Sergei Lavrov twice about the Russian view on what takes place. I think I have a pretty complete understanding
Good.
of what
Did
took place
Did you
in that
speak
meeting.
to the translator who was at that meeting?
No, I haven't.
Have you seen any of her notes?
Senator, I've been in lots of meetings. I've had lots of note takers and lots of translators. I've never relied on the work that they did
Did the
for me to
president
understand what
discuss?
took place in that meeting, and it does not need to be
Did the
done
president
here
discuss?
and won't be.
Did the president discuss relaxing U.S. Sanctions on Russia, including CAATSA sanctions?
Senator, the U.S. policy with respect to sanctions remains completely unchanged.
So the president did not, is what you're telling me, that, I ask a very specific question.
Yes,
Did
Senator,
the
I can give you a
president
very
tell
specific
you that
answer.
he discussed relaxing Russia sanctions or not? Yes or no?
Senator, presidents are entitled to have private meetings. I'm telling you what U.S. policy is. I came here today.
No, but you told me that he
Yes.
had a conversation
That's
with
right.
you in which he told you what transpired. I think the nation and so all of us who are policy makers deserve to know so that we can fashion policy accordingly. Did he
Senator-
tell Putin that I'll release or ultimately relax sanctions?
Senator, what you need to conduct your role, your appropriate role, I will provide you today. That is United States policy with respect to the issues you request. You asked me about U.S. policy with respect to sanctions, and I can confirm to you that no commitment has been made to change those policies in any way.
Did the president at this meeting call upon President Putin to withdraw from Crimea and eastern Ukraine?
Senator, I began my statement today with the United States government's policy.
I understand the
with respect to
declaration. I
Crimea.
welcome it. I'm glad that it seems like we had to do a lot of effort to get there. But the question is, when he had a chance, did he confront Putin and say, we don't recognize your annexation of Crimea, we don't recognize your continuing hostilities in eastern Ukraine, and there's consequences for that?
Senator, the President was very clear with Vladimir Putin about U.S. positions. They're the U.S. positions that are the Trump administration's positions, and he spoke about them very firmly and clearly when he met with Vladimir Putin.
And that, he told you that?
Senator, I'm telling you what he had a conversation with Vladimir Putin about, and I'm telling you what U.S. policy is today. I understand, Senator, I understand the game that you're playing. I
No,
get
no,
it.
you know, Mr.
I
Secretary,
do. I get
with
it.
all due respect,
Yeah,
I don't
get it.
appreciate you characterizing my questions. My questions is to get to the truth. We don't know what the truth is.
You do.
And the only way that we will know what the truth is, what transpired in those 2 hours, in a highly amazing period of time to spend alone, one-on-one, is by understanding at least that if you were briefed by the president, what he told you. I don't think that's unfair to know, to understand what policy is. Let me ask you this. Did the president say they were going to change our force structure in Syria?
Senator, presidents are permitted to have conversations with their cabinet members that aren't repeated in public. I owe the president the capacity for him to have conversations with him, provide him the best foreign policy advice that I can. It's what I was
Let me
brought on
ask you
to
this,
do.
Mr.
And so
Secretary. Here's something you can answer for me.
Right.
Because you're not going to answer any of the questions that would get us to the truth. As CIA director, you stated in an interview with the BBC that you fully expect Russia to continue its attacks on our democracy by attempting to interfere in our midterm elections as we speak. In his conversation with Putin, I hope the president laid out the consequences of interference in the 2018 election, but I know you can't tell me that, so you're not
Actually,
gonna,
I can't
Oh,
tell
do
you
you
that,
want to
Senator.
share that one with me?
I can't, no, I can't.
That one you
because-
want to share with me?
No, Senator, I can tell you that because the president has disclosed that.
Okay.
The president disclosed what he said to Vladimir Putin about Russian interference in our elections, and he said that he is confident that as a result of that conversation, Vladimir understands that it won't be tolerated.
I wish he had said that in public in Helsinki. Let me ask you this. Senator Graham and I and others are working on a new bill to hold Russia accountable. Given that you assert the administration is tough on Russia, will you commit to working with us on a new Russia sanctions bill?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. North Korea. When you last appeared, I asked you a series of critical questions about what's our policy in North Korea, and to your credit, I must say that I largely agreed with what our goals are. Now I want to ask you, since we haven't heard anything, not a classified briefing, not anything as it relates to North Korea, did North Korea agree with our definition of denuclearization, meaning the dismantlement, removal of all nuclear weapons, facilities, technology, and material from North Korea?
I think I can answer your question, but let me begin by saying I'm engaged in a complex negotiation with the North Koreans, and so I don't intend in this public setting to share the details of every conversation that took place in those. but I will attempt to answer your questions without disclosing the contents of the negotiation. I am very confident that the North Koreans understand our definition of denuclearization, a very broad one, that it goes from infrastructure and nuclear warheads through chemical, biological weapons systems.
We understand it because you laid it for the record. Did
Yes,
they,
sir.
have they agreed with you that that is
I
the
believe they
definition of
thoroughly
denuclearization?
understand that, and
They understand it, but they didn't agree. Did they agree to end the production and enrichment of uranium and plutonium for military programs?
Senator, I would welcome the chance to respond to your questions. If you'd let me finish, it would be
It's a
most,
simple yes
I
or
think it'd
no.
be most illuminating for the folks
It's a
watching.
simple yes or no.
Could you repeat the question, please, Senator? It was the
Surely.
previous question I didn't have the chance to answer.
Surely. Did North Korea agree to end the production and enrichment of uranium and plutonium for military programs?
They've agreed to denuclearize fully. Yes, Senator.
Okay, well, we don't have.
Yes,
an agree-
it certainly includes the
Well,
full
I
range
would,
of their
I would
weapons.
love for you to come to a classified setting and tell all members what exactly transpired, because we don't know.
Thank you. Senator Risch.
Mr. Secretary, thank you for doing this job. The President made a wise decision appointing you as Secretary of State, and you're acquitting yourself very well here today, and we appreciate that. You've always been straightforward with us, and I appreciate that. I know many of my colleagues, not all, but many of my colleagues fully appreciate that. I want to talk.
Are you prepared to say most, Senator, or are you just going to go with many?
I'm going to stay with many. Let me say that as far as what happened at the NATO summit, very few Americans heard anything except the argument that went on about about funding. Now, I know the President believes, and I know you believe, and I believe, and I think most everyone believes that NATO is the most successful military alliance in the history of the world. And as you pointed out, it's certainly one of the pillars of our national security, and one that we need to support, and one that we need to work well. There are very few downsides of NATO, but there is one blemish. And the President has underscored that publicly and well. His predecessor attempted to do it. All their predecessors attempted to do it. All those of us that meet with the Europeans from time to time underscore it. And that is the funding, or the lack thereof, that the Europeans have done. Only 8 of the NATO nations are actually meeting the commitment of 2%. First of all, the President is to be commended for underscoring this as only he can do in his unique way, and actually getting them to start talking about it, and now finally starting to agree to that. But there were other things that were lost as far as that meeting is concerned, and I'd like you to talk about those things for a few minutes. Number one is on the deterrence side, the 430's commitment to increase NATO readiness and speed up the time it takes allies to assemble and deploy forces, and that's a huge step forward. The efforts to improve mobility and establish a process to enhance the speed at which NATO can make decisions, the fight against terrorism and increase in allied resilience against terrorist threats through a new framework to share biometric data is a major accomplishment. And finally, the opportunity for Macedonia to receive an invitation to join NATO and fulfill the promise from the Bucharest summit, that was a positive step for the alliance and for the Balkans. Could you comment on those very important steps forward that happened at this NATO summit?
Senator Risch, it was an incredibly productive NATO summit. From my conversations with Secretary General Stoltenberg, he said among the most productive that he had ever been part of. And he's been doing this a little while. You talked about the 430s, 30 squadrons, 30 battalions, and 30 naval combatants ready to go in 30 days. It's something NATO has not been able to do for quite some time. There's now a real commitment. We have to follow through to make sure that the implementation of that occurs. It would be a great thing to deter Russia if we can get those countries and our allies to get to that level. You talked about the increase in burden sharing. It seemed to get all the focus. It's certainly important that the Europeans are as committed to deterring Russia as the United States of America, and need to demonstrate that through their defense, not only dollars, but readiness as well. We've seen reports about the absence of German readiness. They need to truly be ready. The President also raised another issue about energy and energy security at the NATO summit. He talked about the Nord Stream 2 pipeline and the risk that creates to the alliance in the event that Russia should decide to use energy as a weapon to coerce either formally or informally Germany or other European countries. He raised it to the forefront, and frankly, there are European countries that understand that risk and support America and our position on that as well. And then finally, you talked a little bit about this, the NATO mission, its new role in fighting terrorism. I want to say thanks to so many of the European countries that have stepped forward. Even just this past few, I guess it's now 2 weeks since the NATO summit, over 1,000 additional commitments from allied NATO partners headed to assist us in Operation Resolute Support in Afghanistan. That's a great commitment, something that President Trump worked hard on at the summit, and really good outcomes for America.
Well, thank you so much. You're to be personally commended for those great successes, as is the President for leading in that regard. It's unfortunate that our friends and allies' feathers were ruffled a little bit just because we said they weren't paying their bills, but that's been going on for some time, and I think we're going to tolerate that. But they've got to step up, and I know you underscored that, and the President has certainly underscored that with them. I want to talk about Iran for just a moment. One of the big unreported stories as far as foreign relations is concerned is the issues and the difficulties that the Iranian people are having internally, financially and otherwise. And I know we're not in a classified setting, but there is some open reporting on these sources. And the regime that's there is struggling with this. Indeed, I think that's probably why they tried to poke the president the other day to try to take the heat off of the heat they're getting at home. Could you talk a little bit about what's going on internally, again, knowing that we're in an open setting?
Senator, there is enormous economic challenge inside of Iran today. It's an economic structure that simply doesn't work. When you foment that, when you're a country of that scale that foments terror through Lebanese Hezbollah, through Shia militias in Iraq, into Yemen, conducts assassination attempts in European countries, provides enormous support for Hafez Assad outside of Lebanese Hezbollah in Syria, that's expensive. And I think the Iranian people are beginning to see that that's not the model that they want, that the Iranian expansionism that the supreme leader in Qasem Soleimani so favor is not what they're looking for. And I think you're beginning to see the economic impact combined with understandings inside of Iran of the kleptocracy that it is, leading to fundamental decisions that the Iranian people will ultimately have to make.
Do you agree with me that that acceleration of that understanding by the Iranian people has been very rapid over the last 6 months?
Yes, I think it's been going on longer than that, but yes,
It's
certainly.
been going on longer, but I'm talking about the acceleration.
Yes, Senator, I think that's a fair statement.
Yeah, thank you, Mr.
If I could, just one interjection. I know the phrase "paying their bills" has been used, and we need to. Every NATO country needs to be contributing 2% to defense, and I've noticed those near the Russian border always do. But that's a misnomer, is it not? What we want them to do is contribute at least 2%. These NATO countries are not paying bills to the United States as sometimes is projected. Is that correct?
The shortfalls that the President has identified really are in two buckets. There is a NATO common fund that is contributed to by every nation, and the United States is by far the largest contributor to that fund. And then there are monies that are paid for nations to raise their own militaries and to defend themselves. That's the 2% number to which we've been referring.
But it's not. It would be a mischaracterization to make it appear that they're not paying bills to the United States.
That's correct.
That's correct.
That's correct.
Senator Cardin.
Mr. Secretary, thank you for being here. It's my understanding that the President is going to invite Mr. Putin to the United States to follow up on the understandings reached in Helsinki. Can you just briefly tell me what those understandings or agreements reached in Helsinki at the meeting?
Sure, I can certainly share with you the things that we've been tasked to follow up on by President Trump following that meeting. There's a handful. So there is an agreement to establish some business-to-business leadership exchanges that historically had been undertaken but had fallen away. These would be business leaders that would participate in this. I understand that this went on for years and years and was ceased a handful of years ago.
If we could do it briefly. I understand you want to give a complete thing, and I appreciate that. But
It's what you asked for.
I understand that. Business to business. Next issue?
The president is asked us to look at reestablishing a counterterrorism council that was held at the level of the Deputy Secretary of State for many years, but had also ceased to happen. I think at this point, I think that makes sense.
Counterterrorism
Cooperation on counterterrorism. We are working to see in Syria what are the possibilities that can be achieved so that the now between 6 and 7 million externally displaced persons have the opportunity to return. We made clear this should happen through the political process in Geneva, but we are working to see if we can't get Russia to be more cooperative in terms of driving towards a political resolution there that would take down the violence levels and create some opportunity to begin a political resolution of the process in Syria.
Any discussions on sanctions? You said there was no easing of the sanctions?
No, Senator, no easing of the sanctions.
No,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Was there any discussion about Magnitsky? Because certain names associated with Magnitsky came out in Helsinki. Was there any discussion with the president on the Magnitsky sanctions?
No, there's been no change in U.S. policy with respect to Magnitsky. I think I know what you're referring to. Let me make clear. The United States will defend our team in the field and the team that's been in the field when it retires and leaves the field. We understand that Americans deserve the protection of the United States of America both during their time in service and thereafter.
Was there any agreements reached in regards to Ukraine?
No, Senator, that's an agree to disagree. And that is, the U.S. policy hasn't changed, and you can see that, right?
And I understand.
$200 million since the Helsinki summit provided to the Ukrainians. I think there was lots of concern that, and I saw it, I could find you all's quotes if you'd like me to go drag them out, concerns that President Trump would make a change in position with respect to Ukraine.
And you made that clear.
And there is none, and it is a policy that the previous administration refused to undertake. And so I hear comparative, it's important, Senator, comparison matters here because there's a narrative that is developed that somehow President Trump is weak on Russia, and when in fact the converse
let me just,
is true.
I heard you talk and brag about the number of sanctions.
Senator, these were just facts.
The facts is that the Congress passed the CATSA statute that required sanctions to be imposed, and there are sanctions that are to be imposed under CATSA that have not been imposed. And the facts are the administration has sought a waiver in regards to CATSA in regards to the National Defense Authorization Act. So I just really want to point out, and we've had this from previous administrations, but not as much as we're hearing today, that what Congress is requiring you to do, all of a sudden you found religion and taking credit for it.
Senator,
but in reality, you haven't implemented on time the sanctions that have been passed by Congress.
Senator, first of all, that's not true. We've passed a number of sanctions under the CATSA provisions, and it is also true, at least my best recollection of the Constitution, is the President signed that law as well. So I thank you for presenting that law. We appreciate it. We think it makes good sense. The President signed it as well. We have passed sanctions under that very law, and we have passed sanctions that Senator, you just have to know previous administrations didn't do.
Please read the President's comment when he signed the law, because it's very interesting, his comments. Let me move on to our policy in regards to nuclear proliferation in Iran and in North Korea, because I'm having a hard time understanding the comparison between these two countries. In North Korea, we have a country that has a nuclear weapon. The president has met with the leader of that country and has at least given a signal to some countries that, in fact, there may be relaxation of those. We're having problems with China today, as I understand. In Iran, we had a commitment for a short-term ending of their nuclear program. We were able to isolate Iran, getting the support of China, Russia, and Europe. And we were able to keep the temperature down in regards to their nuclear program. Now, by pulling out, we are now seeing we don't have any commitments on the short term if Iran walks away from the agreement. because they're already sanctioned now under the United States. We've been isolated, not Iran. And of course, Iran today was not pursuing a nuclear program. I agree with you, there may be long-term issues. So I'm having a hard time understanding our strategy in regards to preventing nuclear proliferation. Last point I would make, we had a hearing in this committee as to what is necessary to move forward with North Korea on giving up nuclear weapons. And the first thing they talked about, you have to have a full declaration of its nuclear arsenal and a timeline for dismantling. And I'm getting my information now from the South Koreans, not from the Americans. South Koreans have been reported to say that you asked for that information and you have not been able to get that information from Kim Jong-un or his representatives. So what have we gotten in North Korea, and why are we allowing North Korea to continue to have a nuclear weapon when the strategy is that as long as Iran is doing any types of enrichment, we're going to impose sanctions against them?
Senator, let me try. That was a long question. Let me try and unpack it a little bit. So let me give you the common theme. We want neither Iran nor North Korea to have the capacity to proliferate nuclear weapons, to enrich uranium, or build their own weapons program. That's the mission set. It draws them together. That sets the conditions for President Trump's understanding of how one achieves non-proliferation in the world. And that's the mission state we're undertaking in each of those two countries. They are in different places, and we are working on an approach in each place that we think increases the likelihood that we're able to successfully achieve that. A mission I know you share.
Yeah. Before turning to Senator Rubio's second interjection, I know mention was made of a waiver in the NDAA by Secretary Mattis. Secretary Mattis,
yes,
actually. Yeah, he wouldn't want to be demoted to that level, I know. But I support that, and the purpose of that waiver, was to allow countries that we're dealing with that we wish to buy American military equipment to be weaned off Russian equipment. They still had to buy parts to do so that we can more fully implement strategies with them, working with them, to really push back against other countries. Is that correct?
Senator Cork, you captured it very well. It's Secretary Mattis and I both put forward this proposal, request to the Senate for these waivers. These are countries that have historic Russian weapon systems. If we deny them the capacity to have spare parts or to round out that process, then we're likely to drive them into the hands of the Russians. I don't think that was the aim of the sanctions themselves, and so we're working to effectuate the intent of the statute by seeking this waiver. It's pretty narrow.
Senator Rubio.
Would the chairman yield so I can clarify that?
Rubio may yield, but no, go ahead. Go ahead.
My point is that this is an issue we talked about in the development of the CATSA bill. There is absolutely no debate in this committee on the waiver request by the administration. I disagree with my distinguished chairman as to whether it was handled right. The country's had over a year to resolve that.
Yeah, it had become an acute issue, and it is a defense-related issue, and I'm glad that we've been able to resolve it in a manner that will allow these countries to wean off Russian equipment and begin buying ours. Senator Rubio.
Thank you. Just watching to see if they reset my clock. It's like an NBA game. All right, well, let me start.
Reset the clock.
It's all right. We'll figure it out. I'll tell you when it's time is up, don't worry. When Vladimir Putin decided to interfere in our elections, you would agree he undertook a cost-benefit analysis. This is what the price would be for doing this. This is the benefit I think I would gain from it. And so where it leaves us is we have to do two things. We have to defend against potential interference, election systems and the like. But I think the other is we have to make sure that the price is higher than the benefit. And that actually points to one of the things you've already mentioned, and that is what we've already done. If you start to line up some of the things that we've done in response to that and other things, it's a pretty extensive list of, including things we've been asking for 4 years that have finally happened. The Javelin anti-tank missiles for Ukraine and Georgia, the support of NATO's new posture in Central and Eastern Europe, the variety of designations under both Ukraine and cyber-related executive orders that were from the Obama administration, sanctions under CATSA, and I know there's more to come for cybersecurity, several rounds of designation of individuals for weapons proliferation, terror, and transnational crime, export restrictions on entities that violated the INF Treaty. We closed consulates in San Francisco and in Seattle. We closed an annex in D.C. We closed the trade office in New York after they poison nerve gas attack in the UK. We expelled 60 other diplomats. All of those things happened under this administration. And these are pretty substantial, including the sanctions. But obviously, even that price is not high enough because the intelligence community continues to tell us that they are postured and are actively engaged in both attacking our democracy and posturing to do more of that in the future. So my question is along the lines of a piece of legislation that Senator Van Hollen and I and a group of other senators have jumped on board on, and it aims to do three things. One is sort of define interference. Okay, it's not just 5 Russian guys on Twitter. I mean, it's define it in terms of its meaning to our republic. Require the Director of National Intelligence to issue a report within 30 days of the election about whether or not interference occurred, and then put in statute a menu of very crippling sanctions. And the purpose of that would be so that Vladimir Putin knows before he makes this decision going to 18 or in the future, this is the price I will pay if I do this again. That's why it's called the Deter Act, to get on the front end of it. I don't ask you to opine on the bill, because I know you don't have it before you, but on the concept of building in deterrence on the front end, is that not an approach that we can take to hopefully deter him from doing this in the future by making him clearly understand how high the price would be in comparison to the benefit?
Senator, I completely agree with you that there is a cost-benefit calculation that's undertaken before the Russians act. So it follows necessarily that putting on notice with essentially a fail-safe, if you will, about things that will follow has the likelihood of being successful in raising the cost in terms of how he calculates risk associated with a wide range of actions.
Let me, you'll be asked plenty about Russia, so I don't want to undermine that, but I think the single biggest national security threat in the long term to the United States is China. I mean, for the first time since the end of the Cold War, we are in competition with a near-peer adversary, and it's not just military, it's economic, it's technological, it's geopolitical and the like. We've seen their impressive and massive military buildup, the quantum leaps they're making in technology. We see that the work they're undertaking to sort of destroy the U.S. world order and rebuild it to one more of their liking. We've seen the gains they've made in 5G alone. I mean, China Mobile will be the only company in the world that can build standalone 5G networks by 2020. And what's really outrageous is many of these advances are not the result of hard work and ingenuity. They're also the result of intellectual property theft, forced transfers, and the like. This is part of a tactic that they've been using for a while. The Chinese, and I think the South China Sea is a great example of it, they don't make these big sweeping changes. It's sort of a sustained, sort of slow and incremental, but more assertive demands each time, creating new normals along the way. And what they've done in the South China Sea is evidence of that. And the only ways that seem to work in response to their aggression are two things. The first is committed and sustained escalation across the relationship, meaning you don't carve out pieces of it. They do it that way, we have to do it that way. Our whole relationship, sustained and committed pressure. And the other is invoking the help of our foreign partners. And what I'm troubled by in regards to the administration posture on this is on the working with, invoking the help of our foreign partners has become complicated because we're currently engaged with trade disputes with the EU and Japan, Mexico, and Canada, which we should have teamed up with to confront them. And I understand trade is an issue that needs to be addressed, but I don't know why we didn't address China first together and then dealt with our allies second. And the other is the sustained and committed escalation across the entire relationship. And on that front, I'm puzzled by the decision the administration made on ZTE. And I know that was not a State Department decision, it was a Commerce one, because I agree that if the ZTE issue was simply a sanctions violation, the penalties imposed have been devastating. But ZTE is more than a sanctions threat to the United States. It is part of a broader telecommunication threat that the Chinese industries pose to the United States, and to threaten to shut them down and then pull back from it is not the sort of committed and sustained escalation across the entire relationship. The carving out of one company sends them the message that they can pick away at different parts of that relationship and undermine our willingness to sustain pressure on them to get a better equilibrium. So I don't know what the State Department's role was in that decision, but moving forward, what is our broader strategic approach to the threat that China poses? Because they don't seek parity, they seek to overtake us.
Senator, you have laid out what I think is the principal challenge for the United States over the coming years, maybe a decade. The issue of China, you talk about they've got a lot of folks and a big economy that puts them in the position to be a competitor to the United States in the way a country like Russia with an economy smaller than Italy's can't maintain over some period of time. And so we do need a broad, comprehensive response. And I think all of the West, not just the United States, was too slow in seeing this. Your point about how they turned up the heat slowly over time, I think that recognition is there, but I don't believe that the structures are in place today to respond to that in a way comprehensively. I was with our Australian partners yesterday at a meeting with Secretary Mattis, myself, and our Australian counterparts. They just passed a set of non-interference rules on China. They are getting up to speed in the same way that as you all took a look at CFIUS and FIRMA. We're getting up to speed. We are beginning to strike that comprehensive response versus China that I think will ultimately do what has historically happened, allow America to prevail.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Shaheen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, I want to thank you, Assistant Secretary Mitchell, and our charge in Turkey, Phil Kosnet, for your hard work and coordination on the efforts to release Pastor Brunson. As you pointed out, his move from prison to house arrest is a positive development. Obviously, we have a lot more work to do in terms of getting him back to the United States and also pressing the Turkish government to release the other Americans that they're holding. But it is a positive step, and thank you for that. I am concerned, Mr. Secretary, because it's been 1 week since, a little over a week, since the Helsinki meeting between President Trump and Vladimir Putin. And yet, other than the brief description you just gave us, we don't really know what was discussed in that meeting. We've heard DNI Coates, General Votel, and a number of State Department officials, including those who were present in last week's committee meeting on Iran, indicate that they still don't have a full understanding of what was discussed in that meeting. And we're seeing almost daily attempts by the Kremlin to take advantage of this opportunity as they release their own readouts of the conversation and broadcast news of various agreements that they say were reached in that meeting. So for me, that's why I'm so concerned and why I want to know exactly what was agreed to in that meeting. On Syria, President Trump said at his joint news conference that the two leaders discussed Syria at length. The Russian Ministry of Defense has indicated that the two leaders agreed to military cooperation in Syria. Did they do that?
Senator, the United States policy with respect to deconfliction with Russia has not changed. I will defer to the Department of Defense for details around that, but I can tell you that the policy that was in place with respect to their efforts to keep American pilots safe and keep American forces safe in Syria, that policy has not changed.
Do you know if they discussed that policy? If they discussed?
Senator, I do know that they discussed Syria. They absolutely discussed Syria. The focus of that discussion, and I think President Trump has shared this, was an effort to find a political resolution there and to get the displaced persons the opportunity to return to Syria. And I think the President's talked about one more item. So as the President shared it, I feel like I can as well. I think he also talked about America's continued commitment to ensure that Israel was secure from threats in Syria as well. And that topic was discussed by them as well. I think the President has previously shared that.
Do you know if there was any sort of downgrading of our U.S. presence in in Syria that was discussed?
Senator, there's been no change in U.S. policy with respect to our activities in Syria.
I understand,
none.
but that's not exactly the question.
Senator,
it's what
matters. It's what matters. What matters is what President Trump has directed us to do following his meeting with Vladimir Putin. It's what he has told his senior leadership team to do and how he wants us to deploy his foreign policy strategy.
And do you know if the frozen stabilization funds for Syria, the $200 million, was that ever discussed?
Senator, we are still working to review that policy. That's a State Department policy. We are still working to review it. The policy was the same the day before as it was the day after the President's meeting with Vladimir Putin.
And do you know if Iran was referenced in the context of Syria in their discussions?
Senator, again, it's not for me to disclose the contents of those conversations. I can tell you that each time I've spoken with President Trump, both before Helsinki summit and after, Iran has been at a central point that we have focused on with respect to U.S. policy in Syria. I'm confident will remain so.
So,
In an interview, General Votel was asked about whether a deal had been made on Syria between President Trump and Vladimir Putin. And he said, as you indicated, that he had received no instructions to change what he's doing. And he went further on to say, and I quote, "I would want to make sure that this isn't something that we stepped into lightly. I'm not recommending that, and that would be a pretty big step at this point." In response to his comments, the Russian Ministry of Defense put out a statement and also posted on social media, and again, I'm quoting the Russian media. They say, ministry, I mean, with his statements, General Votel not only discredited the official position of his supreme commander-in-chief, but also exacerbated the illegality under international law and U.S. law of the military presence of American servicemen in Syria. Can you tell me what our response has been to the Russian Ministry of Defense with respect to this statement?
Senator, my guess, the response would be most appropriately from the Department of Defense and not from the Department of State, but I will humbly suggest to you that you ought to have more confidence in statements from General Votel than the Russian Ministry of Defense.
I do have more confidence in General Votel's statement. That's why I'm raising this question, because it seems to me that our response to the Russian Ministry of Defense ought to be very strong to say they have nothing to say about what our generals are doing in Syria. That's not their business, that's our business. And I would hope that that's a point that we make very strongly. I had the opportunity to visit Syria a little over 2 weeks ago, and I was very impressed with the work that our military has been doing in northeast Syria along the Turkish border. I was very impressed with the work of the Syrian Democratic Forces. And what I heard over and over again, both from the men and women who were serving and from the civilians, Syrian civilians on the ground, was, please don't leave us here to the fate of either Assad or the Russians or other forces that may come into that part of Syria. And please, just a little bit in help for reconstruction efforts would go a very long way. That part of Syria has stabilized. They are into reconstruction. They are sending back people who have been displaced to their homes. And it would be, I believe, a real terrible reversal of policy for us to leave those folks after what we've done and to turn them over to the Russians or to Assad's forces.
Senator, if I might, just so the facts are clear, the previous administration is the one that enabled Russia to have the capacity that they have in Syria today.
I'm not defending the previous administration, Mr. Secretary. I want this administration to continue doing what's working.
Its policy, this administration's policy. You're advocating for the continuation of this administration's policy. I think that's important for everyone to understand.
Senator Flake. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Secretary, for your testimony. I wanted to commend the State Department, you in particular, for quick statements with regard to the nature of the conversation as it was between President Putin and President Trump regarding certain individuals like Mr. McFaul and others traveling to Russia to be interrogated by the Russians. The State Department came out and said that was inappropriate, despite the President's statement that it was an incredible offer. It took the White House a full 2 days or 3 days to contradict that statement that President Putin had made, but the State Department quickly said that that was inappropriate. And so thank you for doing that.
Thanks, but Senator Flake, you give me a little bit too much credit. I am doing my level best every day to implement the President's policies. And so that statement was from the United States President's State Department.
Okay, but the United States President said that it was an incredible offer. And so that's why I'm pointing out the difference and commending you. Please take it. With regard to what else was said during that meeting, I know you've given some indication of what was discussed. Let me just give a sense of how Russia is characterizing that meeting. And this is the problem with a private meeting like this. Many of us voiced strong concerns about having a private meeting like this with no readout officially for what happened. And here's what happens when a private meeting like that is held. Vladimir Putin's meeting with Donald Trump was, quote, better than super, Russia's top diplomat has said. The Leaders' Summit in Helsinki was fabulous. I think that was Lavrov who also said that. The remarks reported by Russian news agencies summed up the mood that Mr. Trump sided with the Kremlin over his own intelligence agency, so they're reporting that as well. Here's how one paper in Russia characterized it. Trump has failed to dominate Putin. Another tabloid said, a quiet, modest Trump has paled in comparison with Vladimir Putin. It's clear that Putin has outmaneuvered the U.S. president. That's the Russian media characterizing a meeting, and we have no readout to dispute any of it. All we have are the statements made by the president that they made an incredible offer, for example, to have former U.S. diplomats shipped off to Russia to be interrogated. I'm glad to hear that, one, a little more time will be had before a new meeting takes place between the two principals. By the way, I think that it's good that our president and the Russian president speak and meet together. That's a good thing. I don't think it's a good thing to meet in private with only an interpreter present with no readout, so that whatever is characterized is only characterized by the Russian side. So do you have any response or thoughts on that?
So I have a personal experience. I had a private conversation with North Koreans. We didn't issue a readout on the conversations quite intentionally, and the North Korean press chose to characterize it. We thought it was in America's best interest not to respond tit for tat about the nature of that conversation. We knew the truth. We knew what had taken place there. And, you know, it's the North Korean press, and so I assume that most reasonable people will discount it fairly significantly in the same way that one might the Russian press. These are important decisions about how much to disclose about private conversations we're had, because everyone knows that you may have an expectation that you'll have another private conversation one day. And the absence of their belief that that private conversation has the capacity to remain in that space reduces the freedom to have those conversations. I know you've had this in your life too, Senator. I know you've had private conversations and you valued them. It was just you and someone else in that room, and it was important. And you didn't give anyone a readout from it because you wanted to have the chance to do that again, because you thought you could make real progress with that person.
Let's talk about North Korea. You brought it up. You mentioned that you traveled to North Korea to continue on, as you put it, I guess, to follow up on commitments made in Singapore. Let's talk about those commitments for a minute. You mentioned that they have committed to denuclearization. They may have a different readout than we do on what that entails. But so far, they seem to be walking back any commitment, real commitment that was made there. What commitment, firm commitment, other than discussion of returning remains? I'm not discounting that, but in terms of denuclearization, what real commitments were made?
Yeah, I'm not going to get into the private commitments that have been shared. I don't think it's fair to characterize them walking back from commitments. Remember where we were, right? So it all depends what you draw as the projected line to say, are we in a better place or a worse place than we would have been absent the Singapore summit? One can draw a counterfactual reference. We'll never know where we might have been. But I will concede there is an awful long way to go. I'm not trying to oversell the accomplishments that we've had towards the path of denuclearization to date. There remains a great deal of work to do. It will be highly contested. That is, the modalities, the means, the timing of this will be things that I'm confident we'll be discussing for a period of time. There have been public reports, and I know the United States is tracking the disassembly of a missile engine test site. Something that Chairman Kim committed orally. It wasn't in the written agreement itself, but Chairman Kim committed in his conversation with President Trump to do. They're beginning to dismantle that. It has to do with their missile program. It's a good thing. Steps forward.
Okay, thank you. Quickly, for the time is out, something completely different. The country of Rwanda right now, and you may be familiar with this because of this week's focus on religious freedom,
Yes, sir.
has indicated a move toward severe restrictions on religious freedom, particularly from outside groups. What are the plans of the State Department to let them know that that is not in their own interest nor ours?
Senator, I share your concerns. I'll need to get back to you in terms of what actions we think we can take. I know we'll call it out. I know we'll label it for what it is. We do need to see it is tragic, and anyway, I share your concerns, Senator. It's a huge challenge for us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Kane.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Mr. Secretary, just a couple of thoughts. I was very discouraged at the Helsinki summit when the president basically was offered a choice in some of the questions. Did he believe U.S. intel, or did he believe Vladimir Putin's protestations that he had engaged in hacking of the election? And he basically said, my own people have made a great case to me. Vladimir Putin has made a great case to me. I don't see why Russia would have done this. He came back and corrected it the next day in the United States, but at the end he said, I believe my intel community, but there's a lot of people out there, it could have been someone else. And then this dragged on for a couple of days. You know where I live. You know I have a lot of constituents who used to be your employees at the CIA. People come up to me all the time in Virginia and say, I'm with the IC, and they are very demoralized by this. They're very demoralized that when standing next to Vladimir Putin, the president's words were to suggest that he trusted Vladimir Putin over them. There was the suggestion when President Trump said it was an incredible offer about Ambassador McFaul, that he was also potentially willing to throw not just intel folks under the bus, but State Department diplomats under the bus. They live in Virginia too. They feel the demoralization of your comments today that we're going to go to bat for current reformer. That's very, very helpful. But what I want to ask you about is our military and our military leadership. There was an article yesterday in the Washington Post. General Joseph F. Dunford, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, as of Monday, Dunford still hadn't been briefed on Helsinki, even though it directly affects more than 1 million troops Dunford overseas. Do you know why there would have been no briefing of General Dunford about the discussions that took place at Helsinki?
Senator, you have to ask the Department of Defense or Chairman Dunford.
But you don't dispute that you have no knowledge that there was a briefing of General Dunford today about the Helsinki discussion, do you?
Senator, you just read me a piece from the Washington Post.
Yeah, but I'm asking your knowledge. Do you have any knowledge that the administration has shared discussions about U.S.-Russia military issues with the head of the United States Joint Chiefs of Staff?
I've actually spoken with Chairman Dunford about it. I was with him yesterday in a series of meetings, and we had a chance to have a conversation about it, yes.
Okay,
about our plan, absolutely.
Okay, so yesterday may have been the first time he was briefed about it. I want to ask about
I suppose
General.
it's possible, yes.
I was going to ask about General Votel, the information that Senator Shaheen mentioned earlier. He expressed wariness about working with Russia, and the Russian Defense Ministry. This is an interesting statement. They went after General Votel, the head of CENTCOM, who oversees, as you know, U.S. military operations in the Middle East, including Syria. Quote, with his statements, General Votel not only discredited the official position of his Supreme Commander-in-Chief. Are you aware what the official position is that is being referenced in that statement?
You'd have to speak with the Russian Ministry of Defense to know what it was he was referring to.
But you can understand why we're concerned. If it's being reported in Russian press as Secretary Flake and Senator Flake and Senator Shaheen said that they're talking about official positions that the President has outlined. As far as you know, General Votel's statements did not violate any official position in the United States, did they?
You seem to be giving a great deal of credit to the Russian Ministry of Defense
for
truthfulness.
Let me ask you about General Votel.
I might not share that same.
Let me ask you about General Votel. As far as
I have great
you know,
credit. I have great belief in his truthfulness.
So you do not believe that any of the statements that he's made, including those that I read, violate any official position in the United States, do you?
If you would, that's best approach to General Votel, the Department of Defense. I mean, we're now 3 orders removed. I'm sorry.
If I could introduce for the record, there's an interesting article in BuzzFeed News just recently, today, that just lists a whole series of headlines, and I think these are instructive, Mr. Chair. Trump's announcement that he will end U.S. Korea drills catches Pentagon off guard. Pentagon in Seoul surprised by Trump pledge to halt military exercises. Pentagon caught off guard by Space Force announcement. Trump signals withdrawal very soon of U.S. troops from Syria, surprising Pentagon and State Department. Pentagon caught by surprise by Trump's travel ban, pushes for some Iraqis to get special consideration. U.S. Joint Chiefs blindsided by Trump's transgender ban. Northcom caught off guard as Trump orders troops to U.S.-Mexico border. If I could introduce this for the record, Mr. Chair.
Without objection.
I worry about an administration that would take the Putin position over our intel community. I worry about the administration that would suggest it might be a great deal to consider handing over a former diplomat for questioning. I worry about an administration that is catching the Pentagon off guard, that is not consulting with General Dunford or briefing him for a week after a summit of this importance to our military. Mr. Secretary, you're aware of the NDAA prohibition, the current prohibition on Russian and U.S. joint military operations, are you not?
I'm aware of the existence of that provision, yes.
The provision prohibits any use of funds, it's in the NDA, any use of funds to support joint Russia and U.S. military operations, and it also gives the Secretary of Defense the ability to undertake a national security waiver if he thinks that that's the right idea. Does the administration accept the legality and binding nature of that provision of law?
Senator, I think the DoD General Counsel would be the right person to ask about the intricacies of an NDA provision that had to do with complex issues that span the gap between, I think, what you're getting between deconfliction and coordination. It's a complex undertaking. Not a waiver that the State Department has the authority, but more broadly, yes, this administration follows the law, if that's the question.
So sitting here today, you're not aware of a legal concern that the administration has about this NDA provision, are you?
I'm not aware of one.
And you're not aware that the Secretary of Defense has issued any kind of a waiver to allow U.S.-Russian military joint operations, are you?
No, Senator.
With respect to North Korea, we were told by our expert witnesses, and I echo a little bit what Senator Cardin said, that a first test of their seriousness is will they disclose what they have. In your discussions with North Korea, have they reached a point yet where there has been any agreement made about them disclosing the extent of their nuclear infrastructure?
I'd prefer not to answer questions about the nature of our negotiations, other than to say that your proposition that a good first step is the disclosure of the range of their nuclear infrastructure capabilities, an initial declaration, so to speak, is something that's at the very forefront of what it is we think makes sense to get them to a point where we can verify their full denuclearization.
Thank you. And Mr. Chair, I'd like to put one other additional item in for the record, which is an article just recently written by the Saudi ambassador to the United States, Prince Khalid bin Salman, why Iran's malign behavior must be confronted, not appeased. And the thing that I think is interesting for us is he basically makes this argument and says that Saudi Arabia stands very willing to help the United States undertake all the actions that he suggests should be taken. I'm very concerned about this too, but my time would not allow further questions on it, but I'd like to put it
Without
on the record.
objection, it'll be entered. Senator Barrasso.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Good to see you again. It seems every time we have a chance to visit, I bring up the issue of energy security, and I was very happy to see President Trump talking with our NATO allies and specifically with Germany about their ongoing dependence on Russia for energy, and specifically the upcoming concern with the Nord Stream 2 and increasing that dependence by Germany of Russian energy. I know the President met today with the European Commission President to talk about energy security issues. I just ask your assessment of our NATO allies and if they understand the security threat and the leverage that they're giving Russia by this over-reliance on Russian energy resources, because it doesn't seem to be acting in their own security best interest.
Senator, it's a fair question. I think their willingness to acknowledge that risk varies. I think some European countries accept that risk or are prepared to act in a way that might cost them a little bit more money to prevent that risk. I think there's probably a continuum of European countries. This issue has been raised by this administration consistently in every forum, directly with the Germans as well. The Germans just don't see it that way.
Are NATO allies and the European Union doing anything in their discussions with Germany in terms of ending this Nord Stream 2 pipeline project?
Again, mixed. Within the European Union, there are some countries that, that share our position. There are some that do so publicly. There are others that do so privately. That is, they have concerns about speaking out against other European Union countries, so their conversations have been, their sharing of their view on Nord Stream 2 with us has been private. I suspect private with the other parties that they're opposing as well.
Well, I'd appreciate everything that you continue to do, and grateful for what the President's doing in terms of trying to lessen this influence of the Russian energy on the European Union and certainly on Germany. You know, Russian officials, after the meeting with President Trump, and I know you made the point about the President not making additional statements on specific agreements, I guess a Russian ambassador has talked about important verbal agreements on New START and INF at the Helsinki summit. So I just want to ask a little bit about that. If there are anywhere where have specific agreements been made between President Putin and President Trump on arms control treaties?
No, we're still working our way through. These issues were raised. I think the President said that. We are trying to get the Russians back inside the INF, trying to use every tool possible to get them to acknowledge that they are in non-compliance and get them moved back in the back inside the box. And then we are, the administration, President Trump's administration, is considering how best to respond to that, both on the INF treaty and the New START. And what are the best modalities to achieve what we're looking for is to decrease the risk of proliferation or a potential nuclear conflict between our two countries.
Yeah, it did seem, well, I appreciate your efforts there. I think it did seem that President Trump's taking the right decisions in terms of, with these intermediate nuclear weapons, in terms of for providing for Poland the missile capacity there to defend. The previous administration pulled out that capacity, and so I'm happy to see that. With New START, I always felt that that was a treaty that had significant concessions on our side and very little, if anything, from Russia in terms of the number of the missiles, because they didn't have to give up much, if anything, and we had to give up quite a bit. So I'd be very concerned about what that next treaty may look like.
The INF treaty, similarly, right, restricts just a couple countries.
Yeah.
And the world has changed dramatically since that treaty began. So we're conducting a full-on review so that we can respond and then work with Russia to get an outcome that's in America's interest with respect to the full scope of the proliferation agreements between the two countries, the nuclear proliferation agreements between the two countries.
The President yesterday was at the VFW convention, the National Convention of Veterans of Foreign War. I wanted to talk a little bit about after the discussion in Singapore with the North Korean leader and the signing of a declaration committing to the return of remains of American soldiers to the United States. You know, there were many U.S. troops who have lost in North Korea. I understand that we have, our military has moved coffins to the demilitarized zone to prepare for North Korea's return of the remains. This is an issue that comes up when I talk to veterans in Wyoming, and I wouldn't be surprised if it came up when the President was there with the VFW. Could you give us any update on North Korea's compliance with what they had agreed to do relating with the remains of our veterans?
So they reaffirmed their commitment to return remains that they have in their possession, as well as to begin to work on, there's an agreement that had been in place previously about how we would conduct recovery operations inside of North Korea. And we will, in relatively short order, if the North fulfills its commitment, begin to put teams back in place such that we can begin not only the return, the repatriation of existing remains, but the recovery of remains that have not yet been recovered. It's I understand that it's not directly on point with denuclearization. I get that. But boy, for the families that are missing loved ones there, it's a big deal, and I'm very hopeful that the North Koreans will continue to move towards honoring the commitment that Chairman Kim made.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. I'm very grateful for your continued commitment to all these efforts. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Senator Markey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, President Trump is claiming that North Korea is, quote, no longer a nuclear threat, and we do know that is absolutely not true. We have yet to see any tangible progress towards denuclearization. And I know that it's clear to everyone that North Korea's dismantling of an outdated missile test facility as well as a previously dismantled ICBM assembly building, which can be rebuilt within 3 days, are empty gestures and not indicative that North Korea has changed its tune. They are continuing to use the Kim family playbook, going back to his grandfather, where they front-load rewards to themselves while exploiting ambiguity and delaying real concessions to the United States and to the West. We do not have nuclear inspectors yet on the ground in North Korea. Is that correct, Mr. Secretary?
That is correct.
North Korea continues to produce fissile material, nuclear bomb material. Is that correct?
Senator, I'm trying to make sure I stay on the correct, yes, that's correct.
Yeah.
Just trying to make sure I don't cross into classified information. I'm not trying to hesitate. Yes, they continue to produce fissile material.
Yeah. So North Korea is continuing on both of those fronts. Is North Korea continuing to pursue submarine-launched ballistic missiles?
I can't answer that for you here in this.
You cannot answer that?
No, Senator.
Well, I look forward to your providing that in a classified setting so that the members of this committee and ultimately the American people can know what is happening. I think it's pretty clear they are, but I will move on. Has North Korea committed to you that it will destroy its chemical weapons stockpiles?
The North Koreans understand precisely our definition of denuclearization and have agreed to denuclearize.
Have they committed to destroying chemical weapons stockpiles?
Or we've talked about CBW, their CBW programs as being part of that denuclearization, and as I said, they have indicated that they fully understand the scope of what denuclearization entails.
Okay. Have they committed to destroying their biological weapons?
In the same way I just described, Senator.
They have committed?
Senator, what I said is as follows. We have made very clear that the entirety of the North Korean CBW program is contained in the U.S. understanding of denuclearization, and I am confident that the North Koreans understand clearly America's definition, and they have agreed to denuclearize.
Okay. Does the United States have an inventory of North Korea's warheads, materials, facilities, and other programs?
Senator, I can't answer that here.
Has North Korea committed to halting its human rights abuses?
Senator, their human rights abuses continue today. If I may say with respect to each of these questions, each of the activities that you have described was taking place on January 19th, 2017, and we are working to stop them in ways that were not being undertaken prior to the time the Trump administration took office. There were full-on trade with North Korea.
And I appreciate all that. I guess what I'm saying is I
just
appreciate that.
I think it's important to understand the progress that we've made and the efforts and the modalities we're using to stop the activity that had gone on for decades.
I'm just going back to the statement made by President Trump that North Korea is no longer a nuclear threat, and I'm just trying to determine what that means. And
may I help? I'm happy to help. I'm happy to try and articulate what I think you meant.
Is there any verifiable evidence of progress towards denuclearization?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
What is verifiable?
We are sitting at the table having conversations. We have had lots of discussions that I'm not going to get in here to today. But I would tell you you discounted the destruction of the missile engine test facility. That missile engine test facility was functional, viable, and operational and in use in January of 2017, before this administration took office.
Well, I guess
you and
I interpret that gesture differently.
Senator, I've made no interpretation.
In terms of verifiable progress, I'm talking about not trusting Kim Jong-un without verifying North Korea's actions. So that's really what the discussion's about. What has been verified? I understand that you're talking, but here's what I also understand, that the United States has unexpectedly suspended military exercises with South Korea, that North Korea hasn't started returning American war dead, despite the President's announcement that the returns had already taken place. China and Russia continue to export oil to North Korea in violation of the UN resolutions and U.S.
Sanctions that didn't exist before this regime took office.
And North Korea still has chemical and biological weapons and brutalizes its own people. And again, there's no verifiable evidence that North Korea is denuclearization.
Senator, we have...
So I am afraid that at this point, the United States, the Trump administration, is being taken for a ride.
Fear not, Senator. Fear not.
There's no evidence to the contrary.
Fear not, Senator.
There's no evidence.
Senator, fear not. May I?
Yes, please.
I guess you didn't ask a question, so I'll...
No, that's all right. Yeah. Please answer.
Fear not. This administration has taken enormously constructive actions that have put us in a place that is far better than in either of the two previous administrations, one Republican, one Democrat. We have put sanctions regime in place that is unequaled. We are continuing to enforce that sanctions regime. We've made incredibly clear that we will continue to enforce that sanctions regime until such time as denuclearization, as we've defined it, is complete. Pressure on the regime is clearly being felt. We have lots of work to do. But unlike previous administrations, Senator, we have no intention of allowing the UN sanctions, the world's sanctions, that we led the charge to have put in place, to allowing those sanctions to either be lifted or not enforced. And until such time as Chairman Kim fulfills the commitment he made, which I am incredibly hopeful that he will, those sanctions will remain. We have not been taken for a ride, Senator.
We're going to disagree.
I hope you
on
can
that
sleep a little bit
interpretation.
better tonight.
One quick issue, which is something I know you're familiar with, is the State Department export controls that are designed to help ensure that weapons don't get into the wrong hands abroad. So I want to bring to your attention a special exemption from those export control rules that the State Department plans to use to issue this Friday. It will allow blueprints for downloadable guns to be published online and acceptable worldwide. I don't think that we really want to be in a world where Hamas in the Gaza has an ability to download a capacity for an AR-15 that could endanger security in that region, and the same thing could happen around the world. I asked the State Department to please reconsider this decision. I think it has long-term national security and domestic security considerations for our country.
You have my commitment. I'll take a look at it.
Okay.
Senator Paul.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
There's been a great deal of gnashing of teeth and wringing of hands and, dozens and dozens of senators saying that the president shouldn't have met with President Putin. And I guess I wonder, because if somehow we've become a little bit sidetracked by partisanship, because in the past, President Obama met with President Putin, President George Bush met with Putin. And I guess the question I have is whether or not we're entering into sort of a naive time where we think unless someone is a perfect Jeffersonian Democrat, we're not going to meet with them. We also have people saying, well, he should have shook his fist at him and he should have called him a murderer and a thug. Do you think that there's a possibility that we can have a relationship where we criticize the human rights records of other countries, but still also sit down and attempt to have diplomacy and at least channels so we don't escalate things? Do you think that it was a right idea for President Trump to meet with President Putin?
I think you asked two questions, and it's yes to each of them. I think we can accomplish that. I think we can meet with less than perfect citizens of the world and hopefully move the ball in the right direction. Second, I think it was more than appropriate that President Trump meet with Vladimir Putin.
And my own personal opinion is I think we need to de-escalate some of the partisan tensions in our country and try to look towards ways that we can have discussions with foreign leaders and not be so simplistic that somehow they have to have a perfect record or that we have to shout and scream. I mean, I think back to Reagan talking to Gorbachev. He said, tear down that wall. He called him an evil empire. But I just don't imagine Reagan sitting down with Gorbachev and yelling and screaming and shaking his fist and saying murderer, thug, and reciting the Stalin's human rights abuses. So I think there is a difference for anybody who's ever thought about this between sitting down and how diplomacy would occur between individuals and reciting a litany of human rights abuses. In that vein, I think there seems to be sort of a limitless appetite for more sanctions, but maybe insufficient interest in describing what actions are needed to remove sanctions. And so Senator Rubio mentioned this Deter Act. I guess my concern with some of this is that the definition of who might be meddling in an election in our country is not limited just to Russia. It could include even allies who spend money on social media somehow in our country. It doesn't seem to differentiate between social media and actually hacking into our electoral system and changing thousands of votes. It also takes the power away from the president and gives it to the Director of National Intelligence. This is the Deter Act we were talking about. And I know you indicated that, well, sanctions are probably a good idea to deter them, but do you think it's a good idea to take the sanction power, give it to the DNI, and then the sanctions have to remain in place for 8 hours with the president not having any ability to decide whether there's been some kind of change in behavior by the malefactors?
Senator, without having seen the legislation, I do not think that's a good idea.
I liked in your statement where you said that President Trump believes that now is the time for direct communication in our relationship in order to make clear to President Putin that there is the possibility to reverse the negative course of our relationship. And I think that gets at the heart of why we have these discussions. So if you heap sanctions on and Congress puts them on and they have to stay on for 8 years and they can never come off, if there is no off-ramp, if there is no discussion, that's sort of what diplomacy is supposed to be about. So I do commend you for talking to Kim. Are we here to extol Kim's record on human rights? Obviously not. But at the same time, for sanctions to have an effect, you have to have negotiation. So what I would say to my colleagues who've been all over TV saying there should not have been a meeting, think again. Just keep heaping these sanctions on, and you don't want any ability to talk to the adversary about how we would actually remove the sanctions if behavior changed. You got to have communications, not to mention the fact that we have planes flying within a mile or within 100 yards of each other in Syria. We have to have open lines of communication. So what I would ask is that we try to de-escalate the partisanship in our country so we can once again be open to some kind of diplomacy. I have one question with regard to Iran, and you and I differ on the possibility of a further Iranian agreement. I think it's actually much more difficult, and I had my own criticisms of the nuclear agreement. I didn't think it was perfect, and yet I would have tried to have built upon it rather than destroy it. We had a lot of money at the time that was a carrot to try to bring Iran to the table, but now we have, instead of one issue, we have two, or instead of a smaller group of issues, we have a bigger group of issues. The nuclear issues are back on the table if we have to renegotiate the nuclear agreement, and the ballistic missile issue. And the point that I think that we need to think through in discussions with Iran is that I think Iran, from their perspective, would see getting rid of their ballistic missile program as basically unilateral surrender. It's not my viewpoint. I think it's what I believe to be their viewpoint. I think they also see Saudi Arabia as a great adversary, and I think they see Israel as a potential adversary. And so I don't think, unless, it'd be great if you got all three to come together and have a multilateral agreement on not developing nuclear weapons and not having ballistic missiles. I don't see the other two coming to the table, frankly, to do that. And so I think in moving forward, I think it's just important that you understand this isn't going to be easy. The first Iran agreement also was a multilateral agreement. You had multilateral sanctions. You now have more unilateral sanctions, and you're going to have a unilateral agreement that's sort of your own agreement. So I just think we shouldn't be so optimistic, and I guess I'd like to hear from you. How do you, what makes you believe that Iran will come to the table to discuss ballistic missiles?
Senator, I'm under no illusions about how important Iran views its ballistic missile program. I agree with you there. The question for President Trump faced was the JCPOA good enough? He concluded it wasn't remotely good enough. I think he said it was one of the worst deals in history. I don't want to get the language wrong. And so he concluded we would find ourselves in a better place with an opportunity to revisit all of these issues, the broad spectrum of issues, not just the nuclear portfolio, but the missile program, their malign activity around the world, all of them in a package. It did accept the understanding that there would be those that wouldn't come alongside of us. But you should know there is a coalition. It's not America and America alone. We have others who believe that this was the right decision too. The Israelis, the Saudis, the Emiratis, the Bahrainis, other smaller European governments, not the E3 themselves. But there are a number of folks who are beginning to coalesce around an understanding of how we can appropriately respond to Iran to take down the nuclear risk to the United States, as well as the risk from these other malign activities.
Thank you. Senator Udall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Secretary Pompeo, for your service. Secretary Pompeo, we have quite the record of President Trump's business relations with Russia. Extensive reporting and public records show a large amount of money from former Soviet states and Russia into Trump projects. Trump International Tower and Hotel in Toronto, the Trump Hotel in Panama, the Trump Project in Soho and New York City are a few of the big examples here. And here's another one. A Russian oligarch bought a property from President Trump for candidate Trump at the time, or maybe a little before, for $95 million in 2008. Less than 4 years after President Trump paid $41 million. So he more than doubled his money. Donald Trump Jr. in 2008 stated at a real estate conference in New York, and I quote here, "Russians make up a pretty disproportionate cross-section of a lot of our assets," end quote. Donald Trump tried to build a Trump Tower in Moscow for 30 years. He even tweeted in 2013, "Trump Tower Moscow is next," that's in quotes. In 2015, answering a question from indicted Russian operative and alleged spy Maria Butina, candidate Trump made clear his desires with Russia, stating, "I would get along well with Putin and that I don't think we need the sanctions." Now the Russian ambassador to the United States has said the president made, and this is his quote, "important verbal agreements with President Putin." And he seems to know more about Helsinki and what happened there than the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. As we saw in Helsinki and throughout his presidency and the campaign, this president is extremely sympathetic to the very Russian government that attacked and continues to attack our democracy and those of our allies. It's a fact of political life today that many Americans are concerned about the unthinkable that a U.S. president could have a compromising relationship with a foreign power. The president could clear this all up in 3 simple ways: releasing his tax returns and those of the Trump Organization and the taxes from the various family businesses, some of which we don't even know about. After Helsinki, do you think that the American people deserve to know what's in President Trump's tax returns and business interests that are intertwined with Russia?
Senator, I'm going to try to stay out of the same political circus that you and I ended up in last time I was sitting here, and simply respond by saying this same president with which you seem to express such deep concern is engaged in a massive defense buildup, which threatens Vladimir Putin's regime. He instructed us to put together a nuclear posture review that has set Vladimir Putin on his ear because of its robustness and the recapitalization of our nuclear program. He's kicked out 60 spies. We've banned Kaspersky.
Yeah,
we put $11 billion in the European Defense
Mr. Secretary,
Initiative.
you've already
No, Senator,
said
actually,
that.
I haven't even begun to scratch the
No,
surface.
but you haven't answered my question, so let me try it a little different way. Wouldn't you want to know, as Secretary of State, I mean, I'm taking you in your sincerity here as Secretary of State, whether all these Russian financial interests, oligarchs, and others are part of the decision-making of the president. I mean, wouldn't you want that out in the open and to understand what went on at Helsinki? It's an easy kind of yes or no question.
Senator, I don't need secondhand understandings of what President Trump is instructing his administration to do to push back against Russia. I have firsthand understandings and directives.
Well, let
And
me
not
ask
just
the
that
question a little bit
We've
differently
opposed
here.
Nord Stream 2. We've got a 4x30 out of NATO that also is a big setback for Russia. I mean, I'm happy to continue the list. I'm happy to cease there, but I will submit the entirety of this administration's actions against Russia for the record, if I might.
Please do.
We'll back a truck up and get it on in here.
Yeah, candidate Trump has failed to keep his promise to disclose his tax returns. Every presidential candidate since Richard Nixon has disclosed. Jimmy Carter even sold his peanut farm to avoid a conflict of interest. The situation with President Trump's potential foreign policy conflicts of interest is unprecedented and unacceptable. And under the Emoluments Clause, I think it's unconstitutional as well. But let me just ask a couple of questions about Helsinki. You talked about what you were tasked with. The Director of National Intelligence, Coates, stated that at the Aspen Security Forum that he did not know what happened during the one-on-one meeting in Helsinki. Did the President personally debrief you on this conversation, and are you 100% confident that you know everything that President Trump discussed with President Putin? That's a very easy yes or no. If you don't want to answer it, I'll move on to the next one. a yes or a no?
I'm very confident that I received a comprehensive debriefing from President Trump.
Good, okay. Now, do you know for a fact whether President Trump or President Putin discussed any investments in Trump properties or any Trump projects, such as the previous attempt to build a Trump real estate project in Moscow?
Senator, again, I'm going to try and stay out of the political circus.
No, but were you,
that question
sir,
gets
were
to the
you
political circus.
tasked with that? You gave us a list of what you were
I
tasked
came here to talk about American foreign policy today. I've attempted to articulate President Trump's policy.
All of
with
these
respect to
business
Russia.
interests are entwined, sir, with our foreign policy.
Yes, a foreign policy that has led to a massive defense buildup, a nuclear posture review that has frightened Vladimir Putin, 60 spies, 213 sanctions.
Let me also ask you about an additional question on Helsinki.
When I was a member of Congress, I tried desperately to get President Obama to do one of those things, and it was
When
unsuccessful.
President Trump hosted top Russian officials at the White House last year, he bragged about how he had fired James Comey. At his press conference with Putin, President Trump called Special Counselor Mueller's investigation a disaster for the country. Can you tell us what President Trump discussed about the investigation during his private meeting with President Putin?
I'm not going to talk about private.
Well, were you tasked with anything in that respect?
Senator, when I'm tasked about something for American foreign policy, I promise you this committee will know.
Okay, and you weren't tasked with anything there?
Senator, when I am tasked with something by the President relates to foreign policy, I assure you that this committee will be made aware of it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Secretary, for your service to the country and your time with us today. When you were last here, I asked you a question about whether or not you agreed with Secretary Mattis that North Korea is the most urgent security threat the United States faces. In light of recent developments, do you still agree with that? At the time, you said that you did.
Yeah, it's still a real priority.
We also talked about do you believe it's the most urgent national security threat?
I do. But having said that, I don't recall the precise timing when I was here.
I think it was in April, perhaps.
Yeah, so it is. The fact that we're having conversations and we haven't had additional missile tests and nuclear testing, maybe it's still a priority. I don't know how to think about it, but I'm optimistic that we're headed in a path that is the right direction, and we just got to get the rate of change.
The testimony, you used the term final, fully verified denuclearization. In previous testimony, you've used the word permanent, verifiable, irreversible denuclearization. U.S. law says complete, verifiable, irreversible denuclearization. UN resolutions call for complete, verifiable, irreversible denuclearization. Are these the same terms? Do they mean the same thing?
Precisely the same thing.
Exactly. Full, complete, total denuclearization according to U.S. law and UN security resolutions.
Yes, Senator.
Why the different words?
Sometimes one needs to just break away and use different
Shake it
terms.
up.
I'm happy to use the term complete, verifiable, irreversible denuclearization. Yeah, they mean the same thing.
Okay. The CVID declaration or determination, was that directly addressed at the Singapore summit with President Trump and Chairman Kim?
It was.
And it was brought up, the complete, verifiable, irreversible denuclearization. Why was it not in the communique following the Singapore summit?
I'd rather not talk about the course of the negotiations and how we arrived at the language that we did.
Okay. Is North Korea still moving or making advancements, undertaking a nuclear program?
May I answer that question in a different setting?
You can't answer that question here?
Yeah, I'd prefer not to.
We'd love to provide that setting for you soon.
Happy to do it if we need to. I'm happy to do that. Here, Senator, here I'm not trying to be cute. We're engaged in a complex negotiation with a difficult adversary, and each of the activities that we undertake is not going to be fully apparent to the world at the moment it is undertaken. And there will be processes and discussions that will be had that are important that they not be real-time disclosed. And as I answer one question and then choose not to answer another, it becomes patently obvious why I chose not to answer one or the other. And therefore, it seems to me that a blanket prohibition on heading down that path is the only way to ensure that I have the opportunity to negotiate this thing in a way that isn't being done in the Washington Post and the New York Times.
I understand. I think it's a very important point of information that we get, though, to know whether or not North Korea is either overtly, covertly, however they are doing it, making advancements in their nuclear program or still continuing a measure of their nuclear program. I think that's very important for us to
So I
know.
did answer one question that touches on that at least. I answered a question, I think it was from Senator Markey, about whether they're continuing to create fissile material, and answered that indeed that they are.
The goal originally, I think, was a complete, verifiable, irreversible denuclearization by the end of the president's first term. Is that correct?
Yes.
Does that remain the goal?
Yes, more quickly if possible.
When will we know if North Korea is moving toward denuclearization, concrete, verifiable steps?
I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. I couldn't tell you what day. And by the way, I'm guessing this group would disagree about when that moment took place, that it is a process for sure. And some will find the first step along the way demonstration of, I think he said, substantial progress. Others may want to wait until we're almost done to declare substantial progress. So I can't answer that. It's definitely a process and will definitely take time.
We've had a lot of discussions in this committee on strategic patience. The statement you uses patient diplomacy. Is the U.S. doctrine toward North Korea still one of maximum pressure?
It is. I'll tell you, that difference is a little bit subtle, and perhaps I don't want to overstate the difference in language. Here's what's different. Strategic patience was, in our judgment, standing around hoping that something worked right. Here we have a strategic objective backed up with diplomatic and economic pressure, which we believe gives us a pathway to achieve the objective, and also an off-ramp in the event that we conclude that it doesn't work, to head another direction to achieve the denuclearization of North Korea.
Maximum pressure utilizes Section 102 of the North Korea Sanctions Policy Enhancement Act, which requires the president to initiate investigations into possible designations, investigations of the possible designations of persons upon evidence that they're violating, proliferating activities, et cetera, so that we can apply additional sections. How many investigations into new designations are taking place right now?
I don't know how many, Senator, but let me try and answer your question in another way and say if this meets the bill. It is the case that this administration is continuing to work on enforcement actions for existing sanctions, for the existing sanctions regime. That is, we're not going to let it wander off. We're not going to let it weaken. You can't rename a ship and get out from underneath the sanctions regime. There are active enforcement work being done at the State Department and at the Department of Treasury related to North Korea.
So it's your view that there are additional North Korean or Chinese entities that could be identified under for additional sanctions. Is that correct?
Oh, yes, sir.
And those designations are not being upheld or laid off? They will continue?
We're going to use them in a way that we think increases the likelihood that Chairman Kim fulfills the commitment that he made to President Trump.
And why haven't we seen any designations recently?
I can't answer that question.
I'd like to get an answer for that if we could. Has South Korea made additional requests to the United States for sanctions relief as it relates to additional activities with North Korea?
So I think the requests that South Korea has made are public and have occurred through the committee up at the United Nations. So I think the list of things that the South Koreans are requesting in terms of either making sure that their activity is consistent with the sanctions regime. There are exceptions. There's humanitarian exceptions, so there are.
And is the U.S. considering any of those sanctions, granting any of those sanctions?
We're reviewing each of the requests that the North Koreans made. We approved one.
To the South Korea.
I'm sorry, to the South Korea, yes. I'm sorry. Thank you for the correction. We approved one that had to do with a military-to-military communications channel. The others are currently under review.
If we could perhaps get an understanding of what some of those measures are, that would be great. You gave a speech, a very, very good speech, Sunday, July 22nd, on Iran policy at the Reagan Library, as you mentioned. If you were to substitute the word Iran out and substitute in the word North Korea, would your speech still accurately describe the state of affairs in North Korea?
Boy, it was a long speech, Senator.
And basically,
yeah, I think in large part it would be consistent. There is a difference in terms of their operational capacity for their nuclear program, but the nature of the two regimes is similar.
I'm out of time, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Before turning to Senator Merkley, I'm going to use a little bit of my time. You obviously acquit yourself very well, and those of us who know you and work with you have mostly, I know many of us, I'll include me, and I'll say most of us actually.
I want to go with him this time.
Okay. We have tremendous faith in your ability to make things happen, and we thank you for all the issues you're taking on. You're building a great culture in the State Department, bringing on people that are truly exemplary. We feel the same way about Secretary Mattis. The way he conducts himself and what he does. I think there's tremendous faith on both sides of the aisle in his abilities and what he does. Much of what you're hearing today has nothing whatsoever to do with you, and I would agree with you that the policies that we're putting in place in many cases are stronger than have ever been put in place. I agree with you. It's the president that causes people to have concerns. And I'd love to have some insights into you as to, for instance, at the Helsinki conference, to create an equivalence between our intelligence agency and what Putin is saying that shocks people. I mean, you can imagine you saw Dan Coates' response afterwards, and yours today, I think, candidly was related to what he said at Helsinki. And then the notion of even thinking about exchanging diplomats, sending diplomats over to be interrogated by Putin, to even think about that, to let that be said as an official statement coming out of the White House to, this is my opinion, and I believe it's right, to purposely cause the American people to misunderstand about the NATO contributions and to cause them to doubt NATO and to really drive public opinion against NATO. That, to me, was purposeful, not unlike what happened right after Charlottesville. And then Article 5, to go on television and say, well, why would we honor, I'm paraphrasing, but why would we honor Article 5 in Montenegro? You know, we passed a law, I think only 2 people dissented to send them into NATO. He signed it. I mean, it would be a dereliction of duty if he did cause that to be the case. So why does he do those things? I mean, is there some strategy behind creating doubt in U.S. senators' minds on both sides of the aisle, doubt in the American people as to what his motivations are, when we, in fact, have tremendous faith in you? I think you're a patriot. Tremendous faith in Mattis. But it's the president's actions that create tremendous distrust in our nation, among our allies. It's palpable. We meet and talk with them. Is there a strategy to this, or is it, what is it that causes the president to purposely create distrust in these institutions and what we're doing?
Senator, I disagree with most of what you just said there. You somehow disconnect the administration's activities from the president's actions. They're the one and the same. Every sanction that was put in place was signed off by the President of the United States. Every spy that was removed was directed by the President of the United States.
Go to the points I just made. Go to the points I just made. Talk to them. Talk to them. I know what we're doing. Talk to the points I just made.
Here's what the world needs to know.
Okay.
With respect to Russia, this administration's been tougher than previous administrations, and I fully expect it will. The President's own words were, he's happy to figure out if we can make improvements with respect to the relationship between he and Vladimir Putin and change the course. But if not, he'll be their, I'll get the words wrong, he'll be their toughest enemy, most difficult enemy. I think I can prove that that's the case today. I think I have.
Yeah.
And so somehow there's this idea that this administration is free-floating. This is President Trump's administration, make no mistake, who's fully in charge of this, and who is directing each of these activities that has caused Vladimir Putin to be in a very difficult place today.
Yeah. Well, look, you handle yourself in exactly the way you should, in my opinion, as it relates to comments. I notice that you are not responding to what I'm saying.
I think I responded to everything that you said, Senator.
No, you didn't. And the fact is that you just didn't, okay?
We just simply disagree, Senator.
No, we don't disagree. Hell, let's run the transcript again if you want to talk about it. But the fact is
let the world
that
decide.
It's the president's public statements that create concern amongst senators on both sides of the aisle. And I was asking you if, in fact, there was some rhyme or reason that this type of distrust or discord will be created. And I know you're not going to answer the question,
Well,
but
actually,
I'm trying to make a point as to why.
I know you are.
Why the
And I'm
open
trying to-
comments and the questions and just the energy behind this hearing are what they are. It's not about you. and it's not about Madison, and it's not what we're doing on the ground.
Senator, you went through a long litany of statements, but let me give you, first of all, I will tell you, I talk to the same allies you do. I speak to their foreign ministers directly. It is the case that they are behaving differently today. There's no doubt about that. They are now scrambling to figure out how to make sure that they are fully part of NATO. Some of that is a result of the statements that you referred to, Senator.
Yeah.
Some of that is identifying Nord Stream 2 as a problem.
I actually agree with that. Yeah, I agree with that.
Right. These are the, well, there you go. I'll let the record reflect.
I'll say
Senator Corker
some
agrees.
of the
These statements actually achieve important policy outcomes for the United States of America.
Some of them do.
Yep.
And some of them very damaging. Senator Merkley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Secretary. So in response to Senator Barrasso's question on New Start, I wanted to follow up a little bit. Both the United States and Russia came into compliance in February 2018, met the deadline on deployed nuclear warheads. But my impression from your dialogue was the U.S. does not yet have a position on whether to work to extend the New Start agreement past 2021.
That's correct. We're very hopeful that we can achieve. We view them. They are individual agreements as a legal matter, and they can be worked on independently. But the deterrence model, the underpinnings, the framework of these nuclear agreements, they are connected. Whether they be things covered by New Start, things covered by the INF Treaty, other provisions, they are of a part, and it is the case that we are, as we begin to evaluate how to approach that, we're trying to do it in a holistic way.
Thank you. I think I can anticipate that this will be something that you and your team will be working on in the year ahead, setting the groundwork for understanding the options there. Thank you. So Russia oil tankers reportedly supplied fuel to North Korea via sea transfers several times in 2017. President Trump made a reference in which he talked about saying that what China is helping us with, Russia is denting. And then he said specifically also, Russia is not helping us at all with North Korea. Did this issue of Russia bypassing the UN sanctions come up in the conversation between President Putin and President Trump?
I think I can answer that question because I believe President Trump has talked about this. In fact, Russia's commitment to help us achieve denuclearization of North Korea did come up. The two of them did discuss it, and the centrality of continuing to enforce the UN Security Council resolutions that the Russians voted for, were raised between the two of them. I heard in a subsequent meeting at which I was president, I heard Vladimir Putin reiterate his commitment to doing each of those two things.
And to follow up on your conversation with Tim Kaine about the communique from the Singapore summit and the details that need to be worked out in regard to having a survey to just the starting point, if you will, of a detailed nuclear agreement. When you have an agreement regarding the details of how such a survey of North Korean missiles, nuclear materials, and so forth, when you have that agreement, will you brief this committee on that?
Senator, I'm sure we'll be able to share some elements of that with you. I'm hearkening back to the Iran agreement, the JCPOA, in which they provided a declaration which was knowingly false. That is, the administration knew did not reflect accurately the history of the Iranian weapons program. I promise you I won't do that. I promise you I won't lie about the contents of their declaration. If we disagree, if we think they're wrong, we will acknowledge that. I'll have to think through precisely how in the appropriate way we would share that information with you. But you have my commitment not to allow a false declaration to form a fundamental pillar of a nuclear agreement.
Well, certainly,
in the way that it did.
I'll tell you, we all had
JCPOA.
privy not just to a briefing on it, but to the actual document and details. And so we had that standard. In fact, those were made public as well. Would you expect to meet those two standards eventually of reaching
when the
an
agreement's
agreement?
complete, yes. I was thinking you were talking about sort of during the process. I believe those documents were made public. at the time that the legislation was being considered and when the agreement was final. We hope to bring this agreement to Congress, and it is, of course, the case that you would need to see the underpinnings of that agreement. And part of that would be there'd probably be a series of declarations associated with that.
I'll tell you, it did bother me some that because those details haven't been worked out yet, that the President already conceded to setting aside the joint exercises with South Korea. Were the South Korean leaders briefed in advance of that announcement?
Senator, I'm going to leave that to the Department of Defense to answer. It would have been conducted in military channels.
President Trump blamed poor relations with Russia on U.S. foolishness, and I'm surprised he blamed U.S. foolishness rather than Russian annexation of Crimea, of their occupation of eastern Ukraine, of their attacks on individuals in Britain, of their support of the Syrian government when the Syrian government is using barrel bombs and gas on its own people, and given that Russia's significant cyber attack on our elections. Do you believe that the poor relations with Russia is a result of U.S. foolishness?
Senator, I think there are countless reasons. You identified several. I could go on about the reason that we find ourselves in this place with Vladimir Putin and his regime today. Not a good place, to be sure. A place that the president is working to develop a relationship to try and reconfigure, at least at the level of making sure these two leaders understand each other and know how each other are thinking about the problem set. I think that's important and appropriate, and
okay,
hopeful he can be successful in that.
It's a nice essay. It didn't answer my question, but I'll go on. The president has also said there's no longer a nuclear threat from North Korea and that we could all sleep well. Given that we don't yet have an agreement on even surveying the stockpile of what North Korea has, or an agreement on eliminating their weapons or their missiles, or an agreement on verification strategies, shouldn't we more accurately approach this from the viewpoint that there is still a nuclear threat from North Korea? The president's team is working to eliminate it, but it is still a nuclear threat as of today.
Yes, I think the president would agree that the primary systems that have threatened America continue to exist. I think what his comment was that the tension had been greatly reduced. We're at a point where it was possible that there could be a miscalculation.
I've got 20 seconds, so I wanted to ask you one last question on a completely different topic. Fortify Rights, a human rights group that traveled to Burma to document what happened with the Rohingya, came out with a report detailing devastating atrocities, which you've also seen from elsewhere. And we also have the report that Senator Brownback, our ambassador on religious freedom, is making. Is it time for the Senate to act on the sanctions against the Burmese military that we passed out of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee?
I'll leave to senators to decide if it's time for the Senate to act. I can only say that the underpinnings that you described, the atrocities you described, are very real.
Well, I would say this is the type of thing where executive leadership makes a difference in giving direction to this body. And so that's why I was seeking your and the President's opinion on whether it's time to really send a strong message against such ethnic cleansing and genocide.
Thank
you. Can we expect such a leadership from the President or yourself?
I remember what Secretary Tillerson did before me on this issue. You can be sure that we will be serious and lead on this important issue.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Young.
Mr. Secretary, thank you. I appreciate your stamina. You've been here for quite a while. I want to let you know how much I appreciate your leadership as you've filled this role during this tumultuous period in international relations. I have to say, since you've taken this position, the interaction our office has had with members of the Department of State and with you individually has really markedly improved, and so I'm appreciative of that. One of the axioms of diplomatic or military strategy is that you want to unite your allies and divide your enemies. And as I see it, this is one of the things that Vladimir Putin has been succeeding in doing. He seeks to divide and weaken NATO, for example. He wants to divide the American people. And the more we make Russia's meddling in our own elections a partisan issue, I think the more we play into Putin's hands. The intelligence community has been clear and consistent. Russia did indeed meddle in our elections. So I think we need to stand together as Americans, not as Republicans or Democrats, with respect to this issue. What are your thoughts on this matter, Mr. Secretary?
Senator, I think it is the case that the Soviet Union and now Russia's efforts to undermine Western democracy are long and continuous. I think they occurred in 2016. I am confident that the Russians are endeavoring to divide, to separate us from our allies, to create space, to find partners for themselves around the world, in the same way that we will go out and work diligently with our allies. I always think that having a united United States, folks who come at these problems with seriousness and thoughtfulness towards a shared goal, increases the likelihood of America prevailing in these challenges, against these challenges.
Well, I happen to agree with you, and I hope that my colleagues and I will adopt a tone and approach to this very serious issue, which impacts all Americans, in recognition of everything you just said. So, Mr. Secretary, just about an hour ago, President Trump convened a joint press conference with the President of the European Commission, Jean-Claude Juncker. And in the press conference, the President and both of the Presidents announced they were going to launch a bilateral U.S.-EU set of negotiations with the goal of reducing tariffs, increasing economic cooperation between the EU and the United States, and working together to counter the predatory economic practices that we've seen from countries like China. I can't tell you how encouraged I am by this. I think with our collective leverage brought to bear, perhaps even ultimately pulling in other G7 countries like the Japanese, we have a real possibility of reducing the intellectual property theft, reducing the incidence of joint technology, forced technology transfer, of state-owned enterprises dumping things into our own economy, precisely the sorts of objectives I know the administration has. So do you agree that the United States moving forward has to prioritize a trade dialogue with the EU in order to eliminate current retaliatory tariffs on farmers and manufacturers in places like Indiana, as well as to effectively combat China's nefarious activities?
Yes, don't forget Kansas farmers too. So I don't have the benefit of having seen the press conference. I was sitting here. I didn't see the announcement or what they said. I know this was one of the things that President Trump was trying to accomplish in his conversations with Mr. Juncker. It sounds like they made at least some progress in that regard. Look, the President has been clear with respect to trade policy. Europeans won't accept our agriculture products. There are other markets that are close to us. He is endeavoring to get them opened. He is trying to drive towards 0, 0, 0, right? Zero tariffs, zero non-tariff barriers, zero subsidies. That's the place he's trying to get the whole world, and he is confident that when we get there, Americans will outcompete the rest of the world. And whether it's manufacturers or innovators or farmers or all of the above, they'll ultimately be very successful, and there'll be enormous wealth creation, not only in the States, but elsewhere as well.
Well, I'll just add that I find this effort of working cooperatively with the EU and other major economies as coherent and workable if we're trying to really address the greatest challenges, which is those seen by the state capitalist countries, China being the worst offender. I don't have as much clarity with respect to our trade strategy as I'd like to. It's one of the reasons that I keep emphasizing I think we need to actually have a written one, just as we do a national security strategy. But very appreciative of President Trump's announcement today. Lastly, Mr. Secretary, I'd like to call to your attention that my home state of Indiana is home to 23,000 Burmese Americans. And as I travel the state and listen to so many of my constituents that are Burmese Americans, they reiterate to me three things. Number one, they express grave concern regarding the Burmese military's atrocities against the Rohingya, and they want to see those perpetrators brought to justice. Number two, they reiterate a desire to expand people-to-people ties between Burma and the United States. And thirdly, they expressed concern regarding the treatment of Chin Christians in Burma. Now, I note that you're hosting this week the Ministerial to Advance Religious Freedom focused on combating religious persecution and discrimination. And as we appropriately address within that forum the Rohingya crisis, I'd just ask the department to continue to also make clear to the Burmese government that all religious minorities, including Christians, should be respected. So, Mr. Secretary, will the Department of State work with my office to not only continue our joint efforts related to the Rohingya, which I support, but also to encourage the Burmese government to end any policies whatsoever that treat Christians as second-class citizens?
Yes, Senator, we will.
Thank you.
Senator Murphy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for being here. I certainly associate myself with many of the comments by the chairman. I think we've got an administration, a president who's making up foreign policy on a day-by-day basis. I think you've got a tiger by the tail. You have a difficult and enviable job, and I appreciate you spending so much time with us here this morning. We focus on words from the president because our allies and our adversaries listen to those words and they calibrate their actions based upon those words. And well, you're right that the president about 20 to 30 hours later did correct himself after the Helsinki summit to say that he did indeed agree with U.S. intelligence services and not with Putin. 5 days later, he went back on Twitter and said this. So President Obama knew about Russia before the election. Why didn't he do something about it? Why didn't he tell our campaign? Because it is all a big hoax. That's why. So that's the most recent statement from the president, saying that Russia's interference in the election is all a big hoax. So I guess my question is, why shouldn't we accept this most recent statement from the president as U.S. policy rather than the statement that you referenced on July 17th?
Well, Senator, I can't go through the litany of all the statements you just gave. I have a list from January 17, June 17, July 17, July again, July and 17, November 17, March 17. I'm happy to go through them, each of which the president confirmed that he understood that Russia had meddled in the election. And then I could give you, although I couldn't recount them, I could tell you numbers of times when I was personally with him where he told me directly he understood that. And indeed, provided guidance to, at this time it was the intelligence community, but I think he gave similar guidance throughout the government that we needed to do all we could to push back on election interference, and I have a catalog of activities that this administration has undertaken to do just that.
So then what do you make of his most recent statement?
Senator, I'll leave you. You can speculate. You can draw whatever inferences you want for whatever purposes you so choose. Here's what I can tell you. I can tell our allies.
There's no inference. I mean, it's a statement from the president in which he says that the Russian interference in the U.S. election is a hoax from July 22nd. There's no inference that I need to draw from that. That's the president's statement.
Senator, you are certainly trying to draw inferences about the American policy, and I am laying out for you American policy. And I'm happy. Let me talk to you about what we've done on election interference, if I might.
I understand that you draw a distinction between the president's comments and U.S. policy. What I'm trying to suggest to you is that what the president says is U.S. policy because our allies and our adversaries make decisions based upon those comments. And so let me try to drill down on a specific issue that Senator Corker raised, and that's the comments the president made regarding our potential defense or non-defense of Montenegro. Tucker Carlson asked him a question suggesting that Montenegro is too small to be defended, and the president responded by saying, I understand what you're saying. I've asked the same question. Montenegro is a tiny country with very strong people. Now, I know you are going to tell me today that the official policy of the United States is to defend Montenegro and to defend our NATO allies. But can you understand why we would be concerned that the president would draw a question as to whether we would defend Montenegro? Because in the end, that is a communication to Vladimir Putin about whether the president is going to come to NATO's defense. As you know, an attack on NATO won't be a Russian army moving across a border. It'll be a hybrid attack, a disguised attack. There will be some question as to whether the United States should respond or not. So can you at least understand why we are concerned about the president raising questions about the utility of the United States defending Montenegro?
So I think the president's been unambiguously clear, and I can go read you his policies. And if
I know, but you're going to refer to his policies or the separate statements. I'm asking you about this statement.
Senator, because
explain it to us.
Senator,
what did he mean?
Senator, the policies are themselves statements as well. Indeed, they're the most important statements that the administration makes.
Well, policies are statements and statements are policies. It goes
No,
both
that's
ways.
not true. That's absolutely not true. People I make lots of statements. They're not U.S. policy. The president says things, right? The president makes comments in certain places. We have a National Security Council. We meet. We lay out strategies. We develop policies, right?
So how do I know the
president
difference?
then sets the course.
How do I know the difference between a presidential statement that is not a policy and a statement that is?
Senator, here's what you should look at. Compare the following. Barack Obama speaking tough on Russia and doing nothing. Those
Not
were
true.
It is true.
I understand you want to rewrite the Obama policy on Russia, but that's simply not true. He organized all of Europe and all of the world
Let's go task for task.
to put a comprehensive, unprecedented set of sanctions on Russia. So
The man said he would have more flexibility after
I'm
the
not listening.
election.
My question isn't about. I know you want to turn constantly back.
I just want to look at facts and
President
policy,
Obama.
Senator. I'm trying to get to U.S. policy. It's what I do. I'm America's chief diplomat implementing U.S. policy.
I think you have been dealt a tough hand, and you do a credible job with it. Let me turn. Let me ask a less adversarial question to end with. I think you said two very important things on North Korea. You said that they have agreed to denuclearize, and that they understand our definition of denuclearization.
That's correct.
What is most important is that those two statements link, is that they have agreed to denuclearize according to our definition of denuclearization. Is that your testimony today?
The definition was set forward, and denuclearization was agreed to. I don't know what else to.
I'm not trying to give you a hard time. I'm just trying to understand.
And I'm trying to articulate what's been agreed to. We made clear what we viewed as the scope of denuclearization. It's not dissimilar to what how the UN has characterized and how the South Koreans have characterized it. And when we did that, the North Koreans said, yes, we agreed to denuclearize.
So your understanding is their commitment is upon our definition?
Yeah, it is, Senator. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Before turning to Senator Isaacson, so in essence, the communique that we saw coming out of the Singapore meeting, that is the sum total of the agreement we have with them.
Yes, we've also had conversations after that. It is also the case that agreement incorporated the Panmunjom Declaration, which in turn incorporated previous inter-Korean agreements as well. So the Singapore summit is stacked on a series of agreements, each of which is encompassed within the agreement between President Trump and Chairman Kim. So you can look to the full breadth and scope of those agreements about things the North Koreans have committed to.
Yeah, and look, I don't think any of us would expect that there would be a meeting in Singapore and all the issues would be worked out. I think we all understand it's going to take a long time to get this all worked out. Senator Isaacson.
I spent all week trying to come up with intuitive, brilliant, incisive questions to ask you, recognizing how intelligent and articulate you are, and I ran out of everything except one thing. I had it written down here to be the first question I'd ask you, and then by golly, the President and the EU had an agreement while we're sitting in here listening to this that answered my question, but I want to repeat it anyway. Are you seeing consequences of the trade proposals of the President's, particularly the 232 and the tariffs being applied, having any impact diplomatically on the United States of America?
Yes.
I do too, and the reason I brought it up is this. Actions have consequences. And I hope the administration will look to the State Department for insight and advice on the effects of the tariffs on the diplomacy of the United States of America vis-a-vis the rest of the world, because it has a significant impact, because ag is the #1 thing upon which we're going to get levied the punitive tariffs by the people we're trying to raise tariffs on now. We feed the world. We're the world's breadbasket. This committee has passed the Feed the Future legislation some time ago, but we're going to be in deep trouble if we don't have a policy that recognizes both our responsibility and the world's need and food's importance in peace and security. So not to lecture you, because I wouldn't do that to me. You know more than you've forgotten more than I know, but I do know that the President's proposals and the tariffs are serious business, and he needs to consider the consequences on the diplomacy of the United States and hunger in the world. So I'll let you respond to that.
Sarah, I think the President appreciates that. I think he understands that the tariffs that have been imposed have a diplomatic effect. They're part of my broader effort, to be sure. Some of those things create difficulties. Some of those things create real opportunities. We've seen each from the sanctions that have been levied to date. And I know President Trump, it sounds like he made some progress today with the EU. I've watched Secretary Mnuchin, Bob Lighthizer, and the team try to use the effect of those tariffs to achieve good outcomes so that farmers can have access to markets, so that we get energy sold to countries that refuse to take our energy. Each of those things are important parts of the President's agenda to try and create wealth for ordinary Americans.
And I commend the administration's commitment to 000 being the goal as far as the trade policy is concerned. But getting to that goal is going to require good communication between all facets of our government, including yourself and the State Department.
Yes, sir.
On the impacts, and that was the point I was trying to make.
Yes, sir.
I also am sorry Senator Paul left, because I was going to begin my remarks by saying I agreed with him on something, and I don't always do that. So but y'all want to need to tell him that I prefaced my remark. But he is right about not being afraid of meeting with Vladimir Putin and the Russians and the North. Meetings with these people, in my judgment, are not as bad as a lot of people have proposed them to be. I've seen some people have said we ought to back up from meeting with them. But I think the more open we can be in meeting with the leadership of countries we're having to deal with one way or another, the more it forces them to be open. So it's really, what the President has done when he went to North Korea is all of a sudden Kim Jong-un was sitting on the other side of the table and said, I'm sitting across the table from the President of the United States, the world media is here, and they're looking to me for answers. And all of a sudden, after it's all over and the pomp and circumstance is all over, North Korea's got to be accountable, or it's going to have pressure to be accountable. So I think the President's engaging these leaders makes an awful lot of sense in terms of bringing them out to surface in the dealings that we have with them. And I just wanted to throw that in there because I think it's an important thing. Lastly, on bipartisanship, Senator Coons is here, who, by the way, had a significant role in your getting confirmed, as you know, and you and I have talked about that. So I'm proud of my friend Chris Coons, and I'm proud of you, and you're a great choice for Secretary of State. But he and I have worked together on State Department issues and trade issues and tariff issues on behalf of poultry in the United States of America, in particular with the South Africans, who we cracked down the door here 2 years ago, and now we're getting 19 million metric tons of chickens from Delaware and Georgia sold to the South Americans who love them and are eating them. And it pointed out to me once again to reinforce what I did in my first statement about ag. We have such a powerful force with our agricultural productivity and the level to which we've taken in our technology in agriculture. We need to use that as a tool for our relationships around the world. And I know you want to do that and want to be a part of that. And you can help us in doing that, because every time we make a trade deal that sells Georgia chickens or Delaware chickens to the South Africans is good for Georgia and Delaware, but it's good for America too.
Amen. I agree, Senator.
Thank you for your service to the country.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not sure if Senator Coons wanted you to advertise that again. I'm sure a social media account will have a lot of incoming and explaining, but with that, Senator Coons, I'm thankful for the role you played.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I was grateful for an opportunity to just show a little courtesy to a dear friend, Senator Isaacson, in that previous incident you're referring. And I will, at the risk of not being as gracious as I should be, just share that when Senator Isaacson and I met with the South African minister, that meeting was to hear their concerns about the impact of the steel tariffs on a very important alliance.
Chairman Corker and I recently were in Sweden and had a chance to hear from them about their concerns about the steel tariffs. I am encouraged by the announcement that's just come out an hour ago about the meeting with EU leadership, but remain very concerned that some of our closest allies around the world are getting the wrong message. In a dinner last night with the Canadian ambassador, a large bipartisan group of us were there to try and reassure them. I do think that we should be corralling our allies and partners in confronting China's aggressive, prolonged, and inappropriate trade actions and avoiding some of the needless harm we've caused to close alliances. The point of the South African meeting was that they are preparing countervailing tariffs that might well shut down our access to their market. But I'm not really here to talk about chickens, as much as I do love talking about chickens with my friend Senator Isaacson. Mr. Secretary, I just want to say first, thank you for this very long hearing. I want to confirm a number of senators have asked you pointed questions about progress with North Korea, with Russia, issues around Syria and Iran, and you've said not in this setting. Will you return soon to brief us in a classified setting, because there's a number of important and pressing things we really haven't been able to address today. Will you come back and give us that classified brief?
Of course.
Thank you.
Of course.
And a number of senators on both sides have recognized that you've got an important role in a very difficult time. I want to up front just say I was pleased to hear about the Crimea Declaration. I think it's important for the administration to be forceful and clear about our position with regards to Russia's illegal annexation of Crimea. I remember my whole childhood, there was a little box in every American map that said we refuse to recognize the illegal annexation of the Baltic states by the Soviet Union in 1940. And for decades, folks thought that was just aspirational and would never happen. Today, the Baltic states are free. They are NATO allies. And the chairman and I recently visited Latvia as well and heard from them about their determination to remain free and to take strong steps against Russia's interference. Finland and Latvia, the Baltic states, other allies of ours in that region are prepared to invest more in their own defense and to strengthen their defenses against Russian interference in their upcoming elections. There's elections in Latvia and Moldova and Sweden that are happening soon. What best practices are you seeing among our European allies? What tools do you think the State Department can and should be using? And how should we be doing, as you put it, everything we can to push back on likely election interference by Russia to our vital allies as well as to our upcoming midterm elections?
Yeah, it's a good question. We, the United States government, my previous organization, Intelligence World, did a great deal of work with our European partners. We did it with the German election, the French election, trying to help identify threats and vectors, good, solid intelligence sharing. I think that's an underpinning so that these governments can understand the threats. Sometimes America is better positioned to see them and observe them than some of these other countries that are smaller with fewer resources. And then I think it's also important, and we've begun to do this, that countries begin to share the actions that they observe. That is, not only the precursors, the indications, but what actually took place, to download so that we can begin to understand how to push back. I think it was Senator Paul who said earlier, there's lots of variations on the theme, right? There are overt efforts, there are, call them
covert efforts.
Covert efforts, there's influence operations, there are lots of methods by which adversaries, not just Russia, can attempt to undermine elections and democracies. We have an obligation to the Europeans, and it benefits America as well, if we try and help them ensure that their democracies are protected as well.
And I do think we would benefit from hearing more and more regularly and more clearly what we are doing with our close allies to convey that we get what is happening to them and that we are concerned about what's happening to us. Frankly, I want diplomacy to succeed. I prefer an environment of diplomacy to one of a perception of imminent conflict with either North Korea or Russia. And you've been very forceful, even aggressive today in advancing the administration's position. As the chairman said earlier, a lot of the tension here, I think, comes from the gaps between your forcefulness and clarity and what I perceive and many perceive to be the president's lack of forcefulness and clarity. In your written statement, you say that President Trump has stated, quote, "I accept our intelligence community's conclusion that Russia's meddling in the 2016 election took place." And then you go on to say he has a complete and proper understanding of what happened. My concern, if I could just directly, is that our president has never made a clear and comprehensive speech outlining the threat posed by Russia, our strategy to respond to it, and criticizing directly President Putin for directing the attack on our election in 2016. Just a few days ago, now I guess more than a week ago, Robert Mueller delivered indictments against 12 Russian military intelligence officers, GRU officers, calls them out by name, gives enormous detail of how Russia attacked our 2016 election. And one of the ways in which our president then undermines the clarity and credibility of that action by our Department of Justice is by calling the Mueller investigation a rigged witch hunt, or by standing next to President Putin in Helsinki and suggesting he's uncertain whether our intelligence account of what happened in 2016 is the more credible or the Russian one. Could you please clarify for me, if there are clear indicators that Russia continues to interfere in our election planning up to this November, would you advise the president to rescind an invitation to Vladimir Putin to come and meet in the White House? Do you think it is unwise to extend the credibility and the prestige of a White House meeting without being clear about Putin's threat to our upcoming elections? Senator Paul said, and I agree with him, we should meet with our adversaries. But as President Reagan did, we need to be clear-eyed about who they are and call them out for being adversaries before sitting down with them. Can you commit to being clear with the president and helping us understand whether or not the president clearly understands the attack on our election?
So I've tried to do that earlier today, Senator Coons. I think the president is very clear about that. It is, I find it surprising that statements that are made, especially a statement like a statement for the record, I mean, you should all know the White House cleared that secret, right? These are White House, I uttered the words, these are President Trump's statements in that sense as well, right? These are statements from the United States government, of which President Trump is very clearly in charge, and somehow there's this effort to suggest that they're not that. The statements that I've made today are fully consistent with you, unless I misspoke somewhere along the way, which is possible after a couple hours. These are indeed the administration, President Trump's policies that we're implementing.
My core point, Mr. Secretary, was that while your statements have been clear, our president's statements have confused our allies, encouraged our adversaries, and have failed to be comparably clear. And I'm concerned that an invitation to President Putin to the White House without clarity about his threats to our election, his threats to our allies, puts at risk clarity. I welcome the Crimea Declaration today. I think that is an important step forward, but I urge you, if President Putin attacks our next election, advise President Trump to withdraw any invitation to President Putin. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Portman.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Secretary, thank you for coming back to testify again. You've had a long afternoon. I think you ought to do it more often. I mean, while you've been here, we managed to negotiate a successful preliminary agreement with the European Union. You managed to issue a declaration supporting what many of us have been hoping to see with regard to Crimea. And there was a third thing that happened, and I don't know if it's good or bad, but my understanding is the White House has decided to postpone the visit of President Putin until after the first of the year.
When I left my business, it began to succeed as well, so I'll come down here.
I think they wait until you're gone before they make all these decisions. No. I want to comment briefly on what you responded to with Senator Coons on what tools could we use with regard to pushing back on some of the interference in other countries' elections. I'd hope that you would say the Global Engagement Center, because it's a tool you have. And frankly, although Senator Murphy and I wrote legislation to give you the authority to do it, you have more aggressively used that tool, both by providing funding for it and now hiring the right people than your predecessors. And it's precisely this sort of situation. I will give you the recent example, and it's very important, which is what's going on with Macedonia. You know, as they go for their referendum to be part of Europe, these European integration efforts tend to be a place where the Russians see an opportunity and engage in significant disinformation. Great opportunity for us to push back in the appropriate way through the Global Engagement Center. And would you confirm to me that you thought about that and you will think about that in the future?
Yes, of course. May I add one thing that I think you'll find interesting? When I was with my Russian counterpart, Sergei Lavrov, he's very aware of the Global Engagement Center.
should be. I mean,
He raised the issue with me.
Yeah.
When I met with him, I think it was when I met with him in person. It may have been in a conversation by phone, but in my last interaction with him, he raised the issue.
as compared to the resources the Russians put into their efforts, it is minuscule, as you know, but it is significant, and I think it'll be done professionally, thanks to some of the work you've done, and I applaud you for that. We discussed at your confirmation hearing in April the need for us to focus more on Central Eastern Europe, specifically Ukraine. I'd just come back from a trip to Ukraine. I'd been out in the contact line in April where there's a hot conflict going on. I mean, where there are people dying. And it is, when you go there, pretty moving because you see how the Ukrainians have had to defend themselves and their territorial integrity really for the last 4 years against Russian aggression. And I believe, I think you do, that a successful pro-Western Ukraine is not only critical to the region, but I think it's the best antidote to Russian expansion in the region. Along those lines, I want to commend you for last week releasing the $200 million in military assistance. This goes for equipment, training, other assistance. And I think we have not taken enough credit for what happened, which is we told the Ukrainians, you need to make reforms. And when I was there in April, I talked to President Poroshenko. I also talked to Speaker Parubey then and again last month about this. In fact, I talked to him the day after they passed these reforms saying, you know, we need to see these reforms to your defense system, frankly, getting away from the Russian influence system they had into one that's more consistent with European democracies, having a civilian control of their military, among other things. They did that. You then were able to release the $200 million. That's exactly how it should work, right? So I commend you for that, and I think it's going to make a huge difference. The lethal weapons they now have to defend themselves makes a huge difference. And so the actions sometimes do speak louder than the words, and in those cases, I think it's very important. On the resolution which you issued today with regard to Crimea, I was really happy to read it. I know that many in our community in Ohio who follow this closely are pleased with it. They believe this puts the United States clearly in the position where we will not relieve sanctions until this issue is resolved. And I would ask you today, can you confirm that the Russians have a clear understanding that sanctions related to Crimea will not be able to be reduced or certainly eliminated so long as Crimea remains an issue?
I think they did before this statement, and I'm confident after the statement that the President released, that will reaffirm their understanding.
Do you believe the Russians have a clear understanding that sanctions related to their actions in eastern Ukraine along the border cannot be altered without real implementation of the Minsk agreement and the end to that aggression in Ukraine? There's a lot of talk about new sanctions, as you know, with regard to Russia. And I do support us having a better bilateral relationship with Russia. I think it's important. We're two major nuclear powers. They've got a lot of weapons pointed at us. I also support discussions that are prepared. I think it's very important that our statements, both in private and in public, are clear and consistent. And I think that needs to happen from the President all the way down to our diplomats such as yourself. And again, I think you have done that. I think that was the issue with Helsinki. In addition to what's going on in the eastern border of Ukraine and Crimea, I think there's a clear consensus in the national security community, not just the IC, but the National Security Committee more broadly about the severity of the short and midterm threat that Russia poses. Its espionage, its cyber, its information capabilities, meddling in the 2016 elections, and now in the 2018 elections, our intelligence communities seem to have a consensus around that, including you in your previous role. And we have sanctions in place, but they don't seem to be working. Yeah. I mean, that long list that I just gave, they don't seem to be working. So let me ask you a question, and this is not an easy one to answer, but one, why aren't they working? Second, do you support new sanctions, specifically related to the new information we have about 2016 and about 2018 interference in our democratic process? And if so, what kind of sanctions would be more effective?
So your point is well taken. There continues, in spite of the work that's been done by this administration, there continues to be Russian malign activity. We have to use sanctions as a tool. You talked about the Global Engagement Center. I think there are many tools that we can use. In my role as a diplomat, we have a handful, and we are working to do what I think it was Senator Rubio at the beginning of this hearing described as raise the cost sufficiently and convince Vladimir Putin that it's not in his best interest to continue this behavior. That's going to be difficult. I know precisely who Vladimir Putin is. I know his history, but that's the task. The task is for us, the U.S. government, that includes you and the executive branch, to raise the costs on Russia sufficiently that they cease this malign activity that adversely impacts the United
And do you
States.
believe new sanctions are appropriate to raise the cost in
I do. I
response
think
to new information we've received?
I do, Senator. If we can find the right places and the right leverage point, the things that will actually make a difference to Russia, I think it would be constructive to head down that path.
And can you tell us what you think might be more effective than the previous sanctions that have not been effective in accomplishing those means?
It's, I don't know that I have a great answer.
Do you think it's focusing more on individuals, on oligarchs? Do you think it's focusing more on some of the economic choke points? What's the
It would be my judgment that each of those is necessary, that the things that impact the Russian economy are the things that I hear the Russians most concerned about.
Mm-hmm. Secretary, thank you. I'm glad you're there, and we appreciate your testimony today.
Thank you. Senator Booker.
Thank you very much. I guess I'm batting cleanup, and I appreciate the endurance of our secretary. I know he has hard days, long days, and I'm grateful for this opportunity to question him. I really want to pick up on some of the line of questions that Senator Portman asked. It is important what presidents say, and you and I come from that school, I imagine, where you have Ronald Reagan's clear, unwavering commitment to standing strong against then the Soviet Union. You saw it in the next George Bush. You've seen it in presidents. And so here's a clear statement of fact that the president tweeted out. I'm concerned that Russia will be fighting very hard to have an impact on the upcoming election, which is consistent with intelligence communities, that they're continuing to attack. Of course, he said, based on the fact that no president has been tougher on Russia than me, they will be pushing very hard for the Democrats. They definitely don't want Trump. They don't want Trump. Now that obviously was surprising to see, given that we just heard from Vladimir Putin that he prefers Trump. But I'm concerned that the president doesn't understand that this ongoing threat is happening. When he came out of his secret meeting with Putin that was shrouded in secrecy, he said our relationship has never been worse until it is now, because that's changed as of about 4 hours ago. Has anything changed in the Russians' attacks or ongoing threats to our 2018 elections?
Senator, what I believe the president was referring to there, and obviously he speaks for himself in that sense, but what I understood him to say was that he'd had, for the first time in his administration, he'd had a chance to have an extensive, candid conversation with the leader of Russia, lay out and articulate America's interests to him so that he understood unambiguously what those interests were, and to in turn hear from Vladimir Putin about the things that he thought mattered most to Russia. So when I heard him say things have changed, I think that's what he was referring to. It was the first time they had met before, but it was the first time.
Mr. Secretary, I've got limited time. So I agree with Senator Rubio. There's got to be a cost to people when they attack the United States, not just attacking the United States. They've assassinated people on British soil. They're threatening our allies. They're intervening in Western democracies, annexing Crimea, ongoing hostilities in the Donbass region of Ukraine. And we passed legislation here, the COTSA legislation, which you had an exchange with my colleague, Senator Cardin, about, and I think you said, this is the transcript that you said, thank you for presenting the law. We really appreciate it. We think it makes good sense. The president signed it as well. We've passed sanctions under the law, and we have passed it, but we haven't used all of the sanctions. Now, I was excited to see Nikki Haley come out and say that we were about to put on new sanctions. In fact, the RNC got talking points from the White House telling their pundits to say exactly what Nikki Haley said before the United Nations, that we were going to put on additional sanctions. But we haven't used those tools in our toolbox. They said that Nikki Haley was confused. She said, I'm sorry, I wasn't confused. This was a step that the White House was going to take. And so I hope you understand that there's many of us in a bipartisan manner that feels like we've put tools in the toolbox, but the president has shrunk from taking them and using those tools to stand strong against people that are ongoing attacks on the United States of America. Nikki Haley said, absolutely, you will see that Russian sanctions will be coming down. Secretary Mnuchin will be announcing those. It has already said that they're going to go directly to any sort of companies that are dealing with equipment related to in this case, Assad and chemical weapons use. So I'm having trouble, and again, I think I'm one of those people that agrees with some of my Republican colleagues that presidents should be allowed to meet with folks one-on-one, but this is, as far as my staff can find, the only meeting with anybody in the G20 that's been a one-on-one meeting without staff that hasn't been, the details of which haven't been disclosed. And it's particularly troubling given, as Senator Udall said, we have a long history of this administration having ties to the Russians. He read a list, further, it's the Russian oligarch close to Putin who bought property for Trump at a significant profit. Whether it was Trump tweeting about his deals, whether it was Trump Jr. talking about Russians make up a disproportionate cross-section of our assets, whether it's Maria Butina, who's asking a question with Trump responding, I don't think we need more sanctions. I don't think we need sanctions. But this goes on. As Senator Coons just said, we have a president that right now sees that we have an ongoing investigation into the very attacks that the Russians did to us that have resulted in over 80 charges, over 30 people being charged, people of the administration, people of the campaign, and this is a president that is having private meetings with the Russians. Now, this is actually not the first private meeting that he had. I'm sure you remember that this president pulled aside at a G20 meeting and had a one-on-one discussion, unbeknownst to his staff, and had a conversation that he then said, when asked what they discussed, and I quote, he said, "We discussed adoptions." Now, adoptions is a code word, as we see, for sanctions. It's the same code word that was used to describe pre-election meetings between Kushner, Manafort, Don Jr., these ideas of adoptions. Now, you haven't asked, I've listened very closely, I'm the last person to ask questions, but you've refused to even say if relaxing sanctions, directly, if relaxing sanctions was part of the meeting that the president had. And so I find it hard to believe that we are a nation that is being under ongoing attack, and you can't come forward and say that this is a president that you say you represent, that we're standing strong against the person, but we're not. The very president who actually invited some of this here when he said, and I quote, "Russia, if you're listening, if you're able to find the 30,000 emails that are missing," he invited the very attacks that we're talking about. And so what I want, and what I think my colleagues want on both sides of the aisle, is to understand and believe that we're not having private discussions about relaxing sanctions, that we're showing the same kind of strength that past presidents have shown when enemies attack the United States of America. And you just committed to Senator Portman that you believe more sanctions are needed. And so are we to expect in the coming days that we will be applying the sanctions that the Senate has provided this president in a bipartisan way to hold Russia accountable and show them that there'll be a cost for their attacks on this nation?
Senator, I think this administration's record, over 200 sanctions, 200 sanctions, Senator, is reflective of this administration's steadfastness with respect to our willingness to push back against Russia. I think it's unquestioned. You just spoke for coming on 7 minutes about a whole litany of things political. Let me give you America's foreign policy.
Well, sir,
200 plus sanctions.
Clearly there's been divisions in the administration if Nikki Haley is talking about sanctions on one day, and then you're not putting them on the next day.
Senator, there's vigorous debate in this administration on lots of things. There's no doubt about that. The president didn't hire a single shrinking violet, not one of us. And we often disagree about things. There's no doubt about that. And sometimes we prevail, and sometimes we don't. The president calls the ball, and the president called the ball over 200 times to sanction Russian entities. That's pretty strong.
The president is not using the tools that the United States Senate.
We've used CATSA, we've complied with CATSA, we will continue to comply with CATSA. I put this administration's work on sanctions against Russia, let's just rack and stack.
Then I'll
for
conclude,
the last 8 years.
Mr. Chairman, I want to
we got
conclude with entering into the
18
record the
months.
President of the United States statements on CATSA, and I will read them and put the whole statement in the record. This is what he said on the day CATSA was introduced. Since the bill was first introduced, I've expressed concerns to Congress about the many ways it improperly encroaches executive power, disadvantages our company, and hurts the interests of this nation. Still, the bill is seriously flawed particularly because it encroaches on an executive branch's authority. Congress should not even negotiate a health care bill after 7 years. By limiting the executive ability's authority, this bill makes it harder for the United States to strike good deals.
I actually agree with each of
And hold
the
on,
statements.
the framers of the Constitution put the foreign affairs, so, well, you didn't agree with it when you were talking to him. I could read your words back about how great this CATSA deal is. I put this in the record, and I finished my comments just simply by saying, this is not a president that's using the tools. This is not a president strong against Russia. This is not a president that is standing up against people that are doing ongoing attacks on the United States of America that are continuing at this moment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Menendez.
Well, Mr. Chairman, let me thank the Secretary for being here, but I must say that after nearly 3 hours, here's my takeaways. This administration is increasingly not transparent. It's not transparent as to what takes place at these summits. It's not transparent in terms of I hear that there's an effort not to have readouts when the President has conversations with foreign leaders, which has historically been the case. There's increasing less number of briefings. We haven't still had a briefing on North Korea in a classified setting nearly 2 months afterwards. So what I took away is that as it relates to North Korea, we have no agreements on anything. The best I can glean is that they understand what we mean by denuclearization, but they have not agreed to that definition. I really don't believe, Mr. Secretary, you know what happened during the President's 2+ hour conversation with President Putin. And I really don't know much more about the summit after sitting here for 3 hours than I did before. I want to say to you, I want you to think about the suggestion that what the President says is not the policy of the United States. When the President speaks,
Can I clean that up, Senator? You're right, I misspoke.
If you want to clean it up, because
I'd love to.
when he
Thank
speaks,
you.
that is the policy of
I'd
the
love
United
to,
States.
Senator.
Yeah.
I'd love the chance to do that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I misspoke. It is the
Okay.
case.
All right.
The President calls the ball. His statements are in fact policy, but it's the case that when all of us speak in informal settings in response to questions, we're not covering the full gamut of things that impact the world. That's what I intended to say. I saw the glee on your side walking away, trying to make a political point from that. That's silliness. This president runs this government. His statements are in fact
Good.
U.S.
So
policy.
now we understand that when the President speaks, it is the policy of the
Senator,
United
you've seen
States.
these
So
policies,
therefore,
200+ sanctions. You've seen them, Senator.
I'm
No,
not
Senator,
asking you a question, Mr.
Senator,
Secretary.
I understand.
I'm
But
summarizing
I've now
here.
been here 3 hours, and you've got a political soliloquy.
No, you
And-
know what?
and I
I've listened to your political soliloquy as a Secretary of State sitting at that table, demeaning some members here because you said that Senator Shaheen believes more in the Russian Defense Ministry. She was quoting them only because we don't know what our own government is saying. So please don't talk to me about politics. Want to talk about politics? If President Obama did what President Trump did in Helsinki, I'd be peeling you off the Capitol ceiling. Please. So here's the point. When the President speaks, it is the policy of the United States. And so when he says, in one respect, I applaud this declaration about Crimea, but then he goes and says that Russia should join the G7. Well, the reason Russia's not in the G7 is because they invaded Ukraine. So which is the policy? Because when the President speaks, it is the policy. And I must say, sir, when you speak around the world, people believe that what you say is a reflection of the policy of the United States. So I want to close by saying one thing I heard here today that I can agree with you is that we need more sanctions, and I look forward to working with the chairman, Senator Graham, and others who are interested in this regard. Hopefully we can come together in common cause to push back on Russia on sanctions that we can pursue. And secondly, I want to reiterate, I believe that it is rightful for the members of this committee, even if it's in a classified setting, to speak to the translator and or to see her notes, because that's the only way we will know what truly transpired.
Would you like to give any response?
Not a word.
You had earlier tried to lay out the things the administration was doing relative to the election and were cut off. Would you like to do that in a public setting?
I'm just fine, Senator. I think I've had the opportunity to respond adequately. I appreciate you having been so gracious to have permitted me to do that.
And we had some exchange relative to a classified briefing. Let me say this, I know you're busy and
Happy to try and find a time that works for everyone to do that, as I think I committed to another senator.
We'll keep the record open until the close of business tomorrow for written questions. I know you've got a lot to do. To the extent your staff could help answer those questions as briefly as they could, that would be most helpful. I appreciate you
We'll
coming
do it.
before us today. And with that, the meeting's adjourned.
Committee will come to order. Without objection, all members will have 5 days to submit statements, extraneous material, and questions for the record, subject to the length limitation in the rules. Ambassador Wells and Ms. Friedman, welcome. Welcome to members of the public and the press as well, and we're glad to have our friends from C-SPAN with us today as well. We meet this morning so the committee can conduct oversight of the Trump administration's policy towards Afghanistan, and I'll now recognize myself for an opening statement. For months, we've been attempting to get some visibility into the ongoing peace negotiations without success. We all want peace. We all want the fighting in Afghanistan to end, but Congress needs to know what a potential deal looks like. Members on both sides need a chance to ask questions and offer views. And in the last few weeks, we've seen the Afghan reconciliation process go off the rails in a spectacular fashion. We learned from a presidential tweet that the administration was planning to host the Taliban at Camp David the same week that we mark the anniversary of 9/11. We learned that the president upended that arrangement, and we learned that the peace deal evidently is dead. If reporting is accurate, the president's desire to get the credit and look like a deal maker got the better of him again, and now months and months of diplomatic efforts seems to be thrown out the window. As a committee that oversees American foreign policy, we understandably had a lot of questions about this diplomatic effort and the administration's refusal to provide us and the American people answers prompted me a week ago to subpoena our top negotiator, Ambassador Khalilzad, to testify today. Just to be clear, I do not take subpoenas lightly, and I would not have issued this one had we not sent 3 letters inviting him and asking Secretary Pompeo at a hearing to send him. We simply couldn't wait any longer. And after I issued that subpoena, I spoke with Secretary Pompeo at the State Department's request. He offered to send an official from the Bureau of South and Central Asian Affairs to testify, and for Ambassador Khalilzad to brief myself and Mr. McCall in a classified setting. I said I would consider an accommodation, but only if the ambassador briefed every member of this committee, Democrats and Republicans, in a classified setting, the same courtesy that was afforded to the members of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. Anything less than that was a non-starter for me and for Mr. McCall. I'll let him speak for himself, but we were eye to eye. We saw this just the same way. We were defending the integrity of the legislative process and the integrity of our committee. Last evening, after a few days of negotiations, the State Department finally agreed to this compromise, and I withdrew the subpoena on Ambassador Khalilzad. We just wrapped up that classified briefing, and we're going now to continue our examination of these issues with the officials before us. So let's take a step back. I know that the idea of negotiating with the Taliban may seem abhorrent. I'm from New York City, and for myself and a lot of New Yorkers who lived through 9/11, it's a tough pill to swallow. And since then, many brave Americans have lost their lives at the hands of Taliban fighters. But here's the reality after 18 years of war. The Taliban still exists. We need, unfortunately, to deal with that fact. And the adage remains true, you don't make peace with your friends. And believe it or not, there's some common ground. For starters, the Taliban wants our troops out of Afghanistan, and we want our troops home. So where do we go from there? In my view, any viable deal needs to be built on 3 pillars. The first is that the Taliban must pledge that Afghanistan will never be used again as a base to plan attacks against the United States and our allies. We understand that the administration secured that commitment from the Taliban in earlier negotiations. Secondly, the Taliban must agree to separate from al-Qaeda, something they've indicated they would do, and renounce violence, including against the Afghan people or government. And lastly, the Taliban and the Afghan government must engage in a good faith process that can lead to reconciliation among all Afghans. This area still has a lot of unanswered questions, and with the President declaring the deal dead, it's not clear where we go from here. The way I see it, we need to use whatever leverage we can to promote intra-Afghan dialogue. The President suggested that peace would not be possible unless we first had a ceasefire in place. Well, guess what? There was a ceasefire in June 2018 to celebrate Eid. And what did we do to seize on this opportunity? Nothing. Why? Because the administration
has hollowed out the State Department. We've complained about this for a long time. State Department Inspector General found that the Bureau of South and Central Asian Affairs has, quote, lost both staff and expertise, unquote, under the administration, including experts on peace talks with the Taliban and reconciliation. So what will this administration do to get a second bite at the apple? Another ceasefire that might create an opening for more dialogue? I'd like to hear from our witnesses about that, among many other issues. Because one thing is crystal clear. There is no military solution to end the fighting in Afghanistan. And if there is another opportunity, even following the President's disastrous attempt at deal-making, to forge a peace that advances American security interests, we need to consider those options. We owe it to the men and women who have fought and died in this war. We owe it to those who lost their lives or their loved ones at 9/11. We owe it to future generations of Americans who don't want to see our country entrenched in endless war, and to the Afghan people who want a peaceful and prosperous future for their country. We'll soon hear from our witnesses, but first I'll yield to our ranking member, Mr. McCall of Texas, for any opening remarks he might have. And I want to thank him publicly for his cooperation. As usual, we work together, and we believe it brings good results, not only for the Congress, but for the American people as well. Mr. McCall.
And thank you, Mr. Chairman, for holding this important hearing. I also would like to thank Ambassador Khalizad for briefing committee members this morning, where we had a robust and informative discussion on a range of timely issues. I look forward to staying engaged with him. I do want to say, for the benefit of the members of this committee, the chairman and I stand unified in our commitment to the preserving the integrity of this committee. This is the second oldest committee in the Congress, dating back to the Continental Congress. We do have Article I constitutional oversight responsibilities, and we do deserve that respect. Just last week, we commemorated the 18th anniversary of the 9/11 terror attacks that took the lives of 3,000 innocent people. It was one of the most tragic days in American history. In the aftermath of 9/11, counterterrorism and homeland security became our top priority. It was necessary to go on the offense militarily and attack the terrorists abroad. That strategy included invading Afghanistan, removing the Taliban, and destroying al-Qaeda. Since 2001, we have achieved many successes on the battlefield and through diplomacy. Specifically, we have decimated the leadership of al-Qaeda. We captured Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, killed Osama bin Laden, and most recently removed his son and rising leader, Hamza bin Laden, from the battlefield. And most importantly, we have not allowed Afghanistan to be the staging ground for another devastating attack on our homeland. We have also helped implement many political and social reforms. Millions of Afghanistan people have voted in democratic elections at all levels. And Afghan women who are not allowed to attend school or hold a job during the brutal reign of the Taliban in the 1990s have made significant gains. And I was pleased to hear women were part of these negotiations. These accomplishments have not been without great sacrifices. Over 2,300 Americans have given their lives in this conflict, including Sergeant First Class Jeremy Griffin, who was killed in action in Afghanistan just on Monday. Over 20,000 more have been wounded. We must never forget their courage or the price we have paid in both blood and treasure to protect our homeland and to build a better future for Afghanistan. Unfortunately, the Taliban has made significant gains. Today, they control almost 50% of the country and have become increasingly violent. But after 18 years on the battlefield, the American people and members of Congress want to know what our plan is for peace moving forward. I'm glad the President decided against welcoming leaders of the Taliban to Camp David, particularly in the week of 9/11. Perhaps the current suspension of talks will allow us to reevaluate our strategy. And this committee, Mr. Chairman, I should say, and the Congress, have a role in the process. There's no doubt that all of us would like to see this war come to an end, and I fully support the administration's efforts to bring a diplomatic resolution to this conflict. But there's also real doubt that the Taliban can act as legitimate partners for peace. By all accounts, their ties to al-Qaeda remain intact. And further, the Taliban is not a monolithic organization. To only engage with the organization's central leadership overlooks local power brokers who do not always follow them. We also have to keep in mind many in the Taliban have some longstanding objections to a negotiated peace. They think our military will come home no matter what. I think some more extremist factions were responsible for that attack just to end the peace negotiations. And as Ambassador Crocker has assessed, and I've visited with him many times in Afghanistan, when he said, quote, the Taliban will offer any number of commitments, knowing that when we are gone and the Taliban is back, we will have no means of enforcing any of them. We must also avoid the same mistake President Obama made in Iraq by withdrawing all of our troops. For the purposes of preventing another 9/11 style attack on our homeland, I personally believe that we should keep a residual force in place to focus on counterterrorism intelligence and partner force training. I'd also like to thank Ambassador Wells and Ms. Freeman for being here. This hearing really comes at a critical time. As I can say, we did commend Ambassador, the Primary Ambassador and Special Envoy this morning for his commitment and his service to the country in what I consider to be one of the most difficult negotiations on the planet. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. McCall. I'll now introduce our witnesses. Alice Wells is the Acting Assistant Secretary of State for South Central and Asian Affairs. Karen Freeman is the Assistant to the Administrator in the Office of Afghanistan and Pakistan Affairs at the United States Agency for International Development. I again thank you both for your service and for your testimony this morning. Without objection, the witnesses' prepared testimony will be made part of the record, and I'll now recognize the witnesses for 5 minutes each to summarize their testimony. We'll start with Ambassador Wells.
Good morning, Chairman Ingle, Ranking Member McCall, and distinguished members of the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to testify this morning on the Trump administration's policy in Afghanistan. Last week in New York, Washington, Kabul, and around the world, we commemorated the 18th anniversary of the September 11th attacks on the United States. And when the U.S. began its military engagement in Afghanistan, our core interest was clear: to ensure that Afghanistan would never again be a platform for a terrorist attack on America. And in that regard, our mission over the last 18 years, in partnership with our NATO allies, has been a success. Since 9/11, no terrorist group has used Afghanistan to attack our shores. But the threat remains significant. Afghanistan remains a haven for terrorist organizations. ISIS Khorasan has demonstrated the intent to organize or inspire attacks in the U.S. and Europe. It has the capacity and willingness to indiscriminately kill civilians who do not support their nihilistic ideology. In April, Russia, China joined us in calling on the Taliban to make good on its commitments to cut ties with international terrorist groups, to prevent terrorist recruiting, training, fundraising, and to expel any known terrorists. While the United States remains committed to countering the threat of terrorism from Afghanistan, the administration understands that the American people are ready to end this war responsibly. Military power alone will not bring peace to Afghanistan or eliminate the threat of terrorists exploiting Afghan soil. A negotiated political settlement accepted by most Afghans remains the best way to ensure a durable peace and to enable Afghans to focus on ridding their country of international terrorists. In the last 12 months, we've made significant progress toward this objective. The Taliban engaged in dialogue with the United States and discussions with their fellow Afghans, including Afghan government officials, at an intra-Afghan dialogue in Qatar this July. Special Representative Khalilzad and his team consulted with the government of Afghanistan and stakeholders across society. We built regional and international support for peace, enlisting the help of Pakistan, Russia, China, the Gulf, EU members, and regional partners. And consultations within the U.S. government are continuing on the best way forward. As we foster the conditions for direct negotiations between the Afghans, we're rationalizing our risk and our exposure to ensure a sustainable diplomatic assistance and military presence. Diplomatically, we've reduced our civilian direct hire presence from over 1,100 personnel in 2011 to around 500 staff today. Developmentally, we have tapered our civilian assistance from over $4 billion in 2010 to about $480 million today. Our international partners are now contributing 3/4 of all development and humanitarian assistance to Afghanistan. Militarily, we've reduced our presence from over 100,000 troops in 2011 to less than 14,000 today. NATO is constantly evaluating the requirements of the 39 allies and partners in Resolute Support Mission. Afghanistan is a different country than it was in 2001. Afghan troops are leading the fight against ISIS-K and the Taliban. Over 9 million students are enrolled in school, 39% of them girls. 1/3 of the 4 million voters in the parliamentary elections were women. Afghan farmers are beginning to export high-value crops, and a nascent private sector is strengthening supply chains and building market linkages with India and Central Asia. But challenges remain. Over half the Afghan population lives below the poverty line. Corruption, government malfeasance, and record-high opium production threaten sustainability. We will continue to hold the Afghan government accountable for combating corruption, and we will adjust our assistance levels accordingly. Afghanistan is holding a presidential election on September 28th. We've called for the Afghan government and electoral institutions to ensure the election will be credible and transparent. We've emphasized that all candidates are accountable to the code of conduct they signed, pledging to respect the electoral process. Afghans have the right to vote without fear of intimidation, attack, or violence. And the Taliban statements threatening election workers and voters are naked intimidation. We offer our strong support to the Afghan security forces who are in charge of electoral security and sacrifice their lives on a daily basis. Even as Afghanistan goes to the polls, Afghans cannot pause their efforts to advance peace. Every Afghan must be invested in a political process that brings security and reconciliation after 40 years of violence. Finally, the United States will continue to safeguard American security. For too long, the Taliban have taken comfort in their conviction that our engagement is unsustainable. Our friends and adversaries should understand our interest in protecting American citizens is enduring as we advance a responsible way toward peace, development, and security in Afghanistan. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Wells. Ms. Friedman.
Chairman Engel, Ranking Member McCall, and members of the committee, thank you for this opportunity to discuss the role of USAID in supporting U.S. interests in Afghanistan. Since May of this year, development and humanitarian partners have sustained 3 separate attacks by the Taliban that resulted in loss of life and injury of staff. These are senseless attacks on people who have dedicated their lives to improving Afghanistan's future. USAID extends our condolences to the families of the deceased, and we hope for fast recovery to those who have been wounded. We echo Secretary Pompeo's call for the Taliban to stop attacking civilians. This week's attack by the Taliban on energy infrastructure in Baghlan province cut imported electricity to 12 Afghan provinces, including power to Kabul's industrial parks. We're glad to hear this morning that power is being restored, and we're happy to note that the USAID-constructed Tarakil power plant is providing immediate backup supply of energy, as intended, for critical uses, including hospitals and the Kabul airport. This morning, there's also news of an attack that damaged a hospital. Attacks on civilians, as well as projects that facilitate and advance the economy and the standards of living for the Afghan people, must stop. Earlier this year, the U.S. Embassy in Kabul led a review of all U.S. civilian assistance, which directed departments and agencies to focus on 3 objectives: supporting the Afghan peace process, preserving stabilization of the Afghan state, and assisting Afghanistan's transition to self-reliance to create conditions for a political process. USAID's strategy in Afghanistan aligns with and supports these objectives by accelerating private sector-led economic growth, advancing education and health gains made over the past 18 years, particularly for women and girls, and increasing accountability between the Afghan government and its citizens. USAID has pressed the government of Afghanistan to take the lead in the country's own future and make development gains sustainable. Just a few weeks ago, I made I joined my USAID colleagues in Kabul to close the formal review of U.S. government civilian assistance to Afghanistan. We unequivocally stressed to the Minister of Finance that transparent, effective, and citizen-responsive government systems are essential to achieving private sector growth and attracting investment. The U.S. government continues to convey to all Afghans that their country's relationship with the international community will depend heavily upon the inclusivity of any potential settlement, which must preserve the rights and dignity of women. We also expect the upcoming presidential elections, scheduled for September 28th, to be transparent and credible. The Afghan government must recommit and redouble its efforts to enhance transparency, increase citizen responsiveness, and reduce the corruption that weakens the Afghan citizens' faith in democratic civilian government. Over the past 18 years, USAID-funded gains have been significant. In the energy sector, as Ambassador Wells said, more than 30% of Afghans now have access to the power grid. More importantly, USAID is also working directly with the Afghan National Electric Utility to improve its management systems and ability to collect revenue. This assistance has helped to double revenue collection and increase its customer base by 73% in just a few years. In health, USAID is working with the Afghan Ministry of Public Health to increase access to basic health care and ensure the sustainability of health through the development of effective public-private partnerships. In the education sector, not only have USAID programs supported millions of students, but a future generation of Afghan women will have opportunities in STEM fields, such as a result of a USAID partnership with Texas A&M University. Afghanistan is a different place than it was in 2001, and its people are capable of more if it achieves citizen-responsive good governance and transparency. USAID is prepared to support emerging needs and opportunities that could arise from a political settlement. The trajectory of Afghanistan remains clear. Civilian assistance helps create the economic and social conditions necessary for peace and self-reliance by focusing on long-term, broad-based development and reinforcing efforts to reduce violence and stimulate a peace settlement to end the conflict with the Taliban. Thank you for your attention, and thank you for inviting me here today. I welcome your questions.
Thank you very much. Let me ask both of you this question. You both mentioned in your remarks the recalibration efforts of U.S. assistance to Afghanistan moving forward. Could each of you please explain what drove the department to propose these significant cuts to our assistance and how such a cut would support intra-Afghan peace and reconciliation?
Thank you, sir. We were trying to ensure that the level of assistance that we were providing for Afghanistan was sustainable, was structured in a way that encourages the rise of the private sector, and that it elicits better government performance so that the government increasingly has the capacity and the ability to assume all functions of a sovereign state. And at the same time, ensure that our investment in Afghanistan reflects the level of investment given global threats. Obviously, there's been a lot that's changed since 9/11. Afghanistan is not the only country in which we face a terrorist threat. And so we wanted to be able to signal through the embassy posture and the aid restructuring that we are committed to the long-term development of Afghanistan, but not overcommitted to the point that we're assuming an unreasonable or even a counterproductive level of nation building.
Ms. Friedman?
Thank you for the question. As always best practice, USAID regularly reviews its mission's presence worldwide. And in Afghanistan, over the last 18 months, we established a new development strategy that focuses on establishing the conditions necessary for peace and self-reliance, and responsibly revised the portfolio based on lessons learned and input from various stakeholders. So during the recent embassy-led assistance review, we sought to further consolidate the portfolio while ensuring its ability to manage and provide proper oversight over taxpayers' resources and our ability to implement the program. We took into account the interests and the feedback from our congressional committees and from the administration's priorities to support the Afghan peace process, to preserve the stabilization of the Afghan state, and to assist Afghanistan's transition to self-reliance. During the course of the review, we had a great deal of input and a lot of thought on what that consolidation should look like, and took that all in as recently as a couple of months ago, and have honed down and consolidated the portfolio to mesh with the appropriate number of staff. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The UN assistance mission to Afghanistan found that the NATO and Afghan security forces were responsible for more civilian casualties than the Taliban in the first 6 months of 2019. What accounts for the increase in civilian casualties at the hands of NATO and pro-government forces? Have there been any significant changes in the rules of engagement? Is that the reason? And how has this impacted Afghans' view of their own security forces? Ambassador.
Coalition forces working with the Afghans do everything possible to try to avoid civilian casualties and implement the highest levels of accountability. And I would contrast this, sir, with what is the focus of the Taliban in targeting civilians, as we saw in the attack on election workers, the attack against the hospital, all of which have just happened this week. I think statistically, the Taliban over time have been the largest contributors to civilian casualties. The statistics that we saw, which we don't necessarily agree with the methodology, are an aberration. And I think the intent of the U.S. forces and the Afghan forces is very different from the intent of the terrorists who are literally terrorizing the Afghan civilian population.
Thank you. Ms. Freeman, do you agree?
I would cede that territory to Ambassador Wells. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Mr. McCall.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Taliban hosted and protected al-Qaeda both pre-9/11, on 9/11, and after 9/11. So there's a healthy amount of skepticism about cutting a deal with the Taliban. I remember visiting with Ambassador Crocker in Kabul when this idea was launched in our military. I guess the question is, what other alternative do we have when they occupy and own 50% of Afghanistan? I suppose, Ambassador, that is a necessary step, or is there any other alternative to that?
The peace framework agreement that was negotiated by the U.S. government in discussions with the Taliban is very much a conditions-based approach. The Taliban are focused on securing the removal of U.S. and international forces from Afghanistan. They understand from 9 rounds of negotiations that that can only come about if they are committed to working to ensure that Afghanistan cannot be a platform for international terrorism.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear that's condition-based and not a timeline. Would that also, could that include the complete withdrawal of U.S. forces?
I can't speak to what ultimately a peace agreement is going to look like. As you know, for now, the process is suspended. But certainly the discussion was very much about the interrelationship between the presence of troops, international forces, and the ability of the Taliban to ensure that not only were there no international terrorists allowed to operate on soil that they had influence over, but no recruiting, no fundraising, no tolerance of sanctuary, any connections whatsoever.
And of course, if that happens, it would sort of snap back, if you will.
Right.
Correct. I always think, given our history lessons from Iraq, and I'm glad the president decided to keep a residual force in Syria, and I think we should have one in Afghanistan for the foreseeable future, if only to protect the homeland from an external operation like 9/11. Let me ask you about ISIS and the Khorasan group. When I was chairman of Homeland Security, particularly in 2015, 2016, pretty terrifying briefings, external operations. The Khorasan group, always one of the most active groups out there. And so the notion is that the Taliban is actually going to war with ISIS and the Khorasan group. How accurate is that information?
The Taliban do oppose the ISIS Khorasan group. They devote resources, significant manpower resources to combat the Taliban, or to combat ISIS Khorasan. I think one of the reasons we put such an emphasis on peace is that we need Afghans to be united against ISIS Khorasan. And ISIS has been able to take advantage of the fact of the insurgency and the war that's going on in Afghanistan to exploit territory, despite what have been very fierce efforts by Resolute Support Mission and others to target them. We see a resilience and an enduring presence in places like Nangarhar and Kunar, where it can be quite difficult to eliminate them or eliminate their presence entirely.
And that's based on the premise that the Taliban would be more willing to partner with the Afghan government than they would with ISIS?
We would assume a peace agreement would unify, provide a unified government that would reflect the will of all of the Afghan people, and that would allow a concentrated effort against what will be remnant terrorist forces in Afghanistan, not just ISIS Khorasan, but others, whether it's Tehrik-e-Taliban, Pakistan. There's a vegetable soup of militant organizations that have some presence in Afghanistan.
And, and again, I commend State on what is a very difficult negotiation. We all understand the drill here. The Taliban are not very nice people, but sometimes, you have to deal with the world the way it is, and there's not a whole lot of great choices here. Last question, a withdrawal from Afghanistan, what assurances could you give, and you can't predict the future, that this would not result in the Taliban eventually overthrowing the Afghan government, and then we have a Taliban-controlled Afghanistan?
Well, what animates all of our diplomacy is the President and the Secretary's absolute commitment to the security of the American people. And so any peace deal is going to be structured to ensure that Afghanistan cannot and will not reemerge as a threat to America. On the hypotheticals, I don't like answering hypotheticals, but let me put it this way. The Taliban say they want to be a legitimate part of the international community. They argue that they want to attract foreign direct investment. They say they've learned lessons from the isolation that Afghanistan experienced under Taliban rule in the late 1990s and early 2000s. For any Afghan government that includes the Taliban to have those relationships, to attract that foreign direct investment, it's going to have to be a government that upholds standards and values that the international community has been working to instill over the last 18 years. So I think that there's a substantial amount of leverage that the international community will continue to have in the form of assistance monies and in how we engage the Afghan.
And I think that's correct. And the problem, the Taliban, they live in the mountains and the desert, and then you got the palace in Kabul that's U.S.-backed and financed. And I think there's an inherent potential conflict. I think that's a great challenge that I think State Department has. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Sherman.
Ambassador Wells, welcome back. We look forward to seeing you again next month at the Asia Subcommittee for our hearings on human rights in South Asia. And of course, there's considerable interest in my district and a number of others on events in Kashmir. It occurs to me that it's unlikely that we're going to have a peaceful and prosperous Afghanistan unless Pakistan wants to see a peaceful and prosperous Afghanistan. The border between Afghanistan and Pakistan is the Durand Line, but no government of Afghanistan has ever accepted that, and including the Taliban and the current government, have all seemed to take in the position that a huge chunk of Pakistan should actually be part of Afghanistan. It seems unlikely that Pakistan is going to be rooting for a peaceful, prosperous Afghanistan if that Afghan government is actively claiming a big chunk of Pakistani territory. First, does the United States accept as inviolate the Durand Line as the border between Pakistan and Afghanistan?
We do recognize the Durand Line as the boundary between Afghanistan and Pakistan.
And is there any prospect that we can persuade this Afghan government to, if not permanently accept the line, at least declare that they will not use violence in an effort to change that border?
A great deal of effort, diplomatic effort, has gone into trying to increase the collaboration between Afghanistan and Pakistan. And yesterday we were very pleased to see Prime Minister Khan open up the Torkham border for 24/7 trade. It's going to be, I think, these practical steps to increase trade.
I do think we can work toward practical and tactical steps, but I hope that we're also dealing with this festering problem. As long as those Afghan claims are made, and as long as Pakistan can fear that at some future point India and Afghanistan will agree that Pakistan should be, well, I'll move on to the next question. We're supposed to have had a deal, and then the tweet came down and we rejected the deal. Whether or not that was, or at least put the deal on, I believe negotiations are frozen. Since the deal seemed to envision a Camp David visit on 9/11, I'm not, there might be reasons. But I'm trying to understand why this deal was not, or at least as of yet has not been effectuated. And the reason given by the President is that there was one instance in which one American soldier was killed. But at the same time, Secretary Pompeo has said during this same period of time, we have engaged in successful military operations that have killed over 1,000 Taliban fighters. Did we really have a deal with the Taliban that during the 2 or 3, that they wouldn't attack us, but that we would attack them? And their violation of that deal is why we didn't go forward with the agreement?
Both the President and the Secretary have spoken to this, and basically what we saw, the Taliban actions that we saw in the days leading up to a potential agreement on a political framework were inconsistent with the 9 rounds of negotiations that we had held with them. And we saw the Taliban attempting to use violence as a form of intimidation, and they took actions that were basically inconsistent with what ultimately was going to need to be a reduction in violence.
I would point out that killing 1,000 Taliban forces, as Pompeo claims we did, is also a violent action. Finally, there's this idea that they are going to prevent recruiting and fundraising by terrorists in their territory. We have recruiting and fundraising by terrorist organizations here in the United States, where we have an FBI office in every major city. What verification system would we have on the ground in Taliban-controlled areas to see that there wasn't a terrorist presence, wasn't terrorist recruiting, and wasn't terrorist fundraising?
Again, I'm not going to be able to speak to the specifics of what was being negotiated, but very much this was a conditions-based approach, and built into the discussions that Ambassador Khalilzad had with the Taliban.
Are you aware of any verification system that we had at all, or was it trust and don't bother to verify?
This was very much about being able to verify and have confidence that the Taliban had taken the steps they had undertaken to implement.
But you're not aware of any verification systems?
I'm not in a position to discuss the details of what was being discussed.
Thank you, Mr. Yoho.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Chairman, I got an opening statement I'd like to submit to the record without objection.
Without objection.
Thank you, sir. Ambassador Wells, Ms. Freeman, thank you for being here. There's a generation of Americans that have grown up. Actually, they're approaching 20 years of age, and they weren't around when 9/11 happened. And we've been at this conflict, this war, for 19 years, and we know all the expense and the lost lives that can never be replaced. And the person that brings a peace deal to this conflict will win the Nobel Peace Prize. And I appreciate the work you've done. I've got 2 concerns. One is the work and the progress that has been made with the electric grid, the education that's going on, the economy, women going to school and being allowed to go to school. To lose that, in your opinion, do you see if the Taliban gets, if we pull out and negotiate with the Taliban, are they going to continue that, or are they going to, you know, go back to where they were with Sharia law?
The Taliban have said that they've learned from some of the mistakes they made in the past, but you know, the Afghanistan that they are going to, the Afghans that they're going to sit across the table from in any negotiation are Afghans who have come of age also with these new freedoms and abilities to contribute to their society, whether it's women, whether it's minorities. And Afghans consistently in polls indicate that they don't want to give up these gains that they've made, the social and political gains that have been made.
Is the
over
Taliban
the last
willing to do
18
that?
years. That's going to have to be negotiated between the two sides. I think what's interesting, you know, are 2 points. One, you see in Taliban-controlled areas that they are under pressure to open girls' schools. You know, in the most conservative areas, there are still no schools, and that can be true in government-controlled areas as well. But there is a demand consistently among Afghans for their daughters now to be educated. I think that's a new reality.
Are
that
those
any
people at the table that are demanding that?
Absolutely, they will be. I mean, the Afghan negotiators who will sit down across from the Taliban will be bringing these demands, I'm sure, to the table.
All right, and I hope as this winds down that it's understood that radical Islamic terrorists is not accepted anywhere in the world, and especially if they mount attacks that come to America, it'll be met with severe vengeance. As a ranking member of the Asia-Pacific and Non-Proliferation Subcommittee, I especially want to bring attention to the growing Chinese influence in Afghanistan via their high debt, bad terms Belt Road Initiative. And just recently in Reuters, the 16th of this month, China signals veto standoff with the U.S. over Afghanistan because their feelings were hurt because the BRI wasn't brought up. Have the Chinese been in there influencing any of this either way, or are they preventing a settlement?
The Chinese have worked with Ambassador Khalilzad, you know, as have other regional countries, including Russia and then the immediate neighbors, on a way forward on peace. And so there is constructive engagement with China on how do we prosecute peace. But I think it's fair to say that China has not contributed to the economic development of Afghanistan. We've not seen any substantial assistance from China. The Belt and Road is a slogan. It is not any reality. And of course, we continue to warn our partners and would certainly warn the Afghan government about falling prey to predatory loans or loans that are designed to benefit only the Chinese state.
But we know the way the Chinese work. I mean, with the corruption, they'll fall right into that. I mean, it's an easy road for them. And if they haven't contributed to the peace process, if they haven't contributed to the rebuilding of that nation, they should have no say in this. I feel that way. And I hope we stand strong on that because we've seen the effect of what China has done. And, you know, Ms. Freeman, I want to just point out to you that, you know, with what you're doing with USAID and going in there and doing the work you're in a tough neighborhood and making the gains you're doing, I appreciate that. And with the rollout of the BUILD Act in October, our goal is to establish, identify significant infrastructure developments that we can go in, and that we can go in as a trusted partner, that we're going to do something that is best for the Afghan people to build their economy so that we can develop the jobs for them so that we have trading going on. Do you have any thoughts on that, or where we can look at?
Thank you, sir. First of all, let me just echo some of Ambassador Wells' thoughts on going forward. I think it's important to note that over the last 18 years, the change in Afghanistan has been so great in terms of the laws, education, the development of a very active, a very vocal private sector, the increases in trade, the strengthening of civil society, and it's created a reflective demand in areas that can see what's happened. In terms of infrastructure, we continue to work with the government of Afghanistan to strengthen their ability to develop the infrastructure. So I think what you'll be seeing in terms of the core of USAID's program there is to involve the government and involve the private sector.
Thank you. I'm going to stop you there just because I'm out of time, and thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Yoho. Mr. Sires.
Well, good morning, and thank you for being here, Ambassador and Ms. Freeman. Yeah, my district that I represent is across from the World Trade Center. And for months, we watched the plume of smoke and so forth. And it was beyond me what the thought process was to invite the Taliban to come to Camp David. Can you tell me what I mean, it was so insensitive and so, sensitive is mild for some of the people in my district. What was the thought behind that?
Both the president, or I think the president himself, has spoken openly about his thought process on the Camp David invitation. I would just underscore, it again shows that this is an administration that's willing to take risks to try to promote peace, but I appreciate your concerns.
Yeah, but I have to say, inviting the Taliban to Camp David, I mean, that's a little bit too much to swallow. It was almost days before the towers came down. So to me, I hope that this idea is dead, and you bring that back and say that many people not only thought it was insensitive, but it's just not appropriate to bring the Taliban to America, to Camp David, to do a negotiation. There are many places in the world that you can meet to negotiate. So I hope that thought is dead of bringing these people to America. I keep reading that the Taliban has been very vocal about refusing to engage with the Afghan government, and previous attempts at intra-Afghan talks have failed. So how are we going to be able to come to any kind of a peace if these people don't talk to each other? What are the prospects of peace? What are the prospects of them talking to each other if they keep being so vocal about it?
The goal of the last round of our series of negotiations was designed to bring Afghans together to a negotiating table. And the conversations that we were having with the Taliban were the prelude to conversations that the Taliban would have with a pan-Afghan national negotiating team that would include members of the government. There was initial progress in that the informal dialogue that took place in Qatar in July did include members of the Afghan government as part of the delegation meeting with the Taliban. So again, I think we've broken new ground as a result of this last series of negotiations that took place.
Then why might some incentives be to the Taliban to engage in good faith dialogue with the Afghan government? What can we offer them? What incentives could we give the Taliban?
I don't think we need to talk about incentives. I think we need to talk about what are mutual interests. And there are, the Taliban have an interest, in being able to participate legitimately in a government that's recognized by the international community and to avoid the costs of war. I think the Taliban appreciate, based on what they've said publicly, that there is a cost to Afghanistan's development by the ongoing war, and they also see, frankly, the rise of other terrorist groups who pose a threat to themselves and to the future of Afghanistan. If you look at a group like ISIS Khorasan, I mean, that is a terrorist group that doesn't recognize Afghanistan as a nation state. This is a group that focuses on caliphate and borderless territory under the organization's control. That's a deep threat to all people of Afghanistan, including the Taliban.
Are the Taliban stronger now than they were in 2001, militarily?
Well, in 2001, the Taliban controlled the entire country, so no. The Taliban do not control any provincial capital. They do not rule in any province of Afghanistan. When they fight, they fight, and then they have to leave because they cannot sustain control over the district centers or the provincial centers. And so, the Taliban are very good at public diplomacy and messaging, but they are by no means, controlling Afghanistan. And I hesitate to get involved in the statistics on control of territory because they can be very misleading. If you look at all of the urban centers of Afghanistan where a majority of the population now reside, this is under government control and benefiting from the investments and development of the last 18 years.
My time is up. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sears. Mr. Kinzinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and really do thank you both for being here, and it means a lot that you're willing to take the time and talk about this tough issues. I think, first off, we need a bit of a reset in the narrative from the, Rand Paul endless wars narrative that we hear, and look at where we're really at. First off, I do want to say, though, I think the Camp David, I'm going to add myself to the record of the Camp David meeting was an utter disaster and never should have happened, infuriated me, and I think even people that wanted to get out of Afghanistan, it ticked them off too. And I have no clue how that could have gone through any kind of filter, not just of ideas, but how we actually got to where it was going to frickin' happen. So I hope that never happens again. No terrorist should be allowed on the United States unless they're in chains, and especially a terrorist that attacked the U.S. on 9/11, harbored the terrorists, and especially on the anniversary of 9/11. So I got that out. I do want to say, though, that I think the thing we have to keep in mind is this fight that we're fighting in terrorism is a generational battle. It took us decades to basically overthrow the Soviet Union, and that wasn't through fighting. This is a low-grade war version of that. But it took that second, third generation of people behind the Iron Curtains to make the decision that they didn't want to live like that. And that's what overthrew and tore down the Iron Curtain. I think the same thing is going to happen in this battle. It's going to be fighting terrorists where they exist, but also, and this is where USAID and some of those initiatives come in especially important, giving hope and opportunity to a new generation of people so that they can see that there is an opportunity for a life outside of radicalization, that you can live past the age of 15 when they strap a suicide bomb to you and tell you to walk into a crowded cafe or something like that. Bringing hope and opportunity, it's how you're going to fix this gang situation in the United States, and it's how you prevent people from recruiting terrorists. And I think that's what we have to keep in mind, is this battle that we're fighting, though we'd all love to be over with it, isn't our choice. This isn't our decision. We're not the ones that decided to radicalize and kill innocent people. Instead, we're the ones that reacted, and we reacted in a pretty fierce and intense way. And we need to understand that, because I think if we leave Afghanistan under the wrong conditions, which I think, frighteningly, we're actually on track to do, we're going to be back here anyway. And we talk about how this is the first time a kid is fighting the same war as his dad. I agree, but we're going to have a grandkid fighting the same war as his grandpa if we leave Afghanistan in a bad situation, because they ain't going to quit trying to come here. And the reason we're not thinking about terrorism as much as we have in the past is because we're being successful in fighting it. We're fighting it over there. They're not able to train and recruit here as much as they used to be able to, and we're keeping them on the defensive. So, Ambassador Wells, I have to ask you just a couple of quick questions. We killed 1,000 Taliban. It may be 100, maybe 1,000, maybe 1 million. I don't know what it is, but we did kill some Taliban after we pulled out of these negotiations. The question I have is, does that mean we weren't targeting Taliban at all, and we were allowing them to regroup and retrain until this moment, or have we been prosecuting that fight anyway? Because I would think if we had a Taliban target, we'd probably want to take it out.
We absolutely have been fighting and talking our way through the negotiations. And the only distinction I would make, Congressman, is that I think we and the Afghan government and people distinguish between a Pashtun nationalist insurgency and a group like ISIS. And so the ability to try to prosecute a peace settlement is to hive off that insurgency so that the consolidated Afghan government can focus on what is truly the generational threat to all of us, an organization like ISIS Khorasan.
Thank you, but I also think Taliban's a threat, but I understand your point. But, I think, frankly, if we want a favorable negotiation, this is above your pay grade, but I'll say it, if we want a favorable negotiation, you do that through prosecuting a war against the Taliban and saying we're willing to have peace, but until we do, it's going to be painful. And you know what? Your kids and your grandkids may have to fight this, but hopefully we can get to a peace settlement. The other question I have, you know what? I'm just going to make it as a statement. I'm concerned that the president's statements, since he was a candidate and since he's been in office, repeatedly declaring his desire to get out of Afghanistan, calling this basically a dumb war, whatever he's used, which, by the way, is brand new. This used to be a very bipartisan agreement on this fight. is only emboldening the Taliban in the discussion. When you see the man making the call, claiming he wants to leave, it's hard to give up a lot when you know that that's the end goal. It was the same reason I was critical of the Iran nuclear deal, quite honestly, because I thought the administration made too many statements about their desire to get to the end. I want to say thank you to both of you for your good work and being here. Thanks for your service to your country. And, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Kinzinger. Mr. Behrer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I also want to reiterate what my colleague from Illinois just said. Ambassador Wells, Ms. Freeman, thank you for your service, and thank you to the service of our diplomats and our aid and development workers around the world every day representing the United States. Obviously, this is a very complicated region, and with the blood and monetary investments that we've made over the last 18 years in the region, we want to give Afghanistan the best possibility of success, and it's not going to be easy. So I commend both of you and the negotiators to try to find that path forward. And obviously, we've got a fatigued American public as well as a fatigued military that will always do the mission, but also wants to come home. Knowing that and knowing we want to give Afghanistan the best chance of success, I'd like to focus on some of the countries within the region, notably India and Pakistan. Again, two countries that aren't having the best relationship right now, but both that are going to be vitally important to Afghanistan's success. Perhaps Ambassador Wells, we see the tensions in Kashmir right now. You hear conversations from the Indians at times with some concern that America's desire to get a deal done in Afghanistan potentially, has them negotiating with Pakistan and Kashmir as part of that. Do you see any evidence of that, and do you, just from your perspective?
What we see are two countries, India and Pakistan, that both have national security interests in Afghanistan. And both countries will benefit by an Afghanistan that is truly at peace and stable. I think the principle that has to undergird relations between all the countries in the region is the respect for territorial integrity and sovereignty, that no militant proxies, no non-state actors are acceptable. And being used as a lever of influence or pressure against another. And so in our diplomacy to the region, that undergirds our approach. How do we have the region all reap the benefits of peace? If you look at, for instance, Afghanistan being a blocking point now between the flow of trade, including energy. Energy is 10 times more expensive in South Asia than it is in Central Asia, but you can't get it there, because of the instability in Afghanistan. So how do we frame an outcome, where everybody palpably benefits by being able to create stable and enduring, political structures? And so I think that there is a conversation that absolutely all countries in the region, need to have, and that certainly has guided Ambassador Khalilzad's approach as he has built out his conversations on peace with the regional actors.
So as we kind of take that multilateral approach, again, complicated region, I would agree with you that you do need the players in that region who are close to Afghanistan to be sitting at the table, helping negotiate that peace deal. Obviously, as we start to withdraw, with that comes a lot of resources that we've dedicated to, and there are few countries in the region that, India's dedicated billions of dollars to construction and investment. The hope would be that China, in a responsible way, potentially helps out there as well. Again, very complicated as we move forward here. Ms. Freeman, from the USAID perspective, obviously we've made investments in Afghanistan as well, trying to educate girls, and trying to give them the best chance of success. What would you say, our focus ought to be, again, working with the other countries in that region as well?
I think that one of the shifts that we saw in our most recent strategic review has been one that really focuses much more on the private sector, much more on exchange, and really looking at the realistic flow throughout the region, be that the strengthening of the electrical grid that connects the region, or extending trade throughout the region. We've had a number of highly successful, in fact, there is another one coming up next week, trade fairs in which we engage the Indians and others in the region. We've helped the government of Afghanistan to strengthen its air corridors so that it can trade more rapidly within the region. So that connectivity really does follow trade, and we've worked very hard to increase the ease of that trade and the ease of the negotiation within the region.
Well, again, thank you for both of you for your service, and with that, I'll yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Berra. Mr. Zeldin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member. Thank you for the witnesses for both being here. First off, with regards to the Camp David meeting, echoing sentiment that I've heard from colleagues on both sides of the aisle. I certainly share it myself. I'm glad that the meeting with the Taliban at Camp David was canceled. I believe that that should not have been scheduled in the first place, and I would not want to see the Taliban back at Camp David in the future, especially on the anniversary of September 11th, 2001. Now, this isn't simple. If this was all simple, this would have been resolved a long time ago. On September 11th, 2001, Al-Qaeda terrorists murdered thousands of innocent Americans, and countless first responders have died since because of exposure to toxic chemicals at Ground Zero in the days, the weeks, the months that followed September 11th, 2001. Our decision to go to Afghanistan was correct and legitimate. I'm glad that we made that decision when we did, to deliver justice, to defend America. It's been at great cost here in our own country. Justice has been delivered overseas. Osama bin Laden is dead. There are many others who have followed his fate. There is great cost, the greatest cost, at attacking U.S. interests, as we saw on September 11, 2001. So while we mourn the loss of life here in the United States, what should not go unnoticed for our adversaries abroad is the unlimited amount of resolve and will of our country to deliver justice to anyone who seeks that harm to us. There are terrorists there, terrorist groups who are in and around Afghanistan who would like to continue to kill Americans. They would like to continue to target U.S. interests. And here we are. It's 18 years later. Many in the United States want to end the war in Afghanistan. Quite frankly, every American should want to end any war, whether it's in Afghanistan or anywhere. We should not want war in the first place. But as I said, in Afghanistan, our decision to go in was correct and legitimate. The Taliban wants us out. I want to be able to ask you a question with regards to what the Afghanistan government wants and how we deal with it. I think it's naive to think that we just leave Afghanistan today and everything just works itself out on its own. I believe strongly that the vacuum is not successfully filled at this moment by good people in Afghanistan government, not right now. So how do we get to the result that we want? This morning, this committee met with Ambassador Khalilzad. I thought it was a good meeting. We're not allowed to get into it because it was a classified briefing. I'll just say I believe that it was very helpful for that meeting to take place. I believe that that should happen again. I believe that we should be spending more time together. It's good for us here on this committee to hear from him in that setting, and I also think it's good for the State Department to hear from us, to get fresh eyes, to get other perspectives, and that brings me back to my question. In our time left in an unclassified setting, can you speak to where we're at with the Afghanistan government, what they desire as far as an American presence, and how do we get the Afghanistan government in a place where we can leave and the good guys in Afghanistan's government fill that vacuum so that we are in a position to leave?
I think the critical point is that we don't want to leave or abandon Afghanistan at all. I mean, what we want is to have a sustainable, enduring partnership with Afghanistan. Currently, with this Afghan government, we have a bilateral security arrangement. We have a myriad of MOUs that bind us together as partners and allies. And I think the Afghan government very much wants to see that partnership with the American people and the American private sector and the American government to continue. Our provision of support, right now we provide about 80% of support for the security sector, is absolutely essential. So I think we have to build confidence that in Afghans, as they sit down at a table with the Taliban, that the international community is not looking to run away. And so today, for instance, in London, there is a meeting of donors to discuss, what would we do in the event of a peace treaty? How do we respond to peace? How do we create economic programs that will help a new Afghanistan government get on its feet and succeed, as a nation state? And so through doing this kind of an organization, through engaging the Afghan government and ultimately the Taliban, I think we need to signal very clearly that the objective is not to walk away.
I appreciate that answer, Ambassador Wells. Specifically with regards to military presence, I think it's important to note that the days of the United States military having the amount of numbers that we have now is not one that we want to be continuing indefinitely. So that was specifically what I was getting at. Very much appreciate your answer and for being here. I thank the chair for hosting today's hearing. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Zeldin. Mr. Ciccolini.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to our witnesses. Ambassador Wells, what is the current state of the relationship between the Taliban and al-Qaeda, and what, if anything, did the Taliban agree to with respect to that relationship in this framework, if they did?
The Taliban have never repudiated their relationship with al-Qaeda. And so that's the fundamental crux of the issue. And in what has been said publicly about the conversations and negotiations that have taken place with the Taliban is that in this conditions-based, framework, we were looking to the Taliban to cut off all sanctuary, the ability of any al-Qaeda members to reside there, to recruit there, to fundraise there, to operate. And so it was a complete commitment to eliminate ties and presence of al-Qaeda.
And with respect to terrorism broadly, is there a framework about the commitments that the Taliban makes with respect to terrorism in this proposal?
I can't, it's not for me, and certainly not in this setting, to go into the details of what was negotiated. I wasn't part of the negotiating team. But what animates the approach of the administration is that the peace agreement must be founded on the principle that American security is not imperiled. That we continue to ensure that Afghanistan not become a platform, that we have confidence that Afghanistan's not going to become a platform. So I can assure you that these concerns are at the very top of the negotiating agenda, as was evidenced over the last 9 rounds of talks.
And Ambassador Wells, what mechanisms will be available to the United States if it draws down its military presence and the Taliban fails to live up to the commitments it makes? Are we working with international partners who are interested in supporting the Taliban's, or ensuring that the Taliban meets its obligations? Or what's the enforcement mechanism? Because how do we avoid getting back into the situation where they make a commitment, it doesn't happen, and we're back again to some suggestion that we need to increase military engagement in a place we've been for 18 years?
Again, I can't prejudge what a peace agreement would produce, but I'll just cite the Secretary's comments on this, and that is, we have a very powerful and capable military, and we're confident that we're able to prosecute and protect our interests.
But my question really is, what mechanisms do we have to ensure that the Taliban complies with an agreement that we may reach with them?
I can't prejudge, what will come out of and what will be finally negotiated in a political framework agreement.
Okay. Do you think it's important that the agreement be reached between the Afghan government and the Taliban prior to any decision on a withdrawal by U.S. military personnel? And what are the risks if our troop withdrawal precedes that, or precedes even a countrywide ceasefire?
All I can say is that publicly we have underscored the expectation that an intra-Afghan dialogue would be undertaken in good faith and quickly.
And finally, Ambassador Wells, how should the United States and our international partners enforce any Taliban commitments on human rights, of course, particularly with respect to the progress for minorities, women, and girls? I mean, do we have, what is your view on how we can most effectively enforce commitments that are made, and what is the role of our partners in the international community? This is an area of deep concern, I think, to many members of this committee.
I think it's very important that donors speak with one voice about the importance we attach to the values enshrined in the Constitution, in particular respect for the rights of women and girls to education, to work outside the home, protection for minorities. And again, today in London, there'll be a meeting of donors where one of the central goals is just to underscore this common commitment that we have. So if the Taliban wants to be, or if a government that includes the Taliban wants to be a legitimate member of the international community, that's going to be the expectation of the international community.
And are there women engaged in the actual negotiations that have been underway, actually at the negotiating table? So in addition to issues related to women and girls, are there women who are participating in this process?
At the intra-Afghan talks that took place in Doha, 25% of the non-Taliban participants were women. Women are members of the High Peace Council in Afghanistan. President Ghani has given public assurances that, of his intent to have Afghan women on any pan-Afghan negotiating team. Afghan women are certainly a critical audience for us as we engage with stakeholders across Afghanistan to both explain our approach and to understand their concerns.
Thank you. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cicilline. Mr. Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your attendance today. Seems to me that the enemy is not leaving anytime soon, whether it's Al-Qaeda, ISIS, Taliban elements, Haqqani, you name it, they're all either operating, increasing operations, or waiting to fill the vacuum. And we don't certainly want to abandon the Afghan people or our very, very significant investment in the stability and peace in Afghanistan. That having been said, I just wonder, I think you said that we're providing 80%, is that right? 80% of the strong support, in the strong support role for Afghan security forces?
That's right, and 25% of economic and humanitarian assistance.
Based on that, it just seems, when will they be able to sustain themselves? I mean, I think, look, America and Americans, I think, are rightly weary of the treasure, both in lives, and that continues, and economically, that Afghanistan has cost our country with, I would say, I think in a lot of people's minds, marginal results for so long, a slog here. And we're trying to figure out, I think, as many American citizens, how much longer will it be? And it almost seems like, I know they're trying to develop capability, but they have an incentive to not develop capability as long as we're willing to be there at 80%, and it's got to come down, and they're going to have to take on more of the role. And quite honestly, some of the neighbors in the area that have a vested interest in Afghanistan's safety and security have got to take a bigger role. Will the Afghan government, as far as you know, allow American basing as a part of any negotiated deal and settlement that has a diminution of activity or forces in strong support of security forces over the long haul? Will they allow us to stay in some regard?
We can't know or predict what's going to come out of a negotiation between Afghans and the Taliban. What I would
I'm talking about the Afghan government and the United States, the negotiations between the United States. I know the Taliban doesn't want us there. That's part of the problem. But
Well, with the Afghan government, we do have a bilateral security arrangement. We reside on Afghanistan bases. We have a military presence on Afghanistan bases, and very much, our support for the Afghan government is premised on Afghanistan sovereignty. But I agree, sir, and the President and the Secretary have spoken forcefully about the $30 billion or so a year that we spend to maintain the operations in Afghanistan. So we're looking to reduce those numbers by trying to rationalize our presence and our approach to the battle in Afghanistan. We've actively and successfully increased the amount of burden sharing by our donors, and I think if you point to the economic section, that's very
I don't mean to interrupt you, ma'am. I think I just want to make sure that we consider Japan and Germany sovereign nations, but we're afforded basing in those countries over the long term, and it seems to me that Afghanistan should be in the same position, but they need to secure their own country, their own sovereign nation, and not depend on an 80% solution set from the United States in that regard. Because of the neighborhood that Afghanistan resides in, I've been to Kabul. It looks indefensible to me as a military guy, and I wonder if you can assess if we're going to remain in Afghanistan for America's interests, even if it might not be for the sake of the security forces of Afghanistan and supporting them at 80% or anything close to that, but we're going to remain for our own national interests and national security interests so that we can operate in Afghanistan as necessary when Al-Qaeda, ISIS, Khorasan, whoever pops their head up. What is the best defensible position geographically that we can also sustain? Understand that Pakistan's on one side, you got China up there, you got Iran around the southern and western side. Is it Tajikistan? Is it on the border with Uzbekistan? If we were going to remain there indefinitely, like we have in Germany and Japan, for our own national security, what is the best geographic location in your assessment to do that?
We're not looking for permanent basing in Afghanistan, and to the contrary, we would like to be able to create the conditions for our troops to come home. But in the absence of the conditions allowing that, if there continues to be
the enemy's going to remain, as you know.
If you posit that the enemy is going to remain, I mean, certainly we would welcome the opportunity to have a counterterrorism relationship with whatever government emerges in Afghanistan. I can't predict or conclude what's going to be the case at the end of a negotiation. But when it comes to the 80,000 figure, I would just add, I think everyone agrees, including Afghan officials, that the size of the Afghan army now is not sustainable. It's a function of the war that's being fought in partnership with us. But a sustainable Afghanistan, an Afghan government that can support its own economic development and support its own security forces would look very different.
My time's expired. I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. Ms. Titus.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just kind of surprised to hear you, Ambassador, say Belton Road is a slogan, not a reality. We've been hearing an awful lot about the reality of infrastructure projects across Africa, ports ranging from Sri Lanka to Lima. I think it is more than a slogan. Second, I appreciate Mr. Cicilline bringing up the point about women. I don't think I share your optimism that we can trust the Taliban to negotiate in good faith with the Afghan government and protect the gains that have been made by women over the last 18 years, because they're really not at the table and they're not part of the negotiating process. But what I want to ask you about is something we hadn't talked about, and that's the poppy trade. Opium poppies are Afghan's most valuable cash crop. They brought in $863 million last year. Afghanistan's the largest global producer. It accounts for 82% of the world's production. We know how many lives have been lost as a result of being addicted to heroin. Afghanistan's production reached record highs over the last 2 years, except for a small dip because of the drought. And all our efforts over there have been unsuccessful. The Special Inspector General found that our alternative development programs were too short, They didn't bring about lasting reductions in the cultivation. Sometimes they contributed to increased production. The DOD also ended a military counter-narcotics campaign in 2017 that failed to yield results. Could you talk about how this played into the negotiation? What are our efforts now? What do they plan to be? Was poppy cultivation part of the conversation at all? And why was this so unsuccessful?
Quickly, just to clarify, Belt and Road is very real, but in Afghanistan it's a slogan. The Chinese simply haven't put money. They've just tried to lock down lucrative mining contracts but not follow through with investment or real resources. We share your concern on poppy, how it's criminalized the economy, the expanding role of opium production in undermining governance and transparency. It is fundamentally, though, I think an issue that is tied to security. If 80 to 85% of opium in Afghanistan is produced in areas that are controlled or under the contested or influenced by the Taliban, right. That's been what has, I think, prevented the much more sustainable approaches to eliminating opium production, including alternative livelihoods, crops, high-value crops that are more valuable than opium. Where we've had some success is in establishing some of the structures, the laws, the regulatory structures, the special police units, whether it's the under the counter-narcotics police, we have a sensitive investigation unit and the National Interdiction Unit. They're doing real seizures. But this is in the context of something that really fundamentally has to come out of an improved security environment that we don't have right now.
Was this part of any of the negotiation with the Taliban? This is their main source of revenue, what we're going to do about that in the future, or we're just going to turn a blind eye to it?
I can't speak to what was said during the course of the negotiations, but the Taliban have been very public about saying and pointing to their past record of having eliminated opium production. And so...
But we know that's not true.
They, for complex reasons that immediately right before their downfall, they did issue a fatwa against opium production that effectively reduced opium production in the areas that they controlled. We would welcome the Taliban issuing a fatwa today saying that opium production should be banned in the areas that they control, which they've not done. So, this is all very cynical, but I don't want to suggest that it's only a Taliban problem. Drug money in Afghanistan is everywhere. It permeates everywhere. It criminalizes the broader economy. It is a distorting factor, in Afghanistan's ability to develop as a self-sustaining nation.
You want to speak to that from your point of view?
Well, from a development point of view, one of the alternatives is to look at creating a reflection. And what USAID has sought to do is to create improved markets, improved access, look at value chains, try to extend from out into the rural areas an ability to produce legitimate crops and get those to market in a timely fashion.
Has that been successful?
That has been very successful. Whether
How do
it's
you
drawing
measure
away
that
from
success? How do you measure that
whether
success?
it's drawing away from the opium trade, that I can't tell you. In terms of improving livelihoods and improving people's incomes, yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Titus. Mr. Liu.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ambassador Wells and Ms. Freeman, for being here. None of my comments or questions are meant in any way to criticize your dedicated and lengthy public service. We have had bipartisan failure in Afghanistan for over 18 years across administrations. The Trump administration is continuing that failure. I understand you're simply executing orders of the president, but I do want to get some facts out here to the American people. Ms. Wells, approximately how many U.S. service members and U.S. civilians have died in the Afghan war?
About 2,400.
Okay. With civilians, it's over 4,000. Is that correct?
I actually don't have that statistic, but I take your data.
About how many U.S. service members have been wounded in the Afghan war?
Is it 26,000, sir?
Yes, so correct. Over 20,000 at least. How many U.S. troops are currently in Afghanistan?
Around 14,000?
Okay. In 2016, before Donald Trump took office, how many U.S. troops were in Afghanistan?
8,600 or 8,400?
So Donald Trump ran on a campaign of getting the U.S. out of endless wars, of getting us out of dumb wars in the Middle East. He has failed to deliver on that promise. In fact, he has increased troops in Afghanistan by approximately 70%. Do you know the cost of how much the U.S. has spent in Afghanistan, Ms. Wells?
I don't have an exact figure. I don't think
Sure.
we've been able to produce an exact figure. We talk about $30 billion a year total in Afghanistan now.
Thank you. So according to the Washington Post, it's been over $1 trillion. There's an article in the Washington Post saying Trump's Afghanistan troop increase adds to $1 trillion in war costs, and we have very little to show for this. We are still in a stalemate. There's no indication if we stay another 18 years that we're going to achieve any sort of victory. In fact, what ends up happening is because we keep killing civilians and other folks in Afghanistan, it makes terrorist recruiting that much easier. So I want to ask you about a Reuters article that came out today documenting that yesterday a U.S. drone strike in Afghanistan killed at least 30 civilian farmers. Are you aware of that drone strike?
I've seen press reports that an Afghanistan strike may have produced civilian casualties. That's being investigated and looked into by Resolute Support Mission. If true, it would be very tragic. I would note that, again, the civilian attacks or civilian casualties are made happen more easily because of the fact that ISIS and Taliban immerse themselves in the civilian population, don't distinguish how they dress, and themselves directly target civilians.
Thank you for that. We do have complete air superiority in Afghanistan, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And our drones can linger over a target for a fair amount of time, correct?
Sir, I don't know whether the report that you're mentioning is a drone attack. The reports I've seen have suggested this was something that was, I don't know the details of the incident, so I don't want to comment on it.
Sure. When I served on active duty in the U.S. military, one of the things I did is I briefed commanders on the law of armed conflict. As you know, intentionally targeting civilians is a war crime. It is also a war crime if it's a disproportionate use of force. So if you were to think that there may be 1 or 2 terrorists there and you're going to end up killing 30 civilians, you can't launch that strike either. So I look forward to administration providing us information as to if in fact this strike killed at least 30 civilians, what the purpose of that strike was, and how does this happen when we have complete air superiority and our air assets can linger over targets for a fair amount of time. And all of this does bring me to how do we now conclude our failure in Afghanistan. So when is the next meeting that the administration is going to have with the Taliban? Has that been scheduled?
No, the talks are paused at this stage.
Right. So not only have we now had over 4,000 U.S. service members, civilians killed in Afghanistan, by your estimate, 26,000 service members wounded, over $1 trillion spent on this war in Afghanistan. We are in a stalemate, and the administration has now zero strategy, zero scheduled talks, no ability to get us out of this quagmire. It is time to bring our troops home. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Liu. Is Ms. Wild here? Ms. Wild.
I have questions for each of you. I only have 5 minutes, as you know. I'm going to be a little quick and just ask that you be circumspect in your answers. Ms. Freeman, to start, the United States has invested an enormous amount of human life, money, and time into the conflict and attempted peace-building process in Afghanistan, as we all know. Since 2002, Congress has appropriated more than $132 billion in aid for Afghanistan. More than 2,000 U.S. troops have lost their lives in Afghanistan, and currently we have 14,000 troops there. My question to you is this: How is the Trump administration working to ensure that the investments the U.S. has made in Afghanistan, like building hospitals, schools, supporting NGOs, and advancing women's rights, is not lost if we withdraw from the country? And I ask that in the context of this, particularly because the Trump administration has not included the Afghan government in peace negotiations. How are we making sure that the progress we've made in Afghanistan will be maintained long term?
Thank you. I think that the most succinct answer to your question is the broad programming of sustainability and working on systems, which I was trying to highlight in my own testimony. It's not a matter of just the number of students that are trained, but it's the infrastructure that is built. That infrastructure may be physical or it may be institutional, and strengthening the systems within the government. And I think we have a great deal of success to be shown in terms of strengthening internal systems to advance Afghanistan's own ownership of its development. The other area that I would point to in terms of sustainability is the development of stronger voices in Afghanistan to sustain themselves going forward. The voices of women, the voices of the private sector, the voices of educators that will carry forward through time in terms of their expectations.
Thank you. I'm deeply concerned, and I appreciate your response, and I think it's a good one, but I hope we don't negate the progress that we've helped build in that country and the sacrifices, particularly that our troops have made by pulling out with a plan in place to create and sustain lasting peace. I'd like to turn to Ambassador Wells. And my question to you is this. We know that in July 2018, in an unprecedented move, the Trump administration entered into direct high-level negotiations with the Taliban and without Afghan government representatives. And in doing so, the administration reversed longstanding U.S. position that any peace process would have to be Afghan-owned and Afghan-led. And this, of course, harkens back to the questions that I was asking Ms. Freeman. For close to a year, the administration held almost continuous meetings with Taliban representatives. And I'm not going to go through what happened on September 11th because some of my colleagues have, and we all know. But we know also that for decades, the Taliban have carried out violence against women and egregiously violated women's human rights. Afghanistan is ranked the worst place in the world to be a woman. 87% of their women are illiterate, 70 to 80% of them are in forced marriages, and 90% have experienced domestic abuse. So, you know, our president loves to refer to himself as a great negotiator and a great deal maker, but we haven't seen any successful deals on behalf of the American people yet. And I'm wondering, my question to you is this. When the Trump administration engages in high-level talks for almost a year with the Taliban and without the Afghan government, how do we expect these negotiations to ultimately be successful and bring long-term peace?
Congresswoman, I think it's a mischaracterization. We're in constant contact and constant engagement with the government of Afghanistan. We were working in parallel tracks as we discussed issues with the Taliban. We were discussing the same issues with the Afghan government and coming up with an agreed-upon approach, under this political framework. Ambassador Bass is there every day. General Miller is there every day. Ambassador Khalilzad has spent more weeks in Afghanistan over the last 8 or 9 months than I can calculate. And so we're very committed because the outcome of this initial set of conversations was to get to an intra-Afghan dialogue, a negotiation, was to get the Afghans to sit down at the table, which the Taliban have refused to do over the last 18 years. And we started to see that break down with the intra-Afghan discussion that took place in Doha in July. So this was not about ignoring the government of Afghanistan, freezing it out of negotiations. To the contrary, it was creating, the preconditions that would allow Afghans finally to sit down and begin to find the appropriate compromises to move forward to a unified government in peace.
Thank you. My time is up. I just reiterate, I hope we do not lose the progress that has been made by excluding important parties.
Thank you, Ms. Weil. Mr. Burchett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for allowing me to speak. Given that the Pakistani inter-service intelligence has long given support to the Taliban, is there a role that Pakistan must play in the negotiations with the Taliban? And if so, would Prime Minister Khan have trouble getting the Pakistani military to help?
Pakistan does have a very important role in ensuring that negotiations both take place and are successful. And we've seen constructive support by Pakistan in helping to ensure that there was an authoritative negotiating team. Pakistan released Mullah Baradar from prison where they were holding him, and he then took over leadership of the Taliban negotiating group. We've been working closely with Pakistan, and Ambassador Khalilzad's consultations very much include and are based on the expectation that Pakistan will provide this support. Prime Minister Khan publicly has been forward-leaning in his support for peace in Afghanistan. We appreciate the steps that he's taken and members of his government have taken to try to improve relations with Afghanistan, because improved Afghanistan-Pakistan relations are also going to be critical to a sustainable peace. But this is an area where we will continue to have expectations and asks of Pakistan.
Thank you, ma'am. In the 90s, the Taliban, I believe they said that bin Laden and al-Qaeda were not a threat to the U.S. How can we trust them now when they say that they will not allow foreign terrorist organizations on Afghan soil?
There's no intention to trust, and I think any peace agreement or any negotiations with the Taliban will be conditions-based, and the United States will have to have confidence that our security will not be imperiled.
Say that again about trust. What was the wording?
The agreement can't be based on trust. It has to be conditions-based, and where we have confidence through verification, through means that our security is not being eroded as a result of a peace agreement.
So it's not really trust but verify. It's not really trust but verify.
Verify.
Yes, Ms. Verify. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Given all the uncertainty with the Taliban negotiations, should the Afghan presidential elections still be held or postponed?
The Afghan elections are proceeding on September 28th. We've long argued that the government of Afghanistan and the electoral bodies need to do everything possible to ensure that they are transparent and credible to the Afghan people. The United States has provided support for the elections through funding of the UN mission in Afghanistan. We've also provided technical assistance through USAID in developing protocols. I think certain steps have been taken that could improve some of the technical aspects of the elections this time around, including polling center-based registration lists, which will make it less possible for industrial fraud. But at the same time, you have fewer polling stations that will be opening in this election compared to 2014. And certainly the Afghanistan electoral institutions are going to have to be able to respond to Afghans' concerns over the misuse of government resources and other efforts to influence elections.
Okay. What are some ways to incentivize the direct Taliban-Afghan government talks?
I think that both sides have an interest in peace, and what's remarkable is despite the incredible violence and just, indiscriminate violence against civilians that has been inflicted by the Taliban, the Afghan people remain committed to trying to find a way forward and remain committed to a peace negotiation. Because as long as Afghanistan is racked by violence, you can't achieve the security to create, a normal state that's self-sustaining. And, the Taliban, their interests, as I said before, I think are motivated by a desire to be seen as legitimate, to be able to engage on, in a way that they have not with the international community, to participate in a functioning government and in a country that is economically more prosperous.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Burchett. Ms. Spanberger.
Thank you to the chair. Thank you to our witnesses today. Ambassador Wells, I'd like to start with a question for you. After 18 years of U.S. military involvement in Afghanistan, the country stands in a bloody stalemate. Thousands of American service members have lost their lives, talks with the Taliban have broken down, and the American public is war-weary. As reconciliation and security efforts advance, I am particularly concerned that Afghanistan will again be used by international terrorist groups such as Al-Qaeda or Islamic State Khorasan to launch and plan attacks on the United States or our allies. As you've already discussed, if the previous rounds of talks had continued as planned, the Taliban was going to agree to preventing terrorist groups from using Afghanistan to plan and launch attacks. Yet it is not clear that the Taliban would follow through on this pledge or even have the ability to rein in the numerous terrorist organizations. They have made and failed to keep similar pledges before. And so my question is, what do you see as a realistic path forward to ensuring that Afghanistan is not ripe for terrorist groups to plan and launch cross-border terrorist attacks? And how can we proceed with enforcing any agreement related to that type of promise?
Again, I would say, I think it's a bit of a mischaracterization to say that it's only been a bloody stalemate. I mean, we have a situation now where the Afghans are doing the overwhelming majority of the fighting. We have a situation where the Taliban don't control provincial capitals. They're not in control of the country or in control of the people. We have a situation where we have succeeded in ensuring that Afghanistan has not been used as a platform against us again. And so the baseline goal and reason why we went into Afghanistan, I think we've upheld. America's security is going to be the foremost objective of any peace negotiation that we support. And, the president has spoken to that, the secretary has spoken to that, and that is why any peace agreement needs to be conditions-based. I can't give specifics now, and I would leave it to further briefings, if and when a peace negotiation resumes. But I think that the Afghan people, the Taliban, and we agree that this is not a conflict that is going to be won militarily. So the question of how we get back to a sustainable peace process is one that is under active review by the administration.
And how much do you think the fact that Afghanistan hasn't been used as a platform to launch additional attacks against us or U.S. interests outside of Afghanistan, how much do you think that is a result of the presence of our forces? My question being specifically, if we were to move towards removing U.S. forces, how does that significantly change the dynamic that has allowed us to achieve some of the stability that you just discussed?
In the context of an active war against the Taliban, the presence of American and international forces has been critical.
Okay, and so then in thinking through the type of agreement that we could make with the Taliban and looking at what sort of enforcement would be possible, what do you see as potential levers for negotiation or potential successes for the type of enforcement that would allow us to ensure that Afghanistan cannot devolve into a place where terrorist networks are able to find safe haven again and potentially plot against the United States?
I think, as has been said publicly, in a conditions-based agreement, what the Taliban want is the removal of forces, and to be able to achieve a removal of forces, there would have to be confidence on our part that the undertakings were being upheld by the Taliban and its members. You know, I can't hypothesize about what may or may not come out of a future agreement and what specific measures will be included, but I would just go back to the basic point. You know, the United States has the most capable and powerful military in the world. We're committed to protecting our citizens' interests. You know, we are not without options.
The challenge that I see, though, related to the conditions-based discussions is if the Taliban want U.S. departure from Afghanistan, then what is the next step that we take when, in fact, they are not complying with negotiated terms? As you see it, what would be our response if we have, in fact, removed forces? Where do we go from there?
I can't hypothesize about that scenario.
Thank you for your time, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Spanberg. And Mr. Levin.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. According to the United Nations Assistance Mission in Afghanistan, there were more civilian casualties in 2018 than in any other year since they began counting. And it was also reported that for the first time since the United Nations began documenting civilian casualties in Afghanistan, more civilians were killed by Afghan government and American forces than by the Taliban and other insurgents. I don't think there can be a clearer sign that the U.S. military intervention there has failed to secure the Afghan people. Ambassador Wells, it's good to see you again. I want to ask you, why should we expect that doing more of the same thing that we've done for the last 18 years will lead to a different and better outcome than these statistics suggest?
First, I want to say that the U.S. military does everything possible to avoid civilian casualties. Nobody is more meticulous in its planning and as thoughtful in its efforts. And I contrast that to the enemy that we face that deliberately targets civilians. And we've seen that over this bloody last week of targeting of hospitals, targeting
it's horrifying.
of election workers.
But do you dispute the statistics from 2018?
I think, as I mentioned earlier in another response, we do question some of the methodology. I think this is an aberration. And
I hope you're right.
and the approach of the forces couldn't be more different. And so, you know, I think we can have confidence and respect for the U.S. military's efforts to reduce civilian casualties and reduce the Afghan forces' civilian casualties. This is not a static, or this is not a static situation. There's been significant change over the last 18 years, and one of those significant changes is the fact that it's the Afghan forces who are doing the fighting and dying. We still suffer tragic losses, and we suffered a tragic loss last week, but the numbers bear no resemblance to the beginning of this conflict and the height of this conflict. And, you know, as time goes by, what we have seen are more capable Afghan forces, more educated, you know, Afghanistan citizens, higher life expectancy, a more sophisticated population. Those are trend lines that absolutely work in our favor and speak very highly of our own values approach to supporting Afghanistan.
All right, I want to talk about the non-state militias in Afghanistan, like the Host Protection Force, that are trained, equipped, and funded by the CIA. These militias were the subject of a New York Times report in December that I'd like to quote from. It said that the CIA-funded militias have, quote, operated unconstrained by battlefield rules designed to protect civilians, conducting night raids, torture, and killings with near impunity in a covert campaign that some Afghan and American officials say is undermining the wider American effort to strengthen Afghan institutions. In July, Ambassador Khalilzad said that militias would be addressed in a peace deal. So, Ambassador Wells, I want to ask you, did the proposed U.S. troop withdrawal from Afghanistan include withdrawing U.S. support for non-state militias funded by the CIA?
I can't speak to that, sir.
Well, in an interview with the BBC this week, the Taliban's chief negotiator said that the negotiation was, quote, the only way for peace in Afghanistan, and quote, from our side, our doors are open for negotiations, and we hope the other side also rethinks their decision regarding negotiation. If we're not talking about these things, do you think we can achieve a sustainable solution?
There's agreement that there is no military solution. There's agreement that there needs to be a politically negotiated solution. But there also has to be confidence that the Taliban, after the 9 rounds of negotiations, are acting in good faith. And so, as has been said publicly by the President and the Secretary, currently the talks are suspended. The administration is reviewing options for moving ahead.
And so, if just as a final question, it's sometimes hard to explain to my constituents what's going on in this complicated situation. How would you suggest that I explain to them why the president suspended negotiations at this point? What's the reason for it?
We saw behavior that was inconsistent with the substance and conduct of the negotiations that have taken place over the last 9 rounds. And it was that inconsistent behavior that led to the decision. We would like to see the Taliban take actions that would make it possible to return to political negotiations.
All right, thanks. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Malinowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you both for stepping up and being here. But I also want to say quite bluntly that it does not absolve Ambassador Khalilzad, who has been negotiating with it, who's been talking to the Taliban for the last year and refusing to speak to the United States Congress. And I do not believe that a classified briefing meets his responsibility to explain to the American people what we are doing here. With that, let me ask you a few questions. The Taliban operates both in Afghanistan and Pakistan, is that correct?
Taliban has sanctuary in Pakistan.
And yet there is nothing in the draft agreement that commits the Taliban to break with al-Qaeda or any other terrorist group that it may be cooperating with in Pakistan, or in fact any of the 20 or so other FTOs beyond al-Qaeda and ISIS, such as Lashkar-e-Taiba, the Haqqani network that operate in both Pakistan and Afghanistan. Is that correct?
I can't speak to the details of the text. All I can note is that it is conditions-based with the preeminence given to ending ties to terrorist organizations.
Well, the only terrorist organizations that have been mentioned are those two, and everything you have said suggests that their responsibility ends on Afghan soil. So, in fact, this doesn't really force the Taliban to break with terrorists. There is no ceasefire contemplated, no nationwide ceasefire contemplated by the agreement. So, apart from a few named places under what was contemplated, the Taliban would be able to continue terrorizing the Afghan people. And yet, as I understand it, we may go, were this process to continue, we could go below 8,600 troops. We could go all the way to 0 troops in Afghanistan, even if there is no final intra-Afghan agreement, so long as we have, and if I may quote you, confidence that our security is not impaired. Is that a fair assessment?
Again, I can't speak to the details of the agreement that was being discussed or the political framework that was being discussed. All I can address are the principles that drove it. And the foremost principle is American security, but that has to be also sustainable. What we're looking for is a sustainable solution, a sustainable peace in Afghanistan.
Well, those are two very different things. If the condition is American security as narrowly defined by do not cooperate with al-Qaeda or ISIS, then what that suggests is that what happens to the Afghan people in that scenario is immaterial. So long as we have that minimal commitment from the Taliban, we could go to 0, which puts us in a position where we can't even monitor or enforce that minimal commitment. You said we've been in constant contact with the Afghan government on this question. I'm sure that's true. I know that's true. But any of us who have spoken to the Afghan government know that they do not agree with the basic framework of this agreement for precisely that reason, because it leaves them to the mercy of the Taliban so long as we're assured that they're not going to be cooperating with 2 of the 20 or more terrorist organizations that have safe haven in Afghanistan. My understanding is we're not willing to say, you're not willing to say to the Taliban right here, right now, that we will not go to zero if there is no intra-Afghan agreement. Is that correct? You cannot say that categorically.
I'm not here to comment on the specifics of a negotiation that I wasn't a part of. All I can discuss are the principles. And again, the principles are not, I think you're mischaracterizing the approach of the administration to what we seek to achieve.
Well,
You know,
this is what I've heard from the administration. And again, if you're not able to speak to the agreement, then that is exactly why Ambassador Khalilzad should be sitting in that chair right now. After 1 year of talking to terrorists, he should be willing to talk to the United States Congress. Look, all I'm asking for here is honesty. There are different views about whether we should stay, whether we should go, in both sides of the aisle. But what we are being sold here is not a potential peace agreement. What we are being sold here is a bedtime story to make us feel better about leaving Afghanistan. We're talking about this as if it's supposed to bring peace, when in fact we know that the Taliban intends on continuing to fight because their aim is not legitimacy, their aim is power in Afghanistan, which they're not willing to share with the Afghan government, as they have told us many times. We are being told that this is about bringing our troops home, when in fact those troops are not coming home. They will go to the Gulf. They will go to bases potentially in Central Asia so that we can maintain a forward presence in the region to continue to strike terrorists in Afghanistan. We will continue drone strikes, but from a further distance, which means there will be more civilian casualties, and if we conduct counterterrorism raids, if we do it from a further distance, it'll be more dangerous to our troops. So I'm asking for honesty. If we're going to leave, let us simply say we do not have an interest in investing in Afghanistan anymore, and we're going to leave them to the tender mercies of the Taliban. If we believe that's not right, let's say to the American people that we have a long-term commitment here like we have in South Korea, Germany, and other places. Pick one, but let's stop telling bedtime stories about what this is going to bring.
I'm delighted that there was an opportunity this morning for the committee to be briefed by Ambassador Khalilzad.
But not the American people.
This is not a negotiation of a withdrawal. It's a peace agreement. And I think what we're losing sight of is the overwhelming majority of Afghans who very much want to see America involved in supporting a peace process. Afghans do not want to fight to the last Afghan. They seek peace. And so this administration, has been creatively working towards that goal.
They've had no say in this process, and you know perfectly well that they are terrified, the vast majority of Afghans, about where this is going.
This is the only process that's producing potential of direct conversations between the Taliban, Afghan government, and Afghan stakeholders.
I yield.
Mr. Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to our witnesses. I want to start by echoing the sentiment of my colleague, Mr. Malinowski, relative to the lack of an appearance by Mr. Khalilzad. Terribly disappointing, and I hope it is something we can quickly rectify. Former diplomat and senior fellow at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, Dr. Ashley Tellis, recently said, quote, "Any attempt at reconciliation through a negotiated bargain centered on the formal exchange of obligations, as opposed to the quiet and progressive defection of insurgents, would fail to deliver stability that the U.S. seeks." Do you agree with that statement? I ask that of both of you.
The administration is exploring, or has been exploring, whether or not you can create a political framework that produces the dialogue that gives confidence that American security will be met. So I obviously would not preemptively agree with Dr. Tellis.
So why would we choose to enter negotiations with such little progress on the battlefield strategically? Is that something, isn't that a question we should be asking?
This is not a conflict that's going to be solved on the battlefield, and you've seen over the last 10 years the number of troops and soldiers go up and go down. What hasn't been able to move forward is the conversations that need to take place between the parties. The government, stakeholders throughout Afghanistan society, which is a very complex one, and the Taliban. The assessment is that the Taliban are different than ISIS, that this has been, a Pashtun nationalist insurgency whose obviously their tactics have become increasingly concerning over the last several years, but that they yet remain committed to an Afghanistan and are prepared to engage, in negotiations. That needs to be tested. And so with the work that's been done has been done to create the conditions where Afghans can actually, for the first time, sit down and begin to have those conversations.
Can you think of a precedent in which we've been successful applying this type of strategy?
I think every war is unique, but certainly the American role is critical and essential in driving any process forward. And so I would focus on the fact that America has received the support of the neighboring countries for the most part. We've certainly been able to work productively with our like-minded partners. Ambassador Khalilzad has been able to work with the Russians and the Chinese because fundamentally this is about interests, and the region does have, to greater or lesser degrees, an interest in Afghanistan stabilizing.
Let's speak about interests. You speak of Russian and Chinese interests. How would you articulate those relative to Afghanistan right now?
I think both countries are concerned by the prospect of the terrorist situation in Afghanistan worsening. And to that extent, we can have a focused conversation about how to move forward in advancing peace. I am not going to suggest that they don't have other motivations, but again, being able to be able to exploit the fact that both countries are concerned about what ISIS represents, that the problem in Afghanistan can get worse as well as get better, is what allows us to, and what has allowed us to organize very dynamic, productive international gatherings and diplomatic architecture in support of a peace process.
So you consider the Chinese and Russians at this stage to be part of the solution?
I think that if important regional countries don't support peace, it will be hard to achieve a peace agreement.
Well, but that's different than being part of the solution. Are they currently?
We've been working with the countries because we do believe that their support will be helpful in advancing a peace agreement.
Okay. Thank you, Ambassador. I yield back my time.
Actually, would my friend yield to me for a second?
Yes, I absolutely.
I thank my
Connolly.
friend. Ambassador Wells, this eerily has the resonance of the Paris negotiations between Henry Kissinger and Lee Duc-Tho on trying to negotiate the end of the Vietnam War. And pledges were made. That was a peace agreement too, allegedly. Pledges were made for the North Vietnamese not to invade the South, promptly ignored, and we turned a blind eye to it, making it look like what Mr. Malinowski indicated, a bedtime story, not even a fig leaf. Can you assure us that's not what we're looking at here, that this is different?
President Trump is seeking peace, a negotiated political settlement. He's not seeking a withdrawal agreement.
That's a heck of a reassurance. I'm sure every American can take that to the bank and feel comforted.
Does the gentleman yield back?
Sorry, it was Mr. Phillips' time,
and I do yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Just briefly, we've discussed at different times the role of women in negotiations. The Afghan government isn't involved. Women are not part of that. We know that the Afghan government, to my knowledge, is trying to include in the information that's relayed to them, women as part of that agreement. But what do you envision going forward of the role of women, even in negotiations such as they are, not directly, but also going forward, should we move forward with this agreement, really trying to put something in the agreement that guarantees so many of the gains of women in society that have been there since our involvement in Afghanistan, and also considering the view that the Taliban has to women?
how Afghans govern themselves needs to be determined by Afghans. And so, obviously what we hear from the Afghan government and from non-Taliban members of Afghanistan society is their commitment to the gains of the last 18 years, the importance they attach to the constitutional rights, and including the rights of women and girls. And that's backed up by polling, which consistently shows every year an increasing number of Afghans who support education, who support women's participation in the workforce, who support women's voting. A third of all candidates in the parliamentary elections were women. So I think we have profoundly influenced the development of Afghanistan society in a very positive way. And those gains, Afghans are going to have to fight and preserve those gains in a dialogue or in a negotiation with the Taliban. What we can be very crystal clear about, and I think you'll see this in the donor meeting that is happening in London and other sessions that will happen with international donors, is that for Afghanistan to enjoy the support, to receive the benefits of being a member of the international community, it will have to uphold these fundamental rights. And that's the power, I think, that we have, or the greatest power that we have, is that you're not going to get assistance, you're not going to get foreign direct investments, you're not going to get the respect of the international community if you seek to repress or put women back in the home and out of schools.
I have sponsored a legislation that hopefully will soon be coming forward to say that if there's other types of resources going forward that the U.S. is going to supply to the Afghan government, that those guarantees for women remain in place. Is that something you agree with?
All of our programs have embedded in them women's participation and support for women's rights in Afghanistan. It's an operating principle. I think Karen can speak to that.
Yes, Ms. Freeman.
Thank you. Been waiting for that moment for a long time. Yes, in every single program that we have, there is a requirement for the inclusion of women in those programs. In particular, and with respect to the current question at hand, we have been actively working with civil society and women's business chambers, et cetera, to help them to improve their negotiating skills, to help them to hone their messages, their expectations, to be realistic and pragmatic about the way forward, and to ensure that when and if they do have the place at that meeting, that they'll be ready for it. Thank you.
Well, thank you, and I hope that this committee, moving forward very shortly, will be able to go forward with that and put additional safeguards to protect the gains that women and girls have certainly been advantaged from in Afghanistan. I'd like to thank you, and I'd like to thank the panel for what was a very lengthy hearing this morning, and thank you for taking the time to do that. We'll pause just briefly so the staff can reset the witnesses for the second panel. Thank you again. The committee will reconvene. I'd like to introduce our second panel and thank them for their patience this morning, which indeed was, after a very extensive first panel hearing. Ambassador James Cunningham is a senior fellow at the Atlantic Council's South Asian Center and an adjunct faculty member at Syracuse University's Maxwell School. He served at the State Department for decades in a wide range of roles, capping his distinguished career with his time as ambassador to Afghanistan from 2012 to 2014. He's a member of the Council on Foreign Relations, the Asia Society, and the American Academy of Diplomacy. Thank you for being here, Ambassador. Ms. Laurel Miller is the director of the Crisis Group's Asia program, where she leads the organization's research, analysis, and policy advocacy dealing with that region from 2013 to 2017. She was the deputy and then acting Special Representative for Afghanistan and Pakistan in the State Department. And in previous service at the department, worked on numerous issues, including peace negotiations in Bosnia. She also served on the staff of the National Security Council. Welcome and thank you again, Ms. Miller. Mr. Thomas Jocelyn is a senior fellow at the Foundation for Defense of Democracies and a senior editor of FDD's Long War Journal. He has worked as a trainer for the FBI's Counterterrorism Division, and he's written widely on counterterrorism and issues that are related to counterterrorism. I'd like to welcome to you all without objection. The witness prepared testimony will be made part of the record, and I'll now allow the witnesses to testify for 5 minutes each to summarize their testimony. Let's start with Ambassador Cunningham.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate the opportunity to be here today. While the specifics of the deal negotiated by U.S. Special Representative for Afghanistan Reconciliation Khalilzad remain unknown, its apparent elements raise serious concern about failure in its application. Now that President Trump has called a halt to the discussions with the Taliban, the opportunity exists, if the administration will take it, to course correct and seek a better deal that will lead to a political agreement ending the conflict, the goal which President Trump correctly set 2 years ago. A flawed deal on withdrawal of U.S. forces, one not grounded in the context of an actual peace agreement, risks the collapse of Afghanistan into chaos, the return of the oppressive and extremist Taliban emirate, and the growth of the Islamist terrorist threat to Western security and values. The American Afghan peoples and our many international partners in Afghanistan deserve better. One side negotiating against a deadline is at a severe disadvantage when the other is not, and Ambassador Khalilzad has been operating under extremely complex conditions. But an agreement which fails, in fact, to open the way to peace for Afghanistan will be a defeat for U.S. leadership and values and sacrifice unnecessarily U.S. and Afghan interest in stability and security in that troubled region. Certainly, a discussion with the Taliban about ending the conflict is to be welcomed, but hope for an intra-Afghan dialogue is not a strategy, and there is little to suggest that a Taliban version of peace would be acceptable to the vast majority of Afghans or to the international community. Taliban representatives have told other Afghans that the United States is defeated and that they will restore the Islamic Emirate. While they suggest that the Emirate would be less severe and barbaric, there is little doubt what that would mean for today's Afghanistan, nor of the risks that outcome would pose for Afghan women. Negotiations should be resumed as soon as possible, but on a different basis, geared to actually ending the conflict. A sound deal with the Taliban will involve the Afghan government. It will, as a first step, end the violence by making the discussion of U.S. withdrawal contingent upon a ceasefire which ends the killing of Afghans. While forces can be reduced based on conditions as a ceasefire takes hold, it will make a durable peace agreement between the universally recognized Afghan government and the Taliban the sine qua non for the ultimate withdrawal of international forces. That negotiation, in turn, must take into account the reality, as demonstrated by the horrific ISIS bombing of a Kabul wedding hall last month, that future Afghan governments will likely require international assistance in combating terrorism. They will also, without doubt, require significant international donor support for a peace agreement. A new Taliban emirate will be deserving of neither. There has been much discussion in the past weeks about the futility of continued U.S. engagement in Afghanistan and American fatigue, and calls for withdrawal, often without addressing the consequences. Peace negotiations on the terms we, most Afghans, and our international partners would seek will be difficult but not impossible to create. We have not adequately tested the proposition, which requires a complex diplomatic and military effort and continued support for the Afghan security forces. We have long recognized that a military solution is not in the offing, but a peace process does require an adequate military instrument in support of a multilateral, multifaceted, high-level diplomatic campaign to set the conditions for negotiations. The irony of where we are today is that President Trump's South Asia strategy, announced 2 years ago, corrected the shortcomings which handicapped President Obama's efforts to withdraw U.S. forces and establish a peace process. Knowing that President Obama had a timeline for bringing our troops home, the Taliban had no incentive to negotiate. In 2017, President Trump agreed to restore military capabilities needed to strengthen the American train and assist and counterterrorism missions, and to focus on creating conditions for negotiations. His strategy for peace correctly aligned 3 elements for getting the Taliban to genuine negotiations: bolstering the Afghan security forces, basing the reduction and eventual withdrawal of military forces on conditions and not artificial deadlines, and focusing on Afghanistan's regional context, particularly on ending the nefarious role of Pakistan. That strategy was aimed at success, a political settlement, including respect for the Afghan Constitution and its protections for human rights, women, and a free media. It appears to be coming apart. The reestablishment of unrealistic U.S. deadlines will again undercut the Afghan security forces. Deadlines and the ever-present threat of withdrawal absent an agreement encourage Taliban intransigence. Speculation about an interim government, which hopefully is now moot, risked the demise of democracy in Afghanistan. Washington appears yet again to have allowed Pakistan to avoid concrete action to change the calculations of the Taliban leadership in Pakistan. Afghanistan is neither a failed state nor to be dismissed as a forever war. Afghanistan is a struggling, democratic, Islamic partner in the generational conflict between extreme Islamist ideology and terrorism and the civilized world to which most people, including Muslims, aspire. Our 18-year effort in Afghanistan has had several distinct phases, and mistakes have surely been made. But yielding to fatigue rather than correcting our strategy would be the greatest mistake of all. The costs of engagement in Afghanistan are much lower than in the past, can be lower yet, and are sustainable. As with the Cold War, staying power will be required to win the ideological conflict with Islamist extremism, in which Afghanistan is a chapter. We can certainly be smarter and more effective, but as with Iraq, the costs of premature withdrawal from Afghanistan, with the prospects of peace unsecured, will be much higher. Among the more important of those costs will be the accelerated erosion of the notion that the United States is a reliable and durable partner when there is a price to be paid for leadership and defense of U.S. values. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. Ms. Miller.
Thank you, Congressman Keating, for your endurance today, and my thanks to the committee for inviting me to this important hearing. I've been asked to assess the administration's efforts to secure a peace deal. I'll summarize my written statement, briefly reviewing U.S. policy options and explaining why the negotiations President Trump declared dead last week should be revived. Those talks produced a draft U.S. Taliban agreement that, according to both sides, was ready to be signed. The U.S. has 3 basic options. First, the withdrawal option. The U.S. could plan and execute a pullout of all U.S. forces. The conflict would continue, and it would probably intensify and become more chaotic. There's a strong chance the anti-Taliban side would fracture. How quickly that would happen would depend on whether the government in Kabul continued to receive the foreign funding on which it very heavily depends. Second, the stay the course option. The U.S. could keep the current or somewhat reduced number of troops, continue fighting the Taliban alongside the government, continue operations against the Islamic State branch, and occasionally other terrorist groups from within Afghanistan. The war, currently the deadliest in the world, would remain the bloody stalemate that it is today and that many senior American military officers have said it is, one that's been eroding in the Taliban's favor over several years. Keeping U.S. troops in Afghanistan would continue feeding the Taliban narrative of foreign occupation that they used to recruit. Staying the course means perpetuating the conflict with no foreseeable end. Third, the negotiation option. The U.S. could try to negotiate an end to the war and to the U.S. military presence. American diplomats have engaged in about 9 years of waxing and waning effort to launch a peace process, but only this year did the U.S. put pursuing a peace deal at the center of its policy. The third option is the only one with the potential to reduce violence in Afghanistan and enable the U.S. troops to withdraw in permissive conditions. It's also the option with the best chance of preserving Afghanistan's social and development gains. To be clear, none of these options has the realistic potential to result in military victory for the U.S. and its Afghan allies. Neither of the first two options would enable the Afghan government to become self-sustaining in its fight against the Taliban at any foreseeable time, and only the negotiation option aims for reduction of violence. Some have criticized the administration for negotiating exclusively with the Taliban, supposedly cutting out the Afghan government. It's understandable this approach is deeply frustrating to many Afghans, and frankly, it's distasteful to many in Washington. The U.S. decision to negotiate first with the Taliban prior to talks among Afghans was a concession to the Taliban's stubborn insistence on that sequence. The U.S. for many years resisted that sequencing, and the cost was no peace process. It's worth underscoring that the U.S. already tried and failed to deliver the more desirable kind of peace process, with the Afghan government at the table from the outset and with an early ceasefire. No evidence suggests the Afghan government on its own could launch this preferred form of peace talks. Certainly the U.S. has not stood in the way. But it's crucial to recognize what a U.S.-Taliban deal would and would not be. It would cover a limited set of issues, the withdrawal of U.S. troops in exchange for Taliban commitments to prevent Afghanistan being a safe harbor for terrorist groups. The deal would not be a peace agreement. There's no deal between the U.S. and Taliban that could bring peace or address governance, women's rights, and other issues. The deal would be the first step toward peacemaking. It would condition a gradual U.S. withdrawal, which the Taliban want, on the Taliban entering negotiations with the Afghan government and other power brokers. The reward is clear. The deal would open the door to an Afghan peace process. Afghan talks, once started, might stall or fail for many reasons. The gap between the parties' political visions might prove too great. Internal divisions on each side might prove too difficult to overcome. If negotiations fail, the U.S. will still be in a position to choose either of the first two policy options I described earlier. After nearly 18 years of prioritizing military action and failing to defeat the Taliban, the U.S. has spent only 1 year putting peace efforts at the forefront. And in that time, it appears to have come close to clinching a deal that would lead to an Afghan peace process and allow for the withdrawal of U.S. troops. The U.S. should not abandon this effort now.
Mr. Jocelyn.
Well, thank you for having me here to testify again today. I'm going to just go through this very quickly. I agree that one of the main critiques of the process that the Trump administration went through in these talks basically excluded the Afghan government. You can see in a tweet I reproduced in my written testimony that on March 12th of this year, Ambassador Khalilzad said explicitly that once a deal is finalized, exchanging a troop withdrawal for the supposed counterterrorism assurances from the Taliban, then the intra-Afghan negotiations process would start. That's a crucial mistake. Obviously, if you're gonna try and actually launch a peace process, having American troops in country are your biggest bargaining chip to try and get that launched. Giving it away at the outset in exchange for the Taliban's words makes no sense to me. And I want to talk a little bit today about why the Taliban's words shouldn't be trusted when it comes to counterterrorism assurances. There's some skepticism in the earlier panel on this regard, and I wholly endorse that skepticism. I'm going to run through 5 key issues in that regard very quickly. First, the Taliban hasn't come clean about its past at any point in time. In July, the Taliban released a video in which they said that 9/11 was a heavy slap on their dark faces, was the consequence of their interventionist policies and not our doing. In other words, they were justifying 9/11. They didn't blame al-Qaeda. They didn't renounce their decision to harbor al-Qaeda prior to 9/11. They said it was a result of our policies, which is a talking point they've had since 2001. In addition, in August, Suhail Shaheen, who's participated in the talks in Doha as a chief Taliban negotiator, said he didn't know who did 9/11. He didn't know, and if we have evidence of this, then maybe we can bring that forward and we can try and prosecute it. Well, I'll just say this. We know who did 9/11. right? And you can see in my testimony, I've excerpted quite a few parts of this report, the 9/11 Commission report, showing the Taliban's complicity and safe haven for al-Qaeda and how crucial that was for al-Qaeda in the run-up to 9/11. And there's a number of reports and citations in my written testimony to this in that regard. So we don't need Suhail Shaheen to tell us we don't know who did it. But the key point there is, if they're not willing to come clean about the past, why are you willing to believe what they're saying about the future? Why are you willing to believe that their assurances going forward are really firm? Second point, in July 2016, Ambassador Khalilzad testified before this committee, and during that hearing, he actually highlighted the fact that Ayman al-Zawahiri, the head of al-Qaeda, had sworn his personal allegiance to Habatul Akhundzada, who is basically the supreme leader. They call him the Emir of the Faithful for the Taliban. And Ambassador Khalilzad said that that showed that the relationship continues. We agree. I had reported on that about a week or two earlier. And as far as I can tell, there's no evidence that Akhundzada to date is going to renounce Zawahiri's oath of allegiance or al-Qaeda. And as part of any talks that you heard a lot in the first panel about how there's assurances from the Taliban about breaking with al-Qaeda and restraining them and that sort of thing. Well, here's a very concrete example of what the Taliban could do in that regard and should do in that regard if you're going to actually start to believe them, which is that their leader, Habatul Akhundzada, should disown Zawahiri and his oath of allegiance. Very quickly, third point, the number 2 of the Taliban is a guy named Siraj Haqqani. And we've tracked Siraj Haqqani for a long time, and it took a number of years to get the Haqqani network designated as a terrorist organization by the U.S. government. That network was designated in part because the Haqqani network remains closely allied with al-Qaeda throughout its history, going back from the 1980s to this day. Siraj Haqqani is not only the number 2 in the Taliban, but actually oversees the Taliban's war machine across Afghanistan. There's a lot of evidence in my written testimony about how the Haqqanis remain intertwined with al-Qaeda. There's a lot more I could say in that regard. I've seen no evidence that Siraj Haqqani was going to break with al-Qaeda or anybody in the Haqqanis. We're going to do that. Number 4, al-Qaeda in the Indian subcontinent. This is highlighted in my testimony as well. It was created in 2014. There's plenty of evidence that AQIS, as it's known, is fighting alongside the Taliban's members throughout the country. Al-Qaeda and AQIS members serve as religious and military instructors for the Taliban. They remain embedded in the Taliban. In fact, a special Inspector General report submitted to Congress earlier this year highlighted the fact that actually many, according to this report, many Al-Qaeda members are actually dual Al-Qaeda and Taliban members. That's how integrated they are. And so a lot of times you can't even tell who's an al-Qaeda guy and who's a Taliban guy. Believe me, I'm the nerd who tracks this stuff. That's true. Sometimes you can't tell who's who, but that's how intertwined they are. And fifth, in terms of counterterrorism assurances from the Taliban, there's a sort of a constellation of Central Asian, Uyghur, and Pakistani jihadi groups fighting under the Taliban's banner in Afghanistan. I see no reason to believe the Taliban has agreed to restrain them in any meaningful way. We're talking about Uzbek groups like the Islamic Movement of Uzbekistan, the Islamic Jihad Union. We're talking about the Turkestan Islamic Party, which fights in Syria and Afghanistan. We're talking about Lashkar-e-Taiba. The UN reports I cite in my testimony all document their presence in Afghanistan under the Taliban's banner, and I find it hard to believe that the Taliban will restrain all of them. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Mr. Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to our witnesses. Mr. Jocelyn, I'll start with you. Clearly from your testimony, you have little faith or confidence in the Taliban being trustworthy for a good reason. So what should we do in light of the fact that they're not, in your estimation? What would be in our best interest?
I have no problem with trying to bolster a process that includes the Afghan government in the talks and insisting on that from the go. My main problem with what happened here was, one, I think there was a lot of credulity when it came to the Taliban's words on counterterrorism assurances from Ambassador Khalilzad and others, and two, the Afghan government clearly didn't have a formal seat at the table. You heard Ambassador Wells talk about how some members of the Afghan government were able to take part in talks, but that was in a personal capacity, not as formal representatives of the U.S.-backed, internationally legitimate Afghan government. So if you're going to go down that path, then it's fine, but as long as you're insisting that the Afghan government is part of any legitimate peace process.
Thank you. Ms. Miller, I know you've been involved in peace negotiations in Bosnia, Kosovo, and Macedonia. In general terms, what does a good peace negotiation look like, and what does a good agreement look like?
It would have been my preference and my recommendation that the peace process should have included the Afghan government, the U.S., and the Taliban at the table simultaneously from the start. However, that was the format that the United States long tried to pursue. I was personally involved in efforts to try to get the peace process started that way. But it didn't work. the Taliban refused, and it's a sad fact that the Taliban has leverage in this equation. So as I said in my statement, it was a concession, and it was, but I think an unfortunately necessary concession to split the peace talks into two separate tracks, a U.S. Taliban track followed by an intra-Afghan track, as it's now called. In terms of what a peace agreement could actually look like, the preliminary agreement between the U.S. and the Taliban is only setting the stage for a potential peace agreement and a peace process. An actual peace agreement among the Afghan parties is going to have to address a wide range of issues, including political arrangements for Afghanistan, security arrangements for Afghanistan, implementation measures, verification measures. And so it will be complex, and it will take time to negotiate that. And frankly, the U.S. Taliban agreement is only useful insofar as you actually get to that second stage. It doesn't, as I said, bring peace to Afghanistan, nor is it actually necessary for the United States to negotiate with the Taliban the terms of its withdrawal. If all the U.S. wants to do is withdraw, it doesn't need to negotiate that with anyone. And I would agree that counterterrorism assurances in that context are meaningless. Those only become meaningful if you have the second stage of a peace process and you're able to form a consolidated Afghan government that brings the Taliban into the political fabric. I would just add to that, I think we have to be a little bit cautious in painting. I have no disagreement with the negative characterizations on the whole of the Taliban, but I think we need to be careful not to paint this in black and white terms. There are plenty of non-Taliban Afghans, including some who are closely aligned with the Afghan government, who also have very conservative viewpoints on social issues, and frankly, who have a past history of very close involvement with al-Qaeda. With al-Qaeda, I repeat. It's a complicated picture that isn't just a pure black and white situation. I hope I answered your question.
And in your past negotiations, are there any that are analogous to this current dynamic that we have in Afghanistan that you can point to?
I would say in general terms, yes, but I don't think that there's a clear and obvious template for this. And I've looked I've done research on a sort of comparative analysis of other peace agreements and peace processes around the world compared to the situation in Afghanistan. And there's no one situation you can point to. I think what you can say is that one of the factors that makes peacemaking in Afghanistan much more difficult than in other circumstances is that it's a stalemate.
Right.
That you don't have, this isn't Colombia, where the government was overwhelmingly more powerful than the FARC. This isn't a situation like Bosnia, where the outside powers that were backing the inside powers really had the say and decided they were going to go with a peace process. And NATO was able to apply overwhelming force to the situation. This is more complicated because it's a stalemate and neither side has truly come to terms with their own ability to succeed or fail militarily.
Indeed. I'm out of time, but I know there's not a long line behind me. Maybe we'll have another chance in a few moments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. President Trump said the peace talks are dead. Do you believe they're dead, Ambassador?
I believe they're not dead, and they shouldn't be dead.
Ms. Miller, do you believe the President when he says the peace talks are dead?
I believe that President Trump has shown remarkable agility in being able to change his positions rapidly. And so I think it's certainly, there's a lot of opportunity here to resuscitate the peace process. It may take a little time and some face saving in order to do it.
Mr. Jocelyn, do you think that, do you agree that President, that the peace talks are dead?
I don't know. All I can say is that I know from the outset, I think it was very clear the president has wanted a full withdrawal or something close to it, and that sort of was the framework for the entirety for the talks.
Yeah, I would say the fact that any of you or members of Congress can answer that question presents a problem with the talks. We don't even know if they're dead or not, or if they're there. So that's the status of it. Let's assume we go forward, whether they're suspended, whether we begin anew at some time. Ambassador, I thought you brought a very important point forward. If that's going to happen, and we, whatever term you want to use, Lazarus appears and these are no longer dead, the importance of, while these negotiations are going on, being able to maintain a ceasefire, I think is critical. What is your opinion?
I would think it's important to get to a ceasefire as quickly as possible, particularly given the ongoing campaign against Afghan civilians being waged by the Taliban as we're talking about creating a peace process. Now, this is obviously leverage for the Taliban. They're trying to use military force and terrorism to enhance their position. But as we go about resetting this, I would hope that there would be a serious effort to draw a clearer line between this discussion and the actual negotiation of peace than I think exists. You have a better understanding now of the agreement than we do, because you've been briefed and we haven't. But there are several...
Well, we don't know if the agreement's alive.
The agreement needs to be adjusted, I think, but the goal needs to be kept in mind that the agreement is really, as Laurel said, the agreement is kind of a key to getting into a peace negotiation. My problem is it's not clear that that key is going to work, or that it's strong enough.
Well, here's another point, and Mr. Jocelyn, mentioned the Khanis. Ambassador, you mentioned Pakistan. I mean, it seems like these factors may not be front and center in some of these negotiations, and without that kind of discussion, how inhibited is our ability to proceed?
I think our ability is gravely inhibited.
Mr. Jocelyn?
Pakistan has a key role to play here.
I would suggest you look at Ambassador Khalilzad's personal Twitter account before he became special representative, and you'll see that he was very forthright about Pakistan's role in harboring and sponsoring the Khanis and others who are directing the attacks in Afghanistan, and that is an issue that I do not think is going to be solved.
And I would just suggest one other thing. If we are going to reset or whatever might happen, words count when you're dealing diplomatically in negotiations. And I personally think, and if you have any comments on this in this regard, instead of talking about a U.S. withdrawal, we should be talking about Afghan and the Afghan government being able to negotiate our presence involved. It might sound like semantics, but I don't think it is. Ambassador.
I think that's a good point, and I don't exclude at the end of this process, which will take a lot longer than anybody would want, I would not exclude that there would be an agreement on an enduring U.S. presence and military presence in Afghanistan at a much lower level that would be focused on a counterterrorism mission. There's no reason to, as I hinted at in my statement, there's no reason to think that a future Afghan government, even if constituted under a peace agreement, is going to have the capability on its own to deal with terrorism within Afghanistan and the region.
Great. I only hope that any further negotiations have the tenacity of Mr. Phillips. He's still here, and he wanted to allow him to have the last few minutes to ask some more questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ambassador Cunningham, you've said that if there's going to be any negotiation between the Taliban and the Afghans, that the Afghans will need a legitimate political authority to have that discussion. So perhaps you could apprise us as to the status of elections in Afghanistan and what we, Congress and the United States, can do to strengthen and secure democratic elections.
The status now, although another problem with the way these discussions have been conducted up to now is that, among other things, it created a wide series of rumors within Afghanistan about what the American attitude was toward elections and whether they would be held or not. And that created a lot of uncertainty, obviously. Now it looks like they will be held. They're scheduled. The apparatus is in place. They will be flawed as they have. I lived through the last elections. It was a most unpleasant experience. They will be flawed again, but they will be, I think, they will be successful in reestablishing a legitimate political authority in Afghanistan as a result of the exercise of the voting franchise by the Afghan people. One thing we do know about Afghanistan is that Afghans like to vote, even if it's dangerous for them to do so. And I expect and hope that that will be the case again this time, and I hope very much so that the election results will be clear enough that it won't lead to a series of protracted disputes as it did the last time around.
And is there anything that we or the international community can and should be doing proactively to
provide political support and economic support to the actual negotiations themselves?
Okay.
Messaging the Afghan political class that they have a responsibility not to allow this to degenerate into a political conflict as it did before, and providing encouragement for them that when they have a political outcome, that it will be supported by the United States and our partners.
Okay, thank you. And then a final question for each of you. I asked this at the last panel. I'll repeat it. Dr. Ashley Tellis, Senior Fellow at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, said recently, any attempt at reconciliation through a negotiated bargain centered on the formal exchange of obligations, as opposed to the quiet and progressive defection of insurgents, would fail to deliver stability that the U.S. seeks. So on the subject of defection of insurgents, love your thoughts, respectively, on strategies that we should be considering to inspire the defection of the insurgents that we're battling. Anyone who wants to start? Ms. Miller?
There have been a number of strategies that have been implemented over the years aimed at that, aimed at trying to split the Taliban or encourage defections. They are all almost entirely failures. And I do not expect that there's any strategy that can succeed in that. There's a lot of talk about the fractures in the Taliban, lack of cohesion within the Taliban. A lot of that is frankly wishful thinking and propaganda. Yes, I'm not saying they're an entirely monolithic organization, but let's face it, they have remained more unified and more cohesive than the other side has in this conflict. And they have been very careful to protect their cohesion, including through harsh measures of imposing ultimate sanctions on those who have sought to defect from the group, because they've been cognizant of the fact that sufficient cohesion has been their comparative advantage. So there's no quiet defection strategy to resolving this conflict.
Mr. Jocelyn?
I have a very grim view of the answer to your question. I think I wrote last year that I think in terms of where this war is headed, we've already lost if you game it all out. Especially with President Trump's commitment to withdrawing troops, I think that he basically, I find it very hard to believe that there's going to be some turnaround now here militarily. My issue is that going forward, and I agree totally, and I've said this myself publicly, if you're going to withdraw troops, I have no reason to absolve the Taliban on the way out the door on counterterrorism issues. It doesn't make any sense to me, especially when you're not getting any sort of real firm commitments that they're going to actually sit down for real talks with the Afghan government or anything along those lines. But I don't think there is a turnaround strategy at this point. There's no silver bullet, unfortunately.
Okay. Ambassador?
I agree. I don't think there's a strategy of attrition or withdrawal that will work in any time frame that we would want to see, certainly. That attrition will take place over time, hopefully in the context of a political agreement that does establish protections and rights and obligations. And there are serious issues that need to be addressed, like the status of the Afghan Constitution and the role of women and other things that we've been talking about, that of education, all those things that have made today's Afghanistan so different from what it was 18, 19, 20 years ago. Those things need to be built into a fabric that provides a solution. It can't be kind of left to drift along, and that won't happen, in my view.
So one final question, and just a yes and no from each of you. Is it, in your estimation, starting with you, Mr. Ambassador, do you think that the Taliban would be willing to agree to just about anything that would ultimately lead to the withdrawal of our troops, anticipating that we would be hesitant to ever return?
Whether they would be willing to agree to almost anything, I doubt. But they certainly have an incentive to, depending on, again, the crucial question, what the timeline is. They want us out. They'll be willing to do what's necessary to get us out. The question is, will that be at the end of a peace agreement or before there's a peace agreement? One thing I think you can count on is that they won't have any compunction about taking advantage of a situation in which we're not there and the Afghans are weak.
Indeed. Ms. Miller?
They have their red lines, and they, you know, regardless of anything that President Trump or President Obama said about desiring to get out of Afghanistan, they know for a certainty that America will not be in Afghanistan forever, and they will.
Well said. Mr. Jocelyn?
I don't think they'd agree to say or do anything, but basically the point of my testimony is that if you're going to believe them on counterterrorism assurances, I've given you 5 different things that you have to look for in terms of any sort of agreement in that regard. Obviously, the agreement looks moribund right now, but with officials saying that they believe in the Taliban's counterterrorism assurances, I say, okay, well then show me the following.
Indeed. Thank you all for being here, for your testimony and counsel. Appreciate it. I yield back.
Well, thank you. Thank you for being here. You know, this is an extremely important issue. It doesn't receive perhaps the greatest public attention that it deserves. I echo the sentiments of some of my colleagues that we should have had better representation, not that you're not great, but people that are directly involved in the negotiations currently here informing us and the American public what goes on. We should do that for the families and friends of loved ones that lost their lives, both on the military side and civilian side, in this long, long war. We should do that for the military and civilian and their families and loved ones that are currently there in that region. And as I conclude, I think of one story when I was there a few years ago, visiting our troops and getting briefed. I often asked our military, brave military soldiers, you know, if there's anything I can ever do or we can do for you, let us know. And on this occasion, they asked us, yes, there is. There's someone we would like you to meet and thank. And they took us to the marketplace. And there we met a civilian from Afghanistan. I won't mention even what province, although I suspect he's not alive at this point. But he had been risking his life, providing information to our troops about where IEDs were placed, about other tactics where undoubtedly he was saving lives. And they had asked us and myself to just go to this man and thank him, that it would mean a lot. And when I had that opportunity, I asked him why he was risking his life doing that. And at that point, he went from behind him and pulled out his 8-year-old son. And he said, because I would love him to have a chance in life, a chance he doesn't have under the current conditions. And I hope that this intervention, this action by America will give him that chance. So I hope that we do the most in these negotiations, as difficult as they are, not just for those who have sacrificed so much and continue to do for our country, but for those people as well. With that thought, I will call the hearing and adjourn. Thank you.
The committee will come to order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare a recess of the committee at any time. This hearing is entitled Oversight of the Securities and Exchange Commission, Wall Street's Cop on the Block. I now recognize myself for 4 minutes to give an opening statement. Good morning. I want to welcome back Chairman Clayton and welcome Commissioners Jackson, Peirce, Roisman, and Lee to this important hearing on the SEC's role in U.S. capital markets. This is the first time since 2007 that all 5 commissioners of the Securities and Exchange Commission have testified before the Financial Services Committee. I believe it is important for the committee to hear testimony from each of the commissioners, including its chairman, because they each hold a vote on important regulatory and enforcement matters, and they each hold unique views that the committee should be aware of. This is especially important since the SEC is not fulfilling its mission as Wall Street's cop. Key rules like the Volcker Rule have been rolled back, while rules to implement other important reforms on issues like executive compensation, which Congress enacted back in 2010 as part of the Dodd-Frank Wall Street Reform and Consumer Protection Act, remain incomplete. Other regulations, such as the SEC's so-called regulation best interests, fail to protect retirement savers from unscrupulous financial advisors. It is also clear that our existing securities laws are not working, and there are loopholes in the laws that corporate insiders are taking advantage of. For example, executives are enriching themselves by buying or selling securities in their own companies during the 8K trading gap, which is a 4-day gap after a major corporate event before the company is required to notify the public and investors of that event. Corporate executives are also using stock buybacks to line their own pockets rather than giving their companies pay raises or investing in their companies. In addition, a court decision in Kokesh versus SEC limited the SEC's ability to recover wrongful gains from fraudsters like Bernie Madoff and return them to harmed investors. I believe that the SEC needs stronger tools to protect investors and punish bad actors. Members of this committee have introduced a number of bills to strengthen the Commission and our securities laws, and a number of these bills have passed this committee or the full House. Today, we will have the opportunity to hear directly from the commissioners on these important measures. In addition, I'm very concerned about Facebook's plan to create a digital currency, Libra, and digital wallet, Calibra. It appears that Facebook is working to create a new global financial system that is intended to rival the U.S. dollar. I and other Democrats on the committee have called for Facebook to halt their plans until regulators in Congress have an opportunity to examine these issues and take action. Today, I hope to hear what steps the SEC is taking to ensure that Libra is appropriately and rigorously regulated. I look forward to the testimony of our witnesses, and I now recognize the ranking member of the committee, the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. McHenry, for 5 minutes for an opening statement.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for holding today's hearing, and I appreciate Chairman Clayton and the gang here joining you today. Interesting that the whole commission is here. The SEC has a three-part mission: to protect investors, maintain fair and orderly and efficient markets, and third, facilitate capital formation. Now, all 3 pillars of the SEC's mission are critical, but I believe the first 2 pillars, protecting investors and maintaining fair, orderly, and efficient markets, are encapsulated in that 3rd pillar, capital formation. For without capital formation, the other 2 could not exist. And that means that if you have no market to regulate, then people don't have the opportunity to invest. Without markets for retail investors to participate in, there would be no need for investor protection. So we need to help investors by focusing on policies that make our markets stronger, more attractive, and more competitive, not add regulatory costs and weaken them. We don't have to look any further than the impact of mandatory disclosure after mandatory disclosure on a company's compliance costs. Real costs, those are real costs borne by real investors, making it more onerous and expensive to be public companies. Companies heavily burdened by costs will choose to stay in the private markets, ultimately depriving retail investors of choices and opportunities in the public markets. To that end, I'm glad that the SEC chairman, under Chairman Clayton's leadership, is focused on long overdue reforms that focus on capital formation initiatives that benefit Main Street investors. The SEC's renewed commitment to revitalizing our public capital markets through increased capital formation could not come at a more appropriate time and more crucial time. When considering publicly traded companies in which to invest, American investors have roughly half the number of companies that they did compared to 20 years ago. To quote Chairman Clayton, the steady decline in the number of public companies in the U.S. is simply, quote, not good. It's a nice understatement. I share Chairman Clayton's concern. The decline of our public markets is a troubling trend for our country's competitiveness and for American investors, and for retirement savings as well. The solution to this crucial problem is to focus on policies that will make companies want to go public and preserve options for raising much-needed capital, all of which will lead to increased competitiveness and more investment opportunities for everyday investors to grow their savings. I'd like to commend the Commission for their efforts to improve capital formation for smaller companies, particularly by re-examining the exempt offering regulatory framework. Many of these exemptions were modified or created by the Jobs Act of 2012, a landmark bipartisan piece of legislation that has had a major impact on capital markets and small businesses. Now it's time for the SEC to revisit these private offering exemptions to streamline and improve the regulatory framework to better promote capital formation and grow investment opportunities. One exemption that warrants modernization is the crowdfunding exemption. My original crowdfunding bill, which was included in the Jobs Act, was only a few pages long, 11 pages in fact. I appreciate the SEC and their hardworking staff creating 685 pages worth of regulation around those 11 pages. The absurdity of this I point out a number of times since then, so you've given me at least the rhetorical value of talking about the burden of SEC regulation, making an exemption and a public law completely meaningless because of the impact and the cost. So I encourage the SEC to continue its efforts to expand investor access to all companies and to maintain its focus on reducing regulatory barriers that discourage companies from going or staying in our public markets. Stronger public markets translate to more economic growth and greater opportunity for everyday American investors to grow their savings and reach their goals of homeownership, retirement, or simply a better way of life. Now, in conclusion, we'll hear a lot of doom and gloom today. It is not all doom and gloom. The markets now appear healthier in the last 2 years. Investment opportunities are better now than they have been in recent years. I think there's a lot that is praiseworthy of the SEC's approach and how the market has responded to that. I look forward to your testimony and the questions today.
I now recognize the Chair of the Subcommittee on Investor Protection, Entrepreneurship, and Capital Markets, Mrs. Maloney, for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for holding this important hearing and for inviting all 5 commissioners. The SEC has been active on issues such as cryptocurrency, market structure, and corporate governance. But by far, the most important action the SEC has taken was in June, when they finalized Regulation Best Interest, or Reg B1. This rule was intended to raise the standard of conduct for brokers and offer investment advice to retail investors. Unfortunately, I believe the rule was far too weak and did not raise the standard for brokers nearly enough. And to make it worse, the SEC also weakened the fiduciary standard for investment advisors, which was completely unnecessary and goes against the SEC's mission of protecting investors. So I'll be interested to hear from the Commission about why they chose this path, and I yield back. Thank you.
I want to welcome today's distinguished panel from the Securities and Exchange Commission. Commissioner Robert J. Jackson, Jr., who has served on the commission since January 2018. Commissioner Jackson came to the commission from New York University School of Law. Commissioner Hester M. Peirce, who has also served on the commission since January 2018. Prior to joining the commission, Commissioner Peirce had a post at the Mercatus Center at George Mason University. Commissioner Elad L. Roisman, who has served on the commission since September 2018, and who prior to joining the commission served as chief counsel to the U.S. Senate Committee on Banking, Housing, and Urban Affairs. Commissioner Allison Herron Lee, who has served on the commission since July 2019. Commissioner Lee has served for over a decade in various roles in the SEC, and most recently has written, lectured, and taught classes on financial regulation and corporate law internationally. And finally, Chairman Jay Clayton, who has served on the commission since January 2017. Prior to joining the commission, Chairman Clayton was a partner at Sullivan & Cromwell and was a member of the firm's management committee. Welcome all. Before recognizing you for your testimony, I understand Chairman Chayton has a brief administrative statement. So without objection, Chairman Clayton, you are recognized.
Thank you, Chairwoman Waters and Ranking Member McHenry and members of the committee. Before my fellow commissioners and I each provide our opening statements, I'd like to give our usual disclaimer, which is that each of us will be providing our own views and remarks, which do not represent those of the SEC or our fellow commissioners. A few other administrative statements. I'd like to note that although all 5 of us are here before you this morning, this is not a meeting of the commission under the statute known as the Sunshine Act. And as a result, we plan to be mindful to avoid deliberating on business before the agency. We are also sensitive to the potential appearance of prejudgment. This means that although we may offer our views and share our concerns about general issues, we will avoid making a determination during this hearing about the course of action that the Commission should or will take about any particular matter. As with our usual practice, we will keep an open mind and look forward to reviewing a fully developed record before making our determinations. Also, consistent with longstanding Commission practices, we would not expect to comment on pending litigation or enforcement actions. Thank you, Chairwoman Waters.
Thank you, Chairman Clayton. For purposes of testimony, each of you will have 5 minutes to summarize your testimony. When you have 1 minute remaining, a yellow light will appear. At that time, I would ask you to wrap up your testimony so we can be respectful of both the witnesses and the committee members' time. Commissioner Jackson, you are now recognized for 5 minutes to present your oral testimony.
Well, thank you, Chairwoman Waters, Ranking Member McHenry, and members of the committee. Thank you very much for the opportunity to join you today. It is my great honor to be joining my colleagues to testify before you on our task at the Securities and Exchange Commission, protecting ordinary American investors. I want to begin by expressing my gratitude for the special privilege of working with the tremendous SEC staff that we work with every day. I have learned a great deal from them, and everything we do and we'll discuss today is possible only because of their tremendous public service. Now, Chairwoman Waters, before I joined the SEC, my work in government as a teacher and as a researcher focused on the gaps in our securities laws that allow corporate insiders to spend shareholder money to advance their own interests rather than those of investors. Because this committee is right now considering legislation that could address some of those gaps, I want to identify 3 areas where, in my view, doing so would be especially critical for investors. First, our disclosure rules have not kept up with the pace of today's markets. Specifically, SEC rules give public companies 4 days before they must notify the market about market-moving business developments on what is known as our Form 8K. A study I released before joining the Commission provided evidence that corporate insiders often trade during this gap between key corporate events and when our rules require that event to be revealed to the public. I am grateful that this committee has taken up bipartisan legislation that would close that gap and give investors the level playing field they so deeply deserve. Second, our rules incentivize corporate insiders to pursue stock buybacks that maximize executive pay but make no sense for ordinary investors. In a speech last year, I provided evidence that executives engage in significant sales of their company's stock after announcing a buyback. And I expanded upon that work in a letter to Senator Van Hollen this spring. showing that when insiders sell into a stock buyback, their company performs worse in the weeks after the buyback occurs. SEC rules should not incentivize buybacks that allow insiders to cash out but don't make long-run sense for ordinary buy-and-hold American investors. And finally, we should consider giving investors much more transparency into how public companies spend their money on politics. A significant amount of corporate political spending is not disclosed under the law we have today, since public companies can and do give investor money to intermediaries that do not disclose their donors. Indeed, a study I published in 2013 showed that just 8 intermediaries spent more than $1.5 billion of investor money on politics over just a short period. Under the law we have right now, ordinary American investors have no way to know whether the companies they own were a source of that money. Now, that would be less worrying if executives' interest in political spending were aligned with those of shareholders. But when it comes to politics, insiders' interests may diverge from those of investors. Political spending has consequences that goes beyond the company's performance, like advancing insiders' preferred political views, and executives' decisions may be influenced by those preferences. Now, the standard securities law solution to conflicts like this is disclosure. That's why SEC rules mandate clear disclosure of executive pay. That's why our rules also require companies to give investors detailed information about transactions between insiders and the company. And that's why the case for requiring disclosure of corporate spending on politics is so strong. Now, before joining the commission, I led a bipartisan group of scholars who petitioned the SEC to develop rules requiring disclosure of corporate political spending. Since then, more than 1.2 million Americans have written to the commission urging us to adopt those rules. And a bipartisan group of former SEC officials, including 2 former chairmen, have called our proposal a slam dunk. But because Congress has used the appropriations process to block the commission from developing rules in this area, too many American investors today remain in the dark about how public companies spend their money on politics. I believe that a critical part of the SEC's mission is to make sure that ordinary investors stand on a level playing field in today's markets. Gaps in our securities laws that allow insiders to trade before key information comes to light, stock buybacks that maximize executive pay but not buy and hold investor performance, and rules that allow insiders to spend investor money on politics in secret undermine the trust that ordinary Americans have in our financial system. I am delighted that this committee is considering how best to close those gaps. And of course, on all these matters, I remain open to the views of my exceptional colleagues here on the commission, and it is my great privilege to be a part of their work. Thank you again for the opportunity to appear before you today. I'd be delighted to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Commissioner Jackson. Commissioner Peirce, you are now recognized for 5 minutes to present your oral testimony.
Chairwoman Waters, Ranking Member McHenry, and members of the committee, it's an honor to be here today, and it's a particular pleasure to be here with my colleagues. We all share a common passion for the capital markets because we believe they have the power to unleash talent all across the country, and that's good for all of us. Under Chairman Clayton's leadership and with the help of our hardworking staff, we are applying this shared passion for the potential of the capital markets to change people's lives, to think through to collaborate and think through a wide range of issues related to protecting investors, facilitating capital formation, and protecting the integrity of our markets. I'd like to talk to you today about 3 principles that I apply when I do my job. The first is that investor protection means more than just protecting investors from fraud. It also means protecting their opportunities. The second is that while enforcement is an important part of our mission, regulation is the key part of what we do. It's our first step, not our last step. And third, we as regulators don't and we can't know everything. Investor protection is, of course, on our minds in everything that we do. One of the key purposes of the securities laws is to make sure that investors get the material information they need to make decisions about where to invest their hard-earned money, and they often do that with the help of a financial professional. Our Office of Investor Education and Advocacy helps investors navigate the complex financial markets, and through our compliance and enforcement programs, we make sure that institutions and individuals involved in our markets are doing their roles in a way that benefits investors and the markets. Our role is not to make decisions for investors. Investors, if provided with adequate, clear, and truthful information, are best suited to make choices about which investment products serve their own particular needs and goals. When we place unnecessary limits on investors' opportunity to buy products, we risk substituting our own judgment for that of the investors. Overriding investor preferences about how to spend their hard-earned money is not investor protection. This principle has informed my views on digital assets, retail access to private markets, and retail access to different types of investment financial professionals and investment products. Regulatory flexibility and the attendant ability to respond to investor demand is key to making sure that investors get what they want and need. My second principle is that the SEC is a regulatory agency, not an enforcement agency. Of course, we bring enforcement cases when people flout our rules, as we should, but enforcement is a poor way to announce policy. We need to be clear in writing our rules, and we need to make sure that we provide the guidance that firms and individuals need as necessary. We understand that our rule book is complicated, and we work with well-intentioned firms and individuals to help them comply with our rules. My third principle is regulatory humility. As I said, we can't and don't know everything. We draw on the talents and expertise of our staff, and we also look outside the building. We have a number of advisory committees that we rely on to advise us on a number of issues. We also hold roundtables with industry and investor representation to talk about pressing issues of the day, and we also have investor town halls where we go out and we meet with investors. We also look to our fellow regulators for their expertise. I, for example, am working on the security-based swap regime, trying to get that up and running, and we've been working very closely with the Commodity Futures Trading Commission in making that happen. We're also looking at our rules all the time to see what needs to change. Sometimes we need to write a rule to to codify exemptive orders that have been issued for a long time, or maybe the staff has been doing something by no action letter, and we're going to adopt a rule to put a more permanent framework in place. I think regulatory humility comes into play in all of these things. We always need to be asking if we're doing things right. I think one area where I'd like us to take a second look, to take a step back and look, is the consolidated audit trail. I just want to ask whether it's right for a government regulator to collect all of the purchase and sale decisions of every retail investor in the United States, regardless of whether they're accused of any wrongdoing. So with that, I just want to thank you for the chance to be here today. I look forward to your thoughts on what we can be doing better, and look forward to your questions as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Peirce. Commissioner Roisman, you are now recognized for 5 minutes to present your oral testimony.
Thank you. Chairwoman Waters, Ranking Member McHenry, and members of the committee, thank you for inviting me to testify today. I'm honored to appear before you with my fellow commissioners. This month marked my one-year anniversary as a commissioner, so I'll use this opportunity to share some of my reflections on the past year. I've often said that the U.S. capital markets are the envy of the world, and the importance of the SEC's role cannot be overstated. It's truly a privilege to go to work every day with the dedicated and hard-working staff of the Commission. They embody and deliver on the SEC's tripartite mission to protect investors, maintain fair, orderly, and efficient markets, and facilitate capital formation. Protecting investors is front of mind for me as I dedicate time each day to reviewing potential enforcement actions as well as potential rules. Our written testimony provides more detail, but I am consistently impressed by the matters the staff presents to the Commission with protecting investors in mind. I think it's important to note that all of our divisions and offices, and not just enforcement, are working to protect investors. For example, the SEC's Office of Compliance, Inspections, and Examinations has been instrumental in conducting exams in high-risk areas across the industries we regulate. Not only have I seen them spot and refer potential securities law violations to our enforcement staff, I've seen them help us get ahead of such violations by directly engaging with the SEC registrants and publishing materials that all compliance professionals can use to do their jobs more effectively. The Office of Investor Education and Advocacy has also played an important role in protecting investors through their bulletins, videos, and outreach events. I have been particularly impressed at how all of the Commission's divisions and offices have worked together to address an area that I care deeply about: elder investors. As one example, next week, staff from across the agency will host a roundtable on elder investor fraud with experts from the private and public sector. I look forward to joining the SEC staff at this event and engaging with everyone on how we can better identify, prevent, and combat fraud targeting elder investors. With regard to maintaining fair, orderly, and efficient markets, I take this part of our mission very seriously. Market integrity is a priority for me, not only with respect to our equities markets, but for our fixed income and treasuries markets as well. In this area, I greatly appreciate the work that our Division of Trading and Markets has done to closely assess how these markets are working, whether they work as intended, and where there is room for improvement. Outside the secondary markets, the Division of Investment Management has also done impressive work to streamline and improve regulation of important segments of the asset management industry through which U.S. retail investors are increasingly accessing securities markets. With regard to the final tenet of our mission, encouraging and facilitating the entrance of companies to our capital markets, especially small businesses, is incredibly important. I appreciate that for the past year, the Division of Corporation Finance has been working hard, hosting roundtables, soliciting comments from the public, recommending rules to facilitate issuers' ability to conduct registered public offerings, lower their cost of capital, and provide Main Street investors with more investment opportunities. I believe their participation is a necessary component of successful capital markets and one that has been a hallmark of our markets since their inception. It's also a reason that countless Americans have been able to save for retirement, pay for school, and deal with unexpected financial inflection points in their lives. I'd also be remiss in not mentioning my interest and appreciation for this Commission's focus on the proxy process, which I believe is a fundamental aspect of our capital markets. In closing, I'm grateful for the opportunity to share with you some highlights from my first year as an SEC Commissioner. Your oversight of our agency helps us operate at our best, and I look forward to answering any questions you may have for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Roisman. Commissioner Lee, you are now recognized to present your oral testimony.
Thank you. Chair Waters, Ranking Member McHenry, and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today. I'm roughly 2 months into my term as a commissioner at this point, and it has been a privilege to work with my distinguished colleagues here and with the dedicated staff of the SEC. Having served at the SEC for over 13 years prior to my appointment, I have experienced firsthand and developed a deep appreciation and respect for the commitment and dedication of the staff to the mission of the agency. I can say that from my vantage point as a commissioner, that respect has only increased as I have met and worked with dozens of dedicated staffers in each of the divisions, people who have developed extensive expertise through years of day-to-day hands-on work with investors and other market participants. I'm inspired by their commitment, as well as that of my colleagues here today, and I'm more determined than ever to do all that I can to help the agency do its part to protect and strengthen the economic well-being of Americans and American businesses. Although we deal with a large number of often highly complex issues and rules, from market structure to cybersecurity, they should all be viewed and analyzed through this lens. Whether and how they will promote and strengthen the economic well-being of everyday Americans, saving to buy a home, to send their children to college, and to eventually retire, and American businesses, which need a fair marketplace with clear and manageable rules to facilitate growth. This committee has identified a number of critical issues for discussion today: the increase in the amount of capital raised in private versus public markets, the importance of ensuring that public companies disclose in the most effective manner possible the information that investors need to make informed decisions in an era where business models and the relevant risks to those models are changing, the SEC's enforcement program and its ability to get money out of the pockets of fraudsters and back into the hands of their victims, digital assets and cryptocurrencies, and the role of financial intermediaries in our markets. With all of these issues, it is important for the SEC to be held accountable by the investing public, by those we regulate, and of course by this committee and by Congress. Whether we're making changes to the staff's longstanding review process for shareholder proposals, assessing the fiduciary duties of investment advisors with respect to proxy voting, or considering how best to modernize and strengthen public company disclosures, we must be fair and transparent about the policy choices we make and the data and information on which we rely in making those choices. I thank the committee for its interest in and oversight of these important issues, and I stand ready to answer your questions and listen carefully to your thoughts and concerns. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Lee. Chairman Clayton, you are now recognized to present your oral testimony.
Thank you, Chairwoman. And I want to echo the thoughts of my colleagues on the opportunity we have to testify today, and also just note that their testimony demonstrates the wide range of issues that the Commission deals with every day. I want to thank this committee for your support of the Commission, and in particular the dedicated women and men who are our most important asset. The funding that you provided to us for fiscal year 19 allowed us to lift our hiring freeze and make new hires in critical areas, including enforcement and examinations, market oversight, cybersecurity, and small business capital formation. I'm pleased to report that we have filled approximately 100 new positions with high-quality individuals that I expect will serve American investors very well. The fiscal 19 funding that you provided us also allowed us to continue to make significant investments to and upgrade and otherwise improve our IT infrastructure, cybersecurity, and risk management. We've made progress in these critical areas. However, our information technology needs and the related risks are ever-changing, and let there be no doubt, substantial work remains. Turning to our mission, for me, the interests of our long-term Main Street investors are front of mind. I believe our 4,300 colleagues share this perspective. I want to highlight just a few examples of the recent work of the Commission in this regard. Starting with our Division of Enforcement, I note our Teachers and Military Service Members initiatives, which focus additional enforcement and investor education resources on behalf of teachers, veterans, and active duty military personnel. Unfortunately, these hardworking Americans are too often targeted and fall victim to fraud, shady, and self-serving practices and other misconduct. My message is simple. If you're ripping off teachers, service members, or veterans, we want to catch you, we want to punish you, and we want to get them their money back. Returning funds to harmed investors continues to be a priority for me and the agency. I previously testified about challenges, including legal impediments we face in obtaining funds from bad actors in cases with long-running, well-concealed frauds, such as Ponzi schemes. I want to recognize and thank this committee for its bipartisan work to address these challenges. Enhancing Main Street investor protection while preserving and improving access to investment opportunities also has been a priority. In June, the Commission adopted a long-overdue package of rules and interpretations to require candor and impose other responsibilities on broker-dealers and investment advisors and their dealings with our Main Street investors. As a result, for the first time, regardless of whether an investor chooses a broker-dealer or an investment advisor, the investor will be entitled to a recommendation that is in the investor's best interest and does not place the interests of the firm or the financial professional ahead of the investors. This strong rulemaking package was informed by the Commission's expertise and decades of experience regulating, inspecting, and bringing enforcement actions in this space. It also benefited from unprecedented direct shareholder engagement, including 7 town hall-style investor roundtables held across the country. We are already seeing the benefits of this work. We are also focused on the implications for Main Street investors of the substantial changes that have taken place in our markets over the past 2 decades. For example, 25 years ago, the public markets dominated the private markets in virtually every measure. Today, the private markets outpace the public markets in many measures. However, in our private markets, Main Street investors, 1, typically do not have the same access to investments as sophisticated professional investors, and 2, where they have access, they typically do not have the same alignment of interest with sophisticated professionals as they do in our public markets. In response, we continue to explore initiatives to increase the attractiveness of our public capital markets as places for companies to raise capital. At the same time, We are also exploring whether we can increase the type and quality of opportunities for Main Street investors in our private markets while maintaining appropriate investor protections, including aligning the interests of Main Street investors with professional investors. In closing, I want to refer you to our written testimony, which details a number of the risks that we are monitoring along with our fellow U.S. regulators and regulators around the globe. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, Chairman Clayton. I'm going to deal with two issues here as I recognize myself for 5 minutes for questions. First, I want to deal with insider trading. I'm going to you, Commissioner Jackson. Current loopholes in the law allow corporate insiders to enrich themselves at the expense of their shareholders. For example, there's evidence that insiders are misusing SEC Rule 10b-5 to engage in illegal insider trading by changing their trading plans. My bill, the Promoting Corporate Standards for Corporate Insiders Act, would require the SEC to study this apparent misuse and amend its rules accordingly. This bill passed the House on a broad bipartisan basis. Can you please discuss why it's important for retail investors and market integrity for loopholes to be fixed? Do you agree that the Promoting Transparent Standards for Corporate Insiders Act is a common sense fix to the apparent loophole in Rule 10b-5-1? Insider trading has been a problem historically. What do you think?
Well, thank you, Chairwoman Waters. First of all, I want to thank you and this committee for focusing on this important issue. You know, Rule 10b-5-1 was adopted some time ago, and it's always a good practice for us to dig back into our rules and see if they're serving their intended purpose. That rule was intended to allow insiders to make trading decisions long in advance, not based on any particular timing. And there is some academic evidence to the degree that they're taking advantage of investors. So I think studying this subject makes a great deal of sense. And again, without commenting on any particular legislation, I'm glad this committee is focused on this issue.
Thank you very much. And now, Chairman Clayton, as we have discussed, I'm extremely concerned about Facebook's planned cryptocurrency, Libra, and digital wallet, Calibra, and their potential impacts on investors, consumers, and the American financial system. Treasury Secretary Mnuchin, Federal Reserve Chairman Powell, and even President Trump have raised similar concerns. Just this month, regulators from France and Germany both agreed to block Libra from their countries. In a joint statement, the two governments stated that, quote, no private company can claim monetary power which is inherent to the sovereignty of nations, unquote. Can you please talk about the systemic risk and risk to investors that Libra, as currently described, would pose?
Thank you, Chairwoman. I'm not going to comment on any specific crypto asset, other than I will note that the attention that Libra has raised, I think, is a good thing. We're having these discussions, and regulators around the world are focused on it. But I do think that crypto assets, while they have benefits, including eliminating frictions and the like, can present a great deal of risk, particularly in cases where in form they are the same as securities or the same as currencies or they're the same as payment systems, but they're not regulated in the same way. We have developed what I would say is an ecosystem of financial regulation over the years, securities, commodities, currencies, payment systems, that deals with a great deal of risk to investors and risk to our markets more generally. To the extent a crypto asset would be used to evade those regulations, I have a real problem with it.
What are you doing now to take a look at Libra and Calibra? Have you set up a committee, a commission, an advisory group? Are you looking at it so that you can understand what those risks are?
Yes. We have a group at the commission that is focused on digital assets, both the potential they have to add efficiency, but also the risks they face. And look, we saw this in the quote-unquote ICO space. You know, $4 billion, pick your number, raised, most of it gone, not complying with our rules. You know, I think we had a great effort from our Division of Corporation Finance, as well as our enforcement division, to say, hey, if you're selling securities, you got to follow our rules. And we're going to do the same thing across all digital assets that touch in the security
So you
space.
do have a committee of some sort that's taking a look at what is happening with the development of Libra?
Yes. Well, yes. All digital assets that come to our attention. Also say at FSOC, we're looking at digital assets in a more
What about the
holistic
entire blockchain phenomenon? What do you know about that? What work has been done on that? Is there an opportunity to perhaps brief the legislators on the work that you may be doing, both looking at Libra and looking at all of blockchain?
Be very happy to do that. I would be very happy to do that. I'd be very happy to do that with my colleagues at the Commission. I can't speak for my other federal financial regulators, but jointly with them, happy to do it.
Thank you very much. I now yield to the gentleman from North Carolina, the ranking member, Mr. McHenry.
Well, why don't we start there? Mr. Chairman Clayton, why don't we start with digital currencies? That's where it's going to end. So Chairwoman and I have a similar thought process on raising the question. Based off your current analysis of the Libra project, which is just an idea at this point, a white paper, Chairman Clayton, do you believe that Libra is a security?
I'm not prepared to make a decision like that here. We have to see how different assets function to decide whether they would be a security, a commodity, a currency, or not. But if what you're doing is using a digital asset to raise capital for a project with the idea that you're going to get a return as a result of investing in that project, sounds like a security.
Okay, so, but let's acknowledge there's a larger ecosystem to raise money globally outside the U.S. jurisdiction, right?
Yes.
So we need to have appropriate regulation, but too onerous regulation just drives off the innovation from the United States and the upside potential for investors. Is that correct?
That is correct.
I know, Commissioner Pierce, you've done a significant amount of work in this space. But for cryptocurrencies, we see that Blockstack had their Reg A offering approved. Now, walking through that process, Commissioner Pierce, do you believe we have a pretty solid ecosystem for cryptocurrencies to exist in the United States and to raise capital in a regulated environment?
I think we still have work to do to make sure that people can develop digital assets in the U.S. in compliance with our rules. I would like to see us be a little bit more forward-thinking in ways that we might accommodate unique aspects of digital assets. For example, digital assets that are utility tokens. I don't know that the securities law framework that we have right now is the appropriate framework for them, and so I'd like to see us think about creating some kind of a safe harbor. Again, the idea is to allow...
Is there current law for the SEC to write regs around that?
I think we have authority that would enable us to work on something like that. I still am giving it thought, but I think we do have authority that could allow us to do that.
Chairman Clayton, how would you respond?
We have a lot of discussions about this. I agree with Commissioner Peirce that, look, to the extent this technology facilitates capital raising, consistent with our investor protection, and I think it's been pretty good in the private space. I mean, I'd like to have more access for individual investors. If we can use it to have more access in a protected way, I'm good with it. And I'm good with exploring ways to do that. But what we saw in the ICO space was something that, I don't think anybody thinks that was a success.
Okay, so let's move to crowdfunding. I raised this in my opening statement. 11 pages of legislative text that we passed in a bipartisan way, not without dissenting votes, but we had fewer than 15 dissenting votes on the House floor, and bipartisan nature. So investment crowdfunding, regulation crowdfunding, such as the limits on individual investment limits, the total amount raised, and the overall goal of this. Is the SEC willing to relook at those 685 pages of extensive, onerous regulations?
Yes, and I think we should. I think if you look at the market for small business capital formation, crowdfunding shows that you can get started. You can get up to, and I'm going to talk about pretty large valuations, but they're small in the range of businesses. You can get up to $1 million company going with reg crowdfunding and some of our other exemptions. It's really hard to grow a business from, say, a $1 million business to a $50 million business because You're talking about individual investors and crowdfunding at 1 million. You're talking about professional investors at 50. There's kind of a big gap there. Things that we can do to facilitate capital formation in that gap so our small businesses can become larger. I think that's an area we should focus on.
Okay, so to go much more broadly here, Chairman Clayton, we have fewer public listings than we did 20 years ago. That means mom and pop retail investors don't have the same potential that they did 20 years ago for their long-term savings. Is this a concern to you? And if so, what are you doing to address it?
It's a very big concern of mine. The great thing about our public markets is mom and pop investors invest right alongside with the same deal as professional investors. I like seeing capital raising in that environment. This group passed the Jobs Act. I think the Jobs Act helped encourage companies to go back into the capital markets. One of the things we've been doing is looking at those Jobs Act provisions and seeing if we can extend them.
Thank you.
The gentlewoman from New York, Mrs. Maloney, is also the chair for the Subcommittee on Investor Protection, Entrepreneurship, and Capital Markets. Is
Thank you,
recognized
Madam
for
Chair.
5 minutes.
Chairman Clayton, as you know, I've long been an advocate for using structured data in financial reporting, and I think it helps both investors and public companies, and it actually makes it easier for companies to raise capital. Last year, the SEC adopted a rule requiring public companies to report certain financial and risk formation information in so-called inline XBRL format. And I applaud the SEC for taking this step. Today, I'm going to be introducing a bill with Ranking Member McHenry called the Financial Transparency Act, which would direct financial regulators, including the SEC, to require that companies make their filings in structured data format. So I'd like to ask you, Chairman Clayton, in light of the SEC's work in this area, do you think that this bill is a step in the right direction and complements the efforts, the good efforts of the SEC in this area?
So, and the question of making data more usable, accessible to various market participants, yes, and in particular doing it in a way that, depending on whether you're very sophisticated or a retail investor, you can have access to that data. Very supportive of that. I will note that how data gets scraped and used has changed over time, and I would just encourage everyone in this space to be forward-looking and allow flexibility in achieving the objectives of making data more accessible.
Thank you.
Supportive.
Commissioner Jackson, I want to ask you about the Commission's recent interpretation of the Advisors Act that was adopted along with Regulation Best Interest. But first, I want to remind my colleagues why we passed so many investor protections in Dodd-Frank in the first place. We did it because 8 million people lost their jobs, 6 million people lost their home, and the crisis, the financial crisis, destroyed over $15 trillion in wealth for middle-class Americans, their pensions, their savings, a devastating effect on our economy and our country. So given all of this, the very last thing the SEC should be doing is weakening rules that would protect investors against these kinds of losses. But unfortunately, that's exactly what the Commission's interpretation of the Advisors Act would do. It would weaken the longstanding fiduciary standard for investment advisors and increase risks for retail investors. So Commissioner Jackson, I know that you voted against this. You opposed the final interpretation of the Advisors Act. So can you explain why you think the interpretation weakens existing law and poses more risks to investors and our economy?
Thank you, Congresswoman. Yes, I was unable to join my colleagues in voting for those rules. I dissented from the entire package, and the reason is very straightforward. My own view is that the law in the United States should be clear, that when there's a conflict between an ordinary American investor and their financial advisor, the investor comes first. I think we should be unambiguous about that in all that we do in our work. And the rules that we adopted, including the interpretation you just mentioned, had instead a muddled standard that has to do with the balance between the various interests. My own view is that we should be clear with American investors that they come first. And when I dissented, my office released data showing that Wall Street has been saying in brochures to American investors for years that they would come first. So my own view is that not only was it a mistake for us not to make that clear in the interpretation, but also that we upset the prevailing expectations ordinary investors have when they entrust other people with their family's financial future.
So how do we correct this?
Well, so a number of the things that I mentioned in my statement would address this problem. One of them would be to use the authority Congress gave us in Dodd-Frank. There's express authority under Section 913G that would allow us to set a uniform and strong standard with respect to investment advice in this country. I continue to think that that's an approach that we should give more consideration to, and I look forward to seeing how the package we've adopted plays out in the marketplace and whether we actually need to be much stronger in this area.
Well, thank you very much, and possibly the SEC should revisit this and come back with the standard that President Obama supported and worked so hard for. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Lucas, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Firstly, Chairman Clayton, I'd like to commend you and the commissioners for the tremendous progress the SEC has made in completing the derivatives rules required by Dodd-Frank. And now, as a final step, SEC will need to address the cross-border application of these rules. I guess my first question would be along the lines of, in a transaction that occurs between parties fully outside of the United States, a U.S.-based employee will often help arrange, negotiate, and execute the transactions. These are referred to as A&E transactions. I've long been an advocate of harmonization between the SEC and the CFTC. As such, I would like to urge the SEC to harmonize with CFTC on how A&E transactions are treated. In this vein, I hope the SEC recognizes the need to safeguard against any incentive for firms to move jobs abroad. So, Chairman Clayton and Commissioner Peirce, could you speak to the issue of harmonization with the cross-border rule? Either or.
Well, let me
I'd
say
love to
this.
hear from you both.
I want to thank Commissioner Peirce for taking the lead on these rules. She's done a terrific job, including working with our colleagues at the CFTC. And you raise one of the difficult issues in making. You have a transaction between two parties outside the United States, but let's say it is arranged in the U.S. because, you know, that's where the expertise for this transaction is. And in fact, it may involve what we would consider an asset or a security that's important to the U.S., like U.S. interest rates or, in our case, a U.S. security. At what point do we say that transaction that's the risk is offshore on the parties is something that we still have an interest in regulating because it happens here in the United States? And Commissioner Peirce and I are working with our colleagues and our colleagues here on trying to draw that line in a way that makes sense, not only for regulating the parties, but also dealing with systemic risk.
And I would just add that we have been working very closely with the CFTC on this issue as well as other issues in the Title VII space. And I think we can draw from their experience what's happened in their markets, because obviously their regime has been up and running, whereas ours has not. So we're talking with them, we're learning from them, and we are trying to achieve harmonization as well as allow substituted compliance in other areas where that's appropriate.
Because clearly we live in a world where both talent and resources are easily moved around the globe. Again, I want to express my appreciation for the work in supporting more efficient markets and serving U.S. investors. So back again to you, Chairman. We've spoken several times on your active engagement with the CFTC. Could you elaborate on any other areas in particular where you hope to see further coordination?
Look, I think an area where there is, say, room for improvement, and we're doing well, is on inspections, as we both inspect some of the same firms, and on further harmonization, including on reporting of information. It doesn't make a lot of sense to require people to report two different sets that essentially have the same information. Those kinds of things we can improve.
Thank you, Chairman. And amazingly enough, Madam Chair, I will yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. The gentleman from California, Mr. Sherman, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Jackson, thank you for your presentation, as it is indeed outrageous that shareholder money is used to pursue political objectives that may not only contradict what the shareholder wants, but is done in total secrecy so the shareholder doesn't even know how their money is being spent to, in their view, make their country worse. The chair talked about cryptocurrency, and I do have a few comments. The U.S. dollar is an extremely good currency, a medium of exchange, a store of value. It fails, however, to meet the needs of tax evaders, terrorists, sanctions evaders, and drug dealers. Hence, there's a market for an alternative based on those four markets. And the tax evader market is the giant share of that market. The SEC is going to have to construe laws, and one principle of construing laws is to do so in the public interest. It is not in the public interest for you to facilitate the creation of a device chiefly used by tax evaders, terrorists, and sanctions evaders. It is pretty clear that the Libra will be a mutual fund. I would put it, Mark Zuckerberg has a lot of money, but he doesn't have the power to print more. He will have that power if Libra each fulfills all of its expectations. It will be called Libra by them. I call it the Zuck Buck from Mr. Zuckerberg. Please do what you can to stop this. It meets no need for anyone who wants to follow our laws. And if you read the statements of those who want to disempower the federal government, they are thrilled with cryptocurrency in each of its developments. Now, a Small Business Investor Alliance, a small business investment company question. This Congress last year, in a House report, said that exempting BDCs from being covered by the AFFE rule dealing with expense reporting, given their similarities to operating companies, which are not covered by that rule, and the special role as capital providers for small business, will result in positive results for managers, improving corporate governance and transparency. So I would hope there was a positive development when you issued your proposed fund of funds rule. I hope that you would take steps so that BDCs can once again be portfolio investments of mutual funds and get the kind of analysis by analysts who are doing the work, which will then benefit private investors as well. Chairman Clayton, any comment on BDCs?
I think you framed it well. It's part of our fund of funds proposal. There is the tension there. Is it multiple layers of fees, or is it closer to an operating company? I think I want to commend our staff for the thorough way that they're looking at this.
I think it's closer to an operating company. It's not just me. That's a House report.
I understand, and just wanted to frame the issue.
Speaking of Cecil, our Constitution calls for government power to be exercised by those who are elected. FASB exercises government power, but not only are they not elected, they're not even government employees. They derive their power from you. And I talked to Mr. Rossman in my office, and he was of the view that perhaps you shouldn't exercise any oversight over FASB's substantive decisions. That would be a constitutional travesty to think that you could go to jail for violating a rule promulgated by someone who isn't even a government employee or elected official, and that rule has not even been substantively reviewed by anybody who is. But worse than a constitutional travesty, it's an accounting theory travesty. It is a terrible proposal, and its only defense is that its adoption will cause banks to have higher reserves than the bank regulators think they want to impose. And I would say, please do not use your power to delegate power to some folks up in Norwalk to impose bank regulation that they think is appropriate when we have already established bank regulators. I have a lot of questions for the record, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Posey, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I appreciate your and the ranking member's leadership in holding this hearing. The work of the Securities and Exchange Commission is important to protecting investors, and I also want to thank each and every one of you for appearing today. It's been nearly 10 years since Alan Stanford was arrested for running the second largest Ponzi scheme in the history of the United States and the collapse of the Stanford Financial Group. Over 21,000 victims of Mr. Stanford's crimes, mostly hardworking, middle-class Americans, some of which reside in my district, have yet to be repaid in any meaningful way at all. The Stanford victims have received approximately 4.5 cents on the dollar, while the seemingly more influential or well-connected victims of the Madoff Ponzi scheme have received 75 cents on the dollar recovery. This result is really difficult for the public and me, quite frankly, to understand, and obviously it is not acceptable. Of the more than $5 billion in losses, the court-appointed receiver has recovered just $750 million. But what is more appalling than that is that nearly 50% has gone into the pocket of the receiver. If it couldn't get any worse, the receiver recently used his authority to bar individual investor claims against the banks who potentially aided and abetted the Stanford fraud. In fact, one of my constituents, Annalisa Mendez, and a dozen other victims recently wrote to the receiver and asked them if they might consider changing their course, to which the receiver did not even give them the courtesy of a reply. So I would like each of you to express to me or respond to the question of whether or not you think it's appropriate to bar investor claims in a case that has returned investors only 4.5 cents in 10 years. And we can start with Mr. Roisman and go right down the line.
So thank you for bringing this topic up. Obviously, it's a travesty is the right word. A travesty is the right word. I think if there is a means for collecting for wrongdoing, we need to ensure that that is something that people can count on to collect. If we don't have an adequate system, it creates questions and shakes our confidence not only in the financial service industry, but the oversight of it.
Okay. Ms. Peirce, Commissioner Peirce?
I'm happy to look into that issue. I'm not familiar specifically with the issue of the receiver barring investors from pursuing claims against banks. I'm happy to look into it and get back to you.
Well, thank you. Chairman?
I'll try to be brief to give my colleagues time, but I've actually spent a lot of time. I've spent a lot of time on this. I've met with the victim groups. I went down and met with the receiver and the examiner about 10 days ago. This is not an acceptable result at all. With respect to your specific question about the bar, there's a judgment to be made there. Minds can differ. I'm aware of the issue, and we're continuing to look at it. But rest assured, I've been fairly fully briefed on this issue.
Do I have the understanding that you're going to do more than observe it? Do you plan any engagement? Do you foresee any engagement? Do you foresee the cavalry coming to help the victims?
Let me say this. I am looking for any opportunity to help the victims get more money back faster.
Okay. We'll have another question about possible solutions you can be thinking about in the meantime. Commissioner Jackson?
Congressman, thank you for bringing this to our attention. I think Commissioner Roisman put it just right. This is a travesty. And like Commissioner Peirce, I'd be happy to look into this more deeply. Of all the things you've said, sir, what's most troubling is that you have a constituent who didn't get a response. And any American investor who's been involved with this situation is entitled to that. So I'm happy to look into that further, sir.
Thank you. Commissioner Lee?
Yes, I agree. And I will say that in my experience as an enforcement attorney, I've seen firsthand the damage that's done to victims such as your constituents. and I find it extremely troubling. So I wholeheartedly support any effort we can make to return more money to those investors, and we'll work with my colleagues to do so.
Okay, my time's about to expire, so I won't get to ask the other questions, but I would appreciate it if you would let my office know of possible solutions you have on mind or might be able to come up with, or anything that you think Congress could do to empower you more to do something about this. My time is up. I yield back. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, who is also the chair for the Subcommittee on Consumer Protection and Financial Institutions, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me try to get into, I got a few issues that I want to deal with, two separate. One is a practice that I'm concerned about is the growing practice of activist hedge funds attacking closed-end funds. These proxy contests and related lawsuits by activist hedge funds are not about improving governance, but rather about coercing closed-end funds that cannot adequately protect themselves. These hedge funds are evading the 3% limit specified in the 1940 Act through the use of multiple intermediaries, which they control. So this causes the closed-end funds to be either liquidated or severely impaired for short-term profits. The losers thereby are the mom and pop retail investors. So, Commissioner Jackson, would you agree that this practice is, one, illegal, and two, what is the SEC doing to curtail these activities?
Thank you, Congressman. Without commenting on any particular practice, here's what I want to say. I share your concern, sir. And in fact, one of the things that's most troubling about this is that closed-end funds ordinarily are held by retail investors, ordinary buy-and-hold mom-and-pop investors who bought the fund on the understanding that it wouldn't be attacked in just this way. In this area, sir, I'm guided by the evidence. I helped to write a paper a few years ago to show that when takeover defenses were called into question by the SEC some time ago, it hurt ordinary investors. This actually hurt the value of closed-end funds. So I'm committed to working on this subject, sir, and I look forward to working with my colleagues on the Commission to make sure that those ordinary mom-and-pop investors and closed-end funds are protected.
Thank you. Let me move to the next issue, which was, just last week, and I say address this to Commissioner Clayton, interest rates in the repo market skyrocketed, causing the Federal Reserve to announce it would inject around $400 billion into the market. In 2010, the SEC proposed a short-term borrowing rule in response to Lehman's lack of disclosure in its repo liabilities. The SEC's proposal stated that a critical component of a company's liquidity and capital resources is often its access to short-term borrowings for working capital and to fund its operation. If this rule had been finalized, investors and the public would have much greater information about the obscure repo market. So, Chairman Clayton, given the concerning market fluctuations of the past few weeks, don't you believe the SEC should finalize a repo disclosure rule?
Thank you for that question. I agree that understanding liquidity needs is, well, let's put it this way. It's essential to good oversight, understanding liquidity needs of our market participants. That rule that was proposed, in the time since it was proposed, there have been a number of developments, including disclosure requirements by our other federal regulators and at the SEC and accounting rules. And in fact, just the other day, we put out revised Guide 3, which addresses some of these issues. But you're right to raise the question as to whether we have sufficient insight into the liquidity in the repo market, something that we and our other federal regulators should be looking at. But what I can say is many of the issues that were to be addressed in that proposal have been addressed in other ways.
Should we be nervous about the economy of this going over, leveraging over, so that it has an effect? Because we don't ever want to go back to what took place in 2007. And recently in an article that came out last week, I noticed a number of financial newspapers, et cetera, has risen some concerns about where we are.
Look, liquidity is the lifeblood of modern economies, credit-based economies, which is what we have. And we should always be mindful of whether there's sufficient liquidity in our important markets, including our overnight markets. So,
let me ask another question, another area in the little time that I have left. The SEC has a voluntary diversity disclosure assessment program, but there is a response rate of only about 5%. I have a bill that would make such disclosures mandatory. In the meantime, what can the SEC do to ensure companies are releasing this important information to investors and the public?
So I think it was decided in 2015 that I'll call it a survey, would be done on a voluntary basis. I've met with our OMWI director on several occasions to try and facilitate greater responses. I think the 5% response rate is number of firms, but not number of employees covered. I don't have the exact number on number of employees, but Pam Gibbs and I are working to try and improve those numbers.
Thank you. The gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Lukemeyer, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Clayton, Chairman Clayton, I want to follow up on something that Congressman Sherman was discussing a minute ago with regards to CECL. His conversation dealt with Mr. Roisman, and I know I've written a letter to you with regards to SEC asking for a delay in study of CECL, whether it's appropriate or not, and you, in your letter, stated that SEC's mission does not typically involve macro-level studies on the impact of accounting standards on financial markets and the U.S. economy. This is an endeavor best pursued by the relevant federal financial regulators. As an aside, they all seem to think that nobody should be doing this. They always I get this point, everybody's pointing in every other direction here, and nobody wants to do anything. I get the regulator two-step. But for the moment, let's say I agree with you that the SEC does not typically do macroeconomic studies. You are a member of FSOC, though, are you not? As a member of FSOC, have you requested of the Office of Financial Research to do a study?
I have not.
That is their job. Why have you not done that?
The question, let's take a step back. I agree with you that if something is going to have an adverse impact, if we're going to choose a measure and then people are going to manage to that measure for a non-prudential reason, and it's going to have an adverse effect on our economy, we should be rethinking that measure. I think in the area of CECL, what we've seen is FASB say, for a number of entities that this would apply to, maybe we should take a step back and evaluate its initial implementation. I think that's been a wise step.
Well, if you were proposing this rule, would you do a study?
If we were
yeah, I mean, Mr. Jackson, a minute ago, he talked about he required data to make a decision that he came up with whether he was going to support something. I assume you would do the same thing, would you not?
Generally, in our rulemaking, we do economic analysis.
If somebody brought to you a problem, I'm sure you would ask them, document the problem. Show us the data on why you believe it's a problem and why we should address it. Would you not look for the data there to support their assertion?
So, in most cases, yes. I mean, yes, I'm very interested in relevant data. This one is, report how you're doing, report how you're managing it. You and I have discussed this. I think you have a very valid point here, which is we're trying to provide insight into loan losses, or at least the standard is. And the question is, in providing that insight, are you changing behavior when that should be done by some other entity?
Let's analyze that for a moment. FASB says the reason they're doing this is to have better transparency on the balance sheet with regards to the risk of home loan mortgages on the balance sheet. Yep. The problem with that, as investors have been telling me, it's supposed to be for the investors. If the investors are telling me, say, look, now instead of as a uniform model across all of the institutions that reserve exactly the same, now we have a different model for every single institution. So now it's more confused and more difficult to look at than it ever was before. So this is going to confuse and make the issue more difficult to actually assess risk than it is going to be helpful. And I think a study would also show this. So, I guess my question to you is, as a member of FSOC, would you be willing to go to the board and request that Office of Financial Research do a study to see if this is something that we need to take a look at?
So I'm not going to commit to that specific course of action, but what I will commit to do is to continue to discuss this with my fellow FSOC members, raising exactly the points you've raised.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to give you an example I gave to some of the other regulators. We just celebrated the 50th anniversary of the Man on the Moon. Yeah. How would you like to be in a lunar module
on top of a rocket, knowing that the previous rocket, i.e. mark-to-market, which did not have any study or any cost-benefit analysis on it, in other words, the rocket wasn't tested, blew up on the launch pad. Now you're sitting on the launch pad with another rocket, i.e. Cecil, which has not been tested, i.e. a study or a cost-benefit analysis. Are you ready to light that rascal?
I would not want to be on that.
Thank you very much. That's the exact answer I got from every single regulator when I gave that example. So I think it's time we stop and study. I'm not asking to do away with the rule. I'm asking to see the impact of this. This is going to be, in my view, ginormous, the impact it's going to have on this economy, and to not do our oversight job here, which is to make sure this is going to be something that's going to be helpful rather than hurtful, is I think we're dropping the ball. One last comment.
Look, I will continue to engage on this. And I think that the points you're making are ones that we should think about.
I hope you were able to go to the FSOC and request the study. Thank you very much. I yield.
Thank you. The gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Clay, who is also the chair for the Subcommittee on Housing, Community Development, and Insurance, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank the witnesses for your participation today. Commissioner Jackson, the use of the practice of stock buybacks skyrocketed after the enactment of President Trump's Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. The tax bill provided significant tax benefits to large corporations, such as a lower corporate tax rate and an incentive to repatriate offshore cash, and according to one study, led to a 64% increase in stock repurchases while real wages for workers remained flat. Indeed, analysts estimate that in 2018, corporations used nearly 60% of their corporate tax cut to repurchase stock. In other words, at a time when wages for average workers have failed to keep up with inflation, corporations have used the corporate tax break to collectively pay $1 trillion to executive boards of directors and large shareholders, seemingly at the expense of small investors. Instead, firms could dedicate this capital to worker wages, training, hiring, and other investments necessary for innovation and growth. What is your view of stock buybacks, and should they be curtailed when used in a way that contravenes public policy?
Thank you, Congressman. So I want to make 2 points in response to all that you've said. First, I released research earlier this spring and last year to show that our rules right now allow executives to use a buyback as an opportunity to cash out their personal shares. And sir, if I were an ordinary buy and hold investor, I'd be confused that the company thinks the stock is cheap enough to buy, but the CEO would like to sell it. And for me, that raises a real conflict of interest problem that deserves more attention by corporations and by regulators. But second, sir, I'll say you're right. The use of buybacks has skyrocketed, and we haven't looked at those rules in long over a decade. I think it's time for us to dig into those rules and see whether they're protecting investors, and that's why I've called for an open comment period for us to review our buyback rules.
Wow, I mean, you lay out an analogy that's really troubling when you think about it. Is the confidence going to be there by those smaller investors? Interesting. Commissioner Clayton, many pension funds, including some in the state of Missouri, invest in private equity. Can the taxpayers and retired workers in my state be assured that there is adequate oversight of private equity by the SEC?
So I think what people should understand is that our oversight of the private markets, including private equity, is not the same as our oversight of the public markets. It's one of the reasons why it bothers me that more growth capital is being raised in the private markets. But to your specific question, we do inspect and regulate that market, albeit in a different way. And I was talking to our head of inspections recently about this. We were talking to him, and it continues to be a focus particularly in the area of disclosure of fees. But yes, we do regulate it, not the same extent as we do the public markets.
Can retirees and taxpayers be confident that those investments are protected and that there will be a dollar for dollar retirement for people that depend on those retirements?
Look, what I'm going to say here is, I think if you look over a 20-year period, money managers who've had a mix of private equity, public equities, that's been a fairly standard and successful way to do it. If I'm looking out over the range of investment options as a professional investor, and I'm seeing that a greater percentage of capital is being raised in our private markets, I got to allocate, at least think about allocating some money to that. So we need to be cognizant of that in the way we look at regulation. So, I'm not going to substitute my judgment for the judgment of a money manager, but looking on a macro basis, if I were in that position, I would be looking at that as an asset class worthy of consideration.
I see. Well, I thank you both for your responses, and I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Barr, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Clayton. Business development companies are an important source of financing for small and mid-sized businesses in my state, having invested almost $300 million in Kentucky. I don't need an extensive response on this, but I do want to express my support for rationalizing how BDCs are treated under the acquired fund fees and expenses rule. I understand that the SEC staff is presently considering this issue, and I'm interested in a favorable resolution because BDCs have been so important to financing in Kentucky businesses. I do want to ask you a question about leverage lending because of the attention that it's received recently and alarm about rising corporate debt. Private credit fund managers, CLO managers, and other non-bank lenders often must register as investment advisors with the SEC. This results in substantial reporting requirements, regular SEC examinations, and activity limitations. Some members of this committee have voiced concerns about financial stability with respect to leverage lending and other non-bank lending activity. In my view, these concerns fail to take into account the role that the SEC plays in overseeing participants in this market. Chairman Clayton, as a regulator of private credit funds, can you discuss how your agency oversees their activities and how you are sharing this information with prudential regulators?
So I'm going to do this on a little bit broader basis, but what we should recognize is that our economy has grown since, let's just pick a date, 2010. It is a credit-based economy, but the amount of credit that's provided directly from the banking sector has gotten relatively smaller. That means the non-banking sector has to have gotten larger by kind of simple math. We recognize that. We are discussing that with our colleagues at the Fed, the FDIC, OCC, and others. But that is the reality. More of the credit that is underpinning our economy is outside of the banking sector and in the private sector, including in funds.
Given your oversight over investment advisors, though, do you see a systemic issue at this point?
If I saw a systemic issue, I would be doing something about it.
So the answer is no.
The answer is no.
Okay. Let me move on to Commissioner Peirce. Commissioner Peirce, as you know, the Business Roundtable recently published a revised statement of purpose, despite some BRT leaders' insistence that it's merely a restatement of existing practices. Some on this committee, as would have been predicted, have interpreted this as a shift away from the bedrock principle that directors and officers of a corporation owe an undivided fiduciary duty to maximize shareholder value. In other words, the primary job of a corporation is not to engage in social engineering. It's not to engage in politically correct causes. It's to maximize shareholder value. That's not to say that a company's social concerns, environmental considerations, or activities to ensure the well-being of employees, suppliers, or customers are irrelevant. It just means that shareholders may very well care about those issues and that the market may dictate that they help drive profitability. So, Commissioner Peirce, can companies effectively serve their customers, employees, suppliers, and communities without an undivided focus on maximizing shareholder value?
I think the singular focus on maximizing shareholder value is very important. It holds managers, it disciplines managers and forces them to focus. And obviously, as they're fulfilling that mandate, they're going to think about the communities they work in, they're going to think about their employees, and they'll think about suppliers as well. So the focus is really important.
So the ancillary goals, like those set forth in the BRT Statement of Purpose, aren't those ancillary goals, those secondary goals, aren't they predicated on a business delivering a profit and maximizing shareholder value?
Yeah, I mean, this is how companies have always run. They've wanted to serve their customers well so that they can serve their shareholders well.
Chairman Clayton, when asked about environmental, social, and governance metrics, investing in an interview last week at the Delivering Alpha Conference, you noted that lumping E, S, and G together is difficult because they are quite different. And Commissioner Peirce, you have described ESG as scarlet letters that stand for enabling shareholder graft. Shouldn't the central focus of SEC disclosures be to provide material information to the investing public? And Chairman Clayton, can you discuss what the Commission is doing to ensure that materiality remains the touchstone of our markets?
Well, I very much believe that materiality should be the touchstone of our markets. And as our markets change, what may be material does change, which is why we need to have a principles-based approach to disclosure.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Scott, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair Lady. Chairman Clayton, let me ask you this. I want to talk to you about the LIBOR transition. Very critical for our financial system. As you know, the banks who are submitting the reporting information used to determine the LIBOR rate will no longer be compelled to use that in 2021. This is very critical. It is the benchmark that's underlying $400 trillion in contracts globally and $200 trillion in contracts right here in the United States. What is the impact this will be on our financial system?
Look, it's good that you raised this. This is an issue that requires attention. Shifting from LIBOR to an alternative rate, one of the rates. News team, assemble! There's going to be some friction because one is sort of a bank rate, and the other one is a secure funding rate, or whatever. We need to reduce those frictions as much as possible.
I like
there are
ice
a number
cream.
of ways to do it.
Thank you for the ice cream.
But the numbers you cite are exactly right. If we're talking about $200 trillion outstanding now, or $40 trillion that's going to survive the date that LIBOR is scheduled to go away, even small frictions create big numbers.
Yeah. Now, you raise an interesting point because one of the very critical issues we're faced with now is the need for financial education. It is very critical. We have 58, 60 million unbanked, underbanked folks. And here's my point. You know, I grew up in a little town in New York called Scarsdale, New York. And when I was in the 6th grade, our 6th grade project at Fox Meadow Elementary School was for us kids to go out, earn our own money, and do the research. And then as a class, we went down to the New York Stock Exchange and bought stock. That was so profound in my life. It was pivotal. And it led me on to being able to buy stock every year. I used that to start my own business. Made it up to the Wharton School of Finance. They put me on the executive board of directors. And you know what? With John Scully, who was chairman of Apple, and he was chairman of our committee. And we would go across this country into African-American communities, building wealth. And the number one tool we used was investing in the stock market. Now, do you know that there are less than 17 state school boards associations who require teaching of financial education? That is so critical. So I want to ask you, you're right at the tip. Nobody can come out and be as strong and be an advocate for financial education mandatory in our schools. It could start at junior high school before the kids get it. Many don't even know about a checking account. And who are they left with? The predators, the people out there. Tell me, are you all as serious about this issue as we are? We on this committee are making that a priority. Ms. Beatty, Ms. Maxine Waters, and all of us are dealing with this issue. Just passed the bill to mandate the CFTC, the Communities Financial, the Consumer Financial Protection Agency, Consumer Affairs, to start moving in this. Can you help us? Can we start a national movement to mandate the teaching of financial education in our schools? I'd love for it to start at the 6th grade. Thank you. What are your thoughts on that?
So I try very carefully to stay in my lane, Department of Education, SEC. I could not agree with you more about the importance of financial literacy and financial education in our country. It's not just for investing, it's for opportunities. If you don't have the vocabulary and the tools to participate in our credit-based economy, your opportunities are limited. End of story.
All right. Now, I wanted to ask you, Ms. Peirce, about financial fintech harmonization. Ms. Waters and I are working on a bill for that, and you gave a speech in Singapore on that. Could you tell us what is the state right now of regulatory affairs with fintechs? Could I ask for
Give the gentleman the courtesy of a short response.
Oh, you're so kind. Thank you.
I think we have to take into account that there's a lot of activity happening outside of the United States, and I'd like to try to bring more regulatory clarity in the U.S. so that fintech development and innovation can happen here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
You're welcome. The gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Tipton, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate you all taking the time to be able to be here today. And Chairman Clayton, I would like to associate myself with the comments of Mr. Luchtmeyer in regards to CECL, to be able to pick that ball up and to carry it. Talking to a lot of our banks, a lot of our folks in our district, this is an important issue. And I think that while the intent wasn't, I'm sure, to be able to do some harm, it has the potential to actually impact us back at home and some of our economies. And I think being able, as Mr. Jackson had noted, to be able to do the studies, I think is something that is incumbent on us to be able to follow through on. But did want to make that comment, and did want to note that I was pleased to see this year that you'd established the Office of Advocate for Small Business Capital Formation. And would you maybe expound a little bit on what that office is doing and what you hope it might do for the Commission going forward?
So actually, thank you for the opportunity to do that, because I think this office is a very important office for the Commission, but also for our economy. Capital formation in the small business area, we all know that it's important. Are there regulatory impediments that we can lift without jeopardizing investor protection? That's kind of one of the things we're focused on. That's our nuts and bolts of what we do. Another thing that we're focused on is, what are the elements of an environment that drive small business capital formation? You see pockets of entrepreneurship around the country. You know, we all know about Silicon Valley, Route 128, Austin's coming on, Nashville. I don't want to leave anybody out. But what are the elements that exist in those places, and how can we replicate them in different parts of the country? Particularly in the middle of the country, entrepreneurship is relatively anemic in the middle of the country compared to the coasts, and we want to do something about that.
Well, and I appreciate that, and particularly looking into the segments that you're mentioning. One area, myself along with some of my colleagues through the Small Business Caucus, have been dealing with is in terms of lending to women-owned businesses. There is a huge gap in terms of the lack of participation, if you will, in terms of loaning to women-owned businesses? Are there some areas that you're seeing the opportunity to be able to expand and to encourage that?
I agree. I agree that that's an area we should focus on.
Okay. Commissioner Peirce, you made some comments, and I think that it falls in line with the chairman's comments in terms of looking at some of the regulations that we have in place. Are they a burden or not? You were talking about some of the data collection in your opening statements. Do you see the opportunity? We all want to be able to have the guardrails in place to make sure that the economy is moving, that we know the rules of the road, but we can get to that burdensome point. We're inhibiting the ability to be able to invest dollars, to be able to raise capital. Can you expand on that just a little bit more?
I think the chairman and his director of corporation finance, Bill Hinman, have really been taking a very close look to see where we can get rid of duplicative requirements and we can streamline existing requirements. The chairman mentioned trying to focus more on principles-based requirements that are more, they last better over time because they change with the different reality that companies are facing. So things like that can seem small, but they can make a huge difference for companies that are engaged in trying to raise capital here in the U.S.
Okay, thanks. Chairman Clayton, with states like California coming out with extensive privacy laws, has the SEC considered developing additional rules and regulations in the areas within the Commission's jurisdiction to make sure that Americans, regardless of the state that they live in, understand what can and can't be done with their data?
I can't tell you that we've had a specific focus on a data privacy disclosure. I think what you're talking about is a data privacy disclosure for, say, broker-dealers, registered investment advisors dealing with their customers. That we have not taken up that initiative specifically. I understand the issue you're talking about is that, you know, what kind of disclosure. I think that's also in the consumer space, but you make a good point.
Okay. Thank you, and I yield back, Madam Chair.
The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, who is also chair for the Subcommittee on Oversight and Investigations, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Chairman, is it fair to say that we have two products that we are dealing with, the Libra coin being one and the Libra investment token being another?
Again, I don't generally talk about specific products or assets, but as I understand your question, it sounds like they're two different products.
All right, thank you. And is it true that, in your opinion, if the coin does not produce a return on investment, it's not subject to security regulation, SEC regulation?
So again, I'm going to step back and talk about assets generally, crypto assets. A statement such as, if it doesn't produce a return, it's not a security, I think that's a bit of an oversimplification.
May I ask this? Generally speaking, let's not have it be a cryptocurrency. If a product does not produce a return on investment, is it something that you regulate?
If what you're saying by a return on an investment, does it give you rights in an enterprise? Or is it somehow packaged as a product that is designed to give you a return on your investment? Those are the types of things that are securities.
I understand. I use that terminology because you used it earlier when you were giving your statement.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me just walk through something, if I may, because this is, I think, worthy of consideration. As proposed, Libra will be backed by the Libra Reserve, and the reserve will be managed by the Libra Association. The association will have members. The members of the association will invest some $10 million into something called the token, the Libra token. The token investors will receive dividends generated by the yield of the assets held in the reserve. I'm sure you're familiar with this because of the position you hold. If all of this comes together, it seems that we have integrated the token into the coin in some way, such as to produce a return which would then deem it to be a security, not specific to Libra and the token, the coin and the token, but generally speaking, would that kind of transaction make it a security?
So I want to commend you on your understanding of the securities laws and the question you asked, because it's quite a sophisticated question that I believe a lot of lawyers have probably spent a lot of time trying to find out where that line is, whether there's a sufficient amount of integration to cause something that would be a store of value to become just a simple store of value to become a security. I'm not gonna in this forum make a judgment on whether something is a security or not, particularly when we can't see how it's used. But you have articulated very well the kinds of issues that we're going to be looking at when we look at assets of this type.
Well, thank you. I will write a letter giving you my opinions, if I may.
Please, please.
Mr. Jackson, if I may. Pursuant to SEC rule that was finalized on June 5th, 2019, Reg B1, are investment advisors true fiduciaries?
Thank you, Congressman. My concern, as I mentioned I dissented from that, from the adoption of that rule, sir. And the reason is exactly as you suggested. That my view is that ordinary American investors have the following understanding. When someone's a fiduciary to me, they've got to put my interest first. And my own view is that the rule we adopted was not clear enough about that. For that reason, I dissented from the package you just described.
Well, I understand this is your position. Let me ask a chairman, if I may. I'm not trying to put you at odds with each other. I'm trying to get a better understanding. Is it your position that they are not true fiduciaries?
Here's the thing about a question like that. The term fiduciary means a lot of different things in a lot of different contexts.
Well, will they put my interests ahead of theirs if I'm the investor?
In both the investment advisor space and the broker-dealer space, the professional can't put their interests ahead of the client's. And for the first time, we've made that clear. If you're an investment professional, you can't put your interests ahead of your clients.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My time has expired.
Thank you. The gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman Waters. Thanks for having this hearing, and I want to thank the witnesses for being here. What a treat to have the full commission before the committee, and I certainly want to thank all of you for the public service you are doing and continuing in the 85-year tradition of the SEC of protecting investors and maintaining our remarkable capital formation across all of our markets. It's been a very interesting discussion this morning. I want to just tick down, as my friend from Colorado did, a few things of interest. I, too, want to associate myself with Mr. Sherman and Mr. Luetkemeyer on demonstrating leadership in the regulatory system about FASB proposals when they didn't even follow FASB's own rules under their pronouncements on how to bring that rule forward. So thank you for that discussion. I, too, have constituents who suffered mightily at the hands of Sir Alan and the Sanford Ponzi scheme. So that led me last week to support the co-cash clarification that came before our committee from Mr. McAdams. I'm not sure I'm keen on 14 years, but that was the compromise. I think 10 years is probably more in keeping with the tradition under these kinds of frauds. But I definitely appreciate his leadership on defining fine versus disgorgement versus restitution, which all 9 justices couldn't figure out. So I appreciate that. I also want to compliment Mr. Scott on financial literacy. Dr. Foster and I have been leaders on financial literacy bills in Congress. We support that wholeheartedly. And in Arkansas, we have Economics Arkansas, so we're proud to be one of those 17 states that, in fact, encourages economic curricula for our kids. Commissioner Peirce referenced CAT, the Consolidated Audit Trail. I, too, have concerns about that. I was very concerned about Rick Ketchum and FINRA's proposal to do the cards proposal 4 years ago. This is just turning the card over and it's a picture of a cat. It's all the same issue, which is, does government need to micromanage and have every trade for every person every day, when you already have the authority, in my view, at the Commission, to look for trades under your market regulation, market surveillance functions with the power that you have now. So I'm not a fan of cats as I was not a fan of cards. During this Congress, we've had a lot of discussion about capital formation, and it's interesting, and corporate governance, both in the committee over the past 9 months. Almost every proposal drives up costs of compliance and drives up costs of preparing a 10Q or a 10K for investors. And I find that frustrating because for the prior 10 years, this committee from both sides of the aisle talked about how do we maintain transparency, maintain materiality, maintain important information for investors, but lower accounting costs, lower disclosure costs. How do we get at lowering officer and director liability, corporate liability expenses? How do we lower the costs associated with going public from a market reg point of view? So I'm concerned that we're going in the wrong directions in the debates here, and I urge the Commission to use your economic analysis, your cost benefit and power that you have to be focused on lowering the cost of being a public company, reduce barriers, and let's not blame Reg D streamlining in the 1990s for why we have fewer public companies. Let's embrace more of the Jobs Act and Jobs 3.0 approach. This slide I wanted to put up because over the last few days there's been a lot of conversation about this Business Roundtable report, this release back in August, and those on the left jumped on screaming victory that by God they had cowered the Fortune 200 into doing things their way to have a more socially sensitive boardroom. Those on the right screamed bloody murder that, oh my gosh, we're going to abandon shareholder returns. And then this morning on CNBC, my old pal Nell Minow postulated a new cynical theory for the BRT release, which is that because CEOs can't maximize earnings anymore because they can't buy their stock back, now they're going to tie earnings to some of these social goals. I put this up from 1992. This was our publicly traded company in Little Rock, where we had shareholders, customers, and bankers, all priorities of our company, in the communities we serve to do what? Drive financial performance. And we were a top-rated, top-performing bank holding company. I don't think the BRT change was that big a deal.
Thank you. The gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Cleaver, who is also the chair for the Subcommittee on National Security, International Development, and Monetary Policy, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here today. On the 27th of February, excuse me, I sent a letter to the Financial Stability Oversight Council, FSOC, which you are also members, and the Office of Financial Research, and to the CEO of Facebook, Dave Marcus. And I received an interesting response, and I would like to have it entered into the record, Madam Chair.
Without objection, such is the order.
Let me just share just a bit of it because I think it's critically important. The chairman says the U.S. Department of Treasury requesting a review of Libra and Calibra wallet by FSOC and OFR. And he says, we agree with you, Chairman Cleaver and Chairwoman Waters, that these projects should be subject to regulatory review. And they said that they would agree to furnish any and all information needed for any investigation or any review of FSOC, or a review that FSOC or OFR may be interested in conducting. And I thought that was significant. We agree with your view that FSOC and OFR are qualified to assess the development of this work and that FSOC can play a valuable role in coordinating among its member agencies to ensure regulatory concerns are addressed.
And then they concluded by saying, we will not launch until we have addressed all U.S. regulatory concerns. Now, Mr. Chairman, I know you said you didn't want to become involved in any product, but I have a Bloomberg article, August 27th, where you address this issue of sorts. You said, and I quote, if it looks like an ETF and operates like an ETF, the law says it should be regulated like an ETF. So can you provide some greater clarity?
No, I think that's I like that statement.
I do too. Just
I like that statement because if what the product is something that is like an ETF on currencies, then we regulate it.
So they're saying they're not going to launch until they've addressed all regulatory concerns. Is there any concerns that have been expressed to Facebook as it relates to whether or not they're going to implement the Libra?
I guess, as Commissioner Peirce noted, we have a group that is looking at these things, and our doors are open. People should understand that as a general matter, if a digital or crypto asset is looking like or a substitute for something that's a security, they should come in and talk to us and find out whether their view of the world is the same as our view of the world.
So would it be something, I mean, it's not anything that would be initiated by the SEC, is that what you're saying?
It can go both ways, but I want to make it clear that our doors are open to talk about these things, and if somebody's going to launch something without coming to see us first, I think that's a bad idea.
I do too. I yield back to balance on my time.
Thank you. The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Laudermilk, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you all for taking time to be here today. I want to start off talking about something that's been slightly touched on here that I think of all that you and we have a responsibility for is it's probably the greatest threat to businesses, investors, as well as average Americans, and that's cybersecurity. I think it is the greatest and growing threat to our nation, to individuals. The threat of identity, information, personally identifiable information, critical business, government, personal data. Sometimes I'm a voice in the wilderness on this issue, but it is significant in this nation, and we have to spend a lot of time and attention to it. Now, when I bring this up in different committees and talk about this, usually the response I get is, well, this is the investment we're making in cybersecurity or cryptology or in protecting the data we have, but we overlook a basic premise of data security. I spent 30 years of my life in the IT sector. I spent part of my time in the Air Force and intelligence where we dealt in securing data. There was a basic principle was you don't have to secure what you don't have. Meaning if you don't absolutely need the information, then don't get it, don't keep it. I'm getting to CAT, the Consolidated Audit Trail. I am gravely concerned over the Consolidated Audit Trail because you're talking about getting up to 60 billion records per day with a lot of PII in there, information on individuals, on businesses, transactions. This, in my opinion, makes you a prime target for nation state actors, for cyber criminals, and in this environment, it is more than a full-time job to stay ahead of the bad actors. I mean, if you drop your guard for 1 second, a lot of people are harmed. Ask Equifax. They're proof of just laying down on the job for 1 second. So I know that the SROs have proposed eliminating the collection of Social Security numbers, account numbers, and dates of birth, moving forward with the Consolidated Audit Trail. But there's still discussions of including investor names, years of birth, and addresses, which still is a concern of mine. So, Mr. Clayton, does the SEC support the SRO's proposal of eliminating at least that information?
So backing up, I agree with you that you have to ask yourself in this society, do we need the information to do our job? And fast forward, I support it because I think we need that information, what name, date, not date of birth, but year of birth, an account, to do our job. But I don't think we need much more than that. So I'm supportive of that outcome. I think that there was a lot more personally identifiable information that was in there that as we drilled down, we realized that eliminating those fields, we were not eliminating our ability to surveil the markets.
Okay. So the question is, do you need it? But the other follow-up question on that from a cybersecurity perspective is it data that you need to store, or is it data that you can obtain when you need it without having the risk of actually storing the data?
And that is a question that we asked ourselves. Do we have some kind of retrieve function to get the data? But you do need data. You do need enough data to know whether to retrieve something. So at that point, you're going from just account number, to name and year of birth. We're going to reach out for name and year of birth more. We're trying to strike the right balance.
Okay. Commissioner Peirce, I know that you've expressed some concerns about consolidated audit trail. I want to give you an opportunity to opine on my concerns.
I think you're raising exactly the right questions. We have to ask, do we need the data? If we don't need it, we shouldn't collect it. We have a system now that allows us to get data when we need it. It's the Blue Sheet system. We can do some work on it. It still does need some work, but I think it's a workable alternative. Query why we need all this retail investor information. I just don't think we need it, and I worry about it being an extremely attractive target.
Well, thank you both. This is on this and how it progresses, because I see that in a lot of instances, government, we just love collecting data, and 90%
Pete is saying that Democrats need to win back the White House in November in a way that starts to change the toxic and divisive nature of our politics right now. Former candidates Amy Klobuchar and Beto O'Rourke also signaled they were endorsing Biden. As voters head to the polls today in Minnesota and 13 other Super Tuesday states, advocates for Latino voters feel that the major presidential candidates don't engage with their demographic enough. Mike Bowen reports for PNS.
In recent months, some national Latino groups said they didn't receive any feedback from certain candidates when submitting surveys or trying to schedule meetings. Francisco Segovia runs an outreach group in the Twin Cities, says after trying to get more Latinos to participate in elections, he has found it's not always a priority for them because they feel ignored.
I realized that I wasn't alone, that oftentimes people running for office are not connecting with our communities.
Segovia says while it may take some time for his demographic to become convinced to participate in elections, that doesn't mean major candidates should avoid them. According to the Pew Research Center, 32 million Latinos could be eligible to vote this fall. The report says that would be a record and would exceed the number of eligible black voters for the first time.
The same Pew Research Center survey found that more than 70% of Latinos favored the government playing a larger role in providing health care. A majority also said they supported stricter gun laws. Colorado's faith community stepping up efforts to ensure that historically undercounted racial and ethnic minority Coloradans participate in the 2020 census.
Auxiliary Bishop Jorge Rodriguez with the Catholic Archdiocese of Denver says all people, regardless of race, religion, or immigration status, are made in God's image and deserve to be counted. He sees participation as a moral obligation because of the impact it will have on programs families rely on.
This is what is at the heart of the census. It's not about numbers. It's about how these numbers will help us to put in place programs according to those numbers, according to those families and children.
Long-standing and largely substantiated distrust of government remains one of the biggest barriers for participation among communities of color, and faith leaders are reminding residents that all personal information collected in the census is confidential and cannot be shared with other government agencies. I'm Eric Galatis.
This month, the Census Bureau will send out an invitation by mail to every household. Colorado receives $13 billion a year in federal funding based on census numbers. This is PNS. The FDA has recently approved a new heat-not-burn tobacco product. It's called IQOS for sale in the U.S., but some Kentucky public health officials say consumers are being left in the dark when it comes to knowing what the side effects and long-term health risks of the new products are.
Elizabeth Anderson Hoagland of the Kentucky Department for Public Health notes the tobacco industry is focused on creating more high-tech purported alternatives to traditional cigarettes.
The more products introduced in the marketplace, the more confused the public is going to be, because how do you keep straight what tobacco product is what the side effects are, what the consequences of use are?
She says low-income Kentuckians tend to disproportionately use tobacco products. According to the latest state data, 46% of low-income adults and 42% of those with less than a high school education currently smoke cigarettes. I'm Nadia Ramlagan.
The state's Department of Public Health currently runs 3 quitline services. It also offers free nicotine replacement therapy for people who are uninsured or on Medicare. We need a sweat bill now. That's the message workers delivered to Governor Cuomo Monday in New York.
The sweat bill would expand the existing mechanics lien law that helps contractors secure payment from building owners to allow hourly workers to collect when employers refuse to pay. Sarah Ahn with the Flushing Workers Center notes that New York's current labor laws are full of loopholes that let employers who cheat their workers evade responsibility.
They transfer their assets, they close down and reopen their shops, they come to court and they say, oh, we have no money. Meanwhile, they're still oftentimes operating business.
The bill passed both houses of the state legislature last year, then stalled in the governor's office until he vetoed it on January 1st, citing due process concerns. I'm Andrea Sears reporting.
Finally, Eric Tegetthoff reports Montana Conservation Voters has released candidate endorsements for a state board key to public lands. That in hopes of securing a conservation-minded majority.
The State Board of Land Commissioners, also known as the Land Board, decides on issues that affect state-owned public lands. It's made up of 5 members holding statewide offices, including Governor and Attorney General. Head of MCV Aaron Murphy says support for protecting public lands was critical for their endorsement.
Public lands are part of a $7 billion per year outdoor recreation economy. So we're not just talking about conservation issues, we're talking about strengthening our economy.
MCV also looks for candidates to acknowledge the threat of climate change and the importance of clean air, water, and abundant wildlife.
Last month's Colorado College poll shows that folks in Montana do factor in the environment. Clean air, water, wildlife, and public lands are important when deciding who to support. I'm Mike Clifford for Public News Service. We are member listener supported and online at publicnewsservice.org.
Welcome in for another hour of Foul Territory. Jen Rich with you from Phoenix, Arizona. Jeff Rich joins me on the Black Mic. Remember, you can catch us live Monday through Thursday at 10 p.m. Pacific. That's 11 Mountain, midnight Central, and tomorrow morning in the East. Jeff, you want to talk quarterbacks this summer?
Yeah, there's a lot going on. It's and I hate that the off-the-field stuff dominates the topics, especially since we've got other sports going on, but those sports are basketball and hockey, and those seasons truly begin when we get into the postseason. When you have the best quarterback, arguably, to ever play the game on the free market, potentially breaking up the Patriots dynasty, potentially, and you've got all these moving parts. You've got this takeover with the best in the league. You say goodnight to Eli. Phillip Rivers appears to be, on the very back end of his career, and who knows what's going to happen with Roethlisberger and the Pittsburgh Steelers. And, Brady's going to be the big domino to fall, but even if he does go back to New England, you're going to have a lot of interesting things to discuss. You're going to have a lot of movement at the most important position on the field in this league. And, there's a lot going on with NFL free agency. It starts up in a couple of weeks. Do you have the exact date that free agency begins?
NFL free agency period begins March 18th. And we'll get you all caught up on what we believe is going to happen. He's Jeff. Rich, I'm Jen. You are listening to Foul Territory on Sports Overnight America on the Sports Byline Broadcast Network. And we'll be right back.
Brady now over 300 yards for the game, 83rd time in his career. Looking for all of it. Unloads to the end zone. Caught by Jordan. Touchdown, Patriots. Play fake. Tannehill going long. Way down for Stills. And he's got it. And he's in for a touchdown.
You're listening to Sports Overnight America.
Want to fly somewhere? Looking for cheap flights or cheap tickets? Then call. That's right. Call the low-cost airline travel hotline now for prices so low we can't publish them anywhere. Low-cost airlines has all kinds of cheap travel deals. Fly domestically and save up to 75%. You can even fly internationally and save even more. Yes, fly anywhere in the world and save a lot of money on your plane tickets. We'll even save you money with cheap travel deals on hotels, rental cars, even complete travel packages. So don't book your tickets until you call us first for the absolute cheapest prices on U.S. and international airline tickets and hotels. Call right now for prices so low they can't be published. Travel experts are here 24/7 to help. 800-754-4531. 800-754-4531. 800-754-4531. That's 800-754-4531. It has been said that everyone has a book in them. But do you have the time or the ability to write your book? Maybe you picked up some skills or had a life experience that you want to pass on in the form of a book to help others. Maybe you want to leave an autobiography for your family. Or maybe you've built a successful business and you want to share your story. At Dorrance Publishing Company, we have professional writers who can help turn your book idea into a finished manuscript quickly and affordably. A Dorrance ghostwriter can provide as much or as little help as you need to complete your book. You'll work directly with your ghostwriter to finish your book faster than you ever could on your own. It's easy to become a published author. Call Dorrance now to learn more. 800-485-6003. 800-485-6003. 800-485-6003. Call right now. That number is 800-485-6003.
Attention homeowners. Do you have a house that's in need of serious repairs? Do you have tenants that never seem to make their monthly payments? How about code violations, past due taxes, or maintenance costs you just can't afford? Then call my friends right now at Quick Cash Offer. They specialize in buying any home, no matter how ugly the situation. Turn that problem property into cash right now. It's just that simple. One call and you can get rid of that home headache forever. They buy the ugliest houses with instant closings, instant cash, and huge savings. Plus, there are no realtor fees, no listing fees, and no repair costs. Just cash in your hands for that painful property. They're buying a few more houses in your neighborhood this month. So take advantage of this cash offer and call Quick Cash Offer now.
800-426-2301. 800-426-2301. That's 800-426-2301.
ball. Separation. Khalif Raymond hauls it in. Touchdown, Titans.
What the hell's going on out here? You're hooking into foul territory. Now, here's Jen and Jeff.
And we are back. It's Foul Territory, part of the Sports Overnight America block, my favorite part, on the Sports Byline Broadcast Network. Catch us on Sirius XM Radio, that's channel 211. We're also streaming live on the iHeartRadio app, and of course, we are always streaming live on sportsbyline.com. Jeff, you wanted to talk NFL quarterbacks because God knows I don't. Anyways, you wanted to talk about potential landing spots for quarterbacks around the league. So, I'm going to go through the teams one by one, and I just want you to tell me if the situation is interesting or not. Ready?
I think I'm as ready as I'm ever going to be. I'm going to talk, and you're doing a great...
Words.
Yeah, I'm doing words. You're doing a great job hosting the show. It's kind of a first for you. You know, it's probably an uncomfortable situation for you, but I'm happy to kind of reverse roles, and I pick up the feedback part of the night, and you do all the technical stuff and get all the promos out there, and it's tedious, but it's definitely a necessary evil. But with that being said, I'm ready to go. I'm guessing you're just going to read off NFL teams.
Yeah, I'll make a note of how you classify each team, and then we'll go into a little more detail as the show goes on.
Okay, I'm ready to go.
Alrighty, so let me pull up my list here. Alrighty then. Let's start with the AFC East teams.
All right, the AFC East, the top corner of the newspaper, basically.
Absolutely. Patriots.
The Patriots. Okay. The Patriots situation is very interesting. It's basically the motivation for this entire segment because Brady goes somewhere, it's going to leave a void in New England, which, that's going to be worth talking about. If he goes back to New England, it's a lot less interesting, but yeah, we're going to classify that as interesting and perhaps the most interesting situation that we have to discuss here on this, NFL quarterback free agency extravaganza special that we've got going on. Who you got next on your list?
All right, Buffalo Bills.
Buffalo Bills, they're really solid with Josh Allen, and unfortunately solid does not play well here because it's very uninteresting. So I'm going to classify the Bills as part of that not interesting category.
Okay. How about the jet skis?
The jet skis. The story behind why do you say, you got to let everybody in on why you call them the jet skis.
So we have a neighbor, and obviously when you have a neighbor, you usually give each other key copies in case you need to get into each other's houses.
As neighbors tend to do.
Yeah, as things, when you have to creep into someone's house in the middle of the night. And they were awesome and got my key for their house as a Cubs key. So when I went to give them a key of our house, I knew she was a big Jets fan. So I got a Jets key. But when I was talking over text and dictation, it read as though I had bought her an actual jet ski, as in Jetski.
Yeah, there's not. I mean, those are homonyms, but they're very different things. The watercraft versus the.
I mean, it should have been obvious. We live in Phoenix. I mean, that'd be a really stupid gift to get someone who lives in Phoenix. Like, hey, I got you a jet ski. Like,
I think I've never jet skied, but I think that it would be a really awesome thing to do.
It's actually really fun.
They used a high pick on Sam Darnold, and high picks don't always necessarily mean you're going to default, but I think that they're going to stick it out with them. There's just not a lot going on there after Sam Darnold. They could use a draft pick, but that's really uninteresting because it's going to be Sam Darnold.
All right. I'm such a baby because the Dolphins make me cry.
Dolphins make Dolphins fans cry.
Dolphins make everybody cry.
Oh, we watched that dumbest music videos about it with that Hootie and the Blowfish.
That's where I came from.
Yeah, of course. And it really was a dumb music. I didn't realize they did the whole Sports Center. I thought it was a dumb song. I didn't even know that there was
Had you never seen the video before, or did you just repress that it was that terrible?
I think that I repressed it. I'm not the biggest Hootie and the Blowfish fan, believe it or not.
Really
not a big Dolphins fan either. I think that Miami has the potential to really fit in that interesting category, whether they fix it through the draft or through free agency. I don't think that they're going to go with Fitzmagic, so I think that any change makes this an interesting conversation.
Okay. So let's slide on over now to the AFC North. The Ravens.
Oh, the Ravens.
I know. I'm sorry.
The Ravens have the most valuable player in the league. He's going to be their guy for a long time, Lamar Jackson, going forward. That makes it a very uninteresting situation.
All right. It just gets worse.
How does it get worse? How does it get worse than the Ravens?
Steelers.
Oh, the Steelers. Steelers are actually kind of an interesting situation. I don't know that they're completely interesting because you saw what Mason Rudolph wasn't. You saw what Duck Hodges really wasn't. And Ben Roethlisberger, he's old. He's old. So
he's as old as the actual Big Ben.
That's sort of interesting. I could be talked into that being interesting. I'm not even going to put them into full bore interesting, but they're kind of like in between.
All right. And then obviously next up would be your hometown Cleveland Browns.
All right, the Cleveland Browns, it's definitely a put up or shut up year for Baker Mayfield, as it was in Chicago for Trubisky. Year 3, 3 years is really telling. 1 year could be a fluke, as it was with Baker Mayfield's rookie year, perhaps. Second year was terrible for Baker Mayfield. He's going to get a chance in year 3. Anybody that they bring in is going to be a backup. I don't see them trying to have Baker face a quarterback competition. I'm going to put my Cleveland Browns in an uninteresting conversation, in the uninteresting category for the sake of this conversation.
All right. And how do you feel about the Bungles?
The Bungles, well, they have his first pick in the draft. Andy Dalton. If Andy Dalton's the answer, you're asking the wrong kinds of questions. Who do we got next?
All right. Over South, AFC South, the Texans.
It's Deshaun Watson. Uninteresting.
All right. Titans?
Titans are very interesting because Tannehill was a record breaker, but you wouldn't know it by the way that people are talking about who Tennessee might bring in. I mean, I think it's Tom Brady or it's Ryan Tannehill. So Tennessee ends up being in that interesting conversation.
Alrighty. Going to go over a little bit to the Colts.
All right, the Indianapolis Colts. Andrew Luck shocks them by retiring. They go with Jacoby Brissett, who they traded for from New England a couple of years ago. Indianapolis has a very interesting situation.
All right, and what's going to go down in Jacksonville?
In Jacksonville, well, it's Team Mustache or Team Super Bowl champion. I think that's a sort of interesting situation.
All righty, and then lastly for the AFC, the West, the reigning Super Bowl champions.
Well, Super Bowl champions. Mahomes is good, but they could go in a number of different directions with this thing. Andy Reid might try to get creative, but really, no, it's not happening. You have the 2018 MVP, you have the Super Bowl MVP. This kid's already special and promises to get even more special. It's an interesting situation that they have because you're kind of tracking his trajectory towards the Hall of Fame, but as far as free agency goes, no. Kansas City's main objective is going to be bringing in somebody to make sure, like Matt Moore was a year ago, making sure that they have somebody in case Patrick Mahomes has to miss time so that the team doesn't fall apart in his potential absence.
Alrighty. And what about the beautiful orange-haired horsies up in Colorado?
Oh, the Donkos. I've just got such history with them, and, they don't deserve a good quarterback. They had John Elway for years and years, and then they get Peyton Manning when the organization was just lost that made John Elway look like he was a genius, and he's been anything but that. I mean, he's tried Brock Osweiler twice. He got rid of him, he got him off the books, and then he brought him back. So, no, Brock Osweiler.
Once you double dip on Brock, you're
never
recovering after that, yeah.
Yeah.
All right. The newly not formed because they existed before, but newly relocated Raiders is the word I'm looking for here.
Oh, the Raiders. They could do a number of things. John Gruden's definitely a wild card, as is Mike Mayock. Derek Carr, they don't seem to believe in him. It was just 2 years ago that he seemed like he was the answer, and not so much anymore.
Alrighty. And then lastly, and talking about relocation, Chargers, wherever they end up playing next year, London, San Diego,
it's not
Canada.
It's not going to be Rivers, and that makes it an interesting conversation.
Hey, Jeff, we're up against it. We'll pick it up with the NFC on the other side. He's Jeff. I'm Jen Rich. This is Foul Territory, and we'll be back with more on the Sports Byline Broadcast Network.
Brady at work with White to his right. 3 to the left, including Gronkowski in a triangle with Hogan and Edelman. Gordon to the right. Brady, left foot forward, extending the hands, waiting on the snap. Adjusting at the line, takes the head-high snap against the 3-man rush. He lobs a throw left for Edelman, who's open and backpedals to make the catch in the left side of the end zone.
You're listening to Foul Territory with Jeff and Jen Rich.
Imagine this is your money and someone wants to take it from you. Who is it? The IRS. They want your money, and guess what? They can legally take it, all of it if they want. Remember, they sent you that letter that said, hey, you owe us a bunch of cash and we're going to take it from you. So what do? Fight back by letting our team of experts at the Tax Helpline work it out with the IRS so you can keep your money. And we're good at what we do. When you hire us, you get a team of guys on your side that know the IRS laws and will fight to save your money. So, if you owe the IRS a ton of cash and you want to keep it, call right now and learn for free how we can help you put it back in your pocket.
800-932-1749. 800-932-1749. 800-932-1749. That's 800-932-1749.
If you or a loved one is suffering from a physical or emotional condition that has left you unable to work, then listen carefully. Take this number down. 800-593-7491. That's 800-593-7491. When you call, you'll speak with a Social Security disability expert and get a free evaluation to see if you may qualify for disability insurance benefits from the U.S. government. That's right, a monthly cash payment paid directly to you from the Social Security Administration. Whether you're applying for the first time or you've already been denied disability benefits, call now. The disability attorneys at Pinnacle Disability can help you build your case, file an appeal, and represent you at no upfront cost to you. Don't wait another minute to see if you may qualify for your Social Security disability benefits. Call Pinnacle Disability Group at 800-593-7491 for your free case evaluation. That's 800-593-7491. 800-593-7491. Call now.
We are the Debt Destroyer Network. Any debt you have, credit card, tax, student loan debt, call now for free information that helps you destroy your debt. It's great advice. Plus, when you make this free call now, we have debt destroyer experts ready to help. They can show you how to destroy your debt and get your life back on track. Debt problems don't have to be overwhelming. You can live stress-free and debt-free. Credit cards, medical bills, IRS tax problems, even student loan debt. Learn about free programs offered by the credit card companies, hospitals, and even the government that can help slash your debt. Call the Debt Destroyer now for free information. Call now. 877-360-0402. 877-360-0402. 877-360-0402. That's 877-360-0402.
You're listening to Foul Territory with Jeff and Jen Rich.
Go put your coat on, honey. This is getting good. Welcome back to the wrong side of the pole. I'm Jen Rich in Phoenix, Arizona. Jeff Rich joins me here in the Phoenix studio, and Scott is producing the show up in San Francisco. We are the Foul Territory Show. You can catch the live shows beginning at 10 p.m. Pacific Time, or catch up at iHeartRadio, or on social media feed, What's Up Riches. Jeff, let's keep it going. You broke things into 3 categories before the break: interesting, not interesting, and those in between. That was the AFC. How about we group everyone in the NFC?
How about we do that? Interesting, not interesting, and I could be talked into it being interesting are the categories.
All right. So, going to start over NFC East. The Eagles.
The Eagles. You know, they won the Super Bowl. They drafted Carson Wentz. He gets hurt. Nick Foles wins the Super Bowl. They build a statue. I think they knocked down the Rocky statue to build a statue of Nick Foles. And how does he? And he rewards them by going to. He took Blake Bortles' job in Jacksonville, but Carson Wentz is the man. You don't really have anybody to get in the way there. You know, they won a Super Bowl, so there's not a lot of whining out of Philly. I mean, you're going to hear it, but it's going to be Carson Wentz, and, you know, thusly it's an uninteresting story out of Philadelphia.
Alrighty, how about America's team?
America's team? Oh, the Cleveland Browns. But we're talking about the NFC, so you're probably talking about the Dallas Cowturds, huh?
I am.
All right. Is Dallas just that naturally unlikable? I mean, do you have to be indoctrinated to dislike Dallas, or do you just have to
You know, the
watch?
Cowboys are the only thing about Dallas that I don't like. Like, everything else in Dallas is fine.
I think it's all their alumni. I think it's between Jason Witten doing a terrible job on Monday Night Football, Troy Aikman doing a terrible job on Sunday afternoon football. I mean, the best thing about Troy Aikman is that he's not Joe Buck, right?
I was just saying, as long as I don't hear Joe Buck, I don't really care who it is.
And then you have Tony Romo, who I think is kind of universally liked. I think you didn't like him as a player. I think you didn't like him when he was younger. He was a lot like Taylor Swift in that way. I think people have come around on Taylor Swift since has she really stopped being the whiny teenager?
I have no idea. I don't follow Taylor Swift, but I also don't remember disliking Tony Romo. He wasn't a fantastic quarterback.
Well, he didn't win a lot of playoff games. Dallas fans were delusional about Tony Romo. So the Dallas quarterback situation, it doesn't really matter who's there. I mean, really ever since Troy Aikman retired, it's always been a fluid situation. Dak Prescott, they won't commit money to him, so I think that makes it a very interesting situation. And you hear, the kingpin of them all, Tom Brady, he could end up in Dallas. He might be a good fit now that they've got a different quarterback there.
All right. Giants.
Or a different head coach, rather. The Giants, the Giants
Who is Jason Garrett going to clap at?
Oh, Jason Garrett is there in New
York.
He is. Oh, he's gonna clap at Daniel Jones. He might still clap at Eli Manning, but Eli Manning won't be there to hear it. So you get a kick out of the Jason Garrett clapping. I
love it.
I just think it's kind of weird. No, the Giants, they've got Daniel Jones. They drafted him. I don't see them trying to really do anything to mess with that. I think they're going to allow the kid to sink or swim. It would be a lot more interesting if Eli didn't retire, but it was interesting last year. It's not interesting though.
All right. Lastly, in the East, the Redskins.
In the NFC East, the Redskins have a very interesting situation. They have a new head coach. They have Daniel Snyder. They let Kirk Cousins walk in free agency, and they brought in Case Keenum. They drafted Dwayne Haskins very high in the 2019 draft. You figured they'd give him a chance. If they were normal, they would do exactly that. But much like the Cardinals moved on quickly from Josh Rosen, I think that it's very possible that the Redskins will move on quickly. They have the second pick in the draft. They could take the pass rusher out of Ohio State, or they could end up drafting somebody. That's an interesting situation, and also their head coach Ron Rivera has coached Cam Newton for Cam Newton's entire career, basically. So that's one that we've got to say is interesting.
All right, can you jump over to the NFC North?
Where do you want to start in the NFC North, John?
Packers.
All right, the Green Bay Packers. Danica Patrick could screw up anything. So, I mean, let me just ask you, I've been married for a long time, to you, in fact.
Have you?
So, how do you do that downgrade? How do you go from dating somebody that seems nuanced and sophisticated and pretty like Olivia Munn to the little 4'2" race car driver?
I have no idea.
Doesn't that just spell it? Doesn't that just speak to Aaron Rodgers' poor ability to make decisions?
He obviously just likes little brunette things.
Okay.
Long, straight brown hair, Winnie Cooper hair. Maybe he has a Winnie Cooper fetish.
Maybe he does. And, the Packers might eventually draft somebody to replace him. I mean, Brett Favre wasn't done when they drafted Rodgers in the first place in 2005. He had to sit for a long time. And maybe he shouldn't be intimidated if they do draft a quarterback to replace him. I think it's a somewhat interesting situation, but as far as me and the 2020 starter is concerned, A-Rod is going to be the man.
All right, what about the Vikes?
Vikings, too much money tied up in Kirk Cousins. They screwed it up. They had Teddy Bridgewater. They had Case Keenum, who had the hot hand. Sam Bradford wasn't very good, but they had opportunities to not have to throw a lot of money at a guy because they had people in their camp, but they made the playoffs last year. They knocked the Saints out of the playoffs. So, I mean, I give Kirk Cousins some credit. I think that's just because he's going to be the man, it makes it less of an interesting situation.
All righty. What about my Bears?
Your Bears. Your Bears and my Mitchell Trubisky, my hometown hero, Mitchell Trubisky. Unfortunately, that's going to be an interesting situation, and I don't know that you're going to like the way that this one turns out. Matt Nagy, it's a put up or shut up year. I mean, that's the problem with succeeding as early as he did, is that the bar is set high, so you can't regress and you can't stay down. It's a problem Jack Del Rio had with the Raiders. So Chicago, unfortunately, for me, a supporter of Trubisky, and you, a supporter of the team, going to be a very interesting free agency period as far as the quarterback position is concerned for the Bears.
All right, bottoming out the NFC North, the Detroit Meow Meows.
Kitty cats. There's so many kids. There's a lot of kitty cats in the NFL.
So many kitties.
You got Jaguars, you got Panthers, you got Bengals, and you got these guys.
Yeah, I'm on the line.
No. Well, they're the kings of the jungle, but they are far from being the kings of the NFC North division. Pardon me?
3-12.
3-12-1.
Yeah.
They managed to tie against the Arizona Cardinals in Week 1 last year. They say they're committing to Matthew Stafford, and that makes it a very boring situation. I mean, everybody else in the league has to look at their situation and say, well, at least we're not Detroit.
We're not Detroit. NFC South teams. Saints.
Breeze is back. Their backup situation could be interesting. It depends on what Teddy Bridgewater does. He can go where he wants. He's a free agent. Taysom Hill has thrown 13 passes, so I don't know if you can exactly declare him the heir apparent, but Breeze isn't getting younger. I mean, these guys are all north. We got like 4 quarterbacks this year that are going to be approaching 40 or north of 40.
Falcons?
Atlanta still has a team.
Yeah, still there.
They just haven't been much since 28-3. 28-3 became 34-28. Kyle Shanahan took the job with San Francisco. He took them to the Super Bowl, and he took his Super Bowl woes with him. But Matt Ryan's going to be the man. I don't know for how much longer though. They might shake things up, but definitely not this season. I would put I got about half the league in the uninteresting category. Atlanta among them.
Buccaneers.
Tampa Bay. Phillip Rivers moved to Florida. Jameis Winston threw 30 interception, but 30.
He got LASIK though, so
yeah, so you could see.
Yeah,
can see a little bit better. I think that they might default back to Winston. Yeah, I'm going to say that that's a very interesting situation that Bruce Arians has got on his hands there.
All right, and lastly, over there, Carolina Panthers.
The Carolina Panthers, they say they're committing to Cam. I don't know that I buy it. I think that I put Carolina in the in-between category because I think that they could move on very quickly. I think that they were considering moving on last year.
All right, let's head out west where we are. San Francisco,
unless they're bringing in Tom Brady, Jimmy Garoppolo is going to be the man. I think that we need to forgive him for one bad quarter in the Super Bowl and give him more opportunity to succeed there. I think I'm not fully sold on him, but I think that San Francisco is at least willing to let it play out a little bit longer. So I'd say San Francisco is still something of a interesting situation, but not all the way interesting.
All right, what about the Sea Chickens?
And the CJL, Russell Wilson's just going to be there, and he's just going to talk, and he's going to do commercials and words for such a long time. But he's been successful. He's taken them to 2 Super Bowls, and the fact that when they got rid of their defensive players, they weren't as good of a football team because he's a game manager type of player. It's an uninteresting situation, if you ask me.
All right, what about the Rams?
Jared Goff took the team to the Super Bowl 2 years ago. I think that Sean McVay magic only took 1 season to inspire doubters, but they took this kid first overall. I know that it was a different administration that took him first overall, but Kurt Warner's not walking through that door. Successful quarterback for the Rams, X isn't walking through that door. It's going to be Jared Goff because, your other answer behind Jared Goff, and he got paid, is Blake Bortles. And, I use this cliche a lot, but if Blake Bortles is the answer, you're asking the wrong kinds of questions.
And lastly, our local Bird Gang.
The Bird Gang. Kyler Murray, they've committed to him. They're not going to give up on 2 quarterbacks and, taken in the top 10 in 2 years. So, that's going to be, that's going to be an uninteresting situation. We'll visit more on the other side. We'll throw it to a break. My name's Jeff Rich. She's Jen, and this is Foul Territory, and we'll be right back.
We are the Debt Destroyer Network. Any debt you have, credit card, tax, student loan debt, call now for free information that helps you destroy your debt. It's great advice. Plus, when you make this free call now, we have debt destroyer experts ready to help. They can show you how to destroy your debt and get your life back on track. Debt problems don't have to be overwhelming. You can live stress-free and debt-free. Credit cards, medical bills, IRS tax problems, even student loan debt. Learn about free programs offered by the credit card companies, hospitals, and even the government that can help slash your debt. Call the Debt Destroyer now for free information. Call now. 877-360-0402. 877-360-0402. 877-360-0402. That's 877-360-0402.
Hey travelers, do you want to save money on your next flight? Then pick up the phone and call. That's right, call, because the best prices are not online. They're with SmartFares. See, SmartFares has special deals with the airlines. When they have unsold seats, they use SmartFares to fill them. So you get airline tickets at ridiculously low prices. Our prices are too low to publish online. With the extra money you'll save, you can book another trip, or treat yourself to dinner or shopping. So stop searching all of those travel sites to find the lowest price on your next flight. Let one of our SmartFares expert travel agents find ridiculously low prices for you. Call SmartFares today and get the best price on your next flight. Guaranteed. Also, save up to 50% off business and first class tickets.
855-325-1780. 855-325-1780. That's 855-325-1780.
Isaac, you missed the winning dunk and cost your team the championship. What are your thoughts?
Well, I switched to Boost Mobile and got a super fast network and 4 free Samsung Galaxy A20 phones, so even when we lose, I still win.
It was an easy, fast break, and no one was near you.
You know what's fast? Boost Mobile's super fast network.
They're calling your shot the greatest miss in history.
Boost Mobile's prices are never a miss. I even get 4 lines for $25 per line per month.
Oh, look at that. The fans are burning your jersey.
Yep, the fans get it. My Boost Mobile network is en fuego.
Switch to Boost Mobile and get 4 lines for $25 per line per month with unlimited data and 4 free Samsung Galaxy A20 phones, all on our super reliable, super fast network. Step up with Boost Mobile. New customers only. Limited time offer while supplies last. Requires 1 port from eligible carrier and activation. 1 free device per line. Customers who use more than 35 gigabytes of data during a billing cycle will be deprioritized during times of network congestion. Offers and coverage not available everywhere. See boostmobile.com or retailer for full details.
Tannehill tosses, end zone. Oh! Jonnu Smith, touchdown! Spectacular grab.
4 wide, including the tight end break, slot left. Snap on the far left hash. Winston fades back, hats the football twice, fires end zone, and finds his target. Touchdown, Cameron Brate.
You're listening to Foul Territory with Jeff and Jen Rich. This is Sports Overnight America.
We need to do pretty much everything better. Just not good enough in any area.
Welcome back in. We are rounding third and headed home. But since we're talking football, shouldn't it be third down and a ways to go?
I mean, it could be. I think that's pretty. I think that's pretty sharp. But you know, the show's still called Foul Territory. We still have a little bit of a baseball thing. We're always rounding third in our third full segment. But I'm sorry. You go ahead.
That being said, we are back here on Foul Territory. Jeff's been grading every NFL team's quarterback situation approaching free agency from an entertainment perspective.
All right. So we've got the uninteresting teams. It's about half the league. We've got my in-betweens, and then we've got teams that actually have an interesting situation. And remember, this isn't like a football thing. This is more a talk thing. This is more filler for the off season here. So again, it's the uninteresting, it's the interesting, and then there's that group in between.
All right. So on the not interesting, we had Buffalo, the Jets, Baltimore, your Cleveland Browns, the champs, of course, the Chiefs, Houston, non-cheating edition, the life after Eli Giants, Flip-Adelphia, the Packers, Minnesota, Detroit, the Saints, Atlanta, they still have a team, the Bird Gang, Rams, and Sea Chickens.
Yeah, that's the uninteresting teams. How about my in-betweens? Like half the teams aren't going to be boring here. So, you've got the list of the. Let's start with the in-betweens. Just
almost interesting.
The almost interesting. What do we? Who do we start off with? Pick a team.
Bungles.
All right, the Bungles. It's because they have the first overall pick. We've had all this stupid fabricated controversy about Joe Burrow. I think it's going to be Joe Burrow. I don't think that they stick with Andy Dalton. I'd be interested to see if they, if Nick Foles becomes available. He's got some experience with Zach Taylor from their time in LA, maybe? I don't know. I don't know. I think it's going to be Burrow, and I think that he's going to start on day one, but they might have some questions there. It's going to be an interesting situation, and that interesting thing is going to continue unless Burrow just comes into the league and starts repping it immediately.
All right. What about the Fighting Cams?
Fighting Cams. Will they be the Fighting Cams? I think that's a big question. I don't think that they have many better options. Potentially Tannehill becomes available. Potentially Winston becomes available. Potentially you have Dwayne Haskins, Case Keenum out there. I don't know what they're going to do. I don't really know what Matt Rule's MO is. Maybe, it's not like he has a whole ton of history at Baylor. I think it's going to be Cam Newton. I think that what he said, I'm going to take him at face value for right now. I'm going to say that Cam Newton comes back, and if he's healthy, if he's got anything left, I think that Carolina's in a rebuild. And I think that Cam Newton could be a big leader there, but if they truly want to rebuild, maybe they end up trading up and ending up with one of these first-round kids. Or maybe they go with Jordan Love. They draft him out of Utah State and kind of keep the thing going with the Cam-designed offense.
All right, let's wrap up the cats on this list. Jacksonville.
It's got to be King Stash, right? He didn't. You were. I think you were a little taken back by the fact that when you looked at his numbers after hearing all the hype that he wasn't God's gift to Northern Florida.
His numbers were okay. I mean, I can't say terrible because I can't play at all, but they weren't as impressive. And also, I was led to believe he was ridiculously gorgeous. He looks like a Floridian.
Well, he's an Alabaman, so
it's
no, same. So he really plays well to that northern, because Northern Florida and Southern Alabama are basically the same place.
Yeah, just one. Yeah.
Oh, we're gonna get emails.
Yeah, probably. I probably should have started with this one just to get it out of the way. Pittsburgh.
Ben's not going to be there forever. Mason Rudolph's not the answer. Duck Hodges is better than Mason Rudolph, but not necessarily the answer. I could see, who I could see in Pittsburgh, who I think would be an upgrade from even, 38-year-old Roethlisberger, would be Ryan Tannehill. I think they really proved his worth in Tennessee. I think that they need a big body, and that's Tannehill. I wouldn't be surprised if, a guy like Blake Bortles ended up being the guy. Maybe even, how about Cardale Jones coming out of the XFL? I think that there's some possibilities for Pittsburgh to move on from Ben, but I don't think that they're anxious to do it. That's why I don't put them in the interesting category. They have to move on from Ben, but they're not going to in 2020 unless they can fabricate an injury for him.
We'll get the other team on this list that you're not really rooting for success for, the Broncos.
The Broncos, I think that they might have something in Drew Lock. He didn't play a lot. They toyed around with Flacco. For the second year in a row, a team got better when they benched Joe Flacco. So I think that they've got potential. I don't know that they've got a lot of direction. Vic Fangio, I think quarterbacks get 3 years. I'm not sure that coaches get a third year. So year 2 is going to be a put up or shut up year for the head coach there in Denver. I think that's a bigger story than the quarterback.
All right. How you feeling about the Raiders?
Raiders are a wild card. John Gruden could do anything and everything. They've got a lot of draft capital from the Khalil Mack trade. I think that if anybody overpays to acquire the services of Tua Tagovailoa, whose health is a big question mark, I think it could be the Raiders. I think that they could trade with the Redskins. I think that they could. I think they can make a move for Teddy Bridgewater. John Gruden likes a lot of guys at quarterback, except for his own guy, really. So I mean, it almost feels like anybody but Derek Carr, but they'll settle for Derek Carr.
All right. What about their former neighbors, the Niners?
The Niners, they're going to go with Garoppolo. I think that there's this crazy talk. It would make sense if Brady wanted to go home. He's from San Mateo. We spent some time in San Mateo. We like San Mateo.
Nice place.
We like the Bay Area in general. I know that I've been there a little bit more recently than you because Browns last, in 2019. But I think that there's a perfect storm that leads Brady home to San Francisco and sends Jimmy G back to the East Coast. But they were a Super Bowl team. They were just finishing the fourth quarter away from being Super Bowl champs. So I don't think that the demise of Jimmy Garoppolo is quite what it's been sold to be.
And your very last team in your list, Cowboys.
Hey, Cowboys. They're going to move forward with Dak unless they can get Brady. I don't think that there's a scenario where they end up with Brady. So it's going to be Dak Prescott, but they're going to play games. I think that this thing is going to drag out, just like it did with Ezekiel Elliott a year ago. But, Jerry Jones wants to win another one before he dies, and, we're not guaranteed forever.
All right. So that only leaves your actually interesting.
Actually interesting.
Who
do you want to start with here, John?
It's a pretty interesting list. Let's give some attention to Miami.
Miami. Now, Miami's my big splash. Miami's my bold prediction. I think that Teddy Bridgewater is going to go to Miami. I think that Miami is the perfect situation. I put this out on my Twitter feed at Jeff Rich Talks. Teddy Bridgewater needs to find a situation where he can start. He's just he lost so much time to this injury. He ends up with the Saints, thinking that Breeze is probably going to move on sooner or later. And I don't think that he's going to wait it out another year. I think that, he's not even guaranteed to be the backup there. I think that Miami is a situation where he's not going to have to compete for a starting job if he can sell them on the fact that he could be the man. I think that they can make up for what they lost by going with Culpepper over Breeze in the first place in 2006. And I think it's going to be Teddy Bridgewater there in Miami. The other possibility is that they draft Tua, but we'll see.
Let's just stick in Florida. Tampa.
I think that Bruce Arians is going to have to believe in whoever falls to him. I mentioned Jordan Love. I think that they could stick with Winston. I think that they could go with the guy that was picked right after Winston in 2015, Marcus Mariota, because I think Tennessee could do a number of things, but I don't think that they're going to go back to Marcus Mariota.
All right. Kind of related to Florida, relations and things that happen in Florida. Bella Cheaters?
The Bella Cheaters. Oh, Robert Kraft.
Yeah.
Well, it's going to be a happy ending in Florida for Robert Kraft, any way you slice it. The Bella Cheaters. I think it's the most boring scenario, but I think that Brady ends up back there. If he doesn't, you got to think about where he goes. Does he go to the Chargers? Does Rivers end up taking advantage of that vacancy? Because Bill's not going to be there forever. I think that he wants to take an established veteran. I think that Tannehill would be good for that place. I don't see them going back to Jacoby Brissett. So I think there's some possibility. I think that Belichick would try to win with Flacco, maybe even Trubisky.
Right. But on the coast of
Washington. Rivera's there. I think that they either draft a quarterback number 2 or they try to stick it out with Dwayne Haskins. I would be willing to bet that Rivera is going to explore all of the possibilities and ultimately stick with Dwayne Haskins.
Alrighty. What about Nashville?
The Titans. The Titans would not be poorly served to stick with Ryan Tannehill. They found something that worked. He had a historic season. He doesn't have to do a lot there because they have this beast in Derrick Henry. They've got good weapons at receiver. They seem to be well coached by Mike Vrabel. I would like to see them stick with Tannehill. If they can get Brady, I think that'd be the one exception where maybe it would behoove them most to move on from Ryan Tannehill.
All right. What about Colts?
Colts are an interesting situation because I don't think they're very happy with Brissett, but they weren't planning on going with Brissett this last season. Phillip Rivers seems to make a lot of sense. It seems like a good pairing with Frank Reich. I could see Nick Foles. Nick Foles is a possibility there, but I think that Indianapolis will be the one to land Rivers. And if he doesn't go to Indianapolis, I think Tampa remains a possibility. I think he's a prototype for Bruce Arians there.
All right. What about not San Diego?
Not San Diego. Those very Chargers. All right, so plan B seems to be that they'll go with Tyrod Taylor, which was the Browns' plan, which was the Bills' plan, and the guy showed flashes at Virginia Tech. He seemed like he was exciting as a backup in Baltimore. He just hasn't been able to hold down the job. Maybe the third time's a charm after not getting it done in Buffalo, not getting it done in Cleveland with Baker Mayfield taking over. Maybe he will be the man, and maybe the Chargers will settle for that. But, I think the Chargers are going to make a run at Brady, too.
All right, and only one team left. The Bears.
The Bears. Okay, it could be Trubisky. I'm going to say that it could be Trubisky. I think that they would be in the market for Flacco. I think that they might take a flyer on Josh Rosen as well. And then there's the one that you don't want to hear. Should I not even say it? I mean, we haven't watched
I can put my
Christmas Story for a while. But I think it's I think that you keep hearing that it could be Andy Dalton. I think it's a possibility. I don't know that it's extremely likely. I think they could go with Case Keenum. I mean, they've just thrown everything at the wall just to try to see what sticks in Chicago. Matt Nagy needs to win in 2020. It might happen. I mean, he might be able to turn Mitchell Trubisky around because Trubisky shows it from time to time. And I know that I'm selling a guy that I like because I grew up in the same county that he did in Northeast Ohio, but I would have liked to have seen Cam Newton become available. Maybe it's Mariota in Chicago. I think that there's a lot of possibility. I think that Chicago is probably like that 20-sided die as far as what their quarterback situation is going to be.
That's the voice of Jeff Rich and his take on how the quarterbacks shake out in 2020. I'm Jen Rich. It's Foul Territory, and we'll be back to wrap it up.
It's a 2nd down and 7. Brady's in the gun, 34-yard line of Los Angeles. He's got 4 wide. He looks into the Ram nickel. Arms outstretched, moves his receiver Edelman, shotgun snap, Sexton throws a line drive to the near sideline, it's bobbled up, and on the ricochet it's intercepted. It's picked off by Littleton. The linebacker gets it on the ricochet on the near sideline. On a pass intended for a Patriot wide receiver, it's returned to about the 27-yard line of the Rams. Tom Brady has just thrown an interception on a pass intended for Hogan, broken up on the play by Nikhil Roby-Coleman.
This is Sports Overnight America.
Yeah, about 38 seconds of good football.
Here's a great way to save money on your prescription medications. If you take Viagra or Cialis, we can give you a way to pay as little as $2 a pill. Compare that to prices as high as $60 per tablet. These pills work for men and women to improve their sexual performance. And now for the price of 2 or 3 pills, you can get nearly 100. There's no need to pay expensive prices for Viagra or Cialis. Call now with your prescription and pay as little as $2 a pill. We offer 24/7 service and always free delivery and confidential packaging. Change your life for the better and have fun. Call Pharmacy Shop 24/7 to get generic versions of Viagra or Cialis for as little as $2 a pill, plus free discreet shipping.
800-709-4409. 800-709-4409. 800-709-4409. That's 800-709-4409.
I'm going to tell you how you can get real health care for as little as $6 a day. Yes, now you can get affordable health care for you and your family immediately and save as much as 50% off your current monthly health care payments. Our plans are perfect for people that are self-employed, can't afford health benefits where they work, or just want to pay less for their current health care. And coverage is guaranteed regardless of your medical condition. We even offer some of the new Christian faith-based health benefits. Save up to 50% on your family's health care. Make a free quick call now. There are no contracts, and we give you a 10-day money-back trial period. Call Provision Enrollment right now for your risk-free, guaranteed health insurance quote starting at $6 a day.
800-472-5145. 800-472-5145. That's 800-472-5145.
Do you love watching sports? Well, how would you like to be able to take your favorite sports with you and watch them anywhere? In your house, on your computer, even on your smartphone for one low price. With National Programming Service, you can. That's right, for one low price, so low we can't publish it, you can take your favorite sports anywhere, anytime with you. And we even give you free installation and free premium movie channels. Don't wait. Call National Programming Service right now. You could be up and running and watching your favorite sports and shows in just a few hours. Remember, call in the next 10 minutes and ask about our special radio offer and learn about free installation. Call right now.
800-470-7113. 800-470-7113. 800-470-7113. That's 800-470-7113.
This is it, man. Time flies when you're having fun. Jeff Rich here with you on the Foul Territory program. Joined by Jen Rich, who graciously hosted this hour, kind of carried us through the segments in and out of break as we talked about NFL free agency as it pertains to the quarterbacks. I had about half the league where I said it's not interesting because we're going to see the same guy back. We know who their starter is, and we could make that argument for Cincinnati. In Pittsburgh, it's uninteresting in the fact that it's going to be Roethlisberger, but for how long? For how long is it going to be Gardner Minshew? How long will it be Cam Newton? I mean, these guys are kind of at the end of their career. So, Jen, you know what's even more speculative than trying to predict what's going to happen in the month of March in 2020 is what's going to happen in the month of March in 2021. And I would think that if it's not Mitchell Trubisky after 2020, that you're not going to have to suffer through whoever it is, especially if it's Andy Dalton.
Only time will tell.
Only time will tell. I think that the Rams situation could get interesting. I think that the Falcons situation could get interesting. Goff and Matt Ryan are both in put up or shut up years. And then, Trubisky's time is up, the 3 years that we mentioned. Sam Darnold, Baker Mayfield, their time is up. I don't think that Lamar Jackson has to worry about that. Sam Rosen, the clock really hasn't started, ticking on him just yet. So, it's an interesting group. Roethlisberger, Gardner Minshew, Ben Roethlisberger, those situations in Carolina, Pittsburgh, and Jacksonville could be interesting. Who knows where Oakland's going to be? We might have a different opinion on Drew Lock after the 2020 season. Maybe Garoppolo's fourth quarter performance is more indicative of who he is than what we've seen over the the rest of his career to date. So, always something to talk about in the world of sports. I appreciate you hanging out with me this hour.
Always a joy. All
right, that's the voice of Jen Rich. My name's Jeff Rich for Scott on the other side of the glass. You've been listening to Foul Territory.
You're listening to the Heartland Newsfeed Radio Network, broadcasting live 24/7 at heartlandnewsfeed.com.
This stream is supported by advertisers and contributions by you.
Follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
This is the Liberty Beat, your daily source for Liberty news and activist updates. Produced in partnership with the SNLS Network and listeners like you. Online at snlsnetwork.com. I'm Mick Murrow with your latest edition of the Liberty Beat. Gold is trading at $1,640, silver at $18.06, and Bitcoin is trading around $9,210. Today's gold, silver, and Bitcoin prices are brought to you by Brave Botanicals, high-quality kratom and CBD at reasonable prices with excellent customer service. Brave Botanicals is activist-owned and mission-driven. The Liberty Beat and Brave Botanicals believe so strongly in the power of kratom, we're giving it away for free. Just go to libertybeat.news/free kratom. This is the Liberty Beat at snlsnetwork.com. In the news, as East Asian countries continue to struggle with the spreading coronavirus, a senior member of the International Olympic Committee has warned that the Tokyo Olympic Games may be canceled if authorities fail to contain its spread within the next 2 to 3 months. Long-standing IOC member Dick Pound told the Associated Press on Tuesday that if fears aren't calmed by around May, organizers would have no choice but to cancel the games, rather than postpone or move them. Since the viral outbreak began in China 2 months ago, over 80,000 people have been infected worldwide, with 2,700 dying, mostly in China. However, NHK World reports that as of Tuesday, 861 people in Japan are confirmed to be infected. Japan has reported 4 deaths so far. We'll have more on the coronavirus coming up. Ever wonder where we find all the news to report right here on the Liberty Beat? Visit snls.news to get the world's most censored media published all in one place. Save yourself from the endless time spent searching for reliable alternative media. SNLS News makes it quick and easy. No ads, no clickbait, just raw headlines, 24 hours a day. Visit snls.news and get informed today without the corporate media spin. Your news now continues. While Mom and Dad on Main Street still aren't getting the dire warning that the coronavirus has been offering up to Asia and the rest of the Eastern world over the last several weeks, perhaps a light bulb will finally go off when Jane Q. Public heads to the grocery store and is unable to buy shampoo and toothpaste. Activist Post reports that Procter & Gamble, one of the world's biggest everyday product manufacturers, has now officially warned that 17,600 of its products could be affected and disrupted by the coronavirus. The company's CFO, John Mueller, said at a recent conference that Procter & Gamble used 387 suppliers across China, shipping more than 9,000 materials, according to CIPS.org. Mueller said that each of the suppliers faces their own challenges in resuming operations. And it's not just everyday consumer goods that are going to be feeling the impact of the virus. Federal law enforcement in Seattle sought an average of 1 court order a day to disclose people's sensitive information, such as calling history, in the first half of 2019, according to a report released this year. The report, the first of its kind by the U.S. District Court for the Western District of Washington, shows that officials sought 182 applications and orders for electronic surveillance between January and June 2019. Activist Post reports that such surveillance orders do not require law enforcement to get a warrant and are directed to third parties like phone companies, email providers, and other online services to demand private and revealing information about their users. Although the report does not provide specifics on the services or individuals targeted by the surveillance orders, it does detail how federal law enforcement in the region are using various forms of surveillance. The report is a result of a lawsuit by EFF's client, The Stranger. Support for the Liberty Beat is brought to you by the Homestead Guru. The Homestead Guru is an educational website offering tips, tools, news, stories, and commentary on everything homesteading. Topics include green homes, gardening, animal husbandry, do-it-yourself, home remedies, alternative energy, survivalism, unschooling, and more. Those details are found online at thehomestead.guru. This is the Liberty Beat, powered by the SNLS Network at snlsnetwork.com. I'm Mick Murrow, reporting for the Liberty Beat, reminding you, spread liberty with a smile.
For videos just to get excited, willfully reflected on the days of waiting for slowly loading images of naked women to appear.
Look at this picture of Phoebe Cates. Sure, you could pull it up in 2 seconds now. Back in the old days, you'd have to wait for it to materialize on your screen pixel by pixel. It's not about her tits, which are nice, but it's about waiting for them. Nowadays, you could pull up 8 different videos of anal sex at once. Who cares?
In local news, the person who will one day become the warlord ruler of what was once Nebraska is born in an Omaha hospital. And in other news, a man and woman get drunk and blow $30,000 in one night. A lonely college student calls up his mom to talk about Harold and Kumar, and another dead body is tossed on a heap somewhere. For more, visit theonion.com/newsbeat.
This is the Onion News Network.
Free Talk Live.
This is Free Talk Live, talk radio that you control. You can call in and talk about whatever is on your mind. That toll-free number is 855-450-3733. And with you tonight, it's Aria.
And Gray.
And nobody formerly known as Rich Paul.
And I figured it would be fun to 24 hours later talk about the Super Tuesday election results, because that seems to be on everyone's slate at the moment. I mean, it was this great big thing, very upsetting for Bernie Sanders, for Bloomberg, for Pete, whatever his last name is.
I don't know. I come here to get my political news.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah,
well,
thank you for bringing me up to speed
there's
once a week.
Plenty of it. Joe Biden, of course, did very well yesterday, winning a few states that people expected to go to Sanders, and Sanders ultimately only won like 4 versus Biden winning 7. But it doesn't really matter because none of these states that voted yesterday were all or nothing states. So they all split their delegate counts proportionally based on how much of the vote they got.
So it was kind of like a show?
Yeah.
All right.
So,
theater.
Yeah, it wouldn't have mattered if Joe Biden actually won California because he wouldn't get all 400 and whatever of their delegates.
Isn't this the same guy that wasn't he here in Keene and was pretty sure he was in Vermont?
Yeah, apparently that happens a lot with him. Like he goes to a place and he's senile. He seems to be senile.
He is crazy senile. I was watching a montage of Joe Biden having no idea who he is, where he is, or what's going on this morning. And it's frightening to think of that man with his finger on the nuclear button, thinking it's the easy button at Staples.
I'm not afraid of any single man having his finger on a button that bad.
Huh?
I would be afraid of any man having his finger on a button like that.
Yeah, see, I don't want anybody to have their finger on a button like that. But, if you're a child molester, I don't like that. I don't think they should give nukes to child molesters. And Biden's got to be a child molester. Oh my God, have you seen the
JoeBiden.info is the best place to go for that. And I'm not going to say he's a child molester, but he's definitely creepy.
He likes the hugs.
See, molest is very vague.
But it has very loaded connotations in the United States. If you call someone a child molester, you mean they rape little kids. Let's be honest.
When I hear molester, yes. But I also realize that it could mean like a hug and somebody didn't like it, so now they were molested.
In the literal meaning of the term, yes, he's provably a child molester.
Creepy
but in the
Joe.
way everyone understands it, I wouldn't want to
That's
call
why
him
I
that.
felt comfortable using that term. I was pretty sure I could get out a dictionary and prove truth.
Yeah, but truth, the literal definition of a word doesn't say everything. I don't want to call him a word that most people would interpret as being a child rapist. He may be a child rapist. I don't know.
And the thing is, and again, if they take me to court, I'll just claim truth on this.
Well, you have freedom of speech. They can't take you to court.
I do believe, I think he's a kid toucher. I think he
well, he provably touches kids. You can go to joebiden.info and see that yourself.
I mean, in a worse way.
Right.
And
like an Epstein way?
I think he's part of that whole Clinton Epstein let's go touch people thing.
Good.
Who
15
don't want
minutes,
to be touched.
We're off the rails.
And I think that's why they want him in office, because if they've got the Epstein tapes on Biden, then they own Biden.
Or somebody in that lineage, maybe.
Well, somebody in that lineage, but the thing is, they want it to be the guy in the president's chair that they have the dirt on.
That would be convenient.
Well, I see no reason to think they don't have the same information on Donald Trump. I mean, he was certainly friends with Epstein back in the day, too.
Yeah, he was, and I certainly, the evidence isn't as good with Trump. I mean,
well, there's more evidence to support Trump being friends with Epstein than there is Biden being friends with Epstein.
That's definitely true. There's a lot more evidence with Clinton than Biden also, but just the way. And this is totally, everything I'm about to say is subjective, but everything I saw with those kids on stage, it looked like their parents were making a freaking sacrifice to me, is what it looked like. And it gave me the creeping horrors.
And what are you talking about? I haven't seen what you're talking about.
There have been a whole number of incidents where Joe Biden will get like way too close to females, there's pictures of him putting his hands on them, and they're like trying to get away, and he's whispering in her ear, and she's like leaned over 75 degrees the other way. Like, who doesn't know that means don't be this close to me when somebody's leaning over, like the Tower of Freaking Pisa.
Oh, yeah, that's pretty bad.
Yeah, I pulled up joebiden.info for Gray to take a look at here so that he can see for himself some of these videos
Mom
and clips.
looks like she's crying in the background.
I've never seen joebiden.info. I'm going to have to look at this.
Oh, it's a nice little collection of all his creepiness. Like this video here where he's just stroking this little girl's face. It's so weird. It's so creepy.
That's the one I saw.
It horrifies me. And the one where there's a little girl and like he like leans over to talk to somebody, and you can see him like trying to slyly, accidentally grab what would have been her boobs if she wasn't a freaking child, and she like steps away and looks at him like, what are you doing? And she's like 4 years old, but even she knows something's wrong here. You should not be touching me that way. And
is his name Creepy Joe also?
Well,
I call him Creepy
do call
Uncle
him
Joe.
Creepy Uncle Joe
right.
from time to time.
Yeah, because he's creepy, and he acts like a creepy uncle that one should not leave alone with one's kids.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is not a pro Joe Biden webpage.
Oh, God, no.
Oh, it looks very official when you
It
first
does.
look at it. Like,
Well,
it looks
that's
like
how you do that kind of thing well.
It's working.
Because it's his supporters.
I mean, plus
that you want,
there's
so you
actual
don't tip
criticism of him here.
Sooner than you have to.
That he's against gay marriage, for mass incarceration, against abortion rights, against school busing, for the Iraq war, and all of these other policy positions that he's taken in the past of his political career. And I mean, he's just a terrible neocon style, typical politician.
Yeah, marching in lockstep with the rest of them.
Yeah, he's been on the wrong side of pretty much every issue. He's spent some time on the right side of like 30% of them.
Hey, unless they're agreeing on taxation as theft, they're all on the wrong issue.
I would agree.
Yeah, but...
And that's why I liked Tulsi Gabbard, because she came out and said that, if it's for things you don't want to... It was a light version of it, but
if it's for inappropriate things.
If it's paying for things that you don't want to pay for, then taxation is theft.
That's a step.
She was appeasing libertarians by saying that.
She'll be a libertarian in 10 years.
I don't know. I'm not convinced that she has any allegiance to the non-aggression principle or anything like that.
Maybe this thing will be gone in 10 years. I don't think
she does, but she thinks like I did 5 to 10 years before I was a libertarian, except the gun thing. I don't understand the gun thing because, if you can watch me like sail back and forth across the political landscape through my life, but I was always on the right side of the gun thing. Because I was like, no, we're not letting the cops be the only ones with guns.
And when you say right side of the gun thing, you mean, of course, being anti-gun control.
Well, I believe in trigger control and muzzle control. Those are very important. But
yes, but we're talking about gun control here, which is attempts by the state to control, arms in the United States.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so one would be against that, to be on the, quote, right side of the issue.
I would say so.
What do you think about Joe Biden and the hilarity of the Democratic results yesterday on Super Tuesday? 855-450-3733. Again, that's 855-450-FREE, as in Free Talk Live.
Don't miss this year's LibertyCon with great speakers like Whole Foods CEO John Mackey, Congressman Justin Amash, and Nobel Prize winner Vernon Smith. Attend 2 spectacular debates. Is government necessary, and does capitalism require government intervention? Network with over 70 pro-liberty organizations for this and a whole lot more. April the 3rd through the 5th in Washington, D.C. Visit LibertyCon.com and use code FTL for a $10 discount on LibertyCon.com. The next generation wallet is coming from Divvy. In just a few taps, you'll be able to send, earn, spend, and exchange digital money in seconds. Send money around the globe with only a swipe. Instantly exchange between Divvy, Bitcoin, and fiat right in the mobile app and withdraw directly to your bank account. Divvy already offers the first one-tap solution for earning passive income with crypto. Multi-tiered masternodes allow everyone to partake in the network. Visit DivvyProject.org. DivvyProject.org.
Gold has definitely been on the move recently, and there is no more secure investment historically. McIlvaney ICA has been helping people take delivery of precious metals and find storage options for decades. They've helped thousands of investors with their precious metal IRAs. Call ICA today for your free portfolio review at 800-525-9556 or download their free report online at ICAGoldSilver.com to learn how you can double your gold and silver ounces even within an IRA. 800-525-9556. ICAGoldSilver.com.
Bitcoin.com has launched a trading platform at local.bitcoin.com, allowing you to buy or sell Bitcoin Cash via dozens of payment methods like PayPal, Venmo, bank deposit, remittances, or meeting in person with cash. There are no ID requirements to sign up for and use the site, and all communications between buyers and sellers are encrypted. Finally, a global trading platform that respects your privacy. Visit local.bitcoin.com to get started trading Bitcoin Cash. Local.bitcoin.com.
This is Michael Dean from the Freedom Fiends. I've run websites since 1996 and have used over a dozen web hosts in that time. AgristHosting.com is the only one that hasn't broken my heart. Agrist Hosting's uptime and service is stellar, and their DDoS mitigation is the best I've seen. That's important because if you tell the truth in this world, you'll ruffle feathers. And some people will try dirty tricks to silence your voice. No matter what the haters hit us with, Agrist Hosting keeps our websites online. If you have a mission-critical commercial presence or a world-changing activism site, you cannot tolerate any skullduggery. So go with agristhosting.com. Have a WordPress or blog site, but you're not satisfied with performance or uptime? Or just want raw hosting? Want to pay with Bitcoin? Agrist Hosting specializes in high-performance hosting with personalized service. Go to agristhosting.com and click on the button that says Get Hosted. That's agristhosting.com.
Some of you asked, and now we've delivered. LRN.FM's live Keene, New Hampshire studio shows are now streamed in HD on Twitch. Visit our channel at twitch.lrn.fm and give it a follow. If you have Amazon Prime, you get one free subscription on Twitch. If you use it on our channel, Twitch will give LRN.FM a monthly piece of your Prime subscription cost. So please watch, follow, share, and subscribe to twitch.lrn.fm. That's twitch.lrn.fm.
There are basically two types of advertising, direct response and branding. Radio's great for direct response with its low cost to listener ratio, but audio can't be beat for branding, which is a longer term endeavor. You want to be the first thing that someone thinks of when they think about your product or service. If you have a local business that you want kept top of mind in your community, call the station. If you need national reach, Free Talk Live's got around 200 radio stations, millions of monthly listening sessions, can suit all budgets, and if we don't think we're right for you, we'll tell you. Email me, mark@freetalklive.com.
You're tuned to the newest episode of Free Talk Live, presented by Sekel CAI. Visit us online at freetalklive.com.
This is Free Talk Live, talk radio that you control. You can call in and talk about whatever is on your mind. That toll-free number is 855-450-3733. And with you tonight, it's Aria.
And Gray.
And next governor of New Hampshire, nobody.
And Bitcoin.com has launched a trading platform at local.bitcoin.com that allows you to buy or sell Bitcoin Cash via dozens of payment methods like PayPal, Venmo, bank deposit, remittances, or meeting in person with cash. There are no ID requirements to sign up for and use the site, and all communications between buyers and sellers are encrypted. Finally, a global trading platform that respects your privacy. Visit local.bitcoin.com to get started trading Bitcoin Cash. Again, that's local.bitcoin.com. I have actually completed a sell today on local.bitcoin.com, and it had been almost an entire month since I got one completed.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. It was great. I'm back on the in the top results on the first page now. So people see me there and they know I'm not a scammer, hopefully. So it's hopefully we can get the number of scammers on the site dialed back. And the best way to do that is for people to come to the site and buy from someone who they know is not a scammer.
I think I could maybe find you on there.
You absolutely could.
All right.
Just go there and click the Explore button. I'll be right there in the first 3 or 4 results.
All right. We'll meet there.
At local.bitcoin.com, Bitcoin Cash is finally moving in the Western Hemisphere again. It's great. I'm very happy about it.
Bitcoin
Cash.
Right. Finally moving in the Western Hemisphere.
Yeah, because it died.
It wasn't moving for a while now, it is.
It died for a while. On local.bitcoin.com, toward the end of December to about 2 days ago, really, was when I started getting trade offers again. And today, one actually completed. Shocking.
Wow.
But yeah.
May you have many more.
Do they have too many vendors on there?
No, they have too many scammers on there.
And
are
the best way
are
to...
the scammers mostly buy side or sell side or both?
Both. So when somebody comes to the website and they organize by price or something like that, they'll find somebody who is selling for, 20% below market or 30% or even 50%. And it's going to be a scammer who probably doesn't even have Bitcoin Cash to fund the escrow